Pirate Supercard System, Chapter 1-20. Chapter 1 Big Brother. The beach under the sun has a charming charm. The sea washed gently on the beach, and then slowly receded, leaving behind wet traces and some small aquatic creatures, and the rhythmic sound of clattering sounded so pleasant. Ian stood on the beach and waited for a while, and finally saw a dark shadow flying from the sky, and hurriedly whistled. After the black shadow heard the whistle, it immediately turned and flew towards his position. When it got close, it was clear that it was a seagull. A strange seagull. It is very large, with a sailor's hat on its head and a backpack hanging from its neck. Seeing him land on the beach, Ian stepped forward, took out a coin, handed it to it, and said, "A newspaper." However, when the seagull saw the word 50 marked on the coin, he shook his head in embarrassment and took out a piece of paper from his backpack with his pointed beak, with a large number written on it, 80. "The price has gone up again?" Ian stared at the seagulls and said angrily, "Didn't it just go up last week? Why did it go up again this time?" "Goo." The seagull made a cry, and its wings scratched its head, looking embarrassed, meaning that it couldn't do anything about it. Okay, here it is. 80 Baileys. If the price goes up again next time, I won't patronize you." Ian took out 3 10-character coins from his pocket and handed them to it, and the seagull received it. After paying, he pecked out a newspaper from his backpack and handed it to Ian. The seagull flapped its wings and flew away, while Ian opened it with a newspaper and looked back while walking back. I saw a huge headline on the headline, "The Red Hair Pirates appeared in East Blue. Red-haired Shanks." Ian sighed, 4 emperors. This is really the world of One Piece/King of Pirates. It has been 3 months since I came to this world. After Ian once again determined the world he was in, he didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Ian's original name is Anyi. He was originally an ordinary young man on Earth, but he was unlucky. When he was shopping, he passed by a KFC that he often went to. It was exactly 12 o'clock. I rubbed the net outside the store and played the mobile game I was playing to get some physical strength, but at this moment, the big sign outside the KFC store suddenly fell off, smashing him straight. He estimated that he must have died, because when he woke up again, he found himself in a strange place and possessed a 10-year-old boy named Ian. At first, he didn't understand where he was. This place was just a small remote village with no information, until he suddenly heard the words One Piece/King of Pirates Roger in the mouth of Master Cow's hero, and suddenly just bewildered. It was only then that he realized that he had come to the world of One Piece/King of Pirates, and here is the village of East Blue Shimatsuki. He never thought that he would be able to traverse here by rubbing the net. Although he is also a pirate fan, he still felt a little unbelievable that this kind of thing happened to him. It is also wrong to rub the net and let no one live. While thinking about it, he walked towards the village. Soon, Ian came to the outside of a dojo, and outside the dojo, a man with round glasses, long black hair and a long ponytail, had a gentle and harmless face. The smiling middle-aged man was standing there waiting for him. "Master." After seeing the middle-aged man, Ian quickly quickened his pace and shouted, "This is this week's newspaper." This middle-aged man is Ian's master, Cow's hero. Ian's identity is an orphan. He was adopted by Cow's hero since he was a child, and he learned kendo in the dojo. Cow's hero took the newspaper, touched Ian's head, smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work." This was originally a gesture of intimacy, but although his body is a child now, his mind is an adult. How can he bear such an action? So he feels very awkward now. Fortunately, Master Cow's hero didn't notice his strangeness. He walked to the dojo while reading the newspaper. Ian followed behind him and walked in. Red-haired pirates? What are they doing at East Blue? Cow's hero looked worried after reading the news. Ian couldn't help but pouted behind his back. He knew what Kazuhiro was worried about. Although the red-haired Shanks was a good person in the comics, he still had the name pirate after all. Master Kazuhiro was worried that pirates would appear in the here. It is not without reason, but Ian knew that Shanks appeared in East Blue, but he only stayed in Windmill Town for a short time, and would not come to Shimatsuki village. Therefore, Master Koshiro's worries are unnecessary. Windmill Town. Ian couldn't help but recall again, is that the town where Luffy is? Will red-haired Shanks have a fateful encounter with Luffy there? Just as he was thinking about it, Kazuhiro patted his head a few times, and said, "Ian, what are you thinking? When the time is up, ask your juniors and brothers to practice together." "Yes." Ian responded with a downcast. If you want to say what is the most uncomfortable thing for Ian to travel into this world, it is undoubtedly the sword-swinging practice in the dojo for a fixed period of time. There is no reason for it. You can imagine being with a group of people who still have snot and show it stupidly. Is it the scene of the little kids with missing teeth smiling in a neat row and swinging their swords together? It felt so stupid. Soon, the disciples in the dojo were all assembled, standing in 2 columns on the left and right sides of the dojo, holding bamboo swords in their hands, waiting for the start of the practice. These children who came to the dojo to study are all from Shimatsuki village, and they are all boys. Ian looked forward and saw the row opposite, with uneven height, shortness, fatness, and thinness. If he looked at himself, it would not be better. Where to go? The first one on the left is a little kid with thick glasses at the bottom of a wine bottle. Every time I see him, Ian will think that the position of this guy's eyes is actually 2 circles. Going down, it was a little boy with a bald head. The snot dripped down, snorted and sucked back, dripped down again, and sucked back again. Further down, there is a small curly hair, but his hairstyle is completely new, like the untransformed Felisa, with the Mediterranean Sea in the middle, and the left and right sides of his head sticking out like horns. The appearance of all crooked melons and cracked dates is horrible to see. Ian dare not look at it again. I don't know how Master Kazuhiro accepted his apprentices. Fortunately, in this miserable picture, there is the only bright spot, that is, Kuina, who is standing at the first place in the opposite column. Kuina, the daughter of Mr. Kazuhiro, with big clear eyes, sassy black short hair, dressed as a man, has a stubborn and fierce aura. She looks so outstanding among a group of little kids. When Ian looked over, Kuina just happened to look over. Although he didn't speak, he turned towards Ian Viviisho, which made Ian seem to hear Kuina's usual voice calling him again in a trance, "Brother Ian." As an orphan adopted by Master Kazuhiro, Ian is a few months older than Kuina. In the dojo, Kuina is the strongest, even the eldest Ian can't beat her, but even so, she keeps calling Ian is the older brother. So even if Ian takes over as the original owner now, he still loves her very much. Although stubborn, Kuina has always been a well-educated child. The voice of Master Kazuhiro came from his ears, and the sword-swinging practice began. Ian put away his mind and began to wave the bamboo sword in his hand according to Koshiro's command. Cut! 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 Ian was seriously practicing sword swinging, and as he swung the bamboo sword in his hand, there was a voice that kept ringing in his mind. You have done sword swinging practice, basic swordsmanship proficiency +1. You have done sword swinging practice, basic swordsmanship proficiency +1. You have done sword swinging practice, basic swordsmanship proficiency +1. You have done sword swinging practice, basic swordsmanship proficiency +1. When I first watched One Piece/King of Pirates, Ian used to be excited about the battle, and he also burst into tears because of the feelings between the protagonists, but if you put these aside, One Piece/King of Pirates, the world is actually full of darkness and cruelty. Ian's body is not very talented. Although he has studied kendo with Kazuhiro for so many years, he has not made any progress. If it continues like this, Ian is thinking, why don't you just live peacefully in Shimatsuki village? Fortunately, when he came to this world to practice swordsmanship for the first time, Ian found a little more in his mind. Maybe it was the reason why the game was smashed while playing online. Ian found that the game he was playing at that time was actually engraved in his soul and came to this world with him. It's funny, this mobile game is a messy game downloaded by Ian, and it is a typical copycat mobile game. This mobile game is a card game. Players have a protagonist character. At the same time, they can also draw cards to assemble their own team and fight. The cards come from various anime and games. There are all kinds of characters. There is a feeling of chaos. Ian saw a lot of familiar characters in this game at first, so he felt a little interesting to play, but unexpectedly, after the game has mutated, it has become the capital of his own life. Chapter 2 Bear Kids Come to Play Hall. Name, Ian. Level, Level 1. Deo Strength, 7. Strength, 5. Speed, 5. Life, 10. Read, 0. Skill, Basic Swordsmanship Proficiency, 23014/100000. Cards, none. This is what Ian saw in his mind, his own attribute. It took him a long time to understand the function of this attribute. It seems that some changes have taken place in the game system. In the original game, the standard for measuring strength was combat power, but now it has become the value of Deo Force, which is exactly the same as the measurement standard in the world of One Piece/King of Pirates. According to Ian his memory, if his Deo strength reaches 10, it is the standard of an ordinary marine soldier, but now he is only 7, which seems to be slightly better than Zanwaji, which is probably the reason for practicing kendo all year round. And life value should be how much damage you can bear. Needless to say, once it is 0, it will be dead, and the last reading is more interesting. When he read pirate comics before, he kept thinking, how do characters like Thor Enel show their abilities? Or what is it based on? Enel Strix, Wanlei, Thunder Dragon, Billion-Volt Thor, that kind of supernatural phenomenon can't be summed up by a simple devil fruit, but when Ian sees the energy value, it's only a little bit. Suddenly. That should be the embodiment of the ability of mind. The devil fruit gives people only a certain aspect of mind ability, and this mind ability can become stronger and stronger with the exercise of people, including the latter haki too. In this way, it should also belong to a kind of application of mind, so there is a saying that devil fruit is not strong or weak, the difference is only exercise, and some people who have not eaten devil fruit, such as Eagle Eye, Red Hair, the same they can also rely on haki, and they are so powerful. These are nothing more than their powerful thoughts. Now Ian has telekinetic energy, but the value is 0, which means that his telepathy ability is in a state that has not been activated, and he has no idea how to obtain telematics energy. The only skill he has now is basic swordsmanship. At present, he doesn't know the use of this basic swordsmanship. He can only practice step by step, so even after 3 months, his proficiency is only more than 20,000 points, and looking at the proficiency value, I am afraid that it will take 100,000 points to see the change. As for the cards, Ian felt speechless. He was able to find the card shop in the system, but tragically found that he couldn't draw cards at all. Because of the money. Want a lot of money. It takes 500 diamonds to draw cards, but you can get 500 diamonds by recharging 100,000 Baileys. The ratio is as high as 200:1. This is the first time Ian has seen such an outrageous recharge. 500 Bailey given by Master Cow's hero every month. There is no expense in this small village. Except for buying newspapers from time to time, he saves as much as he can, but the distance is 10 won Bailey is still a long way off. This way of asking for money is consistent with the original game. Specifically, You can play even if you don't have money, but if you want to play well, you must be a local tyrant, typically without money. Play your paralyzed, typical game of pit money. If this is the only case, then it is difficult to say when Ian can save enough money to draw a card once, but the good thing is that anyone who has played this kind of card game knows that you can draw cards by saving time. Card. In the store, there is a countdown in the draw option, but the countdown time of 48 hours in the past has now become 100 days. When I saw this countdown, Ian almost collapsed. Nima, is this forcing me to recharge or something? It's a good thing to have a system, but it's frustrating if you don't use it for the time being, so since this time, Ian has been living a dull life. Fortunately, the time is still quite messy, and it's been 3 months in a blink of an eye. Time has passed, and the time for the first card draw is getting closer and closer, which makes Ian look forward to it. Since he came to this world, no matter what, he wants to go around and experience this strange world, and in order to get out of this small Shimatsuki village, he must become stronger. In this world, only the strong can. There is a stage. There were 500 times of swinging the sword. When the command of Master Kazuhiro was finished, Ian was out of breath. He practiced very seriously all the time. After going out, the physical strength naturally wears out very quickly. After all, this body is only a 10-year-old boy. 500 sword swinging exercises brought 500 points of basic swordsmanship proficiency. While Ian was checking the progress of his proficiency in his mind, he suddenly heard Kazuhiro say, "The following is the battle practice, Ian, Kuina. You two come first." When Ian heard it, his scalp tingled. Why did he come again? He naturally didn't know Kazuhiro's thoughts. In the past 3 months, Kazuhiro found that Ian's practice had become more serious than before, so he wanted to test it to see how much progress Ian had made. The method of testing is naturally to fight, but the problem is that Kuina is much stronger than Ian. Every time Ian fights with her, he is beaten up. Good or not. Like Kuina, Ian is usually very clean and tidy, unlike those dirty little kids with runny noses in the dojo, so Kuina is happy to play with Ian, but play is play. Once you become an opponent to fight, Kuina doesn't know how to release water. Although she is a girl, she has a stronger personality than some boys. Every time she fights, she comes for real. Bravely stood up, Ian held a bamboo sword in both hands. The tip of the sword was slanted upward, and it crossed Kuina's bamboo sword, ready to fight. Kazuhiro shouted and started. Kuina immediately shouted, retracted the sword with both hands, raised it over the top, and slashed towards Ian at a very fast speed. Ian blocked with the sword, but was shocked by the huge force on the bamboo sword, and his hands shook. Before he could push the bamboo sword back, Kuina's next blow came again. Kuina's kendo talent is recognized as the number 1 in the dojo. Her sword can be used freely and fast, and she can find Ian's neutral to attack him every time. In just half a minute, the two have played against each other dozens of times, and every time Ian tried his best to resist them, and he couldn't fight back at all. Ha! Kuina became more and more brave, and suddenly a straight stab directly hit Ian's wrist, and then the bamboo sword slammed up and knocked the sword in Ian's hand into the air. Damn, lost again. Ian was a little discouraged. However, Kuina happily said to Ian, "Brother Ian, your recent progress is very obvious. It's much stronger than before. Just comfort me." Ian rolled his eyes and rubbed his wrist, where he was hit by Kuina, and it still hurts. Kuina is right. Master Kazuhiro said with a harmless smile, "Ian, you have indeed become a lot stronger." Said this, the other children in the dojo looked at Ian with admiration. In their opinion, being able to fight with Kuina for so long is indeed very powerful. If it was them, they might have been defeated in a few seconds. Seeing the adoring eyes of these little brats, Ian felt so heartbroken. He would rather not have such adoration. At this moment, an arrogant voice suddenly came from outside the dojo. "Is there anyone? I'm here to play in the gym. Come out, the awesome guy, and have a showdown with me." Yin moved inwardly and looked towards the door, only to see a child with a leaf in his mouth and his chest in his arms, standing at the door of the dojo. The sun shines from behind him, making people see his mess at a glance. The green hair, and the unruly raised eyebrows. He just stood there, looking like an arrogant stinky fart. Green algae head, Rorano Zoro. Ian recognized him, and only felt a trance in his mind, although he learned that this village is called Shimatsuki village, his master is Kazuhiro, and his sister is Kuina. At that time, Ian was already mentally prepared, but when he saw Zoro really appearing in front of him, Ian still felt unreal for a while. The moment Ian saw Zoro, he didn't think of Zoro who was so cool with haki in the future, but looked at Kuina in a frenzy in his heart. The appearance of Zoro means that Kuina will die soon. My junior sister, is she going to die? Ian was in a mess. Although he had just been defeated by Kuina and was almost beaten up again, he felt his heart and asked, can he really watch Kuina die in front of his eyes? This is not a cartoon character, but a person who lives in front of his eyes. For the children of Kazuhiro Dojo, Kuina is their goddess, including Ian. Kuina's manliness, but this is her unique beauty, although when she fights with anyone, she doesn't care. Show mercy, but then care and love every injured person, give them medicine and comfort them, just like a gentle sister. After getting along for 3 months, Ian already had an indescribable love for his sister, so for a while, his eyes on Zoro became complicated. Although Kuina's death has nothing to do with Zoro, she died unexpectedly, but it is undeniable that the appearance of Zoro means that Kuina's death is approaching. This made Ian not knowing how to face Zoro at all. No one knew about Ian's complicated mood. After hearing Zoro's arrogant declaration of kicking the gym, Master Kazuhiro let out a hearty laugh, got up and walked to the door, smiling at Zoro and saying, "It turned out to be here to kick the gym." "Yes. It's rare these days." "Humph." Zoro held up his hands and said proudly, "Don't underestimate me if you think I'm a child, I'm unmatched in the next village." "All right then, let's accept your challenge," Master Kazuhiro said with a smile. "If I win, take away your dojo's signboard," Zoro said. Kazuhiro asked him with a smile, "What if you lose?" "Lose? If you lose, then, join you." Hearing Zoro's answer, Kazuhiro laughed again, "That's it, then." "Ian." Hearing Master Kazuhiro calling his name, Ian came back to his senses, but then immediately fell into surprise again. "No, isn't it? Shouldn't it be called Kuina to fight him? How come it's called me? Third chapter, don't fight idiots. Kidding me and Zoro?" Ian only felt that countless grass mud horses ran through his heart. This plot is not good, okay. Although Ian knows that Zoro is not good at any swordsmanship at all, the so-called battle is just like a child's fight. Good for a meal, but the problem is not counted like that. If it was done by himself, how would the bond between Zoro and Kuina appear? Without Kuina, how can Zoro become stronger without admitting defeat? The difference between losing to a boy and losing to a girl is completely different. Feeling that this is not the time for me to play, Ian shook his head very simply and said, "I won't fight him." Kazuhiro gave Ian a strange look, not understanding what he was thinking, but he didn't say anything. Since Ian refused, it was the same to call Kuina. Kuina was very obedient, and after hearing Kazuhiro's voice, she stood up and said, "Yes, my father." As soon as Zoro saw Kuina, he was furious and shouted at Kazuhiro, "What? Didn't you come to be my opponent?" Kazuhiro smiled and said, "Although Kuina is a girl, she is more powerful than adults in the dojo." Zoro looked at Kuina depressed for a while, and finally had to say, "I see, come on. Then, please come inside." Kazuhiro finished, turned, and walked in. Zoro and Kuina followed Kazuhiro into the dojo. Because I heard that Zoro was here to kick the gym, as Koshiro's disciples, Ian, and the other disciples had already sat cross-legged in the dojo. Except for Ian, everyone else looked at Zoro with curiosity. There is also resentment. No way, Zoro at this time is too stinky, and Master Kazuhiro actually took it seriously and allowed his request to kick the gym, and I don't know what he thought. In the corner of the dojo, there was a bucket containing bamboo swords. Kazuhiro pointed to the bucket and said to Zoro, "Choose a weapon, you can use any weapon." "Really?" Zoro spat out the leaves in his mouth, walked over with a clatter, and held out a large bamboo sword. Then, this guy held 3 sticks in his left hand, 3 sticks in his right hand, and 3 sticks in his mouth. He was ready, and everyone in the dojo looked at him dumbfounded. Followed Kazuhiro to the altar. When he bowed his head to the altar, a bamboo sword fell from Zoro's mouth. But this guy's expression is still serious. What? This guy is like an idiot. The younger brothers in the dojo looked at him like a fool. Ian was also speechless for a while. The title of the idiot with green algae head has been around since childhood. After the salute, the duel between Zoro and Kuina also began, but there was no suspense. Zoro was defeated very quickly. Kuina's first slash directly hit Zoro with 2 bamboo swords to resist, and then the momentum Shen's second slash completely shook all the bamboo swords in Zoro's hand. But, damn. Zoro looked at Kuina's calm face, and reluctantly got up on the ground, picked up the 2 bamboo swords that had fallen, and took a stance to face Kuina. Huh? Kazuhiro was a little surprised when he saw this scene. He didn't expect Zoro to be so resilient, and even have the courage to fight in the face of the huge gap in strength with Kuina. Kuina was also a little surprised, because Zoro's current posture turned out to be a standard Erdeo style stance, so she asked aloud, "Have you learned Erdeo style swordsmanship?" "No way." Zoro said viciously, "Today is my first time holding a bamboo sword." "First time?" Master Kazuhiro repeated with a smile on his face. Ian knew what Master Kazuhiro was thinking. The first time he took a bamboo sword, he was able to pose as a 2-sword swordsman without a teacher. Zoro's green algae-headed idiot, with his talent in swordsmanship, is probably the same as Kuina's. Comparable. At this time, Zoro didn't know what Kazuhiro and Ian were thinking, and he was staring at Kuina closely. "Damn, I am very strong, and I will become stronger in the future. How could it be possible to lose to a woman here?" With unconvinced thoughts, Zoro yelled, rushed towards Kuina, and then he was slashed in the face by Kuina with a slashing sword. Okay, it looks so painful. The disciples of the dojo couldn't help but tremble after seeing this scene. Why doesn't he hide? Blah blah blah. Zoro fell, and the ground shook twice. Ian covered his face for a while. This idiot was like a wild boar, rampaging, thinking he could beat Kuina by brute force. There is no technical content at all, so it's strange if you don't lose. 1 point. That's it? Master Kazuhiro made a sound to end the competition, and Zoro, the green algae-headed idiot, could no longer hear him. He was lying on the ground with a red mark on his face, and Kuina stuck the bamboo sword in him. In front of him, he said, "Obviously you are a layman and want to play 2 swordsmanship, you are still 10 years early." Zoro woke up and turned around. Hearing this, he couldn't help grasping Kuina's bamboo sword, still unconvinced. Kuina frowned and said, "Why, do you want to compete again?" However, what I didn't expect was that this guy Zoro was also a bachelor, saying, "Damn, if you lose, you lose." Master Kazuhiro smiled and praised, "It's very simple, not bad. Then, I'll join you." Do you have any comments? Zoro sat up and asked Kazuhiro with his arms folded. No. Kazuhiro shook his head, recognizing him as a disciple. Kuina ignored him, turned around and wanted to leave, but at this moment, Zoro suddenly said, I will practice hard, and then I will definitely beat you. You remember it for me. When I said this, there was still a nosebleed on the nose of the green algae head idiot. There won't be such a day. Kuina said with a cold face, turned and left. Ian, take him down and treat his injuries. Kazuhiro said. Ian nodded, got up and walked to Zoro's side, saying, come with me. Zoro guessed that his nose was sore, so he didn't have a stubborn temper, and followed Ian away obediently. In the back wing, Ian found the medicine, wiped off Zoro's nosebleed, and then took out cotton wool to plug his nostrils. Who is that woman? Zoro asked Ian. She is Kuina, the daughter of Master Kazuhiro. Ian replied, my sister, your future sister. Humph. I wouldn't call him senior sister. Zoro snorted angrily with his hands in his arms, I will defeat her sooner or later. With 2 balls of cotton stuffed in his nose, he looked cute when he said this. Ian smiled, didn't speak, just concentrated on wiping the potion for Zoro. In fact, he didn't know what to say to Zoro. However, he didn't want to talk to Zoro, but it didn't mean that Zoro didn't talk to him. The green algae-headed idiot didn't know what to think, and suddenly said to Ian, hey, and you? Why didn't you fight me before? Ian thought for a long time before saying to him seriously, because I don't fight with idiots. What did you say? Zoro immediately frowned. Who are you calling an idiot? You. Ian said, if I'm not mistaken, you got lost here, right? Zoro was shocked, you, how did you know? Ian sighed, how do I know? Of course I know, Zoro, your biggest impression is Lucci, okay. Lucci's name is more famous than your swordsmanship. Ian dared to slap his chest to make a promise. This guy came to the dojo to challenge the gym. It was definitely a temporary intention. It is estimated that he got lost here, and then saw a dojo, so he thought of coming in to challenge, and he was in a mess. After getting the medicine, Ian patted Zoro's head and said, you have a good rest. But, damn. You're obviously not much older than me, so why do you treat children like this? Zoro frowned again. To me, you are a child now. Thinking like this, Ian turned his head and left the room. Zoro looked at his back and thought that this man named Ian was so mysterious, why would he know that he was lost? You obviously never saw him. In this way, Zoro settled in the dojo and officially became Koshiro's disciple. Early the next morning, Ian got up before dawn, went outside the dojo, and began to practice sword swinging. To be honest, although he used to practice swords very seriously in the past, he only did it during group practice, and he never practiced alone. However, after seeing the defeat between Zoro and Kuina yesterday, he was still unconvinced. I don't know why it touched Ian a lot. It is not without reason that a person can become a strong person. Compared with Zoro, Ian found that he lacked a belief. When he slept last night, he thought about it all night, and finally realized that even if he had no talent, he had a system to make up for it, but if he didn't have faith and perseverance, then he probably wouldn't be able to become a real powerhouse no matter what. The appearance of Zoro aroused Ian's competitive spirit. He felt that he couldn't let a child who was new to swordsmanship compete. So for the first time, Ian started early training. The goal this morning, swing the sword 1,000 times. Ian held the wooden knife in his hand and began to wave it rhythmically. Every time he swings today, it is very slow, completely different from the practice in the dojo. The so-called swinging of the sword is not that simple. According to what Master Kazuhiro said, the real swinging of the sword is not just for appearance, but in every swing, Concentrate your energy on swinging the sword, and go carefully. Experience the rhythm of every swing of the sword, the strength of the sword, and let this swing of the sword become a memory of the muscles and an existence like an instinct. It took a whole hour, but Ian hadn't even reached the number of 500 sword swings. At this moment, he was sweating like rain, his muscles began to tremble, and his arms were as heavy as lead. There has always been a voice in his heart, telling him that he can't hold on anymore, or just stop here. However, as soon as he remembered Zoro's face, Ian regained his energy again, endured the pain, and continued to swing his sword. Persist in. Hold on a little longer, you can do it. At this moment, Ian, who was completely focused on swinging his sword, did not notice one thing, that is, the system prompts that kept ringing in his mind. You are engrossed in your sword swing practice, and your basic swordsmanship proficiency is +5. You are engrossed in your sword swing practice, and your basic swordsmanship proficiency is +5. You are engrossed in your sword swing practice, and your basic swordsmanship proficiency is +5. You are engrossed in your sword swing practice, and your basic swordsmanship proficiency is +5. Chapter 4 First Card. Cow's hero lifted the quilt, got up from the bed, took his glasses and put them on. Vivi yawned and walked out of the room. He originally wanted to go out to wash up, but after walking out the door, he saw that Kuina was lying on the back of the pillar looking at something, so he walked over out of curiosity. Just as he was about to ask, he saw that Kuina turned around, raised his finger and snorted at himself, and said in a low voice, "Father, be quiet, don't disturb big brother Ian." Cow's hero stuck his head out, and immediately saw Ian sweating like rain on the field. The morning sun shines on Ian, dripping sweat reflects the sun's rays, the muscle outline that has been revealed by Vivi, exudes the beauty of strength. Cow's hero can see that Ian is very tired at this time, and as he was gasping for breath, but his sword swinging movement still did not stop. "Brother Ian, what happened? This is the first time I saw him practice early." Kuina asked curiously. Cow's hero Vivi smiled. Although he didn't know what was going on, he knew that Ian's practice today was more serious than ever. "Don't disturb him, you can practice in another place," Cow's hero said. Kuina nodded, clenched her fist and said, "Brother Ian is also working hard to become stronger, I can't slack off." Ian is also immersed in his own world at this time. In fact, his mind is completely blank at this moment, and a strong sense of fatigue strikes, making him completely confused, and the reason why he can keep swinging his sword. Actions are completely subconscious actions. He didn't even know how many times he had swung his sword. If no one came to disturb him, it is estimated that he would be able to practice until he lost his strength, but at this moment, a squeaking voice suddenly came, "Ah! You are so treacherous. You didn't even wait for me to start practicing." Ian woke up from the erratic, turned his head to look, but found that it was Zoro, who was looking at himself angrily with two bamboo swords in his hands. Sweat dripped from his cheeks. Ian wiped it off, panting, "What treacherous? I don't remember that I need to call you." This guy Zoro looked at Ian for a while, then pointed at him suddenly and said, "You are also a powerful guy, right? Come and have a showdown with me. This kid is a challenge madman." Ian didn't want to pay attention to him at first, but he shouted and rushed up. When he saw his aggressive posture, Ian subconsciously slashed at him. Bah! Hit the front, hit directly in the face. Exactly the same as when Kuina hit him yesterday. Zoro's nose, which was just a little bit, was bleeding again. The current Zoro, if you ignore his ruthlessness, he is completely a rookie in swordsmanship. Ian has practiced the basic swordsmanship for so long, and it is not surprising that he can beat him. For a moment, Ian found that his sword strike seemed to be a little different from before. Although it was a subconscious reaction, the speed and strength were perfect. What's even more outrageous is that at this moment, he heard the voice in his mind. Defeat your opponent and gain experience plus 50. I quickly checked it in my mind, and found that my basic swordsmanship proficiency has increased by a lot, and even the experience value has increased. With a level, there will naturally be experience points, but Ian had never figured out how to get experience points before, but I didn't expect to figure out until now that it is necessary to defeat opponents to gain growth. No way, when he fought Kuina before, he lost all of them, and he was too embarrassed to start with the runny kids and juniors, so his opponent was always arranged by Master Kao's hero as Kuina, which caused him to fight. I have never won a battle, so naturally I don't know how to increase the experience value. When Ian was looking at his attributes, Zoro was dealing with his nose. The red mark on his face had not dissipated. Ian added another one today. Damn. That woman is like this, and so are you. Zoro said bitterly while stuffing his nose. Ian shrugged, blame me? Wait and see, I will surpass you sooner or later. Zoro glanced at Ian, walked aside, and started swinging his sword desperately. Well, now there is one more person on his list. Ian looked at the wooden knife in his hand speechlessly. He didn't expect the intersection between himself and Zoro to happen under such circumstances. Raising his head, watching Zoro's sword swing practice, Ian couldn't help but say, "You idiot, you spend so much effort slashing and you don't know how to pull it off?" Zoro had just entered the door, and Master Kao's hero had not taught Zoro any skills, so Zoro's practice at this time was completely random. Hearing Ian's voice, Zoro was stunned for a moment, then stopped and said, "Then what should we do?" Ian shook his head, walked over to support his shoulders, pressed hard on his waist, and said, "Straighten your upper body. Retract your butt, look up, and hold your chest. Put down the other bamboo sword, and you haven't even slashed. For starters, don't even think about using two." Corrected Zoro's movements, and then Ian gave him demonstration movements. These were taught to him by Master Kao's hero. As the master of the dojo, now Ian taught Zoro, the younger brother. I have to say that Zoro's talent is really amazing. After just teaching it once, he completely remembered it, and his sword swinging practice became very decent. Okay, do it yourself. Ian left him and went back to wash up. He was sore and sweaty now. While taking a bath, Ian looked at his attributes and found that his swordsmanship proficiency had risen to 28,000. The sword swinging practice with full concentration could actually double the increase in proficiency each time. Ian didn't expect it. In fact, the calculation is also true, there must be a difference between the practice with intention and the practice without intention. Looking at the card store again, Ian suddenly found that the countdown to the draw had already reached 0. In other words, Ian can finally draw cards. He had been thinking about what this card was used for, but he had no chance to verify it, and now, he finally got it. Can't wait, Ian wanted to choose to draw, but heard a voice from the system, when you draw a card for the first time, you will definitely get a 3-star purple card. For the first 10 consecutive draws, you will definitely get a 4-star orange card. Are you sure to draw? Ian was speechless for a while. It really is a typical card game mode, the first draw and 10 consecutive draws, even the grading of the cards are exactly the same. There is no hope for Ian in the 10th draw. If he wants to have a 10th draw, he must have a million Baileys. Now he can only draw once, still. Confirm the extraction. Ian said silently. The card is facing away from Ian. After Ian's confirmation, a fantastic star pattern lights up on the back of the card. Then the card is turned over in a burst of light, and then a long-haired samurai appears in Ian's field of vision. This samurai has a handsome face, his head is combed back, and he is wearing a dark red Sengoku-era samurai armor. He holds a samurai sword in his hand. What is interesting is that on his right hand armor, there is actually a samurai sword. Huge flickering eyeballs. You got a 3-star purple card, Hideman Akaizu Meisuke. Chapter 5. If you want to be awesome, please recharge. The character in front of him is too familiar to him. Isn't this the protagonist of the Onimusha game, Akakizu Meisuke? How did you get this character? Could it be because he is now learning swordsmanship? However, Ian was also curious about how to use this card, so he tried to check it out. Achieving Zo Meisuke Hideman. Card star, Samsung. Name, Onimusha. Level, Level 1. Strength, 50. Speed, 50. Life, 50. Read, 50. Skill, True Flash. The moment the enemy is about to attack you, counterattack at an extremely fast speed and cause huge damage. Bomb Flash, launch immediately after parrying an attack, counterattack at an extremely fast speed and cause huge damage. Chain Flash, continue to attack before the flash's attack opportunity expires, which can cause continuous huge damage. Fetters, get AER, life plus 32%. Obtain Senran Maru, strength plus 25%. Get Oden Nobunaga, read plus 20%. The 3-star card even has 3 skills, but it makes Ian excited, because these 3 skills are the most familiar to Ian. It can be said that the game of Ghost Warriors is just a flash. The card has been drawn, is it equipped in the card slot? As soon as the system prompted, Ian immediately confirmed it. He really wanted to know how this card character would take effect. When the equipment is confirmed, the screen immediately jumps to the team mode, and the team is connected to his own host character. There are a total of 6 card slots that can be equipped with cards, but now Ian only has 2 card slots unlocked, which is just enough to put Wise on Zo Meiji's card equipment. The rest of the card slots have a small lock hanging on it. According to Ian's estimation, these locked card slots are estimated to be unlocked only when one's own level is raised. This is not the case in general games. After equipping this card of Zo Meiji, Ian immediately noticed his own changes. He found that his attributes had an extra 15 points of strength and 15 points of speed, and the 2 attributes of life and mind were the same, each increased by 15 points. System, equip the card and activate the ability item. This made Ian feel a little surprised. He was still thinking about how to activate this energy value, but it suddenly appeared, which is really a good thing. Ian made the calculations, then asked the system, 3-star cards can get 30% of the card's attributes, is that right? Yes, 1-star cards get 10%, 2-star cards get 20%, and so on. The highest 5-star cards can get 50% attribute bonus. The system replied. Ian expressed his satisfaction and asked, can the card be improved? Yes. Cards have their own levels, and each time the level increases, the card's own attributes will be improved, and at the same time, it will be rewarded to the host according to the corresponding percentage. Cards can also be advanced and become a higher star at the same time. It will also increase the bonus percentage value, which requires the host to cultivate cards. If you recharge diamonds, you can speed up the cultivation. Recharge or something, can I wait until I have money? Ian asked silently, how to advance the card? Get the same character shards, and use the advanced stone to upgrade, the same Samsung card you already have, you can get 30 character shards. Ian checked the advanced items and found that to raise this Wise Zo Meiji to 4 stars, 120 character fragments were needed, which meant that Ian had to collect all 4 of the same cards. This is expected to be a very long process. Ian then looked at the skill item again. This card has 3 skills, so Ian is also full of expectations. However, after looking at it, Ian was a little dumbfounded, and he found that his skills were still just a basic swordsmanship. Can't the skills of the card characters be used? Ian quickly asked the system. The host needs to reach the corresponding basic ability. The system replied. Sure enough, Ian looked at the card that had been equipped in the card slot and found that the skill description at this time had changed. True Flash, at the moment when the enemy is about to attack you, counterattack at an extremely fast speed and cause huge damage, requiring primary swordsmanship skills. Bomb Flash, immediately after parrying an attack, it counterattacks at a very fast speed and causes huge damage. It needs to be activated by intermediate swordsmanship skills. Chain Flash, continue to attack before the flash's attack opportunity expires, which can cause continuous huge damage, and requires advanced swordsmanship skills to activate. And Ian is still only at the basic level of swordsmanship. Depressed with Drew, Ian found that he could only train himself desperately now. In the following time, Ian did not continue to practice, but sat in the dojo to recover his sore and trembling muscles. This is also the method taught to him by Master Kazuhiro, focusing on aerobic respiration adjustment, which seems to be able to quickly remove the lactic acid produced in the muscles, and the effect is better than massage or something. Until noon, Kuina brought food to Ian. The dojo where Ian is located is called Yukusen Dojo. The area of the dojo is quite large, but there are only 3 people who live here. The dojo master Kazuhiro is one, his daughter Kuina is one, and Ian is one. There is also Zoji, the junior brother of Master Kazuhiro, a middle-aged uncle with a mustache who serves as a teacher in the dojo. When Kazuhiro said that Kuina can defeat the adults in the dojo, he actually refers to his junior brother. The 4 of them have been living in the dojo all the time, and the rest of Ian's little brats and juniors are all residents of Shimatsuki village. Every time it is time for dinner, they go home to eat separately. But now, there is one more person who eats in the dojo, and that is Zoro. As the only woman in the dojo, Kuina always cooks the food, and her craftsmanship is not bad. Ian still enjoys it every time. Seeing Kuina coming, Ian smiled at her and got up to help set the table. Where's Masters? After the 2 sat down face to face, when they were about to eat, Ian suddenly remembered and asked. My father's has been delivered. Kuina replied. Ian nodded, didn't say much, and started to eat. In fact, in the past 3 months, Ian has noticed that when Kuina mentions his father Kazuhiro, he often addresses him with words like father. But he has never heard her call him dad. 2 different titles naturally represent different degrees of intimacy, so Ian can feel that the relationship between Kuina and Master Kazuhiro seems a little distant. After observing this period of time, Ian gradually understood why the father and daughter were like this. Master Kazuhiro usually has a harmless smile on his face, and he has an amiable expression no matter who he is, but in his heart, he has always had some traditional thoughts. He always wanted a son to inherit his Yukusen dojo, but unfortunately, Kuina's mother gave birth to a daughter for him. In his opinion, female swordsmen cannot become the strongest due to physical limitations. Kazuhiro also loves his daughter Kuina very much, but in his occasional conversations, he can't help but reveal a kind of regret. Kuina is a smart child, and he can naturally feel his father's thoughts. Under the influence of, Kuina gradually began to transform into a boy's character. She started to keep her hair short, began to practice kendo desperately, and made herself stronger and stronger. She even defeated Koshiro's junior and junior brother, and wanted to prove to her father that she could inherit this dojo and inherit Koshiro's ambition. All these are just to gain more love from my father for me. Unfortunately, these performances could not reverse Koshiro's traditional thinking. He still stubbornly believed that a girl could not inherit the dojo. Kuina may not realize this, but Ian, an adult's mind, can easily see it clearly. Brother Ian, what are you thinking? Ian lost his mind a bit. He suddenly came back to his senses after hearing Kuina's voice. He looked at Kuina and found that her beautiful big eyes were full of curiosity. This fish is delicious. Kuina, Your craftsmanship has improved again. Ian praised her, taking the opportunity to change the subject. It was given by Uncle Hull, who was fishing in the village. Koana said sweetly. Only in normal life would she show such a girl a smile. The two chatted while eating, and at this moment, a figure suddenly broke into the dojo. Zoro walked in, sweating profusely. It looked like he had just finished practicing, but when he saw the two were having lunch, he immediately shouted, "Ah!" Chapter 6 Running with Lucci is hard work. This guy was cooked by himself. Koana used chopsticks to pick up the rice and put it in his mouth, without even looking at him, said, "Yours is in the kitchen, go get it yourself." Zoro hurried to the back kitchen, and it didn't take long for him to come out with a large plate containing a bowl of spiky rice and a large fish. He put the dinner plate next to the two of them, sat cross-legged on the ground, raised the bowl and shouted, "I'm starting." Then he devoured it with all his might. It looks like he was starving. Humph. Seeing Zoro like this, Koana couldn't help but snorted coldly, the guy who eats free food, dare to eat so much. The children in the dojo came here to learn kendo, and they paid tuition fees. Although not many, they were also the source of income for the dojo. As disciples, the only two in the dojo did not pay tuition fees, one was Ian, and the other was newly joined Zoro under the door. However, the property of the dojo also includes a field, which is used to grow food, so Ian also helps the dojo to plant the land or something, and he is not considered free food. Hearing Koana's words, Zoro was stunned for a long time, then got up, with rice still hanging from the corner of his mouth, but suddenly bowed in place and said to Koana solemnly, "I'm sorry, I will help the dojo in the future." After saying this, the guy sat down with peace of mind and continued to eat, as if he didn't pay any attention to what Koana said just now. Ian was speechless for a while. This green algae-headed idiot is not an ordinary neurotic. Koana's sarcasm didn't work, so he could only poke his own rice a few times, which made Ian want to laugh. After the meal, Zoro was already lying on the ground in an unimpressive manner, patted his belly and said, "I'm full, I'm full." Koana got up and wanted to clear the plate, but at this moment, Zoro stood up and said to Koana, "Since we are full, let's have a showdown." Originally Koana didn't want to pay attention to him, but Ian said at this time, "I'll clean up the dinner plate, you come clean him." After speaking, without giving Koana a chance to speak, he got up and put the three plates together, and walked towards the back kitchen with a smirk. He knew exactly what was coming next, and if he remembered correctly, Zoro, the idiot, would have been living in Koana's shadow, with a 2001-0-0 record. So, the next step is the process of Zoro being madly abused by Koana. How could Ian let the small dinner plate be delayed and miss this good show? Sure enough, when Ian came out again, Zoro and Koana were already playing together. Compared with yesterday's battle, Zoro's moves today are no longer random, and he has learned the stance that Ian gave him in the morning. But this alone is not enough. There are still problems with the timing and strength of his shot. After a while of attacking, Koana caught the flaw. The bamboo sword in his hand stabbed forward and hit Zoro in the stomach, directly hitting him. Gotta fly out. Ian saw clearly, Zoro's eyes bulged out. Cough cough. Lying on the ground, Zoro almost vomited out the bitter gall water, but he was still so unwilling in his eyes after coughing for a while. Ian originally intended to see the joke, but after seeing Zoro's eyes, he couldn't laugh. Yes, it is such a look that will never give up. Thinking of this, Ian stood up, walked up to Koana, and said, "Koana, do you still have strength?" Koana taught Zoro a small lesson, and really wanted to leave, but Ian stood up at this time. After being stunned for a while, she replied, "Of course." "Then, have a fight with me," Ian said seriously. "It's rare, brother Ian, you actually challenge me." Kuina suddenly laughed. After hearing this, Ian also felt a little panicked. He had never challenged Kuina on his own before. However, since the card was drawn, he also wanted to see how much help this card could bring him. Seeing that the two were going to confront each other, Zoro stopped coughing, hurried to the side to make way, and sat down to watch. In the arena, Ian and Kuina were standing face to face, holding bamboo swords and staring at each other closely, sensing the tiny movements of each other's whole body. When Ian saw Kuina's shoulder vivi swaying, he secretly said, "Here." Next second, Kuina was already rushing towards him, and the steps under her feet moved very fast, but unfortunately, Ian's reaction was faster. Without thinking, he stabbed directly in the direction where Kuina was rushing. Sword. The speed of this sword was beyond Kuina's imagination. She quickly staggered, and the bamboo sword swept across, blocking Ian's attack. Afterwards, the two of you came and went and started to attack each other. The clatter of bamboo swords kept ringing, blocking and counter-attacking, and they fought a dozen times in an instant. The offense and defense between the two actually don't have many gorgeous moves. Professor Koshiro's kendo doesn't have any special sword moves. In fact, over the years, whether it's Kuina or Ian, all they've learned are basic moves. However, it was these basic actions that made the duel between the two so intense that Zoro, who was watching the battle next to him, was almost dumbfounded. Evenly matched. Ian could feel that he was tied with Kuina for the first time. He found a huge change in himself. His shooting speed and reaction speed have increased, and every time he swings the sword, he is more powerful, although the sudden increase in power makes Ian seem a little bit more retractable. It is not easy to grasp, but it is undeniable that the increase in strength has caused a lot of trouble for Kuina. It's just that the violent action brought a huge amount of physical exertion. After fighting for a while, Ian and Kuina stopped at the same time. "Brother Ian, your progress is amazing." Kuina took this opportunity to ask him curiously, "Yesterday you still lost to me, how did you do it? You won't always be let me have it?" "No." Ian shook his head. He didn't dare to admit it. With Kuina's self-esteem, if he dared to admit that he kept letting her go, maybe she would turn her head and stop caring about him, so he explained, "Then it's because I practice more seriously than ever, so I'm better than ever." "Really?" Kuina suddenly remembered the scene of Ian's morning exercise in the morning. That concentration cannot be deceived, so he immediately accepted Ian's statement. "It's a tie, is that okay?" Ian wiped his sweat and said, "I'm running out of energy." Kuina was still a little unwilling. Like Zoro, she is actually a strong child. She has been invincible in the village since she was a child, and she will not be willing to fail, but seeing Ian say this, she can only stop. Fortunately, a tie is not a failure, right? Kuina left. Ian stood there panting, looking down at his sweaty palms, thinking, maybe physical training and strength training should be put on the agenda, although the time with Kuina is very short, but he is able to perceive his own lack of physical strength, and since the strength and speed bonuses brought to him by cards are very direct, he must also adapt to these changes as soon as possible. The current attributes show that his strength and speed are both 20, and his Deo force value has also increased a bit, reaching 14 points, that is to say, if he can fully utilize his attributes, it can already be compared to a standard marine. Soldiers are stronger. However, it's still crap. Thinking like this, Ian suddenly found someone pulling his sleeve, looked down, and found that it was Zoro. The current Ian is a 10-year-old child, and Zoro is younger, which makes Ian a head taller than Zoro. He looks down at Zoro, and Zoro looks up at him. "What's the matter?" Ian asked him. "Brother Ian, can you teach me? I want to beat that woman," Zoro said. This was the first time I heard Zoro call me like that, probably because of the battle with Kuina just now. Ian was inexplicably excited about this name. Hearing Zoro's proposal, Ian was also a little moved. Although he didn't want to admit it, the appearance of Zoro really stimulated Ian. If I could exercise with him, I would be very motivated by Zoro. A big boost, right? That's good. Start tomorrow, you and I will exercise together. Ian responded quickly. Master Kazuhiro, the master of Yukusen Dojo, did not personally teach his disciples. Most of the time, his junior disciples did the work for him. Even Ian, a formal disciple who entered the house, rarely saw him take action. Strength, Ian always thought it was a mystery, so Zoro followed him and taught him by himself. It didn't seem to matter. So, the next day, when Ian got up in the morning to exercise, there was a small tail behind him. Run first. Seeing Zoro looking at himself, Ian could only bite the bullet and teach, follow me, let's run around the village first. Zoro nodded vigorously. Ian turned around and started to run, but before he ran a few steps, he found that Zoro hadn't followed. Looking back, I found that the idiot Zoro ran out in the opposite direction. Come back. You big idiot. Ian roared with blue veins on his forehead, you can lose it if you are so close. Zoro heard the shout and turned around quickly, trying to keep up. However, just in the sight of Ian's gaze, this guy just ran 2 steps, and suddenly made an inexplicable turn. Ian doesn't even know how to complain. He has grown up since he was a child. He is the #1 lunatic in history, and his reputation is well deserved. Chapter 7 Swordsmanship Improvement. Ian felt so tired. He didn't know if it was a mistake to take Zoro to exercise together. Running around the village, Ian corrected the direction of this idiot a total of 128 times. The morning was spent in Ian's rower. After the run was finally over, Ian took him to a grove near the sea. The following is the sword-swinging exercise. Ian panted and said, after the sword-swinging exercise, let's do the strength exercise. It is another 1,000 times of swinging the sword, and every time I have to pay full attention to experience it, but I don't know if I am gradually getting used to it. After Ian finished swinging the sword, he found that the muscles in his arms were not as weak as yesterday. Ian completed the sword-swinging practice first, then he found some ropes, tied 2 large rocks weighing dozens of pounds with ropes, then found a relatively strong tree, and threw the ropes through the branches. Using the branch as a lever, the left and right hands hold a rope respectively, and start to pull up by punching. This is a simple way to exercise equipment, right? When Ian was desperately exercising his strength, Zoro was still doing sword-swinging exercises. After mastering the basic movements of sword-swinging yesterday, Zoro still took 2 bamboo swords and attacked the target tree stump desperately. He came here to go to the dark on the road of the second sword style. Ian didn't care about him. The 2 of them were actually practicing each other now, and they only used each other as an object of encouragement. At most, Ian corrected Zoro's movements from time to time. Zoro's sword-swinging practice was completed, Ian's strength training was coming to an end. It's my turn. Zoro couldn't wait to pick up the rope that Ian had dropped, and imitated Ian to pull it up. For a child, 2 tens of kilograms of stones are not easy. Ian looked at Zoro's gritty appearance, suddenly heisho, and tied a smaller stone with the remaining rope, and then handed it to Zoro past. Here, bite it with your teeth. Then grab it and don't let it fall. Ian said. Why? Zoro asked stupidly, puzzled. You didn't do that just now? Listen to me, you will use it later. Ian gave a mysterious smile. Yes, you will definitely use it in the future, because the road you will take in the future will not be the second sword style, but the third sword style. Thank me, I will help you exercise in advance now, you will have a good mouth. Due to Ian's mischief, Zoro started the exercise of the 3 swords in advance, only to see that he was biting the hanging stone in his mouth, standing upright as much as possible. His arms were pulling the other two large stones, and the whole person was stunned. Started to tremble, but held on little by little. Ignoring him, Ian picked up a larger stone, raised his hands above his head, and continued to squat like weights. This is the exercise method he just thought of. It can exercise the strength of the waist, abdomen and legs, and can effectively train his speed. From the current point of view, his attributes have increased by only 2 points, one is from the bonus of cards, and the other is the improvement of his own level. In addition, Ian is also thinking about whether his attributes still exist. Can you grow through your own exercise? So all the training he does now is actually just groping. There was not much conversation between the two, sweating like rain, and they continued to practice until noon, and finally stopped when they were so sore that they could no longer continue. Lying on their backs on the ground, both of them were breathing heavily. Ian adjusted his breathing, trying to recover his strength as soon as possible. I don't know how long it took. He was finally able to get up and was about to call Zoro. But I found out that this guy was actually asleep. This sleepiness problem, has it been open since childhood? Ian shook his head helplessly, carried Zoro on his back, and then slowly moved towards the dojo step by step. What the two of them didn't know was that Kuina appeared a little above the mountainside where they were exercising, also full of exhaustion and sweat, but when she looked at the exercise side of Ian and Zoro below, her eyes were full of stubbornness. After lunch and rest, Ian brought Zoro to the field of the dojo, waving a hoe, and started to work, and at night, he began to continue exercising. The middle, Zoro would go to Kuina to challenge every time he got an opportunity, but unfortunately, he was taught by Kuina every time. Strange to say, obviously now Ian and Kuina can draw a tie. Ordinarily, fighting with Ian is the same as fighting with Kuina, but Zoro rarely challenges Ian, he is more with Ian. They practice together, but they never tire of challenging Kuina, even if they were repaired badly every time, but they went back after the injury was healed. This happened at least 3 or 4 times a day. This time, Ian wondered if this product was a product. Hidden trembling M. What Ian doesn't know is that Zoro, a stubborn idiot, has a very simple idea. For Ian, who has been taking his own exercises to become stronger, Zoro positions him as a senior and a big brother, but for Kuina, he is positioned as an opponent. Different positions naturally lead to differences in treatment. Usually, it is normal to be beaten by a senior brother occasionally, but if you are beaten by an opponent, it is unbearable. Except when challenging Kuina, Zoro followed Ian almost inseparably, and just like Zoro was not willing to lose to Kuina, Ian was not willing to be compared by this guy who was 2 years younger than him, and the two worked hard together. Efforts to become stronger, which in turn stimulated Kuina, secretly continued to practice. An inexplicable competition formed between the three. Kaohiro naturally saw the scene in his eyes, but he didn't stop him in any way, and let it go with a smiling expression. Just like that, more than a month passed. In this month's time, Ian's body has undergone tremendous changes. His muscles have begun to take shape. Although he looks a little thin due to the child's body, the momentum of that kind of power has begun to radiate. His conjecture has been verified. Self-exercise can also improve one's own attributes. However, this kind of improvement is relatively slow. Take strength training as an example. If he has 20 points of strength and can lift 100 pounds under the limit, then if he wants to gain strength attributes again, he must break this. The limit is to lift a weight of 110 pounds or more, and every time the limit is exceeded, it will bring a 1-point increase in strength. After more than a month, Ian continued to increase the weight of the stone for exercise, but only increased his strength by 3 points. It's very slow, but it's a supplement to Ian becoming stronger. After all, in the peaceful little village of Shimatsuki, there are no bandits, let alone enemies. The only opponents Ian can usually find are Kuina and Zoro. That's it. Other than that, he couldn't find anyone who could increase his experience. However, Kuina couldn't beat him. He was tied at most and didn't get experience. Zoro could beat him, but he gave too little experience, only 50 points each time. That's it, and now it takes 1000 experience points to upgrade from level 1 to level 2. It's impossible to beat him every day, right? That is to say, in a short period of time, Ian's level cannot be greatly improved. If he can't level up, his cards can't be improved. He has asked the system, and the level of cards cannot exceed the host's own graded. Therefore, the only way to increase attributes is to exercise on your own. Fortunately, after more than a month of unremitting practice, his basic swordsmanship proficiency was finally full. How should I put it, this feeling is amazing. When the basic swordsmanship proficiency is full and upgraded to the primary swordsmanship, when Ian holds the bamboo sword in his hand, he suddenly finds that his body memory feels completely different about the sword. Without a trace of obstruction and stagnation, the bamboo sword in his hand no longer feels like a foreign tool in the past. It is like a part of the body when held in the hand, and it can actually be controlled like an arm. Perhaps thanks to long-term and persistent practice, the improvement of swordsmanship was completed so naturally, and the bottleneck did not appear in Ian's imagination. This should be a sublimation process from quantitative change to qualitative change, right? Ian thought so. Primary swordsmanship, you have a qualitative understanding of the way of the sword, your sword speed plus 10%, destructive power plus 10%. This is the system's description of the attributes of primary swordsmanship. The speed of the sword is easy to understand, but the increase in destructive power makes Ian a little puzzled. Standard. So after thinking about it, Ian can only interpret it as a more serious injury after hitting the opponent. Chapter 8 Big Face Person. The improvement of swordsmanship has brought a slight increase in Deo strength. Now Ian's Deo strength has reached 20 points. In addition, what Ian is most concerned about is that now he can finally use the true flash skill of Shizuo Meiji's card. When he thinks of the handsome flash that killed his opponent when he was playing the Onimusha game, Ian felt itchy and unbearable. Can he finally pretend to be forced this time? Gotta find someone to try it out, Ian thought. The first choice, of course, is Kuina, but when he thinks of Kuina, Ian hesitates a little. In a short time, he has also discovered that the strength of personal strength can indeed be judged by Deo strength. In swordsmanship before the realm was raised, Ian had 14 points of Deo strength. With all his strength, he could play a tie with Kuina. Then Kuina's Deo strength value at that time may be around 15 to 17 points, which is in line with her ability to fight. The impression of an adult in the Wind Dojo. And since this time, Ian has also discovered that Kuina is still working hard to become stronger. It is estimated that Ian is still similar to Kuina in terms of Deo strength. However, Ian can now use the secret skill of True Flash. According to the attribute description of this sword move, it may be quite powerful. If one accidentally hits Kuina in the fight, it is very likely that Kuina will be injured. In this village, the only thing Ian didn't want to hurt was Kuina, so he wouldn't use Kuina to try his sword moves. Otherwise, go to the instructor Zyuosuke, or go to Master Kaohiro. Thinking like this, Ian stopped practicing and said to Zoro, who was still holding a stone in his mouth while doing muscle exercises, "You practice hard, I'll go back to the dojo." After hearing Ian's words, Zoro naturally wanted to respond. Just as he was about to open his mouth to agree, the stone fell off and hit his feet. Ouch! With a scream, Zoro was suddenly tragic. This idiot! Ian shook his head speechlessly, ignoring Zoro, who was jumping up and down on his instep, and walked towards the village. After arriving at the dojo, Ian found that the younger brothers and sisters who were supposed to be training were gathering together and discussing something outside the dojo. "Did you see it? That man is so tall. If you want me to say, his face is the biggest." Yeah, it's the first time I've seen someone with such a big face." Ian was curious and asked aloud, "What are you doing around here if you don't go to practice?" Hearing the voice, a group of junior brothers quickly turned their heads, and one of the children with a watermelon head ran over, snot on his face, and asked for credit. "Senior brother Ian, there are outsiders in the village, when we were at the beach today. As you can see, among those people, there is one with a very big face, it's amazing." The other little juniors also nodded, surrounding Ian chatteringly describing the man. Ian was moved, suddenly remembered something, and asked, "Are there any newspapers? Who got the latest newspapers?" Since I started exercising with Zorro, Ian didn't go to buy a newspaper for Master Cow's hero recently. The job was handed over to other juniors. When he heard his question, one of the bald juniors hurried to the dojo and took out a newspaper was given to Ian. Ian opened the newspaper and saw a huge headline on the front page of the news: "World Noble Saint Chalcoma is about to arrive in the Kingdom of Goa for a visit." In East Blue, even in the small village of Shimatsuki, you know that the Goa Kingdom, which can be called the most beautiful country in East Blue, can attract the world's nobles, Tenryabito, to visit it. However, Ian knew that this so-called most beautiful country just hides all the dirty things and excludes some unbeautiful things. This is a model of a segregated society. As soon as I saw the name of Goa Kingdom in the newspaper, Ian suddenly remembered one thing, that is Sabo's early departure to sea. This sick country, for the sake of the cleanliness and beauty of its city, swept all the garbage out of the city, concentrated it outside the city, and drove all the unsightly homeless and unemployed to the mountain of garbage to survive, and then they built a high wall to separate the garbage mountain from the city, forming two different worlds. They call it the indeterminate terminus. On weekdays, they ignore the world of the garbage mountain, as if there is no such place in their own country, but when Tenryabito decided to visit, in order to prevent the odor of the garbage mountain from polluting the air, he chose to put the garbage mountain, burn it clean. They knew that there were many people living there, but they still chose to do it. They never thought about what would happen to those homeless people when they lost the soil on which they lived. They were suffocating and cruel. Although Sabo is an aristocrat in this country, his nature is to yearn for freedom, and he has always wanted to escape from this suffocating place. After learning that Trash Mountain is about to be burned, Sabo has been trying to find a way to inform his two sworn brothers, Luffy and Ace, but he is imprisoned at home by his parents. The life and death of his brother is unknown, but the people in the Goa Kingdom that he saw face to face were indifferent and unconcerned faces. Sabo finally saw the ugliness and hypocrisy of this world. He couldn't bear it, and finally chose after fleeing. He knocked out the guards, left a letter to Luffy and Ace, and took a small boat to sea ahead of schedule. However, unfortunately, the day he went to sea happened to be the time when the world noble Tenryabito arrived. The oncoming big ship, Sabo chose to politely avoid it, and also imagined that one day he could become the captain of such a big ship, galloping across the sea, but he did not expect that his politeness could not be arrogant. The understanding of Tenryabito, unable to allow a pariah to pass by Tenryabito, directly attacked Sabo's ship. In the world of One Piece/King of Pirates, the world government has always regarded pirates as cancers, but in Ian's view, these so-called world nobles Tenryabito are the real cancers. These self-noble Tenryabito can be said to be the ugliest aggregate of human nature. Thinking of this, Ian couldn't help but sigh for a while. If I remember correctly, the man with the big face mentioned by the younger brothers should be the Shemale King Ivankov, right? Ivankov, a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, means that Luffy's father, the revolutionary Monkey D. Dragon, has also arrived in East Blue, and he should be on his way to Goa Kingdom now. Putting down the newspaper, Ian stood up and asked the younger brothers, "You guys practice hard here, I'll take a look." "Ah, brother Ian, you are so cunning, you didn't even take us?" The watermelon-headed child couldn't help shouting. Ian patted his head amusingly and walked out of the dojo. Ivankov came to Shimatsuki village, probably because he was separated from Dragon. Dragon's trip to Goa Kingdom was a secret operation, so it was impossible to bring Ivankov with him. His huge face was so eye-catching that it would be exposed. Ian chose to see Ivankov. First, he was curious to meet the legendary Shemale King in person. Second, he also wanted to see if he could meet Dragon. In the world of One Piece/King of Pirates, there are many mysterious characters. Luffy's father Dragon is one of them. No one knows his origin, no one knows his strength. What he plays is a complete behind the scenes, the existence of a big boss. Chapter 9 Hacking. Ian walked while thinking about it, and when he arrived at the entrance of the village, he saw the person he wanted to see. A group of 7 or 8 people was walking towards the village at this time. The first one was a very tall guy, at least 2 meters above the eye. He was shrouded in a green cloak, but his face could not be covered, and in Ian's sight, Ivankov's face took up half of his body. For Ian, this face is almost the same height as his 10-year-old body. "Oh, I'm going. I'm scared to death." Even though Ian was mentally prepared, he was still startled by this face. Ivankov has thick eyeshadows and eyelash lines painted on his eyes, and purple lip gloss on his bloody lips. The whole person looks like a ghost. Ivankov in the comics, I only thought it was exaggerated, but after seeing the real person, Ian only felt afraid of people. No wonder that Dragon didn't take you to the ceremony. Look at your heavy makeup, and with this big face, how blind must you be to not notice you? Ivankov, Ian saw another figure tragically left behind by Dragon. It was a taller man than Ivankov, also wearing a green cloak, but the cap of the cloak had 2 round ears. "Uncle Seong, your cute bear-eared hat has completely betrayed you. Do you think people won't recognize you if you wear a cloak?" That's right, what followed Ivankov was another cadre of the revolutionaries, Bartholomew Big Bear. At the moment of seeing them, Ian finally knew why he said that Ivankov's companion was a big bear. With their height and unique style, others couldn't match them. Except for the big bear and Ivankov, the rest of the people are not so conspicuous. Although they also look cool in cloaks, it can be seen that they should be ordinary members of the Revolutionary Army. When Ian saw them, they naturally saw Ian too. Who is this black-haired boy? Is it really okay to be seen by a child? Several members of the Revolutionary Army were talking in low voices, but Ivankov didn't care so much, walked up to Ian and looked down at him. "Hip hop? Boy. The katana you're wearing, are you studying at the village dojo?" Ian came back to his senses at this time and nodded. "Is your dojo called Yuxin Dojo?" Ivankov pointed to the cross-embroidered sign of the 2 swords on Ian's chest. "I remember it as the name." "How do you know?" Ian felt a little curious. "Do you know Master Kazuhiro?" Ivankov turned his head and glanced at the big bear behind him, but the big bear showed no expression and was looking at it with a book in his hand, looking very focused. Then Ivankov turned around and said to Ian, "That's right. Boy, you know it." "Knowing is knowing, what is knowing?" Ian was a little puzzled, but he didn't ask much. "Can you take us to your dojo?" Ivankov asked. Ian's eyes rolled. He didn't know what his master Kazuhiro had to do with the Revolutionary Army. It didn't matter if he took them to his master. Pity. So he nodded and said, "Yes, but you have to promise me a condition." Ivankov asked curiously, "What conditions?" Ian looked at the Revolutionary Army soldiers behind him, pointed at them and said, "It's very simple, just come and fight with me." "What?" The few soldiers of the Revolutionary Army were so surprised that they thought they had heard it wrong. One of them even stepped forward, bent over and touched Ian's head, and said, "Little devil, don't make trouble, take us to the dojo, okay? I'll give you candy. Oh my go. Even if Master Cow's hero touches my head, how dare you treat me like a child?" Ian slapped his hand off, looked at the sword on his waist, and said, "Well, it's you." The Revolutionary Army soldier was also dumbfounded. He didn't expect the child to be so individual, so he could only look at Ivankov for help. Ivankov glanced at Ian and found that the expression on his face was serious, so he had to say, "Don't hurt this boy." The Revolutionary Army soldier nodded helplessly, stood where he was, without drawing a knife. He took a stance and said to Ian, "Okay, come on kid. I don't need a weapon, I just use my fists and punches." Ian didn't talk nonsense, and rushed up holding the bamboo sword. The first time they fought, this Revolutionary Army soldier almost suffered a big loss. He didn't expect Ian's speed to be so fast. In a cold sweat. Ian didn't care so much, the long-term practice in the dojo had made him turn the sword into an instinct. After the Revolutionary Army soldiers avoided it, he immediately seized the opponent's rib space and stabbed with the sword. Out. Able to follow Ivankov's side, even an ordinary soldier has two strokes. The Revolutionary Army soldier turned sideways, dodged Ian's attack, raised his leg and kicked at Ian. However, as soon as he was kicked out, he regretted it. He used all his strength this time, and he was forced to be serious by a child. Thinking of this, he unconsciously drew back a little force. However, what he didn't know was that what Ian was waiting for was his fight back. There are conditions to activate the flash skill, that is, it can be activated at the moment when the opponent is about to attack him. If the Revolutionary Army soldier just dodged and didn't fight back, how could Ian use the skill? So seeing the opponent kicking, Ian didn't dodge and stared closely at his movements. When the opponent's foot was about to kick him, Ian wanted to use a flash skill as soon as he was ruthless. I just didn't expect that in the next second, with a bang, he was kicked in the face and flew out. The Revolutionary Army soldier didn't even think that Ian would hit the move, and he was startled after the kick, and hurried over to see Ian. Half of Ian's face hurts to death now, lying on the ground and grinning. He didn't expect that the flash skill would fail to activate, causing himself to be kicked in vain. Damn, this flash skill is more difficult to grasp the timing than imagined. Are you all right? The Revolutionary soldier asked with concern. Ian shook his head, stood up from the ground, clenched the bamboo sword again, and said, "Come again." The Revolutionary soldier waved his hand and said, No, if you come again, I'm afraid you will be injured again." "Don't worry, I haven't lost yet." I don't know if it's because of staying with Kuwanazaro for a long time, Ian found that he has the spirit of not admitting defeat now. What is such a little pain? Seeing him like this, the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army had no choice but to face Ian's challenge again. Ivankov stood next to him and kept watching, and found it quite interesting. He regarded Ian as a child who wanted to challenge adults. He admired Ian's unyielding spirit. Although Big Bear was holding a book in his hand, but he didn't know whether he was reading a book or watching the battle between Ian and the two. Ian is more serious than before. In fact, at first, he treated these Revolutionary Army soldiers who were background in the comics as trash, thinking that they were not that strong, but now he realized that this is the real world, even if it is a trash fish, but it is actually very strong, at least stronger than a child whose body has not yet fully grown. The two fought again, and the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army found that Ian's shot speed was much faster. He was more and more difficult to hide, so he could only fight back again. He wanted to defeat Ian, and he felt embarrassed to end the game's battle. This time, he didn't dare to kick with his feet, but instead used his fists. The strength of his fists was better than his feet. He didn't want to really hurt Ian. However, Ian, who was in a state of concentration at this time, reacted very sharply. Seeing his fist attacking him, he saw the opportunity to launch a flash skill again. Just as the fist of the Revolutionary Army soldier was about to hit Ian suddenly disappeared from him. No one could see exactly how Ian's footsteps moved, only to see him instantly appear beside the Revolutionary Army soldier, the bamboo sword raised high, slashing straight down at an incredible speed. The speed of the sword is so fast, with a whistling sound, like an afterimage, a flash of light streaks in the air and hits the backs of the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army fiercely. The revolutionary soldier was a relatively tall adult, but after taking the blow on his back, he only felt a huge force coming. Under this heavy pressure, the bones on his back seemed to whine. The whole body fell down involuntarily, and was hit from standing to lying down by this blow, and at the moment of falling down, he couldn't help but let out a scream. Ivankov, who was watching the battle, was even more amazed at this time. He was not amazed that a child could beat an adult, but was amazed by what he had just perceived. Pulling on the cloak, he couldn't help turning one leg in place, revealing his muscular thighs in mesh stockings. Hip-hop? It's actually Haki's fluctuation? How could this boy wake up Haki at such a young age? It's a pity that Ian didn't hear what he said. At the moment when the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army screamed, Ian couldn't help but let out a scream. The difference is that the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army screamed with pain in their backs, while Ian screamed with headaches. That's right, Ian's flash finally succeeded, but what he didn't expect was that it was accompanied by a piercing headache, which was so painful that he couldn't even hold the bamboo sword in his hand. He finally knew why the description of the flash skill said that it could cause huge damage, because after the flash was activated just now, Ian's only 15 points of psychic power were used up, and he could feel it at the same time. When he made a sword, there was some kind of power wrapped around his entire sword body. That should be the ability to read. It is precisely because of the mind wrapped around the sword that his blow just now knocked down a veteran Revolutionary Army soldier. It's very much like Armament Haki's feeling, which is why Ivankov has such a surprise. It's a pity that the first time I used a flash skill. Once he really used his mind power, he couldn't grasp the consumption of mind power, which led to all the mind power being used at once, and the exhausted mind power finally brought a strong irritating headache. Ian sat on the ground and held his head tightly to ease the pain, but in Ivankov's eyes, this became a sign of Ian's awakening Haki. Chapter 10 Don't touch the head on a child. To use Haki is nothing. Ivankov has seen many people who know how to use Haki, and he is surprised by Ian's age. Haki is a potential power possessed by all human beings. It exists like an instinct, but most people are unaware of this power, or they cannot exert it throughout their lives. Under normal circumstances, people can only go through hard training and sharpening can it be possible to master the way of using this power, so generally those who can use Haki are in adulthood. However, Ivankov has seen an exception today. This exception is Ian. Judging from his height, he looks like 12 years old at most, maybe less, but such a small child has Haki fluctuations on his body. So at this moment, he looked at Ian as if he was looking at a genius. No, he looked at a monster. And Ian squatted on the ground and held his head for a while before he felt the headache eased a little. Before he could ask the system what was going on, he suddenly heard a series of prompts from the system. You defeat an opponent who is higher than your strength and gain 500 experience points. You got the achievement reward, the first time to use the mind skill to fight. You have acquired the basic mind training skills, the current proficiency, 0. What's the situation? Ian endured the headache and checked it in his mind. The experience value suddenly soared a lot, which is easy to understand. In fact, at the beginning, Ian was a little careful. The reason why he chose a Revolutionary Army soldier as his opponent was that he wanted to test his flashing skills. In addition, he also wanted to see if he could defeat the opponent to gain experience points. In his opinion, if he was a child, the opponent would definitely show mercy, which naturally gave him a chance to win. To put it bluntly, the Revolutionary Army soldier was actually slapped by Ian. However, what he didn't expect was that he could gain so much experience by defeating an opponent with higher strength than himself. Now Ian's experience value has risen to 750 points, and he will be able to level up soon, and will usher in it again at that time. Property improvement. After using the flash skill, Ian also got an achievement reward. When he opened the achievement interface, he found that the reward was actually 5 books of experience. This book of experience is not for Ian to use, but to improve the card level. In addition to this achievement reward, Ian also saw other rewards in the achievement interface, such as defeat 10 opponents, defeat 100 opponents, or reach 50 points of Deo and reach 100 points of Deo. The rewards given by these achievements are not the same. The common one is the Book of Experience, the higher ones are rewarded with advanced stones and diamonds, of which the diamond rewards are the least, and Ian is not surprised. I am very clear about the stinginess of this game system, this small amount of diamond rewards. In fact, the real purpose is to attract you to recharge. What surprised Ian the most was the basic mind training skills he had just acquired. When he first saw his basic swordsmanship skills, Ian was wondering if there are other types of such basic skills. Appeared. Basic mindfulness cultivation, increase the number of mind points recovered per hour, the current recovery value, 1 point, the current proficiency, 0/1000. After seeing the description of this skill, Ian immediately understood that the skill is used to restore his own psychic power. That's right, the skills obtained from the cards almost depend on the intent value to activate, and the one's intent energy is only a little bit. What should I do if I run out? Now that you have this basic mindfulness practice skill, even if you run out of mindfulness, you can slowly recover as long as you rest for a while. I just don't know how to increase the proficiency of this skill. Could it be that he is constantly consuming his own energy value to improve? It's very likely that this is the case. Didn't you see that the proficiency of this skill is much lower than that of the swordsmanship skill? After Ian's swordsmanship skills were upgraded to primary swordsmanship, the proficiency required to upgrade to intermediate swordsmanship turned out to be as many as 1 million. When he first saw it, even he himself took a breath of air. Comparing this value with the current mindfulness practice skills, it felt like a bunker. Perhaps it was because of the slow recovery effect of the skill that Ian's headache was relieved. Just as he was thinking about it, he suddenly realized that there seemed to be someone in front of him. He looked up and saw Ivankov's picture. Slap in the face. From a close distance, this face is even more frightening. Ian shrank back 2 steps in shock and asked, "What are you doing?" "Hip hop. Boy." Ivankov seemed to be in a very happy mood, turning around again, and said to Ian, "It's amazing, what's your name?" "My name is Ian." "Ian Candy." Ivankov said, "How are you feeling now? Do you need me to treat you?" "No, I'm better." Ian quickly waved his hands. Ivan didn't dare to accept Ivankov's kindness. The guy who ate the hormone fruit in front of him didn't even know whether he was a man or a woman. Although his current image was a man, he could turn into a woman at any time. A person who can freely control hormones, Ian is determined not to let him touch his body. The ghost knows when he treats himself with healing hormones or sex hormones. "Okay." Ivankov nodded and said, "Don't worry too much. Your headache should be the sequelae of awakening haki. It's fine. By the way, do you know what haki is?" If anyone in Shimatsuki village who was familiar with him had asked this question, Ian would have pretended to be naive and said he didn't know, but it was Ivankov who asked this question, so Ian didn't need to hide anything. He just nodded and said, "No." He understands that Ivankov may be thinking of his ability as haki, that's why he asks that. However, Ian himself knows his own affairs. Since this time, Ian has been trying to figure out his own mind ability. In his judgment, there may be some differences between the mind ability and the real haki, although the essence may be similar. However, the form of expression is not necessarily the same. The ability of the mind is wrapped around the sword, which can simulate the effect of armament haki, but such as conqueror haki, the ability of mind cannot necessarily be simulated. He guessed that he originally wanted to give Ian a long talk about haki, but he was held back by Ian's words. Ian found that he was shaking all over, with a very hard expression. The end, Ivankov said, you know? Ah, it's really amazing, then I don't need to explain it to you, you just need to take more rest these days. Who are you? Ian pretended to ask, even though he already knew Ivankov's name. Hip hop. I'm Emporio Ivankov. Ivankov turned around and said, you can call me Eva or Ivan, the name is not important at all, even if you call me Poop it doesn't matter. Then suddenly, Ivankov exclaimed angrily, I don't want to be called Poop. Ian looked at him speechlessly, I didn't call anything. At this time, several other soldiers of the Revolutionary Army also gathered around and looked at Ian with amazement. They probably knew about haki, but they failed to develop it. They were very shocked that Ian could use haki at such a young age. At the same time, it is estimated that they feel that they have lived to the dog at their age, so they praised Ian loudly. Everyone likes to listen to praise, and Ian is no exception, but the problem is that these guys are trying to touch his head while saying, little devil, it's amazing. This is unbearable. Just when Ian was about to have a seizure, the revolutionary soldier who fought against him just now came over. Seeing how he was grinning in pain, Ian still felt unsatisfied, so he asked him, are you all right? The Revolutionary Army soldier felt that he was at a loss, even if it was a fight with a child, the key was to lose the fight. However, listening to Ian's question, out of the pride of an adult, the Revolutionary Army soldier tried his best to show Ian. With a smile on his face, his white teeth gleamed, and then he even touched Ian's head. Can you take us to the dojo now? The Revolutionary Army soldier asked. Fuck me, touch my head again. Ian blinked, nodded obediently, turned around and left, and everyone quickly followed. However, what they did not expect was that under the leadership of Ian, they did not reach the dojo for a long time. Strange, why do I feel like we passed by here just now? A Revolutionary Army soldier scratched his head in confusion. How is it possible? You must have misremembered. Ian said without looking back. Everyone can only continue to follow him, but they don't know that they are completely taken by Ian and have circled the whole village. This is a small revenge from a man who resents killing his head. In fact, this was already discovered by Ian's conscience. Originally, he planned to go around a dozen times. Chapter 11 I also have Love Crazy 7. It's here. Ian stopped outside the dojo. At this time, it was noon, and Kazuhiro was basking in the sun in the yard. Ian naturally saw him at a glance. After running over, he said to Kazuhiro, Master, someone is coming to you. When he said this, Ian kept staring at Kazuhiro, but found that Kazuhiro was still smiling, and he was not surprised by the appearance of Ivankov and the others. Hello. Long time no see. Kazuhiro greeted him and said to Ivankov and Big Bear with a smile. Mr. Kazuhiro. Big Bear remained silent, but Ivankov called out with a laugh. Ian has been following the conversation between the two sides. He originally thought that Master Kazuhiro might have something to do with the Revolutionary Army, but looking at the current situation, it seems that something is wrong. Kazuhiro aside, the attitude of Ivankov, Dakshin, and the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army towards Kazuhiro is not like the attitude of seeing his companions. The feeling of a regular guest. Now that I think about it carefully, I think it's the same. If Master Kazuhiro was really a member of the Revolutionary Army, How could he have stayed in this Shimatsuki village for so many years? Retire. Don't be ridiculous, the Revolutionary Army has only been active in the world for a few years now. So Ian felt that Master Kazuhiro should not be a member of the Revolutionary Army. Is it really just acquaintance, as Ivankov said? Ian was so distracted that he didn't hear what Master Kazuhiro and Ivankov said. After seeing Master Kazuhiro stretch out his hand and lead them into the dojo, Ian came back to his senses. The group was brought into the dojo by Kazuhiro as a guest. Since there was no special reception room in the dojo, the two parties sat down in the hall. Ian originally wanted to hear what they had to say, but Kazuhiro unexpectedly let him. He goes to make tea. A last resort, Ian could only go to the back kitchen to boil water and make tea. He looked around, but he didn't see Kuina, and he didn't know where she went to exercise. So did Zoro. This idiot is probably still on the mountain. After a while, Ian boiled the water, took out a few cups to make tea, put it on a plate and took it out. After Ian came, he gave the tea to everyone, and found that he didn't know what the two sides were chatting about. Although Master Kazuhiro had a smile on his face, he could sense a trace of loneliness. After seeing Ian coming, Kazuhiro said to him again, "Ian, go to the warehouse to check and see how much food we have left." Food? Ah, yes, Ivankov and the others came to Shimatsuki village to prepare food. Sure enough, Ivankov said, "We'll buy it at market price." However, Kazuhiro shook his head and said, "No, it's not worth much, just treat it as what I gave to you." Ivankov didn't refuse. Seeing that there was no problem, Ian turned around and walked out, preparing to go to the warehouse to count the food. Master Koshiro's voice came from behind, "The one who just went out is the oldest disciple in my dojo." Ian guessed that Master Kazuhiro was introducing himself to Ivankov and the others, so he didn't mind. The food in the warehouse is produced in the fields of the dojo. Only a few people eat in the dojo, and the consumption is small, so there is still a lot of surplus. Ian took some time to count it and found that there are more than 100 bag. According to a bag of about 50 caddies, I am afraid that there are more than 5,000 caddies of grain, both wheat and rice. Ran back and reported to Kazuhiro. Ivankov and the others finally decided to take 3,000 caddies of grain. Ian looked at them and found that there were only 7 or 8 of them. I didn't know how they would carry the 3,000 caddies of grain. However, what Ian didn't expect was that the big bear suddenly stood up and asked Ian to bring him to the warehouse. He tucked the thick book under his armpit, then freed his left hand and took off his right glove, revealing a strange-looking palm. On that palm, there is actually a soft-looking ball, just like the paw of a kitten, which makes people feel like they want to touch it when they see it. Meatball fruit. Such a term suddenly appeared in Ian's mind. Sure enough, Uncle Bear, are you actually the most hidden cute thing in the world of One Piece / King of Pirates? Even Ian himself had the urge to touch the meatball. The big bear walked to the position where the grain was stacked, and gently touched the grain with his right hand. Then in Ian's surprised eyes, half of the grain disappeared in an instant. Ian was still thinking about how they would carry the food, but I didn't expect it to be this way. Ian knew that the missing food was actually thrown away by the big bear with his meatball, and it was estimated that it had already landed on their boat on the coast at this time. It's really convenient. Ian looked at the big bear with admiration. Sometimes he wondered, could he also get one for something unscientific like a devil fruit? After the big bear bounced the food, he put on his gloves again. Ian thought he was going to leave the warehouse, but he didn't expect the big bear to suddenly open his mouth and asked Ian in a low voice, "If you want to travel, will you? Where are you going?" It's fine that he didn't speak, but when he spoke, Ian shivered. What the hell? How does this sentence sound so familiar? So he quickly waved his hand and said, "I don't want to travel for the time being, and even if I want to go in the future, I will go by boat myself." The big bear looked down at him. The height difference between the two was too obvious. It felt like an elephant looking at a mouse. Although Ian was very upset by the side that was counted as a mouse, he also felt a huge pressure at the moment. Because he finally remembered that Bartholomew Bear had another nickname and identity. Tyrant. One of the King Shisabukai. He won't be angry, will he? Ian thought, judging from the situation where he just bounced the food, he must have discovered the behavior of taking them around the village, otherwise how could he have bounced the food from the dojo to the coast so accurately? Ian was in a panic, but unexpectedly, the big bear suddenly took out something from his body and handed it to Ian with his gloved palm. Take your food, this is a gift. Big Bear said in his deep voice. Ian took a look and found that the thing in his palm turned out to be a small phone bug. This phone bug is pink and small. It carries a shell with a circle of patterns on the shell. It is also connected to a microphone with a wire. On the side of the shell, there is a dial-like dial. Circle the numbers, just the words 0 to 9. The phone bug was sleeping at this time, and its two big eyes were closed. Ian took it over and poked it curiously, but found that it couldn't wake up. This is a juvenile phone bug. Big Bear said, take it with you, and when it grows up, it will become like you. So amazing? Ian carefully held the pink little guy and asked, can I make phone calls when I grow up? When it grows up, there will be an extra number on its shell, and that's your number. Said the big bear. It was the first time Ian heard him say so much. 7 of the pirate world. When I grow up, I will become Crazy Sevens. Ian was a little excited. He didn't expect the big bear to give him a phone bug as a gift, so he couldn't help but said, thank you, Uncle Seong. As soon as he said it, Ian immediately reacted, bad. Bartholomew Big Bear, he didn't introduce himself to Ian. To be precise, among the Revolutionary Army, Ian should know the name, only Ivankov. Sure enough, after Uncle Seong called out, Big Seong was silent for a while, looking at Ian without speaking. Fortunately, Ian is quick-witted, tilting his head and pretending to be innocent. Uncle Bear, can I call you that? I like your hat. It looks like a bear. When Big Bear and the others entered the dojo, they had already taken off their cloaks. Now, Big Bear is wearing his black and white bear ear hat. Using this hat as an excuse, the name of Uncle Bear doesn't seem so much strange. After hearing Ian's words, the Big Bear turned his head and stopped looking at him. Just as Ian was quietly relieved, the Big Bear made an action that he could never have imagined. He took off the bear ear cap on his head and put it on Ian's head. If you like it, give it to you. This time, Ian is completely stunned. What the hell is this situation? Chapter 12 Dragon and the Wounded Sabo. Ian didn't know what the Big Bear was thinking and why he gave him his hat, but this silent man was always invisible to Ian, and he didn't know what he was thinking at all. The Big Bear walked out, and Ian took off the bear ear hat on his head. Looking at the cute bear ear hat in his hand, Ian only felt that a groove was stuck in his throat, and he didn't know how to spit it out. Hell, do people in this world like giving hats so much? I don't know what it looks like wearing this hat, Ian imagined it, and suddenly felt embarrassed. But he also knew that the Big Bear might be kind to himself. If the phone bug was sent to thank the dojo for the food, then this hat should be his personal gift of gratitude. As a last resort, Ian had to put on the bear ear hat. When he returned to the dojo, Ian heard the laughter coming from inside, which surprised him. He couldn't imagine that a more traditional person like Master Kazuhiro could have a good conversation with Ivankov. Walking in, Ian said to Kazuhiro, Master, it's done. Well, we're leaving too. Ivankov rose from the ground and put his hood back on to hide his purple afro. So did the Seong and other Revolutionary Army fighters, covering themselves up again. Kazuhiro was looking at the hat on Ian's head in surprise. After hearing Ivankov's words, he came back to his senses and asked, "Will you stay for a while?" "No, it's not good to stay in the village for a long time." Ivankov said, "We will go to the beach and wait for the boat to arrive." Cow's hero nodded and said to Ian, "Ian, send them off." "Okay." In fact, Cow's hero didn't need to say it, Ian also decided to do it. Ivankov and the others said to wait for the boat by the sea, it must be waiting for Dragon. Ian wanted to follow. Ian led the way out of the dojo, followed by Ivankov and Big Bear, and the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army bowed respectfully to Cow's hero before walking out. Looking at the empty dojo after everyone left, Cow's hero sat on his knees without saying a word, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Along the way, including Eva, all the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army looked at the cute bear-eared hat on Ian's head with some surprise. They naturally knew that it was Big Bear's hat, but they were surprised that Big Bear gave his hat to others. But looking at the wavy bear without a hat at this time, even Ivankov didn't ask what was going on, they just kept staring at Ian. Feeling the burning gaze from behind, Ian only felt itchy all over, so this time, he didn't take them around in circles. The Revolutionary Army soldier who fought against Ian scratched his head and said strangely, "Hey. It doesn't seem like it came so quickly." Ian looked back at him solemnly and said, "Your illusion." "Really?" The revolutionary soldier was also a little unconfident. "Yeah." Ian nodded affirmatively, "You are probably hungry. So you have an illusion." Seeing this scene, Ivankov gave a hilarious laugh and said, "What a character, boy." Ian shrugged. He knew that the Dieter could not be hidden from Ivankov and Big Bear, but who made him look like a child now? A child's mischief will be forgiven, isn't it? Shimatsuki village is actually not big, and the population in the village is not too large. When Ian brought everyone to the beach, he could see a few small fishing boats tied to the beach. They were fishermen in the village who went out to sea. It was already afternoon, and the fishermen had already finished their work, so the beach seemed quiet. Ivankov and his group came here, not afraid of being seen. According to the timeline, the Revolutionary Army at this time is still in the stage of accumulating strength, so it is very low-key. For them, it is best to be as invisible as possible. Ian stayed with them and waited by the beach. Ivankov wanted to persuade him to go back first, but Ian shook his head. Helpless, everyone had to let him go. I waited until it was dark, but no boats came, but fortunately, De Seong took a few revolutionary soldiers and found the food that he bounced over. After catching a few fish, the life was cooked, and I ate like this. Ian was not polite, and followed them to eat. The moon has risen in the sky, and Ian started to yawn, but suddenly he heard a revolutionary soldier standing on a high place above shouting, "Come on." Ian quickly got up and looked into the distance, only to see a dark shadow on the sea driving in this direction under the night. As time went on, the shadow grew bigger and bigger, until after it came close, and then the moonlight, Ian could see the outline of the ship clearly. It was a huge three-mast sailing ship, but there was a dragon head at the bow, winding down, the dragon body just used as the keel to support the whole ship, and then a dragon tail was exposed at the stern, making the ship look like it's like being held by a dragon. This is Dragon's ship, no doubt. A soldier of the Revolutionary Army had already signaled the ship with a light. Dragon's ship slowly reduced its speed and approached the shore. "Eva, can I go up and have a look?" Ian pulled Ivankov's cloak and pretended innocently, "I haven't seen such a big ship before." Ivankov was not surprised by Ian's request. In fact, when Ian saw that Ian had been waiting here with them, Ivankov was guessing that Ian wanted to see their boat, so he said, "Hip hop. Little Ian Candy. It's okay to go up and see it, but let's say it first, I can't take you away. So after reading it, you have to get off the boat and go back, okay?" "No problem." Ian nodded. After the dragon boat stopped, a sampan was put down from the left side of the hull. Ivankov and the big bear started to board the boat along the sampan. Ian also followed closely, and the remaining soldiers of the Revolutionary Army began to say hello. Bring some people on board to carry the food. As soon as he got on the boat, Ivankov shouted, "It's too slow, dragon. How long do we have to wait?" Ian followed behind Ivankov, using his tall body to stick his head out and look forward, only to see a figure wearing the same green cloak on the deck, slowly turning around. Under the moonlight, Dragon was still wearing his hood, so Ian couldn't see his face clearly. "Sorry." Dragon started, his voice sounded low, "Something has been delayed, in order to save this child." As he turned, revealing a small child lying on the deck behind him, Ian saw the thick bandages wrapped around him at first glance. The bandage not only wrapped around the child's whole body, but also wrapped his head and face. He was in a state of fainting with his mouth wide open. Dark burn marks could still be seen in the gap between the bandages. Under the pale gecko's light, the bandages seeped under the bandages. The blood that came out was so dazzling. Even Ian couldn't help shivering when he saw the child. He was frightened by the child's injury. Needless to say, this child must be Sabo, who was rescued from the sea by Dragon. When he truly saw Sabo's tragic situation at the moment, even Ian couldn't help but feel a fire in his heart. How cruel does he have to be to give such a heavy hand to a child? If it wasn't for Dragon who happened to rescue Sabo, maybe Sabo really died like this. At this moment, for the first time, Ian truly realized how brutal Tenryabito was. Naturally, Ivankov also saw Sabo lying on the deck, jumped over in surprise, crouched down to check. "This is too serious. Hey, get someone to help with the wound," Ivankov yelled. "Ivan, can you heal him?" Dragon asked. "No, the child is too young, he needs special medicines," Ivankov said. "I can only hang him first. I have to send him to treatment quickly." After speaking, Ivankov took off his gloves and slammed his hands on Sabo's body. Healing hormones, adrenaline. Sabo on the ground suddenly coughed. Ivankov saw this and said happily, "Very good, the heartbeat has recovered." Several Revolutionary Army soldiers quickly took this opportunity to lift Sabo on a stretcher and send him to the cabin. Ivankov raised his head and asked Dragon, "Who is this child? Why is he so badly injured?" Dragon shook his head and said, "I don't know his name, he was attacked by Tenryabito, in that pathetic country." "Really?" Ivankov was speechless for a while. At this moment, a voice suddenly came, saying, "His name is Sabo." "Huh?" Dragon was stunned, looking in the direction of the voice, and saw another child standing on the deck. The one who made the voice was naturally Ian. "Who are you?" Dragon was a little curious. "You know this injured child?" While questioning, Dragon naturally saw the bear-eared hat on Ian's head, and couldn't help but glanced in the direction of the big bear. Ian shook his head and said, "I just know his name." He knew very well that Sabo had suffered such a serious injury this time. After the injury was healed, he would lose his memory. He said this name only for the people in the Revolutionary Army to call him in the future. In fact, even if Ian didn't say it, the people of the Revolutionary Army would know his name from the things he carried on Sabo. The reason why Ian said it was actually subconscious. Dragon looked at Eva. Eva spread her hands and said, "This is a boy in the village dojo, a very character boy, I will take him on the boat to have a look." "Really?" Dragon glanced at Ian, didn't say anything, just turned his head and asked, "Where's the food?" A Revolutionary Army soldier replied, "The dojo in the village gave us some." "Well, get ready to sail." Dragon said, "Return to Baildage." Ian has seen it now, and he has no regrets in his heart. At this time, after hearing what Dragon said, he knew that he was issuing an evacuation order, so he said, "I'm going back to the dojo too." After he finished speaking, he walked towards the sampan on the side of the boat. Before taking 2 steps, he suddenly heard Dragon say, "Eva, send him off." Ivankov followed Ian and took him off the boat. When he came to the shore, Ivankov said to Ian, "Ian, little candy, don't tell anyone what happened to us, you know." "I understand, you are not ordinary people." Ian shrugged. "By the way, Uncle Bear gave me a phone bug, can I know your number?" Ivankov was stunned for a moment, then reacted, "Uncle Bear? You call him that? What do you want my number for?" Ian nodded, "Because I may need to find you in the future." Chapter 13 Leaving Episode. The ship of the Revolutionary Army has left the shore and is sailing on the vast sea. Dragon stood on the bow, looking into the distance. At this moment he had taken off his cloak, revealing Haki's long hair, and the strange diamond pattern on his face. Hearing the footsteps coming from behind, Dragon said without turning his head, "A bear?" Big Bear stood behind him without speaking. Dragon turned around and saw that the Big Bear had put on a bear-eared hat again. Isho grinned and said, "So there are spares. It's rare, you actually give your beloved hat to a stranger you don't know. Boy. The Revolutionary Army needs more companions." Big Seong said in a low voice, "That's a young man with great potential, maybe there will be another day to meet." "You're right." Dragon looked up at the starry night sky. "Constantly accumulate strength. When the Revolutionary Army can be as many as the stars in the sky, we can set off a prairie fire. This process is very long, it will take more than 10 years or even decades, and by that time, perhaps we have already died of old age, and the rest will be their younger generation. Bear. I'm going to ask you to do something." After Dragon sighed, he suddenly turned to the Big Bear and said, "This may be difficult, but someone has to do it." The Big Bear didn't speak, just looked at Dragon. 11 years ago, 1P/King of Pirates Gold Roger was executed in Logtown in East Blue. Dragon said, "The world government was originally intended to deter the increasingly rampant pirates, but they did not expect at that time, the words that Roger left before his death made them counterproductive. Over the years, more and more pirates have appeared on the Great Route. The power of Marine alone has gradually become insufficient. The information I got in the middle, they are discussing the formation of Shichibukai, the king, and plan to use pirates to counterbalance pirates. This is a good opportunity. I want you to become a member of Shichibukai. Are you planning to use Shichibukai's identity to spy on the world government's intelligence?" Big Bear asked. "That's right, and if possible, you have to find a way to get in touch with someone." Dragon said solemnly, "Vegapunk. The genius scientist of this world government. I care about him very much." Having said that, Dragon turned around again, looked at the sea and said, "When the time comes, the connection between you and the Revolutionary Army should be reduced as much as possible, and everything is up to you to decide." "When will we leave?" Big Bear asked after being silent for a while. "Soon, you can disembark in the middle. The Revolutionary Army cannot help you. You can only rely on your own strength to take Shichibukai's position alone." Dragon said, "Do you need to say goodbye to Eva?" "No need." After the Big Bear said, holding his book, he turned back to the cabin, leaving Dragon alone, and continued to quietly look at the sea in front of him. Sending Ivankov and the Big Bear away, Ian returned to the dojo in the moonlight. Zoro was also in the dojo at this time. He was holding a big rock, and he was learning how to do squats without stopping. He kept counting, 580, 581, 582. Not far from him is Kuina, who is holding a bamboo sword, constantly swinging the sword at the erected target. It can be seen that he has been practicing for a long time, and his body is covered in sweat. After finding Ian back, Kuina greeted him from a distance, "Brother Ian, where have you been today? Why haven't I seen you?" Zoro also put down the stone at this time, walked over to stand with Kuina, and said, "Brother Ian, I ate your dinner together." Before the words were finished, Ian came to them, and all of a sudden they both saw the barriered hat on Ian's head. "Ft! Ft!" Zoro couldn't help it, pointed to Ian's head, and laughed loudly, "Wow, ha 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 ha. What a weird hat." Only him, but even Kuina, with a weird expression on his face, probably because he wanted to laugh but didn't want to laugh out loud, so he held back. "Ian is so hot, Kuina doesn't matter." Zoro, the green algae-headed idiot, dares to laugh so arrogantly. Smile. Without even thinking about it, Ian raised his hand and gave Zoro a headbutt neatly. Oops. Zoro's laughter immediately turned into a scream, and a big bag was swollen on his head. "Why beat me?" Zoro said fiercely at Ian. He pointed at Kuina and said to Ian, "Didn't she laugh too?" Ian's eyes widened. "I see you are upset, so I hit you." Kuina couldn't take it anymore, turned her face to cover her mouth and giggled. Damn it! Zoro knew now that he couldn't get this justice back. This was typical differential treatment. After laughing enough, Ian asked, "Where's Master?" Kuina wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and said, "I don't know, I haven't been there before." Ian entered the dojo, went around looking for Kazuhiro, and sent the Revolutionary Army away. He had to reply to Kazuhiro, but he searched all over the dojo but couldn't see him. "I don't know how to go," but Ian finally turned to the woods behind the dojo. It was only at this time that Ian finally found Kazuhiro. However, at the first sight of Master Kazuhiro, Ian knew that he could not disturb him now. Because Kazuhiro was kneeling in front of a tombstone at this time, motionless. This tombstone, Ian knows, it is the tomb of Kuina's mother. Kuina's mother died not long after she gave birth to Kuina. Ian was still very young at that time, and he didn't even remember what the teacher looked like, let alone Kuina. In his usual conversation, Kazuhiro Master rarely mentions Kuina's mother, but occasionally sighs that Kuina looks a lot like her. Ian is very strange. I don't know why Master Kazuhiro came to worship at the tomb at night. This is a very abnormal move. Just thinking about it, Ian suddenly thought of Ivankov and the others who had just left today, and his heart suddenly moved. Could it be that the abnormal behavior of Master Kazuhiro has something to do with the appearance of Ivankov and the others? Why did Ivankov and the others show up and let Master Kazuhiro come to worship at the tomb in the middle of the night? Could it be that Kuina's mother, his own wife, was actually related to the Revolutionary Army? Ian was taken aback by the thought that popped up in his mind, but then when he contacted the various performances of Master Kazuhiro in the daytime today, he found that this conjecture was possible. Master Kazuhiro is very mysterious, no one knows his origin, and no one knows his strength, but Ian knows his character very well, and feels that he does not have the rebellious spirit of rebellion in the Revolutionary Army. The army can be said to be out of place. However, Ivankov and the others knew Kazuhiro again, and Kazuhiro greeted them with a smile, but he seemed so polite in his conversation. Then the only thing Ian can think of, the bridge between the two, is Kuina's mother. Perhaps Kuina's mother was a soldier of the Revolutionary Army, or even a cadre, and should be the first group of members of the Revolutionary Army. Ivankov and the others actually knew Kuina's mother, and they also knew Master Kazuhiro. This can explain the attitude problem between them. Ian thought about it like this, thinking that maybe this is the case, so he quietly left. If Master Kazuhiro didn't say it, he wouldn't ask. There might be something hidden in this matter, and it's probably not a good past. Ian was unwilling to expose Master Kazuhiro's scars, so he just pretended he didn't see it. All right. After returning to the dojo, Ian came to his room and looked at the little pink phone bug that the big bear gave him on the table. At this time, the little guy was asleep with his eyes closed, and Ian wanted to tease it for 2. It didn't work, so I washed and slept. It's late at night, and the peaceful Shimatsuki village looks peaceful under the moonlight. What happened during the day today is just a small episode for this village. When the sun rises the next day, a new day will come. We'll return to the previous track. Chapter 14 Dream of Going to Sea. The next day, Ian got up early, and after leaving some leaves and weeds for the little phone bug, Ian put on a barriered hat, called Zorro, and started another day of exercise. Running around the village, constantly correcting Zorro, the road idiot, in the direction of going, then after running, he came to the woods on the mountain and started swinging his sword and practicing strength. After these exercises were completed, Ian found a rope, tied a stone alone, and hung it from a branch. Holding the bamboo sword in his right hand, he shoved the hanging stone forward with his left hand. Because of the pendulum principle, the stone quickly swayed back in the direction of Ian. Ian waited motionless, and when the stone was about to hit him, he tried to activate a flash skill. Then, with a bang, Ian's face was hit by a stone. Really hurts. Ian covered his face, feeling as if his nose was bleeding, with a sour and numb feeling. Unexpectedly, the launch failed again, and the timing of this flash was really a problem. That's right, this is what Ian thought of, how to practice the flash skill. This skill is indeed very powerful, but it has a flaw, that is, it is completely passive and can only be used at the moment of the attack, not by yourself. Actively use it. Ian lacked opponents now, so he came up with such a method to make the hanging stone hit him, simulating the enemy's attack. People will have subconscious reactions. When faced with an attack, the first reaction is to want to escape. If Ian wants to overcome the subconscious reaction caused by this fear, he must keep going. Just train yourself. Getting up, Ian wiped his nose, and it really bleeds. Zorro has been staring at Ian's movements since just now. He doesn't know what strange things he is doing. At this time, after seeing Ian's nose bleed by being hit by a stone, he couldn't help but say from the side, "Brother Ian, why don't you get out of the way? Do you become a fool after you put your hat on?" Ian was raising his head to stop the bleeding at this time. When he heard the words, he said angrily, "You know the shit, I'm comprehending sword moves." Huh? Zorro's eyes lit up. Sword move? That's right. Ian said, a very powerful sword move. Master Cow's hero has never taught them any sword skills, whether it's Koina or Ian, or Zorro and other juniors in the dojo. What they practice day after day are all basic moves. Master Cow's hero I said that in fact, all sword skills are derived from the basics. It is very reasonable, but it is undeniable that such basic training will feel monotonous after a long time. This is also the reason why Zorro's eyes are shining. He thinks that if he can use sword moves, he might be able to defeat Koina. Brother Ian, teach me. Zorro hurried forward and looked at Ian with admiration. I want to learn swordsmanship too. No. Ian shook his head and said, you even ate my meal yesterday. Then I'll leave you my meal for today, teach me. Zorro yelled. Ian was in high school. He hadn't mastered the flashing skill yet. How to teach it to others, but then he rolled his eyes and asked, do you really want to learn? Really? Zorro nodded hastily. Actually, sword moves. Ian said solemnly, everyone understands sword moves differently, so I can't teach you, but... But what? Zorro asked, tilting his head. But it's not impossible. Ian pointed to the barriered hat on his head and said, the solution is to wear a hat. Look, I didn't start to understand sword moves until I put on the hat. Zorro was dumbfounded when he heard it. Ian is very proud. Zorro, the green algae-headed idiot, laughs so loudly at his hat every time, which makes him feel like a senior brother. It's all right, I see how you laugh. Making up a lofty reason for your own behavior is the only way to fool a bare child. However, before Ian could finish being complacent, Zorro suddenly said, I don't want it, this hat looks so stupid. Puff. Ian spat out a mouthful of old blood, and was actually complained by the idiot Zorro. Without thinking about it, Ian hit him with the hammer again. He found that beating Zorro had become a habit now. Ignoring the green algae head idiot who was holding his head and screaming, Ian stood up and continued to start his own practice. For a whole morning, Ian was hit by a stone many times, and the whole face was already terrible. During this period, the number of successful flashes was pitiful. However, he was not without gains. Practicing a flash is actually training the basic mindfulness practice skills, because activating a flash requires consumption of mindfulness. During this process, the proficiency of mindfulness cultivation skills has increased a little, but Ian also gradually felt the mind strength. After a night's rest, his mind energy has recovered to the full value of 15 points. If it is not controlled, he may run out of mind at one time. So he tried to control the output of his own thoughts, but he didn't expect that it was really possible. This was completely determined by his will, and it was easier to control. Through experiments, he found that the minimum psychic energy required to activate the flash skill is actually 2 points. One of these 2 psychic energy points is wrapped around the sword, while the other is attached to his body. Yes, that momentary movement method requires a strong explosive power of one's own muscles, and this mental energy plays this role. When the flash is successfully launched, due to the blessing of psychic energy, Ian can achieve a higher speed of swinging his sword than usual, so as to achieve an instant counterattack. If he is not holding a bamboo sword at this time, but a real sword, then the high speed the swipe of the sword will form a knife light, which is the origin of the name of the flash. Although it is possible to control the output of the mind, it is not easy to perceive the timing of the shot. After all, a stone is a stone. If it is replaced by a real enemy as an opponent, the opponent's attack may be fast or slow, and the control of the timing of the shot will be even more difficult. It was difficult, so Ian had to keep exercising. The activation of the flash skill a few times quickly consumed Ian's intent energy. He had to stop and sighed a little regretfully. Now, the number of times he practiced is restricted. For the training skills of mindfulness, if he can have more mindfulness and mindfulness recovery speed, he will be able to practice for a while longer. Although Zorro is also exercising himself, he has been watching Ian's movements since just now. When he saw Ian successfully activate a flash skill for the first time, the stone in his mouth fell and almost smashed it again. To your own feet. He opened his mouth wide in surprise, but he didn't expect that Ian really realized the sword move. Is it really that great to wear a hat? Zorro thought so. But that hat is really stupid. Zorro was so confused. After seeing Ian stop, Zorro asked aloud, "Brother Ian, are you trying to cut through that stone? It doesn't seem possible." Ian was very tired at this time, and his brain was aching. He knew that this was a sequelae caused by the exhaustion of mind energy, but it was much better than yesterday. Hearing Zorro's question, Ian shook his head and said, "Cut open. What is a stone? There are people in this world who can cut through steel." "Ah! Is there such a powerful person?" Zorro said in surprise. "This world is very big, there are all kinds of people." Ian replied with a smile, then got up and said, "Let's go back to eat." On their way back, Ian found that he was all limp and had no strength, so he rode directly on Zorro's neck and asked Zorro to take him back to the dojo. Zorro, this idiot, actually believed it. Carrying Ian for a while, he ran back to the dojo. The wound on Ian's face made even Kuina startled, so he hurriedly got medicine to bandage Ian. After the treatment was over and eating, Ian couldn't hold on any longer, so he just lay on his back in the dojo, exclaiming, "Who to sleep in the past?" What he didn't know was that because of what he said, someone could cut through steel. Zorro even went to ask Master Kao's hero after dinner. "Master! Master! I heard that there are people in the world who can cut through steel, is this true? Yeah. Really? Master Kazuhiro nodded. Standing up, Master Kazuhiro took out a piece of paper and said, "Take a good look at this piece of paper." Immediately, he threw the paper into the air, and before the paper fell, he drew his sword and slashed over it. Then, that paper was intact. "Master, you didn't cut it off at all," Zoro said speechlessly. "Listen to Zoro, there are swordsmen in this world who can cut everything, but he can cut through steel. With the same sword." Master Kazuhiro said with a smile, "The so-called strongest sword is to protect what you want to protect. The power to sever whatever you want. For me, a sword that can sever anything is not a sword. Do you understand?" Kazuhiro asked. Zoro looked at Kazuhiro stupidly. "Master, I want to be a swordsman who can cut through anything." A bead of sweat hung on Master Koshiro's forehead. "Zoro, did you understand what you just said?" Zoro must not understand these words now, but the words of Ian and Master Kazuhiro made Zoro have a longing for the outside world for the first time. "One day, I will definitely be able to go out to sea to meet those amazing people, I will definitely be able to." Chapter 15. 1 year later. Time passed quietly, so quiet that no one would be disturbed, and more than 10 months passed in a blink of an eye. In the Yukusen dojo, a group of junior apprentices and brothers sat in 2 rows, with their hands on their knees, and stared at the 2 figures who were fighting fiercely in the field. Needless to say, it was Zoro and Kuina who were dueling right now. Ian was also sitting on the side at this time, watching the fight between the 2. Counting the time, it has been a year since Zoro came to this dojo. Compared to when he first came to the dojo, the bear child who was like a wild boar and only used brute force has disappeared. A powerful 2-sword swordsman. No one in the dojo made a sound, only the crackling sound of the 2 bamboo swords clashing. Zoro and Kuina have fought for more than 100 rounds, and both of them have shown their greatest strength in the duel. Zoro with me to exercise every day. Ian is aware of Zoro's changes. From the beginning, Kuina has dealt with it 2 or 3 times. Until now, the battle has not been decided for so long, which makes Ian secretly nod for Zoro. Unfortunately, although Zoro has become stronger, Kuina has become stronger than Zoro. Just when everyone thought that the 2 would fight for a while, Kuina suddenly lowered her head and held bamboo in both hands. The sword stabbed towards Zoro. As soon as Zoro saw Kuina's move, he hurriedly swung his sword to block, but unexpectedly Kuina's straight thrust was a fake. Hit Zoro in the face. Another red mark appeared on Zoro's face. Kuina's move is really powerful. Zoro has been slapped in the face by her more than once. 1 point. That's it. Kuina wins. Instructor Zoji shouted, 2,000 wins and 0 losses. Seeing the winner and loser, Ian couldn't help sighing. Over the past year, Zoro has challenged Kuina frequently. After each workout, if he feels that he has improved a little, he will definitely come here once a year. 2,000 times, an average of 5 or 6 times a day, I really don't know where he got so much tenacity. So many challenges, you have to say that you have won a few times, but you have never won once. Ian now understands Zoro's thinking a little bit. It is a shame to lose in the hands of a girl, let alone losing so many times. This is also Zoro, a stubborn idiot. If it were someone else, he would have been knocked down long ago. But damn. Zoro got up from the ground tremblingly. Kuina pointed at Zoro with a bamboo sword, and said with a playful expression, "You are really weak, Zoro, how can you be so useless?" Obviously a boy. In the dojo heard whispering for a while, and said, Zoro is not weak. Except for Ian, he is the strongest among the boys, and even the adults have won the battle. Maybe he said it a little louder, but Kuina heard these words, turned to look at them and said, "But he is still weaker than me, even with 2 swords, the weak guy is weak. After speaking, Koina left the crowd and walked out of the dojo. Ian saw this scene, he couldn't help but vivisio, Koina was still so strong, every time he defeated Zoro, he had to stimulate him like this. Zoro didn't know what he was thinking. After standing up in silence, he patted the dust on his body. Master Kazuhiro walked up to him and said, "I lost again, Zoro, obviously you have really become stronger." Before Zoro could speak, Master Kazuhiro was surrounded by a group of junior apprentices and shouted, "Master! Shouldn't she secretly train her just because she is your daughter?" "No." Master Kazuhiro waved his hand quickly, No, I wouldn't do that kind of thing. Zoro is indeed getting stronger, but Koina is also getting stronger." At this time, Zoro walked out the door without saying a word, with a red mark on his face. Everyone looked at him from behind, and Master Kazuhiro called him, but he didn't expect him to calmly drop a sentence, "I'll go wash my face." Then he went straight out. Kazuhiro sighed and said to Ian, "Go and see him." Ian nodded, also walked out, and came to the well in the yard, only to see Zoro pouring water on his head desperately. "Damn, why can't I just beat Koina?" Zoro said to himself, and then suddenly shouted, "Why? Why? I want to be the strongest man in the world, why is this happening?" Ian saw that he was emotional, so he didn't go forward, but just hid behind the tree and looked at him. After venting for a while, Zoro finally calmed down, wiped the water stains on his face, and secretly said, "Tonight, I'm going to fight her again." After dinner that day, Master Kazuhiro and his younger brother Zoji were sitting in the room drinking tea. During the conversation, the duel between Zoro and Koina during the day was inevitably mentioned. "It's only been a year since I started, and Zoro's growth is truly astounding," Zoji said. "The amount of practice between him and Ian is unmatched by others. It's not wrong to say that this is a matter of course, but still I can't beat Koina." Kazuhiro thought for a while after hearing this, and then said, "The female swordsman has a huge obstacle. As far as the current situation is concerned, I can't let him inherit the dojo." In the past, even if Master Kazuhiro had regrets, he was not as straightforward as he is today. Perhaps it was because there were only him and Zoji in the room, and he finally spoke his heart. However, what he didn't expect was that the sentence was just heard by Koina, who came to look for him, outside the door. "Father!" Koina yanked the room door open. "It's not good to eavesdrop, Koina." Master Kazuhiro looked at Koina with a serious expression. Koina suppressed her excitement and said to Kazuhiro, "Father, I will definitely become the strongest swordsman in the world." Similar to Kazuhiro, Koina is also the first time to formally express her ideals in front of his father, hoping to be truly recognized by her father. However, what I didn't expect was that after being silent for a while, Master Kazuhiro said in a low voice, "Koina, girls, you can't be the strongest." Koina stared blankly at her father. She never thought that her father was still so stubborn, and her efforts have never been recognized by him. Without saying a word, Koina turned her head and left, and it was not until the figure disappeared into the darkness that her tears began to flow. Is this too hurtful?" Zoji looked at Kazuhiro in disbelief. "How could you be so ruthless to Koina?" Kazuhiro sighed, raised the teacup in front of him, took a sip, and said, "Do you think so too?" "Ian." Ian came out from behind the tree. He had been watching the whole process just now, but Kazuhiro found out that he was not surprised. After arriving at the door, Ian sat down and asked Kazuhiro in confusion, "Master, why are you doing this? Insist that girls can't be the strongest?" Kazuhiro's always smiling expression disappeared, instead a sad look on his face. He said, "You know, Koina not only looks like her mother, but also has the same strong personality as her mother. I know her ideal is to become the strongest swordsman in the world, but how to become the strongest. In addition to physical reasons, she has to constantly challenge stronger people. If something goes wrong, then I have lost her mother, and I don't want to lose her daughter anymore. Kao's hero looked up at the ceiling. I don't want her to be the strongest in the world, I just want her to grow up safely. Ian looked at the faint tears in the corners of Koshiro's eyes. The impact of these words on Ian was actually huge, because he finally found out that Master Kao's hero was not as immature as he imagined. Being the strongest as an excuse, in the final analysis, he was just unwilling to let Kuina leave his side. This is the deepest love a father has for his daughter, and no one dares to say that Kao's hero did something wrong. In this situation, Ian didn't know what to say, so he stood up and said, "Master, I'll go see Kuina." Kao's hero didn't speak, and he acquiesced to Ian's actions. Ian closed the door of the room for the two of them and walked out. He originally wanted to go out to find Kuina, but unexpectedly watched Kuina run towards the warehouse from a distance. Out of curiosity, Ian quietly followed. After a while, Ian saw Kuina leave the warehouse with a sword twisted in his hand. That's a real guy? Ian stayed in the dojo for so long, so he naturally knew what Kuina was holding. The whole body of this knife is white, the scabbard is white, and the handle is also white. Although it is stored in the warehouse, it is said to be a relic left by Kuina's mother. This is a knife that belongs to Kuina. In such a big night, Kuina actually went out with this knife. Ian couldn't help sighing. He knew what was going to happen next, but he was just a little stunned. He thought that his appearance might affect the development of the original event, but he didn't expect that what should happen would still happen. Zoro and Kuina still have their 2001 duel. That's all, let's go and have a look. It can be considered the moment when the two of them made an oath and agreement. Chapter 16 Inner Demon. Tonight is the night of the full moon. The bright gecko spreads on the ground, making everything seem so clear. On the huge grass outside Shimatsuki village, Zoro and Kuina each hold their swords and look at each other. In the woods not far away, Ian watched the scene from a distance. The duel has finally begun. From Ian's point of view, the round moon just becomes the background of the duel between the two. In Gecko, the figures of the two are intertwined, cutting each other's offense and defense. A strange beauty. However, only the two dueling people understand that this time the battle is actually very dangerous. The original bamboo sword has been replaced by a sharp real guy. If you are not careful, you may be seriously injured. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that the battle between the two is a little more cautious and more serious. After fighting for dozens of rounds, Zoro was out of breath. His biggest achievement was only to shave off a strand of Kuina's hair. On the other hand, Kuina didn't seem very tired. It's very heavy to hold two real swords. Zoro. Kuina continued to stimulate him, you are still very weak. Hearing her words, Zoro shouted in disapproval and attacked Kuina, but unexpectedly Kuina was deliberately provoking him at all, and the flaw was revealed again. The two swords of his were picked up and flew away. Disturbed by the force, Zoro fell to the back, and the sword in Kuina's hand turned around and slammed into Zoro's ear. You lost again. Zero wins in 2001. Kuina said with a smile. Lying on the ground, Zoro covered his face and growled, damn. Damn. He lost again, and he was still so unwilling to lose that he was about to cry. However, Kuina looked at him silently, and suddenly said, I'm so unwilling to cry. Zoro took his hands away in surprise and looked over, only to see tears in Kuina's eyes, and said lonely, girls will be weaker than boys when they grow up, you can see from Big Brother Ian, he has not been for a long time. I tried to compete with me, not because he didn't want to compete, but because I didn't want to compete with him, because I knew that he might be better than me now. You too, Zoro. I'll be caught up with you soon. Kuina looked up at the sky, Trying hard not to let her tears fall, my father told me, he said that girls can't be the strongest swordsman in the world. I understand. I already understood this kind of thing. Hello Zoro, because you're a boy. I also really want to be the strongest swordsman in the world, but... Kuina put her hand on her chest, my breasts are starting to grow too. Zoro couldn't help blushing when he saw this scene. If I could be a boy too. Kuina lowered her head, and the unwilling tears finally flowed down. Now Zoro didn't want it anymore, and roared, I've already beaten me, so don't complain. It's so despicable, you are my target. What a man or a woman, wait until I win. Will you also use this as an excuse? It seems that I won't win by my own strength, so I'm not an idiot who works so hard for special training? Zoro. Kuina looked at him in surprise. Stop talking like this. Zoro stepped forward, came to Kuina and said, promise me, one day it will be either you or me, one of us will definitely become the strongest swordsman in the world. Let's compare, look, who can be the winner. Kuina stared blankly at Zoro, finding that his eyes were more serious than ever. Zoro reached out to her, beckoning her. Kuina smiled, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and muttered, idiot, obviously so weak. However, she still stretched out her hand and held it tightly with Zoro. Under the moonlit night, this scene seemed to be frozen, and it became a most beautiful picture. And Ian, who was far away in the woods, couldn't help but sighed while covering his head, oh, this is youth. What did that sentence say? I remembered running under the sunset that day, that was my lost youth. I'm talking about the current situation, it's just that the sunset here is replaced by the moon. But, damn it, when you two made an agreement, did you forget anyone? As a bystander, Ian's mood is very complicated at this time. Zoro and Kuina already have their goals, what about themselves? When you came to this world, you can't go back. Do you want to continue to live like this as a bystander? Ian was confused when he found a figure walking towards him. After a look, he found that it was Kuina. Zoro didn't know when, he had already left, but Kuina found Ian, so he came over and said to Ian, have you seen it, brother Ian? Ian nodded. Kuina Viviisho brushed the hair around his ear, and said, my father asked you to come out to find me, right? Don't worry, I'm fine. Ian stared at Kuina for a long time, then suddenly said, although you made a promise with that idiot, are you still a little unwilling? Kuina said nothing, turned her head aside and said nothing. Ian is not the idiot like Zoro, only he would simply think that a promise can make Kuina untie the knot. The limitation of the body makes it impossible to become stronger. This is probably the inner demon in Kuina's heart. She has been bound by this thought, and she is not even free. What about the progress of Kendo? She knew very well that one day, she could only look up to Zoro, watch him defeat her, and let herself taste the taste of failure. This is for Kuina's strong character, the thought of such a picture will appear, the heart is as uncomfortable as being pricked by a needle. This Shimatsuki village knows Kuina the most, it might be Ian, and even Master Cow's hero can't compare to him. That's why he asked Kuina such a sentence. Seeing Kuina's reaction, Ian Vivi sighed and said, come with me. Ian took Kuina back to the dojo and came to his room. Under Kuina's curious gaze, Ian carefully picked up the phone bug that was sleeping on the table. After a year, this little phone bug has grown up. If it doesn't sleep, you can see that its two bean-sized eyes have become a bit of Ian's charm. The most interesting thing is that it now has a small bear ear on its head. Cap. It's like a copy of Ian. On its shell, there is now an additional number, 9209, which is Ian's number. Brother Ian, what are you doing with the phone bug? Kuina asked. Ian didn't answer her, but touched the little head of the phone bug and said, Kuina, Do you still remember one day you didn't see me for a long time, and when you saw me, there was more on my head? A hat? Koana nodded. Of course she still remembered this. That's because a group of outsiders came to the village that day. Ian said, these people are the Revolutionary Army. They gave me the hat, and among them, there is a very strange person. Koana listened to Ian's story quietly, but heard him suddenly change the subject. Have you heard of devil fruits? My father once told me, but I don't quite believe it. Is there really such a thing as a devil fruit? Koana asked. Ian nodded and said, really, Shimatsuki village is very small, the outside world is very big, this devil fruit really exists, and the strange person I want to talk about is a devil fruit capable person. His name is Ivankov, and he is a hormone fruit person. Ian said sternly, he has a strange ability, he can manipulate hormones in the human body, and can freely become a man or a woman. Seeing Koana's mouth open in surprise, Ian smiled and said, and the most important thing is that his ability can be used on others. Upon hearing this, Koana suddenly looked at Ian. She finally understood what Ian was going to say. Yes, I was the one who sent them out of the village. Ian nodded. Before I left, I asked for Ivankov's phone number. Now that my phone has grown up, I can call him. If you really want to be a boy, maybe you can find a way with him. The real reason Ian asked Ivankov for the number before leaving. Seeing Koana's silence for a while, Ian sighed and said, although we are not brothers and sisters, I have always regarded you as a real sister. You have a demon in your heart now, if you don't solve it, your swordsmanship will be very good. It's hard to grow, I don't want to see you sinking in the future because of this, so you can only find another way. This may be difficult for you to accept, so everything depends on your personal wishes. If you want to become a male children, then go out to sea to find Ivankov. If you don't want to, then keep going like this. Girls can't be the strongest, I don't believe that. Even if you have to pay 100 times of hardships, there is always hope of success. I have to think about it. Koana stood up and walked towards the door. She seemed a little at a loss. Ian's words had a huge impact on her. Seeing the moment when she was about to close the door, Ian took off the barriered hat on his head with his right hand, gave Koana a nice smile, and said, remember, follow your true heart. No matter what decision you make, I will support you. Thank you, big brother Ian. You're welcome, who made me your brother? Chapter 17 Accident. That night, Ian slept while guessing what choice Koana would make. In fact, even Ian himself couldn't imagine what it would be like if Koana really turned into a boy, but when Ivankov was left behind, Ian was just making an attempt, because he knowing that if Koana continues to stay in Shimatsuki village, she will die soon after. Koana with a smile after working in the fields. He was used to the strength of Koana's bandages after each exercise. Ian couldn't accept this seemingly strong in fact, the fact that the gentle sister disappeared in front of his eyes. So during this period of time, what Ian thought about the most was one word, butterfly effect. He wanted to try to see if he could change the result, and he would do whatever it took to do so. The next day, Ian had just woken up and had not had time to freshen up when Koana came to him. The two sat down at the table. The phone bug had woken up at this time, and crawled towards Koana. Koana smiled and touched its big eyes, handed it a vegetable leaf by the way, and looked at it eat happily. Koana, have you made up your mind? Ian asked her after a while. Think about it? Koana looked up at him. I can only say, thank you for your kindness, big brother Ian. I thought about it all night last night. Koana said while clutching his chest, although I have always been thinking, it would be great if I was a boy too, so that I would not let my father disappointed to be able to get stronger without any limitations, get the recognition of my father, and then inherit his dojo. However, when you told me yesterday that there was such an opportunity in front of me, I hesitated. If I really become a boy, then am I still me? Even if I can become the strongest swordsman in the world in the end, is that swordsman still me, Kuina? I figured out Big Brother Ian. Kuina looked at Ian with a smile. From now on, I won't worry about my gender anymore. Since my father said that girls can't be the strongest, then I will prove it to me. Look, I'm going to be the strongest female swordsman in the world. Ian looked at Kuina and found that her face was no longer confused and unwilling, instead, it was firm and confident. What Kuina said is true, she really got out of her heart. Ha, ha ha. Ian suddenly burst out laughing. This is the Kuina sister in his mind, with such a strong character, so what's the big deal about her being a girl? I said, no matter what decision you make, I will support you. Ian said with a smile, since you have decided to become the strongest female swordsman, then work hard. Yeah. Thank you Big Brother Ian, then I'll say goodbye. Kuina stood up and said. Kuina. Ian stopped her, his face became very serious, and said, this matter is here, but you have to promise me another thing. What's the matter? Kuina asked curiously. Don't go to any dangerous place. Especially high places. Ian said, it's best that you practice with me and Zoro during this time. Why? Kuina wondered. Ian couldn't explain it to her, so he could only say, I can't say why, maybe I have a bad hunch. Hearing that this was the reason, Kuina also felt a little strange, but she was a little reluctant to ask her to practice with Ian and Zoro, and said, I don't want, that idiot Zoro, every time she sweats, her body smells bad. Toast. I don't want to practice with him. I stink when I sweat. Ian felt like he was lying on the gun. You are different, you are Kuina's relative. Kuina stuck out his tongue mischievously, Zoro is an opponent, with him, my cards will be seen by him. Okay. Seeing that she was really unwilling, Ian couldn't force it. After all, Kuina was a girl, and she had already started to develop. She really couldn't stay with the two gentlemen all the time, so he had to say, then, promise me, you must not go to dangerous places, understand? Okay, okay, I promise you that's it. Kuina waved, goodbye, I'm going to practice. Seeing Kuina humming a song and walking out happily, Ian couldn't help but sighed. He originally wanted to get Kuina out to sea to avoid her death, but unexpectedly, it was unraveled by accident. This made Kuina's heart knot, and even Ian didn't know what to say. For the next 2 days, Ian kept an eye on Kuina at all times. Every time he and Zoro went out to exercise, he would come back as soon as possible. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until he confirmed that Kuina was safe. However, Ian couldn't keep Kuina in his sight all the time. He could see Kuina for a while, but he couldn't see Kuina, so Ian thought of a way. He told the younger brothers and sisters in the dojo that once he found out that Kuina was going to high school, if you go anywhere, then find a way to stop her, or run to tell yourself as soon as possible. Out of respect for Ian, the younger brothers in the dojo all agreed seriously. And the most unexpected thing for Ian is that things can come so quickly. On the morning of the 3rd day, Ian and Zoro, each carrying a little junior brother, ran around the village, and then came to the place where Hyoshin usually exercises. Running with someone on your back is a trick that Ian and Zoro came up with not long ago, because simply running is no longer effective for them. Putting down the 2 younger brothers and letting them go back on their own, Ian and Zoro started their daily exercise routine. However, for some unknown reason, Ian suddenly felt uneasy while watching Zoro do his pulling exercises with a rock in his mouth. At the beginning, he didn't notice it, he just felt a little irritable, but when he saw the 2 little junior brothers who had been carried up the mountain by himself and Zoro, turned back again, Ian's heartbeat suddenly became very strong. Not good. Ian shouted, and hurriedly ran down the mountain. Zoro looked stupidly at Ian, who ran out, not knowing what happened, and asked the two junior brothers, "Why did you guys come back?" The two little junior brothers ran out of breath, stomping their knees, and said, "Goo. Kuina is going to go to the attic to find her whetstone." We remembered what senior brother Ian said. We wanted to hold her, but she said no problem. We had no choice but to come and call brother Ian. The words were divided into two parts. Ian rushed down the mountain for a while, and he used all the strength to suckle, but he felt that it was still not fast enough, so he blessed his own thoughts on his legs, and the speed immediately soared. After a year of constant training, he has gradually mastered the skills of using mindfulness freely, but because the mindfulness value is still relatively small and cannot reach the level of substantiation, he cannot simulate the real armament hacking. Rushing back to the dojo, Ian ran directly towards the warehouse, where Kuina took out Hideyi that night. Ian didn't even think about it, he just hit the gate of opening and rushed in. The flying of sawdust, Ian saw Kuina, who was standing on the second floor and seemed to be about to come down, holding a black whetstone in her hand. But at this moment, her feet suddenly stepped in the air, rolled and fell from the air. "Kuina!" Ian jumped and stretched out his hand towards where Kuina had fallen, trying to catch her, but the distance was a little too far, causing his body to fall. Originally, according to the way Kuina fell, she would probably fall to the cervical vertebra and cause fracture and death, but Ian's arms caught her at this time, and put it on the bottom. With cushioning, Kuina's whole body, his body was fine, but his head hit the floor hard. Dust settled, Ian felt Kuina's body soften in his arm, and regardless of the pain of falling, he got up and hugged Kuina in his arms to check her condition. But what made Ian relieved was that Kuina in his arms was still breathing. He hurriedly picked her up. Ian rushed out of the warehouse, came to the dojo and shouted anxiously, "Master! Master Kazuhiro!" Kazuhiro heard the sound, but found that Ian was holding the unconscious Kuina in his arms, so he became anxious and asked, "What's going on?" "Kuina fell from the attic. Although I caught her, her head hit the ground." Ian carefully placed Kuina on the floor of the dojo and said, "Master Kazuhiro, take care of him, I'm going to call the doctor." "Thank you for your hard work," Kazuhiro said. Ian didn't answer either, and hurried out. The village of Shimatsuki is very small. There is only one doctor in the whole village, and he is only the kind of doctor who can only treat minor illnesses. But Ian couldn't care about it anymore. He rushed to the doctor's house and rushed him. He carried it on his back, screwed on the medicine box, and rushed back towards the dojo. At this time, Zoro and a group of junior brothers were already gathered in the dojo, waiting anxiously. The doctor is Whitebeard's uncle. After putting on glasses to examine Kuina carefully, he couldn't help shaking his head and said to the concerned people, "There is nothing wrong with me, but I hit my head hard. I don't know when I will wake up." "What do you mean?" Zoro became anxious, grabbed the doctor and shouted, "Are you saying that Kuina can't wake up?" "It's not that I can't wake up. It's that I don't know when I can wake up." The doctor shook his head and said, "This time may be a few days, or it may be a longer time." When Ian heard this, he was immediately stunned. How could this happen? Kuina avoided death due to her own intervention, now it is possible to fall into a prolonged coma. Did fate make such a joke? Chapter 18, Difficult Road for the Turtle Player. Finally treating Kuina's bruises, the doctor left. His medical skills were powerless for a patient with such a strong concussion. In the dojo, a group of younger brothers and sisters surrounded Kuina, and some of the younger ones were already crying. Master Kazuhiro finally persuaded them to leave. After the group of bear children left reluctantly, only Ian and Zoro were left in the dojo to stay by Kuina's side. Kazuhiro walked in and said to the two of them, "It's hard for you, go and rest, I'll take care of Kuina." "I don't Zoro gritted his teeth. I'll wait for her to wake up. Ian thought about it and said to Kazuhiro, Master, I'll leave. Before Kazuhiro nodded, Ian hurried back to his room. Except when it was eating, the phone bug was dozing off most of the time, but when Ian picked up the shell on its back, it suddenly came alive and opened its eyes wide. Ivankov's number on the dial pad, and the phone worm suddenly made a boom. Boom. Sound, as if it was on call waiting. Long for the connection there, and Ian's phone worm suddenly turned into Ivankov's appearance, with long eyelashes on his big eyes, and even his lips turned into purple lip gloss. This scene is quite magical. But Ian didn't care about research. Eva's voice came over the phone, hip hop. Who's calling? Is that you, Bear? No wonder that Ivankov would admit his mistake. It is estimated that the phone bug on Ivankov's side has simulated Ian's appearance. Suddenly, I didn't think of it, and I mistakenly thought Ian was a big bear. It's not Uncle Bear, it's me, Ian. Ian said into the microphone. The phone worm on the table froze for a moment, imitating Ivankov's expression. So it's you, Ian Candy, long time no see, I didn't expect you to call me. Eva, stop gossiping. Ian said anxiously, I saw you giving first aid to Sabo on the boat that day. You should be a doctor, right? Kuina has an accident on my side. You have to help me. Kuina? Ivankov was puzzled at first, and then suddenly said, is it Mr. Koshiro's daughter? What happened to her? Ian talked about what happened and said, where are you now? Can you go back to Shimatsuki village? I'm sorry Ian boy. Ivankov said regretfully, I'm in the kingdom of Kamabaka now. This is the Great Route. I don't know how long it will take me to get there. As soon as Ian heard this, his heart sank, and the fire from far away could not be dissolved. But don't worry. Ivankov suddenly changed his tone, I also know what you said, Kuina's little Candy has no trauma, so it is estimated that there is blood congestion in the skull, which caused her to faint, although I can't come, but can tell you what medication to use. Ah, that's great, you tell me, I'll write it down. Ian hurriedly found a pen and paper. After Ivankov told Ian about the medicine he was going to use, he continued, there is one more thing, Ian boy, you should pay attention, the medicine can only be auxiliary, even if it can disperse the congestion in her skull, but it may not be able to let her wake up. That doctor in your village is right, it is unknown whether she can wake up her consciousness. Then what should I do? Ian asked hurriedly. It can only be stimulated by external force. Ivankov thought for a while and said, when you are all right, talk to her more. Soon, this telephone consultation was over. Although Ian contacted the Dr. Ivankov, as he said, whether he was awake or not can only depend on the will of God. Late at night, and Ian and Zoro were still guarding Kuina. The medicine Ivankov said had already entrusted the instructor Zoji to search for it in a nearby town. How could this be? Zoro was still muttering, isn't it all good yesterday? You just made a promise with me, you just. Master Kazuhiro knelt across from him and whispered to Zoro, Zoro, people are sometimes very fragile. Master. What if Kuina really can't wake up? Zoro asked Kazuhiro, rubbing his eyes. You have to believe her. Kazuhiro Viviisho said, Kuina is a strong child, she will not be defeated like this, but you Zoro, if she wakes up and finds that you have not made progress, I guess she will laugh at you. It's all this time, who still has the mind to practice? Zoro said. You can't say that. Kazuhiro said, didn't you agree with her? Don't you want to surprise her when she wakes up? Zoro stared blankly at Kuina on the ground and her calm face. After a while, he nodded and said, I know, I will continue to work hard. Kazuhiro nodded in relief. Ian was on the side and didn't speak. He was checking the system in his mind at this time. According to what Ivankov said, for Kuina's situation, pure medical skills are of little use, so he wanted to find out to see if there were any cards with spiritual skills in the system's cards. After coming to this world for more than a year, in addition to the first draw to draw a card of Jizo Meiji, Ian saved enough time to draw 3 times later. However, these 3 card draws made Ian understand how helpless the sling players are for a money-hungry game. The card draw in the card store does not mean that you can get a card every time you draw, it's just a chance. Because the process of drawing cards also contains other items. In the following 3 card draws, Ian drew 5 advanced stones for the first time, and a green general-purpose equipment commoner for the second time. The characters were found, but they turned out to be fragments. These are 2 Neko Lulu fragments from the Samurai Soul game. And Neko Lulu is a 2-star card, and it takes 20 card fragments to synthesize a complete card. In the card shop, with so many cards, it is only drawn once every 3 months. When will it be possible to collect the remaining 18 pieces of Neko Lulu? And after asking the system, Ian also found something even worse, about 1-star cards and 2-star cards. According to the system, any card has qualification attributes. 1-star 2-star cards have the lowest qualifications, 3-star 4-star cards are next, and 5-star cards are the highest. It should be noted that here refers to the original card. That is to say, the aptitude of the original 5-star red card is the highest, even if the 4-star card is advanced to the 5-star card through various breakthroughs, the aptitude will be worse than the original 5-star card. Qualification is growth, which represents how many attribute values a card can get per level up, and represents the improvement of the overall attribute when it breaks through to +1 +2 +3, and because the last attributes of these cards are bonuses to Ian, the host itself is naturally related to Ian's own growth. Even if a 1-star 2-star card can be advanced to a 5-star card, a lot of resources will be consumed in the process, so the system does not recommend Ian to cultivate. The main purpose of this type of card is to use it for high. The fate and fetters of star cards can be decomposed to obtain souls. Souls can buy the card fragments they want in the exclusive soul store. The cards that are really worth cultivating must start from at least Samsung. With a single draw accumulated over time, the probability of drawing the entire card will be very low, so you can only rely on 10 consecutive draws. It is said that the probability is higher, but for 10 consecutive draws, Ian must have money to recharge. Ian is lucky, but also unfortunate. Fortunately, after coming to this world, he can still have a system to support him to become stronger and survive, but unfortunately, this system is a domestically made hoard of money. Forget all of these, and what Ian wants to complain about the most is that most of the functions of this system are complete, and the only thing that goes wrong is the plot part. Anyone who has played mobile card games knows that almost all mobile card games have a fixed mode, that is, the story chapter, which is commonly known as the push map. The number of stars obtained will give you the opportunity to open the treasure chest. Generally, there will be diamond rewards in the treasure chest, which is the main source of diamonds for hanging silk players. However, this damn system has no plots at all. With an unknown error, Ian was sent away. That is to say, if Ian wants to draw a diamond card, then he has to recharge it. It is the only way. When encountering this kind of domestic copycat game that seems to want money, as if planning to make a fortune and leave, Ian can only say that he can't hurt. System, are there any card characters similar to spiritual power or spiritual power? Ian asked. Yes. The system replied succinctly. Oh. Ian was overjoyed and asked, what characters are they? How many stars? Card character, Yuri. 4-star orange grade card, card character, Queen of Blades Kerrigan, 5-star red grade card. Hearing that the system listed 2 names, Ian's heart froze, and he instantly understood that these card characters with spiritual power are almost all high-level rare cards. It's not something he can get at this stage at all. Chapter 19 Wearing a hat becomes awesome, bald becomes invincible. Not to mention whether Ian has the money to draw the card. Even if he has the money to draw, whether or not he can draw is two different things. Because the system said that all card draws are given priority to match the host's existing skills. That is to say, according to the swordsmanship skills that Ian has learned now, when he draws cards, he will have a higher chance of drawing character cards that use swords, and only a small chance of other types of cards. Ian sighed. It seems that she really has no choice now. Whether Koina can wake up can only see herself. Ian saw that Zoro was still staring at Koina, not knowing what he was thinking, and Master Kazuhiro had already left to rest. Let's go. Ian patted Zoro's shoulder and said, it's not an option to stay like this. Wait for Master Zyuoja to come back and give Koina some medicine before taking a look. Zoro raised his head and said, Brother Ian, will you still practice with me tomorrow? Of course. Ian nodded and said, what's wrong? Zoro stood up, clenched his fists and said, Master Kazuhiro is right, even if Koina can't wake up now, my promise with her is still there. I don't want her to see my waist after she wakes up. I will work harder than ever to become the strongest swordsman in the world. Ian originally wanted to say something to Zoro, but what he didn't expect was that at this moment, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw Koina, who was lying down moving. So he immediately turned his head to look over, and saw that Koina's eyelid seemed to move twice. For a time, Ian was a surprise, hurried over and shouted softly, Koina! Koina! He shouted twice, but found that Koina was not awake. Ian was a little puzzled. He had heard that when people were dreaming, their eyelids did move. Could it be that Koina was dreaming just now? But why hasn't it moved before? Ian raised his head to look at Zoro, as if Koina's reaction was caused by what this idiot said just now. What's wrong with you, brother Ian? Zoro didn't know what was going on, so he asked curiously, why did you suddenly call Koina? She couldn't hear me. Zoro, repeat what you just said. Ian ignored him and ordered directly. Why? Just say it. Ian said angrily, why is this idiot talking so much at this time? So Zoro had to repeat it again. This time, Ian stared at Koina's eyes tightly. At the beginning, Zoro's words did not stimulate him, but at the end, when Zoro said become the strongest swordsman in the world, Ian suddenly discovered that Koina's eyelids really moved twice. That's it? Ian patted his thigh excitedly. What Ivankov said was true, external stimuli would indeed affect Koina. As for why Zoro said the sentence, Ian finds it easy to understand. It seems that becoming the strongest swordsman in the world is already Koina's obsession. Even if she is in a coma, she still remembers it in her subconscious. With this thought, obviously, Zoro also saw Koina's reaction this time. Although it was slight, it was indeed observed, and even Zoro was happy for a while. It works. Brother Ian, it really works. Zoro pulled Ian's sleeve and said excitedly, it seems that Koina is really likely to wake up. Ian put his arms around his neck, drilled his fist on his green algae head twice, and said, I can't see it, you idiot is really useful. Zoro laughed, and he didn't mind Ian's bullying at this time. Remember, come and say a few words to Koina every day. Ian urged him, and be sure to mention the sentence, no matter how long it takes, until the day when Koina wakes up. Yeah. Zoro nodded solemnly. So, in the following days, the two started their routine exercise as usual. It seems that they were influenced by Koina's obsession. Whether it was Ian or Zoro, they both exercised harder and harder. At the suggestion of Master Kazuhiro, the two of them have already switched to real swords to practice. What Ian is holding now is an ordinary samurai sword, which was made by a blacksmith in the village. The workmanship and material are not good, but in terms of weight and feel, It can also achieve the purpose of practice. Pushing the stone hanging from the branch vigorously, it swung back at a faster speed. Ian held the knife and stared at the swung back stone. The moment the stone was about to hit him, Ian moved, and he quickly threw the long knife in front of him. There was a crisp sound of clang, and the stone hit the sword, causing Vivi to shake Ian's body. Then in the next second, Ian moved quickly. With the strength of the moment when the parry was successful, Ian drew a circular arc with the knife in his hand, and swung it from the bottom to the top. Brush. The blade that quickly cut through the air made a slight noise and left a black scratch inside. The swinging stone, under this rapid slash, was slashed from the middle, and fell into two halves on the ground behind Ian. Call. Ian let out a sigh of relief and then turned his head to look at the surface of the stone that had been cut so smoothly. Ian knew that his bullet and flash had finally succeeded. For more than a year, I have been practicing swords consistently every day. Ian's swordsmanship proficiency has finally risen to 1 million, and he has successfully advanced to intermediate swordsmanship. Another skill of the card, bounce and flash. Compared with the previous true flash, the launch of the bomb flash is relatively simple, and the emphasis is on launching at the moment of parrying the opponent's attack. At the same time, Ian found that after advancing to the intermediate level of swordsmanship, he could freely choose to launch a flash in any position. Just like this, he did not move his body, and concentrated all his thoughts on the sword. Cut the stone. Of course, this stone is not the kind of hard material. If it is replaced by granite, Ian may not be able to cut it off now. It's just. Look at the knife in his hand. Ian found that after the cut, there were tiny cracks on the blade. It is estimated that such a knife will collapse after a few more trainings, right? You actually cut the stone apart? Zorro looked at Ian blankly, put on the hat. It's really so powerful? What do you think? Ian replied with a smile. But it's still stupid. Zorro said. Ian was too lazy to beat him, the bear boy just couldn't speak. Wait for me. Zorro seemed to think of something, turned and ran down the mountain. After a while, he came back out of breath, holding a black square in his hand. Then without waiting for Ian to say anything, he put the square scarf on his head, then tied a knot behind his head to cover his green algae head. How? This is my hat? Zorro proudly crossed his hips and said, I can also understand the sword move now, right? After he finished speaking, the guy swung his sword twice and said, Ah, it really is different. There is a wonderful feeling that everything around is darkened. Could it be that this is a higher realm of swordsmanship? Ian almost squirted when he heard it. What is a higher realm of swordsmanship? That's because your handkerchief is about to cover your eyes, okay. This psychological suggestion is really outrageous enough. However, what annoyed Ian the most was that this idiot would rather wear a square scarf casually than a real hat. Could it be that his barriered hat really gave him a great psychological shadow? What the hell? The barrier hat is very cute, isn't it? Seeing that Zorro felt good about himself and started his path to comprehend swordsmanship, Ian rolled his eyes, squatted down and looked at Zorro, and said, How about it, isn't it better to wear a hat? Not bad. Zorro nodded in satisfaction. Ian raised his index finger and shook it. Actually, you may not know that wearing a hat is not the most powerful thing. Oh? Zorro's eyes widened. Then what better way? Bald head. Ian said solemnly, if your head becomes bald, that's incredible, you'll be invincible. Really? Zorro looked at him in disbelief. It's more real than Pearl. Ian said, invincible. You can hit any enemy with one punch. Zorro thought for a while stupidly on the spot, and suddenly became annoyed and said, but... Damn. Do you think I'm a child to be deceived? How can there be such a person? Ian laughed haha, thinking that Zorro's expression made him very happy. He almost believed it just now. Ian laughed so hot that Zoro couldn't bear it any longer, and charged at Ian with a sword. Damn. Let's have a showdown. Ian resisted Zoro's slashing and said with a smile, okay, before Kuina wakes up, let me be your opponent. But you have to be careful, I beat people harder than Kuina. Then, on the back mountain of Shimatsuki village, there were two figures who were cracking. Chapter 20 Go to see. Ian and Zoro, although they always believed that Kuina could wake up, what they didn't expect was that they would wait so long. Time flies, and 6 years have passed in a blink of an eye. During these 6 years, Kuina is still in a coma. Apart from being unable to wake up, her body is not unusual, she has been growing, and now she is lying on the ground. She has become a slim girl, because almost all men in the dojo, taking care of Kuina has a lot of inconvenience. Therefore, Master Kazuhiro specially invited an aunt from the village to take care of her, feeding her and grooming her every day. Ian and Zoro take time to talk to Kuina every day, especially Zoro. They keep mentioning how much stronger they are every day, trying to stimulate Kuina to wake up. However, I don't know why, maybe it's like this, the stimulation intensity is not enough, although Kuina will be moved every time she hears this kind of topic, but she still can't really wake up. Zoro's daily exercise is getting harder and harder. He seems to want to use this method to relieve the anxiety in his heart. Asked Hideo Ikemon from Master Kazuhiro, and started his three-knife style. He thought that since Kuina couldn't exercise now, then it was up to him to become stronger with her share. What about Ian? Ian was sitting in the dojo at this time, sitting face to face with Master Kazuhiro. In the past 6 years, Ian has gradually grown up. Long-term training has given him a strong and tall figure. Now he is 18 years old, 182 centimeters tall, with long black hair, and he is in the middle of the brain. He pulled back into a ponytail, his face was gentle, and a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth, just like Master Kazuhiro. Over the years, the person who has had the greatest influence on Ian is naturally Kazuhiro, who is also a teacher and father, so it is not surprising that he is like him. Kazuhiro now has a lot of white hair on his forehead. Although he has always been gentle with people and things, Kuina's situation still makes him secretly a little more anxious. The old teacup is filled with freshly poured hot water. The tea leaves are stretched out one by one at the right temperature, forming a beautiful green color. Kuina can't wake up and accompanies Master to drink tea at noon every day. One of the things and does. He picked up the teacup and blew the foam gently. After Ian took a sip of the tea, he put the cup down and said to Kazuhiro, "Master, I want to go out to sea." Kazuhiro was not surprised by Ian's words, smiled and said, "If I remember correctly, you said the same 2 years ago." Indeed, in fact, to be anxious, Ian is no worse than Zoro. Even 2 years ago, Ian wanted to go out to sea to find a way to heal Kuina, but that time, Kazuhiro stopped him, and one just turned 16 years old. A young boy who went out to sea alone, Kazuhiro absolutely did not trust him. But now, 2 years later, Ian brings up the old story again. This time he has made a decision. Even if Kazuhiro objects, he can't care so much. However, the strange thing is that Kazuhiro didn't object after listening to it, he just sighed and said, "Ian, you know what? I have always regarded you as my real child. The reason why I didn't want Kuina to inherit the dojo was because she is not only a girl, but also because I actually want you to inherit the dojo." Ian didn't speak, just looked at Kazuhiro quietly. "It's just that over the years, I've seen clearly, your heart is not in Shimatsuki village." Kazuhiro continued, "A boy is a boy, even if he is here, his heart is yearning for the outside world." "I'm sorry, Master." Ian bowed his head and apologized. "Don't say I'm sorry." Kazuhiro laughed, "I know very well that in such an era, there is no force that can stop a man from going to sea, so go if you want, you have your own path to go." Yeah. Ian nodded. Has the time been decided? Kazuhiro asked. It's tomorrow. Ian said. In such a hurry? Kazuhiro was a little surprised. The sooner the better. Ian also smiled and said, Kuina has been sleeping for so long, he must be in a hurry. Ian made up his mind to go to sea as soon as possible, first to find a way to heal Kuina, and secondly, he also wanted to try to see if he could find a devil fruit for Kuina. In a coma, Kuina is naturally unable to exercise. With her strong personality, if she really wakes up and sees that she has opened the gap with Zoro, I am afraid that she will not be able to accept it no matter what. Ian, who is a brother, naturally has to think about his sister. Devil fruit is undoubtedly the best shortcut to become stronger, but I don't know if Kuina can accept it. In fact, during these 6 years, Ian also tried to contact Ivankov again, but strangely, Ivankov could not be contacted. Ivankov said last time, about what happened to him in the Kamabaka kingdom, Ian suddenly recalled that in this timeline, Ivankov seemed to be arrested by Marine. And he was imprisoned in the Impel Down underwater prison on the charge of unnecessary. There is absolutely no hope. Kazuhiro knew about Ian wanting to find devil fruits for Kuina. Ian mentioned it in front of him, but he didn't pay much attention to it. In his opinion, devil fruits are all evil ways. A swordsman can really rely on his own sword. But this was a kind offer from Ian, and Kazuhiro wouldn't object, just asked, where's the boat? What about the boat? I found Uncle Hull in the village. I want his old fishing boat. Ian said with a smile, Uncle Hull is a good man. He didn't ask for my money, but gave me a pair to a nearby town. Nautical chart. The situation at sea is unpredictable, you should be careful when you arrive alone. Kazuhiro urged. For this, Ian is not too worried. He is now a child who grew up by the sea, so his water ability is good. Even if he encounters wind and waves at sea, he has the ability to protect himself. Since you've decided, then go. Kazuhiro said, go alone, I won't give you away. I was afraid of the sadness caused by parting for not sending myself. Ian understood this and didn't say anything. He just bent down on the ground, gave Kazuhiro a light kowtow, and got up and walked out of the dojo. The next day, Shimatsuki village by the sea. Master Kazuhiro didn't come, but there were still many people who saw him off. Except for Zoro, all the other juniors in the dojo also came. These bear children who were snot flying in the past have gradually grown up, their image has improved a lot, and they look more pleasing to the eye. Brother Ian, you have to remember to come back to see us. Brother Ian, we will miss you. The younger juniors were surrounding Ian, shouting in vain, but nothing had changed, and the youngest younger brother was even about to cry. Although Ian is usually a little darker, he often plays pranks on Zoro, such as fooling him, or something, but he is very kind to these little brothers and sisters. Kuina can't wake up, so he took over for Kuina to care for him. It is the responsibility of the juniors, so now that Ian is going to sea, the juniors are naturally reluctant to part with him. Ian patted their shoulders comfortingly, and sighed in his heart. If there is no system, with his aptitude, he is probably similar to these little junior brothers now. Looking at them is like seeing them before the age of 10. Same as myself. Zoro standing with his arms crossed. Zoro was almost 9 years old when he first came to the dojo. He fought against Kuina for a year and earned a record of 2001 defeats and 0 wins. Now, 6 years later, he is also 16 years old. Now he has with the prototype of Zoro in the future, the green algae head is still so conspicuous. This guy's hair grows and he scrapes it with a knife, so it is messed up like a dog. He changed the dojo uniform and put on he wore a short-sleeved t-shirt, with a waist circumference around his waist, and 3 long swords on his back. The only good thing was that he hadn't had earrings at this time, probably because he was worried that Master Cow's hero would scold him. Seeing Ian looking over, the guy snorted and turned his head away, ignoring Ian. "Fuck you." Ian couldn't help laughing. "I said I won't take you if I don't take you there." When Zoro knew that Ian was going to sea, he shouted that he wanted to go with Ian, but Master Cow's hero did not allow it. Just like Ian was not allowed to go to sea earlier, Master Cow's hero also worried that Zoro was too young. Ian naturally obeyed Koshiro's words, so he refused Zoro's request to travel together. Just because of this, Zoro was angry all night last night. Walking up to him, Ian patted his shoulder and said, "Wait a minute, I'll go to sea first to find a way to heal Kuina. If I haven't come back in 2 years, then you can go out to sea by yourself. It's long-winded. I don't need you to tell me." Zoro still turned his head away from Ian, but said, "It's you. If Kuina wakes up during this period, don't blame me for speaking ill of you." "Ha! If you want to say it, just say it." Ian winked at him. "Don't forget, I am Kuina's brother, and you are her opponent. Who do you think she will believe?" After finishing speaking, Ian pressed the barriered hat that was about to be blown up by the wind with one hand, and said with a smile, "Okay, I'm leaving." "Wait." Zoro's voice came, stopped him, then reached out and handed a long knife in a white scabbard, turned his head and said, "This is a letter from Hideo, why don't you take it with you? It sounds great, but are you actually worried about yourself? Otherwise, why would you want to bring yourself a good knife?" Ian smiled, but didn't take it, and said, "No need, this knife is not suitable for me, you should keep it, and when Kuina wakes up, give it back to her." Walking to the shore, Ian untied the cable, threw it into the boat, then pushed the small fishing boat, ran 2 steps hard, pushed the boat into the sea, and then jumped up. "Goodbye, I'm leaving." Ian waved to everyone on the shore. Amid the reluctant farewells of everyone, they picked up the oars, rowed the boat, and drifted away. Pirate Supercard System, Chapter 21-40. Chapter 21 First Red Gift Package. The day Ian chose to go to sea was not bad, it was a sunny day. In such weather, the sky shows a deep blue color, and the occasional white clouds are the embellishments. Looking at the boundless sea and feeling the sea breeze blowing gently, people have a kind of feeling refreshed. Tired of paddling, Ian simply opened the small sail on the fishing boat and let the sea breeze take him to going. Lying on his back among the fishing boats, he checked the system while watching the unknown birds flying by in the sky. Choosing to go to sea is not only to find a way to heal Kuina, but also because he has reached a bottleneck now. Open the attribute interface of the system, and you can see the current level of Ian. He is now level 5. This is the experience he gained from practicing with Zoro in Shimatsuki village for 6 years. He learned to use it before Zoro. Nyan, and the time to learn swordsmanship is longer than Zoro. In the process of fighting against him, Ian can be said to win more and lose less. The reason why it is said that there are more wins and less losses is because Zoro is really talented. In the next few years, he actually realized that his sword was recruited. Although the only sword moves he could use at the beginning were Tiger Hunt and Bull Needle, Ian did feel the power of Nyan on his sword. Of course, in the words of this world, it was actually Haki's fluctuations. With these 2 sword moves, Zoro has gradually controlled his inner strength, so for a while, even Ian can only compete with his 2 moves. If one is not careful, he may be defeated by him. Zoro's strength has increased little by little. When Ian defeated him, the experience gained also increased slightly. It can be said that Ian's current level is entirely due to Zoro's contribution. However, when Ian reached level 5, he found that even if he defeated Zoro, he could not gain experience points. The system seemed to be unable to gain too much experience from the same opponent by default. And there are no ferocious beasts on the island where Shimatsuki village is located, which means that since 2 years ago, he has been unable to upgrade his level. This is one of the reasons why he wanted to go to sea early 2 years ago, but was Master Cow's hero stopped him. It is estimated that in the system, the host of Ian is also counted as a card, and according to the number of stars and qualifications, he should now be the most basic 1-star green card. It can be seen from the attribute points obtained. Every time he increases one level, he can get the attributes of strength +5 and speed +5. When he reaches level 5, it is equivalent to an increase of 20 points of strength and 20 points of speed. This may be the qualification problem mentioned by the system, because when Ian used the experience book to upgrade the card of Shizuo Meiji to level 5, he found that the 3-star card of Shizuo Meiji was upgraded every level. Can get 15 points of strength and 15 points of speed, as well as 20 points of life and 20 points of mind. This card may be of the balanced type, that is, the upgraded attributes have the same increase in strength and speed. It is best to use it as a reference for comparison. Ian also tried to ask the system to see if he could use the advanced stones to increase the number of stars and aptitude, but was told that he couldn't and needed other special items. As for the special items, the system didn't tell him. Although a little regrettable, the system's answer gave Ian a little hope. According to the ratio of 30%, each level of Shizuo Meiji's card can just bring him a bonus of 5 points of all attributes, so now Ian's attributes are as follows. Name, Ian. Level, level 5. Deo strength, 217. Strength, 82, base 5 plus upgrade 20 plus card 35 plus self-training 22. Speed, 78, base 5 plus upgrade 20 plus card 35 plus self-training 18. Life, 89, base 10 plus upgrade 40 plus card 39. Mindfulness, 99, base 0 plus upgrade 40 plus card 39 plus mindfulness practice 20. Skills, advanced swordsmanship, sword attack speed plus 30%, destructive power plus 30%. Proficiency, 1000000/100000000. Intermediate mindfulness cultivation, increase the number of thoughts recovered per hour, the current recovery value, 5 points, increase the total number of thoughts by 25%. Proficiency, 6811/50,000. Among the two skills that Ian has now, the 10 million proficiency in advanced swordsmanship has long been full. However, it is strange that advanced swordsmanship cannot be improved anymore. This is the so-called bottleneck. Ian knew that there must be a higher level of swordsmanship above, but he lacked insight and opportunity, so he couldn't improve. The skill of reciting cultivation is accumulated with the bamboo sword when he practices swordsmanship every day. It is limited by the amount of recitation and cannot improve as quickly as the proficiency of practicing swordsmanship. So now it is only at the intermediate level, but after the skill of reciting cultivation is improved, it is a big surprise that Ian can actually increase the total amount of Ian by a percentage. Regardless of whether it is advanced swordsmanship or reading practice skills, these two skills have an impact on Ian's Deo strength value. Otherwise, with his current attribute value, it is impossible to have more than 200 Deo strength values. Of course, it is said that one has to have about 500 Deo strength points to be called a Superman. Ian has more than 200 Deo strength points, which seems to be quite low, but in fact it is not the case, because in the long-term continuous sword practice, Ian discovered one thing, that is, when he uses his mind to use a flash, there will be an instant change in the power value. This change is naturally an increase, and according to the amount of thought power that Ian invokes, the increase in the value of the power value is also different. For example, if he wraps all his 99 points of thought around the sword and hits a bullet and a flash, this in an instant, his Deo strength value can at least double. Since the flash skill is instantaneous, it is difficult to find out if this kind of increase in Deo strength value is not carefully observed, and Ian also discovered this in an accident. After reading his attributes, Ian turned to the card backpack to check the cards he had obtained. You can draw a card for free once in 100 days, and about 7 times in 2 years. In the past 6 years, Ian has drawn as many as 21 times. Although the probability of single drawing cards in this way is very small, but there are many times, they can always be encountered. In these 21 card draws, Ian still draws 3 complete cards one after another. It's a good thing to have cards, but the problem is that they are all 1-star and 2-star cards. Unicorns 2-star blue card, source, Saint Seiya. When he drew these cards, Ian was stunned. Although he also knew that such low-level cards had no training value, after looking at the attributes and skills, he really understood why there was no training value. Even if the basic attributes are low, there is only one skill. The Ranchild card is better. The skill is to shrink the spell. I don't know what effect it will use. The card has only one skill, Tuko. There is also the Unicorn Constellations. Obviously all the saints use the small universe, okay. But in the card attribute, it is also the same as the thought attribute. So Ian understands that no matter what kind of cards are drawn in the system, their skills are classified by mind. It seems that in the concept of the system, mind power has unified the whole universe. Although Ian still has a card slot to use, he doesn't want to waste it on these cards. Originally, the bonus percentage is low, and the basic attributes of the cards are so small. Even if these cards are equipped, the obtained attributes will increase. Cheng is also the same as nothing. It is better to keep it and wait for the 4-star orange card to be equipped when you save enough money for the first 10 draws. After floating in the sea for a long time, Ian was also hungry, so he got up and opened the package he was carrying. This package is a gift from Ian. It contains a few pieces of clothes for washing. In addition, there are 3 days of dry food. Ian listened to Uncle Hull in the village and said that from Shimatsuki village to the neighboring town, it takes 3 days by boat. It took days, so he prepared these dry food. Taking out the dry food and a bottle of water, Ian sat on the boat and ate, but at this time, he found a small cloth bag in his package. He remembered that he didn't put this thing in the package, so out of curiosity, he picked up the cloth bag and opened it. What Ian didn't expect was that the cloth bag turned out to be a stack of green banknotes and a white envelope. Ian counted it, the stack of banknotes was 20,000 Baileys in total, and it was the first time he had ever received so much money in his hands. Then he opened the envelope, and sure enough, it contained a letter from Master Kazuhiro. Although he didn't come to see him off, Master Kazuhiro still misses him all the time. The 20,000 Baileys are all of Master Kazuhiro's current savings, and all of them have been given to Ian for traveling expenses. Ian only felt full of warmth. Although 20,000 Baileys was not much, it represented Master Kazuhiro's concern for him. Just as Ian sighed, he suddenly heard a voice from the system in his mind. When the currency is detected, does the host want to recharge? For the first recharge, you can get the first red pack. Chapter 22 worth 8,888 diamonds. The first big gift pack. Ian asked suspiciously, is it the extra reward for the first recharge? Yes. The system replied, for the first time you recharge any amount, you can get a first-rate gift pack worth 8,888 diamonds. Any amount? Ian quit, then why didn't you tell me earlier? Nima, I should have known that there was such a big gift package. Ian made money when he was in Shimatsuki village. At that time, although the monthly pocket money was pitiful, he still saved some, and made a few $100s. Bailey, it's a good deal to win this first punch gift package. However, the system replied, the minimum level of diamonds purchased in the diamond store is 100 diamonds. Ian was speechless immediately. If it was possible, he just wanted to smash the system into a ball and stomped on it 10,000 feet on the ground. That's what you call an arbitrary amount. Nima, can you just say that the first charge is at least 100 diamonds? Great, my brother. For a word game like the system, Ian can only write a capitalized word for service. It's no wonder that when I was holding Bailey in my hand, the system didn't even mention the first charge gift package. The minimum threshold for emotional recharge is 20,000 Bailey, which is exactly 100 diamonds. Watching people cook, I don't have money to tell you a basket. This system is really bad enough. Forget it, I already knew what the urgency of this money hunting system was, and Ian didn't bother to complain about it, and asked, "What's in the gift bag?" I can't help but ask, he has already grasped the skill of the system word game, and he said it nicely, what kind of gift package is worth 8,888 diamonds, the ghost knows whether it is worth so much after opening it. There are two things to say. The gift package includes, a fixed number of breakthrough stones, a fixed number of advanced stones, a fixed number of random 5-star red card fragments, and a random exclusive treasure. The system replied. Ian stared at him and asked, "That's all? Is that all worth 8,888 diamonds?" The system didn't speak, it seemed to be the default, and then Ian suddenly felt that the whole person was not good. He felt that he should not trust the system. More than 8,000 diamonds, that is almost equivalent to 20 million Baileys, but the things in the gift package don't sound like they are worth so much money. Well, this is the usual advertising behavior of game developers. For them, this kind of gimmick is not even a false advertisement, because things like virtual items are not easy to estimate. How much they say is worth, then as much as it's worth, you still can't refute them. Are you going to run? Ian looked at the 20,000 Bailey in his hand with some hesitation. The village of Shimatsuki is very small. Most of the people in the village are self-sufficient. Naturally, the economic situation on the island is not developed. In addition, he has often bought medicine for Kuina over the years. Teacher Kazuhiro's savings must not be much. Bailey gave Ian, it was already the limit. This was for him to pay for his travel expenses, not for him to use it to recharge. What will happen after going to sea? Ian still doesn't know anything. With money on his body, he must be better at handling things, but Ian doesn't know whether he can protect himself with his current strength. Other enemies have played against each other. Don't forget, this is a world where pirates are rampant. Even if you are in the weakest East Blue, it is said that the average bounty of pirates here is 3 million Baileys. Ian does not have a clear understanding of the strength corresponding to the reward amount, but out of the psychology of being careful, it is definitely right to enhance his strength by recharging and winning the gift package. So at this time, Ian found that he suddenly had difficulty in choosing, and he didn't know how to choose. Why, by coincidence, happened to be 20,000 Baileys. If it was a little more or a little less, Ian wouldn't have to be so entangled. After eating the dry food in his hand, Ian finally made a decision: recharge. Who cares, money matters, take a step by step. If you don't have money, don't you even have the opportunity to work and earn money. On the contrary, the 5-star red card in the gift bag made Ian very concerned. When Ian made a decision, the Bailey in his hand suddenly disappeared. This is what the system looked like. Then Ian heard the voice of the system in his mind: you bought 100 diamonds, and you get an additional 10, the gift of diamonds. You have a gift package to collect. Ian focused his attention on the system interface in his mind, and sure enough, he saw a flashing gift pattern hanging there, so he chose to receive it. You got 100 breakthrough stones. You got 100 advanced stones. You get 65-star red card shards, Orakai. You have obtained an exclusive treasure, the Sword Saint's long sword. Ian was taken aback. Orakai? Is it really that Orakai? He hurriedly entered his backpack interface and chose to view the existing card fragment items. Sure enough, he saw a handsome white-haired man with a fragment icon in the upper left corner, indicating that the card was still in an inaccessible state. The state of synthesis, and on the right side of the avatar, there is a word X60, indicating the number of pieces of this card. Ian suddenly became hilarious. Damn it, it's really the boss Orokai of the King of Fighters 97. It's developed now. According to what the system said, this Orokai card should be a native 5-star red card. Whether it is aptitude or attributes, it is top-notch. When such a card is cultivated, the bonus it brings to Ian must be huge. It's just that the cards have not been fully synthesized yet. Ian can't see Orokai's skills, but I believe it must be very powerful. This is the first top-level card Ian has ever seen. After appreciating it for a while, Ian asked the system, "Hey, by the way, how many fragments does Orokai's card take to combine?" The synthetic number of native 5-star red cards is 180 fragments. The system replied, "What the hell, this feeling of being pitted again is swollen. I heard from the system before that the synthetic number of 3-star purple cards is 30 fragments, so Ian still thought, even if the synthetic number of 4-star and 5-star cards is more, it will not be too much." He guessed a 5-star card can be synthesized with a maximum of about 80 fragments. If this is the case, then now that you have 60 fragments, there is still some hope for the synthesis of 5-star cards. However, the system now told him that he wanted 180 coins. Ian felt like he was beeping a dog. Nima only sent 1/3 of the fragments, and you dare to call it worth 8,888 diamonds. There is no difference between seeing and not using it and not getting it. Ian understands the meaning of the system very well. I will give you some shards, no more or less, so as to attract you to continue to charge money and draw shards. This is a typical consumption trap. Is it so difficult to even be a Krypton Gold player now? Keeping stroking his chest, Ian comforted himself, "Don't think too much, just get used to it. It's not worth getting angry with the system, because it's useless to be angry. You can't hurt the system other than making yourself emotional and irritable." Therefore, Ian can only temporarily leave Orokai's fragments and switch to the backpack option to check the so-called exclusive treasure. Huh? I also said what kind of swordsman's longsword is it? After seeing the exclusive treasure in the backpack, Ian couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Just hearing the name, you may not be able to imagine what this exclusive treasure looks like, because there are characters like Juggernaut in many games, and Ian doesn't know which one it will be. However, when he saw this weapon, he recognized it immediately. Because this weapon is too familiar to him. This is the one in the hands of the sword Saint Samuro. And look at the color, or the red version. What is the name of this long knife? Ian does not know. It seems impossible to verify. The long handle, there is a circular iron ring at the end of the handle. The slender sword body stretches straight forward. It looks like it is quite long, but the blade is rusty red, with some black and gold patterns on it, but there is a snow-white blade at the cutting edge. Just looking at it, you can feel the dazzling sharpness. The whole long knife looks rough. Ian knows that this red version of the long knife should be used by the Black Rock Clan Juggernaut, but maybe even the system doesn't know that the Black Rock Clan Juggernaut uses the long knife. What are there, so they are directly arranged to Samuro. Juggernaut Longsword. Card Samuro Exclusive Treasure. Star Rating, Samsung Treasure, Upgradable. Strength plus 100. Speed plus 50. Destruction plus 25%. Very good attribute, but... Nima, I don't have Samuro's card. Ian only felt that he had a bad start today, and finally got a gift bag, but there was a breakthrough stone in it, and there was nothing else that he could use now. Just when Ian was a little mad, he suddenly heard a prompt from the system: the host can equip the exclusive treasure of any card. Huh? Ian was stunned. Can I use it? Yes, the host can equip the exclusive treasure of any card, but only one can be equipped at a time. The system replied. So, with the mentality of giving it a try, Ian switched to the side of his character, and sure enough, he saw a red dot displayed in an empty small box in his attribute. Ian is no stranger to this red dot. Wise left horse. When the card can be equipped with equipment at that time, it is also displayed like this, which means that there are items that can be equipped. Ian chose the small box, and the Juggernaut long knife appeared in the pop-up inventory. After choosing to equip it, Ian's attributes changed immediately. It was still a 30% attribute bonus, and the strength value suddenly changed. It has increased by 33 points, the speed has increased by 15 points, and there is an additional 7.5% destructive attribute bonus. Before Ian could read it, he suddenly found that his hand sank, and when he came back to his senses and looked down, he found that a weapon appeared in his hand. Ian bit his tongue directly. What's going on? After the exclusive treasure is equipped, why does it appear in reality? Chapter 23 Buggy Pirates. What's going on here? Ian stared dumbfounded at the Sword Saint's long sword in his hand, only to think it was incredible, and hurriedly asked the system. Exclusive treasures can produce a real projection. The system explained, but the projection is only a percentage of the corresponding star. Ian understood it in seconds, that is to say, the Sword Saint's long sword in his hand can't achieve the full effect of the real weapon, right? Looking at the Sword Saint's long sword in his hand, he found that it was really long enough. This weapon, which I don't know whether to call it a sword or a sword, was originally the weapon of the Orc Sword Saint in Warcraft. Weapons that look normal in their hands, but in Ian's hands, they look huge. This sword is almost as long as Ian's height. But when it comes to visual effects, it's really nothing to say. Although it looks rough, whether it is radiant or sharpness, it is first class and concise. Efficient. This is a murder weapon born for fighting. Gently flicking on the blade, Ian heard a buzzing sound from the blade, indicating that the material of the long knife is very uniform, and the weight of the entire long knife is concentrated on the back of the knife, especially suitable for chopping. According to Ian's understanding, this is a heavy knife, and he needs two hands to hold it. Originally, when Ian went to sea, he only carried a rough sword. He had been in the dojo for so many years and was deeply influenced by Master Kazuhiro. He felt that the most important thing for a swordsman is to have a good sword. So he felt a little regretful about the sword he brought out, but now it's all right. When I was drowsy and brought a pillow, when Ian was thinking about how to get a good weapon, the system came to the door like this. Although this Juggernaut sword is completely different from the samurai sword he usually uses, the principles of swordsmanship are the same. The Juggernaut sword is not only suitable for slashing, but also straight stabs and horizontal cuts. As long as it is given to Ian after a little while, once you get used to its weight, you should be fine. Well, it doesn't matter to say these things, the key is, it's cool. Although there is no scabbard, but the Sword Saint's long sword is inserted behind the back, and it is forced to rise in an instant. Holding the long knife, Ian tried waving it a few times. He felt very satisfied when he heard the whistling sound of the blade cutting through the air. He felt that it was the only thing in the first punch gift bag that didn't trap him. And what makes Ian most comfortable is that the Sword Saint long knife can also be removed by removing the exclusive treasure in the equipment slot, so as to achieve the effect of disappearing in an instant. After re-equipping it, it will appear again, just like space equipment, which is very convenient. Boat was going in the direction of the wind, and Ian took the Sword Saint's long sword to practice swinging on the boat. First, to get used to this knife as soon as possible, and secondly, because of the habit of so many years, the sword swinging practice has become like his. The instinct is the same. When I get the opportunity to practice a few times, I feel sad all over. Unfortunately, The practice of concentration often results in not paying attention to other things. I don't know since when, the wind direction on the sea has changed, and Ian's boat has also changed direction unknowingly, but Ian didn't notice all this, and was completely immersed in the experience and exercise. In the evening, the sea breeze became even more irritable, and the air pressure began to drop. Anyone with a little common sense would understand that this was a sign of a storm at sea. It was only at this time that Ian finally came back to his senses and stowed away his sails. The weather at sea changes as soon as it changes. Ian just stowed away the sails when the storm came. The strong wind began to blow on his boat, causing layers of waves to hit the boat. Ian was worried at first. The boat capsized, so he sat in the middle of the boat wearing a poncho, desperately trying to stabilize the boat with his own strength, but after a while, he had to stand up, pick up the bucket left in the fishing boat, and pour water outside. How strong is the ability of a small fishing boat to withstand the wind and waves? Needless to say, everyone knows that experienced fishermen go out to sea in the morning to fish and come back in the evening, only fishing near the sea. It can be said that Ian was completely harmed by the comics he read before. In his impression, whether it was Luffy or Ace and Sabo, it seemed that they all went out to sea in a small boat, so he thought he could do it. But it wasn't until he really experienced sea sailing that Ian realized that he really underestimated the knowledge of sailing. Ian didn't even know which direction he was going. He managed to hold on to the storm, but all the clothes and dry food he put in the boat were soaked by the sea water. The next day, when the sun rose, Ian realized that he had lost his way. When he set off, he was heading north, but now the position of the sun shows that he was actually heading west. I don't know how far I veered off course. Oh, I'm going. Ian couldn't help but slap his forehead when he discovered this. When he was still in Shimatsuki village, the most common thing he said to Zoro was, "Don't trust your sense of direction, if you get lost now, just stand still and wait for someone to save you." Unexpectedly, he himself was lost first. Ian's knowledge of geography is very poor, but he also knows that he can't continue to go west, because if you go west, it seems that there are no islands, but it will get closer and closer to the windless belt of the Great Root. There is a gathering point for large-scale sea kings. Ian's small body can't come back in the past. So he can only adjust the direction and continue to drive north. However, deviating from the course means that Ian will stay at sea for a longer time, and his dry food has been killed. If he wants to eat, he can only use the idea of the sea. And from here, we can see the lack of Ian's sailing knowledge. He forgot to prepare a fishing rod on his boat. It's enough for Uncle Hull to send him a fishing boat. It's impossible to prepare a fishing rod, right? But when Ian went out to sea, he didn't think of this, so he couldn't even fish now. By noon, Ian was so hungry that his eyes were almost green. He thought of a way to tie the samurai sword he brought out to a rope and throw it into the sea to fish. However, how could a fish be hooked? The rope is so thick that not only does it have no hooks, but also no bait. How much blind does it take to be caught by him? I don't know if I was starving and fainted. Ian saw that the homemade fishing rod didn't respond for a long time, and then he woke up. He patted his forehead and secretly asked why he was so stupid. Nautical miles. Without a fishing rod, he can only fish by himself. Fortunately, Ian's lung capacity is sufficient, and he can still dive for a long time in the sea. Should be able to catch fish, right? Ian thought so. However, what Ian didn't expect was that when he just dived, another ship appeared on the sea behind him. This is a very large ship, with a black pirate flag hanging on the mast, and the pattern on the pirate flag is a round red-nosed skull pattern. Above the mast, a lookout sailor really looked around with a telescope. Soon, he found the boat that Ian had left on the sea. "Captain Buggy. There's a small boat over there." The lookout immediately shouted down, "It's a fishing boat," but for some reason, There's no one on board. On the deck below, a man wearing a captain's cap and a coat was sitting on a chair with his chin pressed. This man was dressed as a clown, and his nose was particularly prominent, a big round red nose. That's right, this ship is the pirate ship of the Buggy Pirates, and this person is the head of the pirates, Buggy the Clown. Hearing the lookouts shout, he was stunned for a moment and said, "A boat with no one? A ship in distress? The storm last night was so violent, maybe it really was," said a black-haired man on a unicycle next to him, holding his hands. "Go and see in person, maybe you can find something." Buggy waved his hand and said, "We are a pirate group famous for looting, don't let go even if it's a small fish." "Yes, Captain Buggy." A group of pirates on the deck immediately responded loudly. Soon, a small boat was put down on the pirate ship and headed in the direction of Ian's ship. And Ian didn't know what happened on the sea at this time, he was still fishing in the sea. "I don't know if I don't do it. It turns out that it is so difficult to catch fish in the sea. How can a person's speed be faster than a fish in the sea?" So even though there are fish swimming around in the sea, Ian couldn't catch a single one. He couldn't hold it any longer, so he floated to the surface to breathe, and then dived again. If a person is extremely hungry, he can work hard for food. Head and dived again, so Ian did not find the boat coming from the Buggy Pirates. Similarly, his target was too small, and the pirates on the boat did not find him. So, a few pirates touched Ian's boat, searched around and found nothing, and finally took all his clothes and hats back for trade. Chapter 24 Lucky Day for the Hapless. Fuck. Fuck. Where's my clothes? When Ian finally caught a big fish with a strange shape from the sea and climbed onto the boat, his eyes were about to pop out. At first, he thought it was some naughty seabird who took his clothes away, but when he saw the pirate ship of the Buggy Pirates in the distance, as well as the moving boat, he immediately understood. "What's going on here? I just felt like I was beeped by a dog for a while. Damn, it doesn't matter if there was an unfortunate storm last night, and now thieves can steal things on the vast sea. Does this count as going out without reading the almanac?" Throwing the caught fish into the boat, Ian picked up the oars and rowed towards the pirate ship in the distance. It's far away, and he hasn't seen clearly what kind of pirate ship it is, but Ian is full of anger now, because not only his clothes, but also the hat that Uncle Bear gave him, as well as the belongings he lost. The phone bugs he put in his hat were all stolen. Without the phone bug, how can I contact Zorro to inquire about Koana's situation in the future? Without the hat I'm used to wearing, how can I feel comfortable with a bare head? And it's even worse without clothes. Even if I get to the shore, I can only run away. Can't forgive. Ian was about to explode with anger, and with the greatest strength, the two oars turned very fast. At this time, several pirates who were ordered to check on Ian's boat had already boarded Buggy's pirate ship. Seeing them come up, Buggy asked indifferently, "How is it? Is there anything to gain?" "Report to Captain Buggy." A rogue in a circus hat replied, "We searched, no money, no treasure. There are a few clothes and hats on the ship." "Oh yes, there is a hat inside the hat." "Phone bug." "Oh." Buggy was a little surprised. In fact, he didn't expect much from the things on the boat at first. He just held the concept of killing mistakes and not letting them go, and let people search for them. How could he know that there was actually something? "Phone bugs, this kind of thing is quite rare. I didn't expect such a thing on that small boat." "Bring it to me and see," Buggy said lazily on the chair. "Ah yes." The pirate minion wearing a circus hat quickly handed over Ian's hat and said flatteringly, "The phone bug was in this round barriered hat at the time." However, before the words were finished, Buggy suddenly said, "What did you say? Say it again." "The phone bug is inside this round bare ear cap," the scumbag repeated inexplicably. Buggy was instantly furious. One hand suddenly detached from his body, flew over and grabbed the neck of the minion, shouting, "Who are you calling a big round nose? I didn't." The pirate was about to cry. He knew that his captain was listening again. Because he is very concerned about his round red nose, what Buggy hates most is when others say his nose. When it is mentioned, he will get angry. Over time, he becomes so sensitive. The ship thieves all know the taboos of their captains. The most important thing that cannot be mentioned are the keywords round, red and big. Even words with similar meanings are not enough. However, knowing is one thing, not making mistakes is another. This pirate just thinks Ian's bare-eared hat looks cute, so I can't help but want to describe it, but, who let the bare ears on the hat be round? For an uneducated pirate, he can't find any other adjective to replace the word round. No culture is terrible, no culture is punishable. Captain Buggy is so angry that even the people under his command dare to speak ill of him. If he doesn't teach him a lesson, how can he maintain the prestige of the captain? So Buggy said without looking back, "Prepare the cannon." Ah! Yes. The group of scoundrels shivered, but they didn't dare to resist, and hurriedly stood at attention and agreed. The clown Buggy is actually quite ruthless towards people. Cannon execution is a repertoire on his pirate ship, and his minions have seen it many times, so although he is preparing in a panic, his movements are very skilled. Forgive my life." The bastard who was strangled by the neck and twisted into the air was almost out of breath, so he could only desperately try to break Buggy's hand away, perhaps because he didn't think so much. He even held Ian's hat in his hand. And Buggy also saw the hat at this time, and was stunned. The next moment, Buggy's hand let go, and the minion fell down and stared blankly at his captain. Buggy, wondering why he let go of his hand suddenly, could it be that he changed his mind? But Buggy ignored him. His hand flew over and picked up Ian's hat, then flew back and stuck to Buggy's body again. Buggy held Ian's bare-eared hat and said thoughtfully, "Huh? Strange, I think I've seen this hat before." After speaking, Buggy seemed to remember something, turned around and ran towards the cabin with his hat, leaving behind the group of scoundrels who were looking at each other, wondering if he should continue the execution. It stands to reason that Captain Buggy ignored that minion. It should be regarded as saving his life. However, before he could be happy, a man with a black and white square around his neck came over. He was Buggy. Kobo, the chief of staff of the pirates, the guy with his hair covering one eye, said gloomily, "Hang him up." The execution continues. "This is Captain Buggy's will." "Yes." The little scoundrels responded quickly, tying up the hapless man with all his might and hanging him on the side of the boat. Then they brought the cannon over, aimed the muzzle at the hapless one, and raised the torch to see the lead ignited. As a result, at this moment, a person suddenly jumped up the side of the ship and landed on the deck with a thud. Everyone stared blankly at the figure who suddenly appeared, and found that he was wearing no clothes, only a pair of pants. Luo was soaked wet, with black hair tied behind his head, and a samurai sword in his hand. That's right, it was Ian who came. The guy who was hanged was really lucky. The first time he was let go by Buggy, the second time he was about to be bombarded, but Ian came aboard. Everyone's attention was drawn, and this guy got another life. Today must be his lucky day. Ian didn't care that the guy who was hanged looked at him with tears and gratitude. As soon as he jumped on the boat, Ian roared in anger, "Who stole my clothes and things? Stand up!" The minions on the boat looked at each other in dismay. They realized what was going on, and dared to say that there was no one on the boat just now, but no one was there. Seeing how wet this man was, he was afraid that he had jumped into the sea at that time. After realizing what was going on, a kind of minion suddenly burst into laughter. "This person is really stupid. It's understandable to feel angry when something is taken away, but he dares to chase after him and ask for it. This is not something ordinary idiots can describe. Don't look at how many people there are on your side, how many people are there on our side? Boy! Has no one taught you about pirate flags? Haha, it's really funny, you dare to jump on the boat without seeing clearly. It looks like a rookie who just went to sea, right? Don't look at the scoundrels trembling in front of Buggy, but when facing outsiders, they showed the wickedness that a pirate should be, and laughed at Ian with a grim expression. Ian actually saw the people on the boat clearly at this time. At first, he felt a little inexplicable. The pirates in front of him didn't look like pirates at all, but more like a circus. Look at what they are wearing. Hearing the ridicule of the pirates, Ian subconsciously looked towards the sail, and was stunned when he saw the round red nose pattern. Chapter 25. Are you responsible for being funny? It turned out to be the buggy pirates. Looking at the bow again, I found that the bow turned out to be an elephant, and the long trunk was transformed into a cannon. That's right. This is Buggy's pirate ship by Kobo. Ian never thought that the person who stole his things was actually a member of the Buggy Pirates, which was a surprise. This is a bit difficult, because Ian has a deep impression of Buggy. Let's not talk about his future achievements, just say that when Buggy first appeared, he was already a pirate with a bounty of tens of millions. Ian went out to sea earlier than Zorro, which is naturally earlier than Luffy. Now I don't know how much Buggy's reward is, but it is certain that it should not be too low. Since I don't have a clear understanding of my own strength now, Ian doesn't know if he can beat Buggy. At other times, Ian might avoid it temporarily, but not at present. His clothes, hats and phone bugs must be brought back. Naturally, Ian didn't speak when he thought about it, causing the Buggy Pirates of the Buggy Pirates to think that Ian was frightened by them, so they pulled out their weapons one by one, and leaned towards Ian with a grinning smile. Boy! Since you're here, don't go. Obediently put down your weapons and wait for Captain Buggy's hair. Haha, if the great Captain Buggy is in a good mood, maybe let him be a lowly boatman on the ship and help us scrub the deck every day. What if the captain is in a bad mood? Haha, that would be miserable. He may be used to replace the unlucky guy who was hung up. When the cannon fires. Boom. A bunch of scoundrels talked about Ian's fate unscrupulously, but they didn't see Ian's face getting worse and worse. At this time, finally a pirate couldn't hold back, raised a western knife in his hand and slashed towards Ian, trying to slash Ian and tie it up. Ian stood motionless, watching the knife slash towards his shoulder. Just when everyone thought he was scared and didn't know how to resist, Ian suddenly moved. Sideways avoided the slashing of the pirate minions, Ian appeared behind the minions, and the samurai sword in his hand was instantly unsheathed, and with the sharp light of the sword, it fell heavily. The pirate minion suddenly let out a scream, and Ian cut a huge wound on his back, blood spurted out, and fell on the spot. However, this is not over yet. After Ian slashed the minion with a knife, his body moved at a fast speed again and shuttled among a group of pirate minions. The knife light, or split, or cut, or stab or slash, each shot action is different. The same is that every time the knife light flashes, there will be a pirate minion screaming and falling down. After the 8 or 9 hooligans surrounding him were all chopped to the ground by Ian, Ian's body movement finally stopped, and at the moment when his figure stopped, Ian's knife just returned to its sheath. Call. Perfect. Although it is a small rogue, but there are too many enemies, and I am only one person, it is not good to be surrounded. So as soon as Ian came up, he used his strongest sword skill at the moment, Lian Yi Shan. This move is worthy of being a sword move that only requires advanced swordsmanship. It is very important to the connection of attack actions. When chopping down the first opponent, you must have the intention to attack the next opponent at the same time, and at the same time you must also make moves. Start your hands and plan, otherwise, you will not be able to continue, and you will be interrupted in the middle. Ian also practiced in Shimatsuki village for a long time before finally mastering it. The advantage of this trick is that the mind power used at one time can be divided into several parts for continuous use, instead of consuming 1 point of mind power for each hit. The most important thing is that this trick is really useful when it is used to fight these numerous pirate minions. The rest of the buggy pirates who were still far away did not react at all. They stared blankly at Ian, who was still holding the knife, not knowing how to express themselves. Surprised and astonished. The rookie traveler who originally thought he was just floating on the sea alone, how could he turn into such a murderous demon in the blink of an eye? This style has changed so fast. Ian didn't know what the pirates thought. After he saw so much blood for the first time, he didn't have the nausea and vomiting often mentioned in the novel. Instead, he had a faint excitement, which came from signs of your own adrenaline rush. He found that he seemed to be very comfortable with this kind of combat. Of course, Ian didn't kill the pirates lying on the ground, he just cut them into serious injuries. He didn't attack the vital parts of these pirates, and almost all the thoughts he used were blessings on himself. And without being wrapped around a knife, the power of the attack is naturally relatively small. If these pirates are treated in time, they will not die temporarily. After all, he has not really reached the point of killing people without blinking an eye. But the other pirates didn't know that, thinking that all the companions lying on the ground were killed by Ian, and immediately shouted angrily when they came back to their senses. Go! Kill him! Yes! Offend the buggy pirates, he's dead. However, after shouting and shouting for a long time, no one dared to rush up. Just now, the scene of Ian splitting 8 or 9 people in an instant scared the pirates. Just thinking about it, they understood themselves. They were not Ian's opponents, so when they were shouting, their eyes unconsciously glanced at Kabeji, the chief of staff, expecting him to shoot. At this time, Kabeji stayed on his unicycle with his arms folded, his mouth hidden in his black and white checkered scarf, and he couldn't see what his expression was. He hasn't spoken since Ian jumped on the boat, but the difference is that at the beginning, he felt that he was too lazy to deal with a rookie like Ian, and let his subordinates teach him a lesson, but now, he is not good at talking. Looking at Ian's beheading action just now, he found that he was not sure of defeating Ian. No way, when Ian used Lian Yishan just now, it seemed that he was moving too fast. Just as Kabeji was hesitating about whether to make a move, he suddenly heard a huge roar. The sound came from the back of the boat, and Ian heard it too, so when Sheng looked over and saw a man riding a lion walking out slowly. What's going on? Why is there such a big bloody smell? Aren't you afraid of irritating Richie? He said unpleasantly as soon as he came out. And when he saw this person, Ian burst out laughing and pointed at him, haha. Your hat is even weirder than mine. The person who just appeared had a circle of fur on his head, even covering his cheeks. His whole head looked like a sheep, and it was fluffy. And the lion under his seat too, the mane on the top of his head was combed into a long braid and stood up straight, no matter how stupid he looked. It's rude. It's my hair. Hearing Ian's laughter, the man riding the lion was furious, and the veins on his forehead were about to pop out. Anyone whose hair was treated as a fur hat would be angry, right? But after a roar, he finally came to his senses and asked Ian suspiciously, "Who are you? Why are you on our boat?" This is naturally the vice-captain of the buggy pirates, the animal trainer Moji. Speaking of which, there are quite a lot of strange people in the pirate world. Ian looked at his fur-like hair and suddenly thought of this. The goods will not be fur tribes, right? If so, which clan would he be from? Sheep. Just when Ian's brain was wide open, Moji finally saw the pirates lying in a pool of blood on the deck, and immediately realized what was going on. The naked boy in front of him was an intruder. "You are so brave, you dare to come to our buggy pirate's ship to provoke," Moji said to Ian through gritted teeth. "Fuck." Ian didn't take the blame. "You guys obviously stole my things, yet you dare to say I'm here to provoke me." Moji doesn't care about that much. He is the co-captain. If Ian is spared at this time, then he doesn't need to hang around on the bike it up, so he ignored Ian's rebuttal and patted his crotch. The riding lion, Richie, said, "Kill him." The lion Richie made another huge roar, and with Moji on his back, a jump came to Ian, and the claw slammed towards Ian. Seeing that it was coming fiercely, Ian was already prepared, so he quickly took a step back and avoided the claw attack. He felt a gust of wind blowing in front of him, and Vivi couldn't help sweating. He wasn't afraid to beat him, but it was the first time for him to face a beast like a lion. A hit, Richie bit Ian again. A lion like a beast pounces on its prey much faster than a human being. In a hurry, Ian can only use the scabbard against Richie's mouth to block it. Down this blow. However, what surprised him was that Richie actually bit his knife into 2 pieces. Ian stared dumbfounded at the remaining hilt left in his hand. He couldn't react for a while. He didn't expect the inferior samurai sword he brought out to last long, but he never thought that it would be so fast. Broken. Humph. Don't underestimate Richie's bite force. Moji held his hands and looked down at Ian. Richie is a terrifying beast, and the people who died in its mouth can't be counted with both hands. As a result, before he finished speaking, he saw that Richie suddenly stopped, lowered his head and sniffed the broken blade of Ian, and then in the next second, he stretched out his tongue and licked the broken blade. Ian silently looked at Richie the lion, who was licking things like a big dog. When he was in the sea, he stabbed the fish with the samurai sword, so there was still a fishy smell on the blade. It is estimated that Richie smelled the fish. After the fishy smell, I felt that it was time to start dinner. Although he didn't want to say it, Ian couldn't help but spit out, "Are you really pirates? How do I look more like a circus?" Chapter 26. Whose hat is it? Richie. Moji was about to cry with tears in his eyes, looking at the lion under him and said angrily, "I don't remember I taught you this." As if feeling the resentment of his master, Richie the lion finally came back to his senses, and pretended to roar at Ian to show his might. However, Ian still sees through everything. This lion looks fierce, but he is actually a fool. Although I only played against it just now, Ian could feel that his strength was comparable to that of this lion, and his speed was similar. There was no problem in defeating it. The key is that his knife was bitten off. Although Ian's constitution is good, his fighting technique is flawed. He has not specially trained in boxing and kicking. Except for swordsmanship, he has no other fighting methods. Forget it, let's use the Sword Saint's long sword. Thinking like this, Ian chose to equip the Sword Saint's long sword treasure in his mind. The next second, Ian opened his hand, and a red long knife appeared in his hand immediately. Since Moji brought Richie and Ian to face each other, the pirates on the boat have been watching the battle between the two. When Ian's knife was bitten off, the pirates were quite excited and felt that this time the kid can't run. However, everyone was frightened when they saw the swordsman's sword suddenly appear in Ian's hands. What's the matter? Where did that kid get such a long knife? He's obviously naked. Could it be that it is the power of the devil? That's right. It must be. This kid is probably the same as the captain, a monster that has eaten devil fruit. SHH. How dare you say the captain is a monster? Don't you want to live? Only the pirates were whispering. Even Moji and Kabeji, who was watching the battle next to him, were startled. As members of the buggy pirates, they naturally knew how powerful their captain was, so for the devil fruit, this kind of excess what they know, they are subconsciously fearful. The Juggernaut's long sword was rough with a ferocious weapon, and even Richie the lion couldn't help but take a step back. "Nima, with a knife in hand, I have the world." Ian held the sword saint's long sword in his hand, and only felt a sense of pride. "Now I think you can still bite it." Holding the handle of the knife with both hands, Ian pointed the tip of the knife at Moji and Richie, and said, "Come again." Moji was stimulated by the relaxed expression on Ian's face. He has always been the only one who followed Captain Buggy to be domineering. When did he start to be despised by such a kid who just went to sea? Out his own whip, Moji slapped Richie the lion's ass, roaring, "Kill him." Under the pain, Richie didn't care about the sense of threat brought by Ian's long knife, and swooped towards Ian. Ian crossed the blade and was about to attack the attack head-on when he suddenly heard a sound of breaking air from the position on the right side, and hurriedly raised his head to avoid a sudden attack. The person who attacked was actually Kabeji, who had been silent all the time beside him. This guy was really despicable. He silently attacked without saying anything, and as soon as he came up, he attacked Ian's head. It has been cut by him. Just in order to avoid Kabeji's attack, Ian failed to resist Richie's attack, and was swiped by Richie's claw, hitting him on the surface of the knife, and a huge force came, pushing Ian to the back and backing away. "Drive a few steps." When the pirates saw this scene, they immediately cheered for their deputy captain and chief of staff, as if they had already defeated Ian. "Come on together, take him down." Kabeji finally spoke up and said to Moji, "Otherwise we will all be punished when Captain Buggy comes out." Moji also knew the seriousness of the matter. The 8 or 9 members of the pirate group lying on the deck were still covered in blood. If the culprit could not be captured, Captain Buggy would not be able to spare them after he came out, so the two, not caring about being upright, they began to attack Ian together. Ian and many others lacked experience in hands-on, and whether it was the lion Richie or Kabeji, the shots were very sharp, and Ian could only stabilize his position for the time being and resist the attacks of the two. In the process of fighting, Ian was the one who hated Kabeji the most. This guy's attacks are not to mention insidious, and they are all aimed at Ian's vital points, and they want to kill Ian. If I remember correctly, in the original historical line, after Zorro got on Luffy's ship, he would encounter Buggy and his gang in Orange Town, and it was Kabeji, who specially targeted Zorro's injured part. Although in Shimatsuki village, Ian teased Zorro from time to time, but there are feelings between people, not to mention that after getting along for so long, Ian has long regarded Zorro as his younger brother. When the bastard Kabeji kicked the wound one by one, Ian felt a burst of blood rush to his forehead. Only this Kabeji can't be spared. Thinking of this, Ian started, dodging a swipe of Richie's claws, suddenly striding forward, leaning forward, the sword saint's long knife slammed into a slash, and the light of the knife turned into a huge circle in front of him. Arc! Slashed at Kabeji, who was about to shoot. Although Kabeji resisted, it was in vain. Ian's long sword was filled with a lot of thoughts. This sword directly cut off the ridiculous Western sword in Kabeji's hand, leaving a huge wound on his chest. Kabeji looked at Ian in disbelief, but what he saw was the coldness in Ian's eyes. He didn't understand why Ian would only have such a big killing intent towards himself. With a bang, the door leading to the cabin opened, and Buggy rushed out of the door, shouting loudly, "Oops! Oops, this hat." Finished speaking, Buggy saw the scene of Kabeji's chest bursting with blood and slowly falling to the ground. Buggy's eyes are bloodshot. Although he doesn't care about his minions, he is different about the two cotters who follow him. Whether it's Kabeji or Moji, they are the cornerstone of his Buggy pirates, especially Kabeji. This insidious guy has the most appetite for Buggy, otherwise he would not have given Kabeji the post of chief of staff. But now, Kabeji, his chief of staff, was cut down by a naked boy with a big red knife right in front of him. "Boy! Who are you?" Buggy roared, "How dare you kill Kabeji? Are you impatient?" After Ian cut out this fun and dripping knife, he naturally noticed the appearance of Buggy, and laughed when he heard the words, "What are you talking about? You have a big red nose, you asked people to steal my things, and you dared to bite back. One bite? This is a world filled with a large number of pirates, but it is completely different between pirates and pirates. There are pirates with ideals and conscience, but there are also pirates with bad behavior. Obviously, the current Buggy Pirates is one of the latter. So Ian won't be polite to Buggy, and he will cut off Kabaji if he cuts him off. He won't show mercy on Buggy's face. Don't call me Big Red Nose." Buggy roared fiercely, then suddenly reacted, "You said we stole your stuff? What? My clothes, hat? And the phone bug in the hat?" Ian snorted, "It just happened, you won't deny it, right?" Buggy raised the barriered hat in his hand and asked, "You mean this hat?" "Yes." Ian nodded. Buggy was immediately dumbfounded. The reason why he saw this hat was familiar and ran back to the cabin in a hurry, just to verify his memories. As a pirate, most of the time, in addition to evading Marine's pursuit, he is also concerned about the situation of his peers. And he must understand, so in his cabin, he has always kept the reward list that was attached to the previous newspaper. This is to be careful not to get into big trouble when encountering colleagues in the future. This barriered hat, which Buggy feels very familiar, seems to belong to a certain big pirate in his memory. Buggy rushed into the cabin to turn over. "Take a look at these bounties to see who it is." He turned it over, but after seeing the photo on the bounty list, Buggy began to tremble. Bartholomew Bear, who was called up by the world government 2 years ago and became a member of Shichibukai, with a bounty of 296 million Baileys, known as the Tyrant. Buggy looked at the photo, and at the barriered hat in his hand. He was right. This hat is exactly the same as the one on the head of the Tyrant Bear. At that moment, Buggy's whole body turned pale. He thought that the boat he had his men loot was riding a big bear, one of Shichibukai. Ruined. Buggy just feels that his entire life will be ruined by this greed. Although he used to be a crew member of the One Piece/King of Pirates Roger's ship, he also fought with Roger and Whitebeard, but now and then are completely different things. He has now gone out to sea to work alone, without Roger as a backer, and a group of idiots under his command. When he meets Bartholomew Bear, the tyrant god opponent, the outcome is already predictable. That's why he rushed out in a panic. He wanted to have people send everything back quickly to see if they could make up for it. However, as soon as he came out, he saw that Kabaji was cut over and didn't say anything, and then heard Ian say that the hat belonged to him, and Buggy's mind was a little bit hard to turn. A capital letter is engraved on his face, matched with his big red nose. How funny and funny this picture is. Chapter 27 Refused to solicit. It took a while for Buggy to finally realize what was going on. Since this hat belongs to the boy in front of him, it means that the tyrant Bartholomew Bear did not appear here. This made Buggy a big sigh of relief. If a big pirate with a bounty of nearly 300 million appeared in East Blue, then all the pirates in East Blue may suffer. The reason is very simple. Generally speaking, the bounty list is on the list. The amount of the pirates not only reflects the strength of the pirates, but also represents the threat level of the pirates to the world government. The pirates with a bounty of nearly 300 million are at least the vice admiral level marine responsible for the pursuit. If a vice admiral comes to East Blue, enough to drive out all the pirates in East Blue. Even if Bartholomew Big Bear is already a member of Shichibukai, Marine won't necessarily hunt him down, but it's the same whether he shows up or Marine shows up. However, Buggy was still a little puzzled and asked Ian, "Boy, why do you have this hat? Then what is your relationship with Bartholomew Bear?" Ian rolled his eyes at him, stretched out his hand and said, "What's up with you? Give me back the hat and clothes." Buggy tilted his head and thought for a while, and actually threw Ian's clothes, pants, and hat back to him. Ian was not polite either. He took it over and checked it. He found that the phone bug in the hat was fine, but the little guy might have been frightened. When he saw Ian, his eyes were full of tears. Ian touched it, made it feel at ease, put it on his head, and put on the bear ear hat. The phone bug is usually sleeping, so although the hat is dark, it has no effect on it. It will indent into the shell. In front of everyone's eyes, Ian began to wear clothes. Seriously, no one wants to fight naked under the watchful eyes of a bunch of big men. There are no beautiful women, and those who show off their bodies are completely blind. So after putting on the clothes and pants, Ian finally felt at ease, and there was no longer that cold feeling. While he was getting dressed, Moji also moved to Buggy's side. The scene of Ian slashing over Kabeji made him frightened. Now, when the two sides stopped, he hurried to Buggy's side and reminded him, "Captain, be careful, this kid is also a devil fruit person." Buggy froze for a moment. "He is too?" Moji nodded and said, 9 times out of 10, when he got on the boat, he only brought an ordinary sword, but after the sword was bitten off by Richie, he suddenly turned out the red broadsword from his hand. Buggy suddenly grabbed his collar and roared, "Who are you calling the big red nose?" "No, no." Moji suddenly realized that he had also violated the captain's taboo, and quickly defended, "I'm talking about a knife, it's a knife." Only then did Buggy let go of him, rubbing his chin and thinking, "You said that his knife suddenly changed." Moji said with certainty, "Yes, he was originally naked, there is no way that knife could be hidden. Kabeji and I went together, and neither is his opponent." "A devil fruit person?" Buggy smiled grimly, "I don't know what kind of devil fruit it is." They didn't know the real situation of Ian, and they even regarded Ian as a devil fruit person. While the two were muttering, Ian was already dressed. Seeing this, Buggy immediately spoke to Ian. "Boy, are you interested in joining my Buggy Pirates? As long as you come, the position of battle captain will be yours." Daking Buggy pondered for a long time, but it turned out to be this idea. Even if Kabeji and a group of pirates were lying on the deck and their lives and deaths were unknown, he chose to pretend that he didn't see it, and directly invited Ian. Buggy knew about Kabeji's fighting power, but this kid in front of him could slash Kabeji with one knife, which shows that his fighting power is not weak. And what Buggy cared about the most was the bear-eared hat. Although Ian didn't tell him after asking, Buggy also figured out intuitively that the kid in front of him might really have something to do with Bartholomew Bear. Buggy and his pirate group have always been quite low-key. There are 2 reasons for this. Since the execution of 1P/King of Pirates Roger, although Buggy went out on his own, he has been hiding the fact that he used to be a trainee on the 1P/King of Pirates ship, and even the people under him dare not tell it. The reason is very simple. If this matter is exposed, it is foreseeable how many big Marines will come to hunt him down. This is also the first reason why Buggy has been relatively low-key. The second reason is because Buggy has a greater passion for treasure. His dream of being a pirate is to rob all the treasures in the world one day, which makes him unwilling to fight against Marine, nor to cause too much trouble. Bartholomew Big Bear is a trouble, a big one. Although he doesn't know what the real relationship between this kid and Big Bear is, in order to avoid this trouble, and at the same time give his subordinates an explanation, then pulling him into the pirate group is the best choice. This way, he can not only have multiple thugs, but also avoid the possibility of confrontation with a Shichibukai level character, which is the best of both worlds. However, when he sent an invitation to Ian with confidence, Ian unexpectedly refused directly, "No. I won't be a pirate." Before going to sea, Ian figured it out. For him personally, being a pirate has no future. Don't look at the pirates who live a very smart life and seem to have no shortage of money. They can often be like treasures. The words of the thief are on the hook, but in fact, how did the thieves get most of the money? It was obtained by looting. Pirates who really made their fortune by treasure hunting are very rare. Ian is very short of money. Since he has this stupid system, it can be said that the growth of his strength is linked to how much money he has. If he really becomes a pirate, he doesn't know when he will become rich. And Ian has his own moral values after all, and Ian doesn't want the money he gets by burning, killing and looting. Bullying those cowardly civilians is not a real strong mentality. So Ian never thought of becoming a pirate. On the contrary, he found that as long as his strength could keep up, those pirates wanted by the world government with high bounties could instead become his best targets for making money. Yes, pirate hunters, or bounty hunters. This is Ian's goal at this stage. He wouldn't join the pirates, let alone the one who invited him now, the buggy pirates, which seemed to be born for fun. After hearing that, Buggy's eyes widened in disbelief. You dare to reject the great Captain Buggy? Ian shook his head and said, I can't see how great your big red nose is. Buggy was furious. How many times have I said, don't call me red nose? He spoke. Buggy pulled out many daggers from his waist on both sides. These daggers were caught between his fingers. Buggy crossed his hands on his chest and looked at Ian through the gap of the daggers. If that's the case, then you stay, I'll hang you up, and let you taste my special buggy shells. After that, Buggy charged towards Ian with the dagger. Ian held the knife in both hands and looked calmly at Buggy, who was rushing towards him. When Buggy came to him, he used the fist with the dagger as a claw and swung it towards him. Ian was not surprised, watching the dagger about to attack. At the moment of his own, a real flash was launched in an instant. He dodged from Buggy's side, and the swordsman's long sword in his hand slashed across Buggy's waist. Buggy's body snapped in two and fell to the ground with a clatter. The minions of the buggy pirates watched the scene and secretly laughed. They wanted to see Ian's unexpected appearance. However, what I didn't expect was that Ian turned around suddenly, and the long knife in his hand slashed to a position on the right side. After Ian's knife slashed out, he immediately hit an object. It was Buggy's wrist that came out of his body, with a sharp dagger on it. It was this hand that quietly wanted to sneak up on Ian just now. However, neither Buggy nor the pirates would have thought that Ian didn't relax his mind because he cut Buggy into two pieces with one knife. He had already expected Buggy's possible sneak attack. Buggy's wrist into two pieces with a knife. Ian pointed at Buggy lying on the ground with a knife and said, "Don't pretend to be dead, I know you're fine." Buggy unexpectedly floated his upper body in mid-air, and said unexpectedly, "How did you know? The fruit is torn apart, right?" Ian laughed. As expected, it can't be chopped to death. Although he smiled, Ian was actually a little surprised. Although he already knew the effect of Buggy's torn apart fruit, he should not think about cutting him anymore, but he couldn't help but try it just now. He wanted to try it out to see if his thoughts wrapped around the sword could damage Buggy. However, the experiment proved that it didn't seem to work. He could feel that when his knife slashed on Buggy just now, he didn't receive any resistance. As soon as his body encountered the sharp blade, it began to separate on its own. The thought wrapped around the blade, as if it didn't touch Buggy's body at all. No wonder that even the slashes with Haki are ineffective against him, and even Hawkeye my hawk can't kill him. This guy's fruit ability is indeed the nemesis of many swordsmen. Buggy is also quite surprised. He didn't expect that he didn't have a shadow to Ian. Could it be that his kid heard about his name somewhere, so he was prepared? As Buggy thought about it, he laughed slyly and said, "You know what, in fact, what I like the most is to fight with swordsmen like you. After you go to hell, I will regret why I fought against the great Buggy. Captain, right?" Having said that, Buggy suddenly twisted his upper body, and suddenly his head and chest were separated, his arms turned like windmills, and the blade of the dagger flew towards Ian. The gallows are torn apart. Chapter 28 Run if you can't win. Seeing the whirlwind-like blade thrown by Buggy, Ian only had time to stand up the long knife in his hand, and then he heard the clanging sound of the boat coming from the knife. There were even sparks on the blade. However, Ian had just blocked the upper body gallows that Buggy threw, and the next second Buggy even threw his legs over. He even had a sharp blade hidden on the toe of his shoe, spinning towards Ian in the same way. The legs flew, which caused Ian to resist the attack from above, but he didn't have time to change the sword body to resist, so he could only jump on the spot, dodging the attack on the ground. When he jumped up, Ian was naturally in mid-air. The upper body gallows that Buggy threw over suddenly stopped, and a wrist with a dagger in it flew towards Ian in mid-air like a cannonball. Ian couldn't dodge now, so he could only clench his teeth and slash at the wrist. This was originally a subconscious behavior, but he forgot that Buggy's body could be separated again at any time. Ian split the wrist from the middle, but the wrist that was split in half was still flying. With a sharp the blade flew over Ian's face on both sides, cutting 2 scars on his face. After landing, Ian wiped his face and his hands were covered in blood. This is his first time fighting against a devil fruit person, and it feels too weird. The fighting style of a normal person, when used on a devil fruit person, doesn't work at all. Ha ha ha. Buggy laughed loudly. See how good my Captain Buggy is. Ian didn't speak. He squeezed the hat on his head a little, and charged towards Buggy's head with the knife in both hands. Humph. Didn't I say that? Slashes don't work for me. Buggy sneered. Ian was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. When he rushed in front of him, he threw his hands and slashed Buggy's face with the Sword Saint's long sword. Don't give up yet? Buggy said when he saw his action. Well, let's see what an immortal body is. He thought that Ian attacked his head just to try to attack the vital position, but unexpectedly, when Ian's swordsman long knife was about to slash Buggy, he suddenly twisted his wrist, facing Buggy's blade. The child has become a knife face. The blade with a long blade is different from ordinary samurai swords. The blade surface is wider. When it was unexpectedly twisted, Buggy couldn't react at all, and was immediately drawn by Ian in the face. At that moment, a huge force came, and Buggy's entire face was deformed, and the entire head was pulled out, like a shell out of the chamber, with a rumbling sound, punching a big hole in the wooden board at the cabin. How powerful is Ian now? After equipping the Juggernaut longsword, even with a 30% attribute bonus, his power will exceed 100 points. This is already a power that can compete with Richie the Lion, and he can achieve such an effect. Not surprisingly. If slashing doesn't work, use blunt strikes. This time Buggy's body really didn't split again. Seeing this scene, Ian felt that Buggy's torn apart fruit might also have something to do with the pressure. The sharper the blade, the greater the pressure, which would prompt Buggy's body to split, but conversely, the smaller the pressure, the less likely it would be. Divide unless he does it himself. The minions on the pirate ship stared at the big hole in the cabin, then looked at Ian, looked at the big hole, looked at Ian, and didn't know what to say. This is a battle between monsters and monsters. They can't intervene. Even Captain Buggy, who they thought was always invincible, was beaten away. What should I do if it goes on like this? They even wanted to lie on the ground and play dead if they could. There was a squeak of sawdust, and Buggy's head floated in mid-air, swaying out of the doorway, but this time, half of Buggy's face was swollen. It seems that Ian just took the knife face shot hit. It still works for him. You hit me so bad. Buggy looked at Ian through gritted teeth. Boy, you managed to piss me off. When Ian saw that this guy was alright, he couldn't help but be surprised again. It seems that Buggy's ability to resist blows is not as bad as he imagined. The devil fruit of Paramecia, but Buggy is different from Luffy. For normal attacks, Luffy has no pain, and he is not afraid of bullets. That is because he is a rubber man, and the essence of his body has changed. As for Buggy, he is not afraid of bullets. The fruit of his does not seem to have changed his entity. Although he is not afraid of slashing, he can recover after being cut into many pieces, but his body is still the original body. When it is not separated, he will still feel pain when attacked. The strength of the Devil Fruit's ability is due to its own ability training. Buggy probably knows his own weaknesses, and maybe he has done targeted training. Otherwise, Ian just slapped him on the face, so heavy strength, not to mention being stunned, at least 2 teeth will always be lost, right? But Buggy's face is just a little swollen. Gee. Ian feels a little troublesome. Buggy's ability is not only weird, but it's also a bit of a headache. Unless he is stunned by Seastone or his absolute superiority, otherwise, this guy is like a candy, no matter how he beats him, he can't be killed. Haunting you to death, you really have no good way to take him. At this time, Buggy's wrist floated in mid-air and stabbed towards Ian again. Ian wanted to repeat the old trick, treating Buggy's wrist as a bat, but unexpectedly, beside him the Moji moved at this time. He controlled the lion Richie, and suddenly jumped up from the side. Instead of attacking with his claws, he pressed his entire body on Ian and directly knocked him to the ground. After that, Richie's forelimbs pressed firmly against Ian's shoulders, making him unable to move. Buggy laughed and said, "Well done, Moji. Just hold him down like that." As he said that, he manipulated his disembodied wrist, holding the dagger and stabbed Ian's face forcefully. Seeing that the dagger was about to stab him in the eye, in the crisis, Ian also suddenly broke out. The mind control he had mastered over the years was used by him at this time. Although it didn't work for a flash, but however, Ian was able to bless himself with the thought, and this sudden explosive force instantly overturned the lion Richie on it. Then Ian turned his head desperately, and Buggy's dagger stuck in his ear. So close. Ian turned over and stood up. I didn't expect that Moji would sneak up on Buggy and help Buggy. Ian thought he and his idiot lion were no threat, so he almost got hit. Looking at the malicious Moji and Buggy, Ian got more and more headaches. Buggy, this bastard, can't be killed no matter how he shoots, and now there are more Moji and Richie beside to assist, this is even more difficult. However, at this moment, Ian was stunned for a moment and slapped his head abruptly. Damn, did you just get dizzy? Why do you want to be so stubborn with Buggy? Isn't his purpose just to go back and forth with clothes, hats, and phone bugs? Now that the things have been taken back, why are they still here? After all, Buggy is also a pirate with a bounty of tens of millions. Isn't it normal that there is no way to take him for the time being? Could it be that as soon as he went out to sea, he wanted to defeat this pirate group? After finding that he had fallen into a misunderstanding of thinking, Ian immediately became enlightened, pulled out the neutral gear, jumped out of the battle circle, twisted up Kabeji lying on the ground, and suddenly rushed to the top of the cabin. Where is the rudder of Buggy's pirate ship? There, Ian rushed over and chopped down the rudder with one knife. Neither Buggy nor Moji thought that Ian would suddenly stop fighting, so in a daze, Ian's series of actions had already been completed. Goodbye. I won't play with you anymore. Ian smiled and said to the pirates of the Buggy Pirates, see you next time. After speaking, Ian grabbed Kabeji by the back collar and jumped overboard with him. Catch him. Buggy finally realized what was going on and roared, catch him. Don't let him run away. Then the pirates rushed towards the side of the ship in a hurry, lowered their heads and looked over the side of the ship, and found that Ian had jumped onto his boat, and he even stabbed the Buggy Pirates with a knife. The boat was also chopped in two. What are you looking at? Jump into the sea and chase me. Buggy roared, kicking a pirate out of the sea. As a result, the pirates on the boat jumped into the sea like dumplings. But Ian didn't care at all, the boat was only so small, whoever dared to climb up and cut it down with a knife, he didn't believe that these pirates had the courage to board his boat. As for chiseling the boat, it's even more ridiculous. Ian doesn't believe that their swimming speed can be as fast as their own rowing speed. How can they chisel the boat if they can't catch up with you? The pirates probably knew this. Although they jumped into the sea, they just shouted, and everyone dared to chase after them with all their strength. But what surprised Ian was that the buggy guy floated out his upper body and threw a dagger towards Ian in midair. Ian turned his head away and waved at Buggy with a smile. He knew that Buggy could float his upper body with his feet touching the ground, but the range was only 200 meters away. So no worries at all. Boy! Sign up, I'm going to kill you one day. Buggy yelled in mid-air. He didn't dare to chase too far, because it was the sea below. Once the devil fruit's ability fell into the sea, although the ability was still there, it would be completely weak, unable to swim or drowning. In the sea, that would be bad. My name is Ian, remember this name. Ian put his index and middle fingers together, gave him a Patton-style military salute in front of his forehead, said with a smile, and then rowed away quickly with the oars. Leaving Buggy alone in mid-air, her teeth are about to smash. Chapter 29 Ian's Fortune Plan. Looking at the drifting boat, the Buggy pirates who were still on the boat carefully asked Buggy, "Captain, do you want to fire a cannon?" Buggy, who was on the fire, kicked him without thinking, "Are you idiots? Can you hit that kind of boat with your skills?" Moji also said, "Can't fire, Kabeji was taken aboard by him, I don't know if he's still alive, but if he was hit by a cannon, he might really be dead." His relationship with Kabeji is not very good, because Kabeji often bullies his lion Richie, but no matter what, Kabeji is always the chief of staff of the Buggy pirates, and Moji still has to take care of it in front of Buggy. "Go and fix the rudder right now," Buggy yelled at the minions. "After you fix it, chase after me right away." "Yes, Captain Buggy." The minions didn't dare to say anything, and hurried into action. Moji whispered to Buggy at this time, "Captain, you said that the kid took Kabeji away, wouldn't it be more than just being a hostage?" Buggy froze. "What do you mean?" "I mean, is it possible for him to take Kabeji to Marine to collect the bounty?" Moji said, "Since the kid isn't a pirate, but doesn't look like Marine, maybe he's a bounty hunter?" "Well, it's very possible." Buggy rubbed his chin and pondered, "No, we have to catch up as soon as possible. If Kabeji is dead, that's fine. If he's still alive, then as soon as the boy goes to Marine, we have to go to Marine. Prison robbery." Having said this, Buggy suddenly asked, "By the way, Moji, you said that kid may be a devil fruit power user, but why didn't I see him using strange powers? Except for the long-looking knife, there's nothing special about it?" Moji was also stunned, as if that was the case. When a thick-lipped pirate next to him heard Buggy's words, he couldn't help but said, "Captain Buggy, that man doesn't seem to be a devil fruit person. He was soaked wet when he got on the boat, he must have swam from the sea." When Buggy heard the fire, he grabbed Moji's collar and spat out, "Are you an idiot? It's so obvious that you can't see it." "I'm sorry." Moji quickly apologized, but that big knife really came out of his hand suddenly. "I'm absolutely right." "Oh." Buggy immediately became interested when he heard it. Could it be that there are some treasures on that kid, so he can hide the weapons he is carrying? The thing that Buggy can't hear the most is the word treasure. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he is determined to catch up. He wants to see if he can grab the so-called treasure from Ian. While Buggy and the others were busy repairing the rudder, Ian had already rowed the boat far away. Sure that Buggy and the others couldn't catch up in a short time, Ian stopped paddling, spread the sail of the boat, and started going with the wind. Until this time, he didn't have time to confirm Kabaji's life or death. To be honest, he felt that this battle was a bit inexplicable. When something was stolen, he never thought that he would meet the buggy pirates here. However, since it was encountered, it was necessary to fight, but after the fight, there must be some gains. Ian's harvest is Kabaji. Moji guessed right. The reason why he took Kabaji away when he was leaving was naturally for the bounty. Although he doesn't know how much Kabaji is worth, it stands to reason that since Buggy has been offered a bounty, then his cotters will not be without a bounty. The people who are wanted on the bounty are usually an entire pirate group. I slashed Kabaji, and I don't know if he died or not, but in most cases, the pirates who are rewarded are dead or alive. Some people may ask, why not even cut it down with Moji and take it away to collect the bounty? Don't be funny, Ian is alone, he doesn't even have a rope with him, even if it can carry 2 people, his small fishing boat can't squeeze it, so Ian can only take Kabaji away first. As for Moji and Buggy, need to wait for the next time. That's right, in Ian's eyes, the entire Buggy Pirates is his target to earn bounties. If possible, he wouldn't mind killing the Buggy Pirates in one go. After this battle, Ian also had a little confidence in his own strength. He found that even though his level was still low, he only had 1 card bonus, but he still had no problem with these ordinary pirate cotters. Yes, as for a devil fruit person like Buggy, to be honest, it's a headache, but it's not unsolvable. If nothing else, just take advantage of Buggy's body split, hold his head and jump into the sea, let him. This guy is drowning, you can get him. The reason why he chose to leave first was because he felt that it was meaningless to entangle for too long. He has already thought about it, even if he takes Buggy down, when the pirates run into the sea, and he is left alone, it is impossible to drive Buggy's boat back. The small fishing boat can't hold that much. Human, it's better to catch one at a time. As a bounty hunter, earning a bounty is like running a business. Although Kabaji didn't know how much it was worth, he didn't need much. Even if he had 1 million Baileys, it would be enough for Ian to make his first 10 draws. Then, with an additional 4-star orange card, his strength would improve again. Crouching down, Ian tested Kabaji's breathing, and found that this guy really wasn't dead. The knife that Ian cut him was almost a long cut from the shoulder to the chest, but when Ian checked his wound, he found that it was not as deep as he thought, and Kabaji seemed to be cut off by the knife. At that time, he subconsciously stepped back a little, which caused Ian to not slash him to death. But spare this, Kabaji also bleeds a lot, he is very weak now. For people who don't like him, Ian doesn't care about his life or death. He reached out and patted his face a few times, and said, "Wake up! Wake up!" Kabaji woke up leisurely, but his face was pale and his eyes were puffy. He looked at Ian in a daze, and then looked around. After knowing that he was caught, he sneered weakly and said, "Look! You're here to give me to Marine. Well, that's right, I'll depend on you for my future meals." Ian nodded with a smile. Humph. Kabaji snorted coldly, but because he pulled the wound on his chest, he could not help gasping for air, and after a long time he said slowly, "You messed up with our Buggy Pirates, thinking it would be okay. Wait a minute, even if you hand me over to Marine, Captain Buggy will come to my rescue, and I'll see how you die then." However, what Kabaji didn't expect was that Ian whistled and said, "Oh, that's great. Awesome." Kabaji looked at Ian blankly, not understanding what he meant. So Ian broke his fingers and counted it for him, saying, "Look, I'll give you to Marine now, earn a bounty first, then Buggy rescues you, and your bounty will definitely increase because of the escape. Right? Then I will catch you again, and the money will be even more. If Buggy continues to save you, your bounty will get higher and higher, and I will keep catching you for the bounty. If you catch me with all my life, I can make me rich. Kabeji's shoulder earnestly and said, don't let me down, after I hand you over to Marine, you must escape. Ah! I depend on you for my fortune. Kabeji was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Ian to say such a thing. For a while, he didn't even know how to respond. After a while, he couldn't believe it. You. Are you crazy about money? Ian sighed. He found that what Kabeji said was true. In a sense, Ian was more greedy for money than Buggy with such a money-hunting system. Putting this aside for a while, Ian asked Kabeji, by the way, you should know some sailing knowledge, right? Where is the nearest island where Marine is stationed? Of course I understand. Kabeji sneered, I'm the chief of staff of the Buggy Pirates after all. I've been at sea for so long. How can you, a rookie who just set out to sea, be able to compare? But why should I tell you? Okay. Want you to take me to Marine? Ian nodded and said, yes, understandable. If it was me, when others wanted to arrest me and go to prison, I would not be able to show others the way. However, I still want to remind you that if you don't treat your wounds, you will bleed to death. I don't have any medicines to bandage you on board. If you don't give directions, then you can just wait. Don't expect Buggy to catch up to save you. When I leave, put the rudder is cut off, it's your choice. Kabeji was silent, and after a while, he said awkwardly, turn around and go east, where the nearest Marine branch is located. It seems that between life and integrity, Kabeji still chose to live, even if he had to go to Marine prison because of this. Ian was not surprised by this. It's really strange that this despicable guy didn't choose this way. So looking at the sun above, Ian found the east position, adjusted the sails, and went away by the wind. Chapter 30 Shell's Town. While driving, Ian was also checking the system in his mind. After 2 years, Ian's experience has finally increased again. When he was on Buggy's pirate ship, he killed 9 pirate minions. Each of these 9 pirate minions provided Ian with 150 experience points. Value, and the experience gained by playing Kabeji is even more, there are 4,300 points. The stronger the opponent, the more experience it provides to Ian. He has already confirmed this. Now, with this experience, Ian will soon be promoted to level 6. The level is 2nd. Ian now wants to get better cards to use. Thinking of this, Ian couldn't help but glance at Kabeji. He didn't remember how much the reward Kabeji is now, so he can only take him there. Marine will find out. Thinking of this, Ian asked Kabeji curiously, by the way, what are you Buggy Pirates doing here in East Blue? If I remember correctly, this guy Buggy should have a chart of the Great Route in his hand. For other pirates, going to the Great Route may be very difficult, but for Buggy, it is very simple, because he was following One Piece/King of Pirates Roger. I have conquered the Great Route once, but I have a chart in my hand but I don't go. Instead, I stayed in East Blue for so long, and I don't know what Buggy's idea was. Ian was a little curious about this, so he asked Kabeji. This guy is the cotter of the Buggy Pirates. He should know some inside information. Kabeji has lost a lot of blood now and has chills all over. It can be said that he is now more eager to reach the land than Ian, because even if Ian is handed over to Marine, Marine will treat him for his injuries. Hearing Ian's question, he said weakly, how do I know? We all act according to Captain Buggy's words. I said, can't your boat go any faster? I haven't eaten, I don't have the strength now. Ian rolled his eyes at him. He didn't want to paddle to speed up now. That's what it was originally. I was so hungry that I didn't have the strength to go into the sea to catch fish. Who would have thought that you would steal something and make myself fight when I was hungry? When I think of this, Ian has nothing to do with Kabeji. Tone. Kabeji was about to cry. He felt that the current Ian was his nightmare, and now even begging to be caught by Marine, he had to look at Ian's face first. However, perhaps Kabeji should not die. As the two of them spoke, the land of an island could be faintly seen in front of them. Outside the pier of the island, a short and thin teenager was fishing on a boat. He had pink hair and round glasses. Because of his short-sightedness, he looked dumb. His fishing rod has been in the water for a long time, but there has been no movement. Being exhausted, he can't help but raise his head and yawn. The tears brought by the yawn made his eyes a little blurry, and at this moment, he seemed to see a small boat coming towards him in the distance. Thinking that he was wrong, he quickly wiped the water mist from his eyes, and then took a closer look, and found that there was actually a small boat. Is it the return of the fisherman? He thought. As the boat got closer, the boy saw a figure standing on the boat and greeted him, "Little brother, is there a marine base on this island?" It was the first time the boy heard someone call him this title, and for a while he felt as if he had grown up a bit, scratching his head and giggling. The boat that just appeared was naturally Ian. He saw that there was someone on the boat on the opposite side, so he asked a question. He didn't expect that the other party not only didn't talk to him, but smirked, and couldn't help thinking, this kid can't be stupid. Right? After the boats on both sides approached, the young man saw Kabeji lying in Ian's cabin covered in blood, and he was startled and screamed incoherently, "What's wrong with him? Hurt?" Ian found that the pink-haired boy looked a little familiar, so he replied, "Oh, this guy is a pirate, I caught him and handed it over to Marine." "Do you know the way to Marine base?" The young man heard this, he felt relieved and said, "I know. I know, why don't I take you there?" Ian is happy, so dare to feel good. So, under the guidance of the young man, Ian put the boat on the pier and tied the boat with a rope, and then he twisted up Kabeji and jumped ashore. "You're so powerful." The young man looked at Ian and said with envy, "Brother, are you a pirate hunter?" "Yeah." Ian nodded, "But just debuted, this guy is the first pirate I caught." After speaking, Ian suddenly remembered and asked him, "By the way, what's your name?" "My name is Kobo," said the boy. "Kobo." Ian looked at him in amazement. Wouldn't it, such a coincidence? Take a closer look at this young man, that's right, it really is a dumb look on his face. Although I know that this child will meet Luffy in the future, become Marine and hang out with Garp Vice Admiral, but Ian doesn't think it's anything. Just a child. "Okay Kobo. I'm Ian, can you take me to Marine base?" Ian asked him. "Well, good." Kobo glanced at Kabeji with some fear, and subconsciously walked on the other side of Ian. It looks like a small town, much more prosperous than Shimatsuki village where Ian is located. The streets are clean and there are shops everywhere. It looks very lively. I don't know if Zoji came to buy medicine for Kuina. This town. Since the Kabeji that Ian was twisting seemed to be covered in blood, the pedestrians on the road looked at the three of them in amazement and tried their best to avoid it. However, Ian observed that although these pedestrians avoided, there was not much fear on their faces. Could it be because of the marine base on the island? So he asked Kobo. Kobo nodded and said, "That's the big brother Ian, this is Shell's town, the 153rd branch of Marine is stationed here on the island, and a Marine hero just appeared here a few days ago, so the people here have nothing to fear from pirates." Shell's town? Ian was taken aback. This is actually Shell's town? He hurriedly asked, "What Marine hero? Isn't it called Monka?" "So you've heard about Brother Ian?" Kobo said in surprise, "Yeah, it's Mr. Monka Cao, oh, no. He has been promoted to ensign now, because he has made contributions. Some time ago, he was arrested. To Kuro, captain of the Black Cat Pirates. So he got a promotion, and now people all over Shell's town are talking about it, saying he's a hero." The Black Cat Pirates, Captain Kuro and Monka, a series of familiar names, once again evoked Ian's memory, causing him to frown. And Kobe didn't notice the change in Ian's expression. On the contrary, he was still talking with relish. I heard that the battle was terrible, a boat of marine soldiers were sacrificed, and even Monka Ensign Jin was killed by that ferocity. Captain Kuro was shattered. Fortunately, Monka Ensign finally caught the guy and brought him back. The whole Shells town worships him now. Kobe said with bright eyes, me too, because I also want to join Marine in the future. At that time, I must become a Marine hero like Monka, and take all the vicious all the pirates are caught. After he said this, Ian naturally noticed the festival-like atmosphere in the town. It seems that what Kobe said is true. The people in this town are celebrating the destruction of the Black Cat Pirates. Ian looked at this Kobe who was in his dreams with some pity. He actually wanted to say, don't worship that Monka, because soon, the axe Monka will be promoted to colonel, and then you guys the people of Shells Town should have suffered from him. This guy is not a marine hero at all, and even the Captain Kuro he captured is fake. And when he was promoted to colonel and took over Shells Town, this arrogant guy would do whatever he wanted in this marine town, and the people who still admired him in the town now became afraid of him after a few years. Endless. Of course, Ian wouldn't say these things to Kobe now, and even if he said it, no one would believe him. He just said to Kobe, I thought you were fishing before? Do you like fishing very much? Yeah. Kobe nodded. Be careful when you go fishing in the future. Ian could only say this vaguely, which made Kobe listen in a daze. I don't know if this reminds me, will Kobe foolishly be taken away by the female pirate from Alvida to work as a coolie because he got on the wrong ship? While talking, I can already see where the marine base is. It is a tower-shaped object with a narrow top and a wide bottom. It looks like a nuclear power plant cooling tower, but the tower is painted with camouflage-like patterns and has many windows. The M-shaped Marine's unique seagull logo is also printed on it, and on the top of the tower, the Marine flag is also flying and some artillery pieces are lined up. When Kobe brought Ian to the vicinity of the tower, he was noticed by the patrolling Marine soldiers. Seeing the weapon on Ian's back and the seriously wounded person in his hand, the Marine soldiers immediately became vigilant. He pointed his gun at Ian and said, Stop. This is Marine base, what are you doing here? Chapter 31 Big Oolong. Seeing these soldiers pointing their guns at him, Kobe knew that the other party was Marine, but he still couldn't help shaking his legs and making a trembling voice with his jaw clenched. Marine for the first time, and couldn't help but take a few more glances. The Marine soldiers in front of him should be ordinary lower-level soldiers. They were wearing white short-sleeved shirts and a seagull logo on their heads. Marine caps, one by one looks well-trained. Speak. Who are you and what are you doing here? A middle-aged Marine soldier with a beard in the Marine crowd asked again. It can be seen that the bearded middle-aged Marine should have a relatively high position, so Ian twisted the kabeji in his hand and motioned to him. I caught a cutter of the buggy pirates to exchange for a reward. Was it handed over at your Marine base? The middle-aged Marine was stunned and looked at Ian in disbelief. Are you a pirate hunter? So young? Ian was a little unhappy. His current appearance was indeed too young. He was either called a kid or looked down upon. He was an adult at heart. So he said unhappily, Why, is there an age limit to be a pirate hunter? That's not true. The bearded middle-aged Marine quickly waved his hand and said, I'm just surprised. After he finished speaking, he clenched his fists and coughed, and said sternly, the captured pirates were handed over at our Marine base. Come with me, I will go through the formalities for you. So the Marine soldiers also dispersed, making way, watching Ian screw kabeji into it. Kobe followed closely behind, grabbing Ian's clothes, like a frightened little animal of. When I came to the base, Ian looked at it and found that it seemed to be where Marine worked. There were a lot of documents stacked on several desks. There were also lamps and phone bugs on the desks. "Who do you think you caught this guy?" the middle-aged Marine asked Ian. "I need to confirm." "The chief of staff of the buggy pirates, his name is Kobo," Ian replied. "The buggy pirates, right? Please wait." So the middle-aged Marine took out a stack of bounties and started rummaging. He could find it. The twisted Kobo raised his head limply and said weakly, "I said, can you find someone to help me deal with the wound first? I'm really Kobo, but I'm about to die." Middle-aged Marine looked up at the long blade on Kobo's body, sighed with a task, and called in a few Marine soldiers. And Ian watched those Marine soldiers bandaging Kobo, but he didn't expect a muffled voice suddenly. "What's the matter? What are you arguing about?" His head, he found that a Marine had come down from the second floor of the base. This man was bald, with an iron chin rest on his chin. His eyes looked fierce. His right hand was gone, replaced by it turned out to be an axe. Marine, who was talking to Ian just now, immediately raised her head, stood at attention, saluted the other person, and said with admiration, "Menka Ensign, is your injury okay?" "Well, it's much better." Monka nodded, raised his right hand and said, "It's just that this hand has been replaced with a weapon, and I'm still not used to it." After the two chatted for a while, Menka continued to ask, "What's going on?" "It's a mess, this is in our base." The middle-aged Marine smiled and pointed to Ian. "Oh, this young man is a pirate hunter. He said that he caught a member of the buggy pirate group to collect the bounty, and he was treating the pirate's injuries just now." "What?" Menka glanced at Ian, and said with some sneer, "A pirate hunter? Really, this kind of person is a bloodthirsty hyena, and he only does this for money. I don't know what the above is thinking. Such people will be allowed to exist." Middle-aged Marine is not easy to answer, so he can only laugh twice, but Ian is staring at Menka. He found that Menka at this time does not seem to have the kind of attitude to do whatever he wants. Maybe because of him, maybe it's because he hasn't completely taken power in Marine base, but he reveals a sense of superiority inside and out, and makes no secret of his contempt for pirate hunters. This guy's arrogant character is already in the beginning. Ian didn't say anything, but Menka didn't finish speaking, and continued, "If you want me to tell you, we still have to rely on us to fight pirates. Pirate hunters are for money, and we are the absolute justice." This guy even shouted Marine's slogan, so the middle-aged Marine had no choice but to flatter, "That's right, just like Monka Ensign, you exterminate the Black Cat pirates." One sentence scratched Monka's itch, which was his biggest pride in this promotion, and he immediately burst out laughing. "By the way, have you found the bounty?" Monka asked. "I want to see what kind of character this pirate hunter kid has caught." Ian couldn't help rolling his eyes. He knew very well that this guy Menka was at the time of complacency, and it was reasonable to look down on pirate hunters. "Ah, I'm still looking." Middle-aged Marine hurriedly rummaged through the bounty list. However, after rummaging, the middle-aged Marine had a puzzled expression on her face, and then she rummaged again. "It's weird, there's no such thing." The middle-aged Marine finally raised her head and said to Ian, "All East Blue's pirate bounty list is here, but I looked it up and it wasn't named Kobo. Would you do it?" "Wrong." Ian's eyes widened. "How is that possible?" "Look again, this guy is called Kobo, from the buggy pirates." "I checked it." The middle-aged Marine said, "The head of the buggy pirates, the clown buggy, has a bounty of 7 million Baileys, but he is the only one in this pirate group to be rewarded." With a puff, Ian sprayed it directly, 7 million Baileys. What the hell is this? Shouldn't it be 15 million Baileys? Ian was a little confused. He found that he seemed to have made a mistake. He went to sea 2 years earlier than Zorro, so naturally he went to sea 3 years earlier than Luffy, so the current buggy pirates is not the buggy sea 3 years later. The thief group, the Clown Buggy's bounty, has not reached the point of 15 million now. Even the 2 cotters under him were not offered a reward. For a long time, the Kabaji that I captured didn't even have a bounty. Seeing Ian's stunned look, Menka finally couldn't help it, covered his stomach and laughed, and said while laughing, "Haha, it looks like a rookie pirate hunter. Do you even have these pirates? I don't even know if I've been rewarded. I thought it was so powerful, but I dared to catch a little thief and come back." The middle-aged Marine also looked like he couldn't help laughing, but he didn't laugh. He handed the stack of bounty lists in his hand to Ian, and said, "You can look it up yourself, it's true. In addition, these bounty lists are not available. You can take it and don't make this mistake again." Depressed, Ian found the bounty list and searched carefully. Sure enough, he did not find Kabaji's bounty, not only the Clown Buggy, but Ian also saw Fishman Arlong, the Pirate Admiral Krieg's bounty list, but the 2 of them the bounty amount is also the same as Buggy, not as high as Ian remembered. The bounty list for Captain Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates is simply gone. Maybe because he was caught by Menka, the bounty was cancelled. Ian was so angry that he flew up and kicked Kabaji, whose wound was being bandaged. Kabaji was sitting there and letting the Marine soldiers help him bandage the wound. How could he expect that Ian would suddenly go into a rage, and was kicked right in the face, screaming, and the wound on his body burst open again. When the emotional Ian was pulled by the Marines, the guy was dying, and weakly said to Ian, "It's not me. It's not that I don't say it, it's you who won't let me say it. You insist on it yourself. Take me away." Hearing what he said, Ian couldn't help but wanted to rush over and kick him again. "How dare you say it? Nima, there is no reward for being a pirate. What's the point of being a pirate? You should die sooner rather than later." Now, Kabaji is really about to cry. In his eyes, Ian has become a more ruthless demon than Captain Buggy. It's okay to be tortured physically by him, but now he will be tortured psychologically. Bounty, blame me? Because of this incident, the Marine base became more and more chaotic. Many Marine soldiers were poking their heads outside. When they learned of the farce, they couldn't help covering their mouths and laughing. This guy Munka can't stand his back with laughter. In fact, when he heard that Ian turned out to be a pirate hunter, he was hostile to Ian. He just caught Kuro, the captain of the Black Cat Pirates. I thought, but now a pirate hunter suddenly appeared, claiming to have caught the cotter of the Buggy Pirates, which made Menka feel that his brilliance was being shared by others, and his heart was naturally uncomfortable. But now, when he found out that Ian had made an oolong, his hostility disappeared immediately, and he even said kindly to Ian, "Boy, the dry pirate hunter has no future, or you will join us in Marine. Got it?" Ian was unhappy at this time. How could he ignore him? He walked over and twisted Kabaji up and said, "Forget it, since this guy doesn't have a bounty, I'll take him away." "Don't." Before the Marines could speak, Kabaji cried out in horror, "I'm really the cotter of the Buggy Pirates, you quickly arrest me. I don't want to go with this guy." Middle-aged Marine also said to Ian, "Young man, this is indeed against the rules, although this person has no bounty, but he is a pirate after all, and it doesn't matter if he didn't appear in front of us. Now that he has appeared here, Yu Ching Yuli, we're going to arrest him." "No." Ian shook his head and said, "I will wait for this guy to have a bounty before sending him over." Middle-aged Marine still wanted to stop it, but he didn't expect that it was Menka who helped Ian to speak. He said, "Forget it, since he wants to take it away, then take it away. Our prison can't hold too many people, like this kind of little pirate with no bounty. Even if it is locked up, I don't know when it will be handed over, and it is a waste of our base's food." Menka was an ensign after all. Although he had just been promoted to an official position, he was still his boss after all, so the middle-aged man stopped talking and let Ian grab Kabaji away. Chapter 32 The Buggy Pirates Attack. After Ian and the others left, Menka smiled and said to the middle-aged Marine, "Haha, it's really interesting, the pirate caught by this rookie is the one from the Buggy Pirates like a circus?" "Yeah." Middle-aged Marine nodded. The disdainful conversation between the two casually revealed the truth. In fact, at this time, Buggy's true identity has not been discovered by Marine headquarters, and the Buggy Pirates are really confusing. Look at Buggy's appearance as a clown, and Moji, who is under his command, is an animal trainer at all. Even Kabeji rides a unicycle like an acrobat. This pirate group doesn't look vicious at all, but it's more funny. In addition, Buggy himself is keen on robbing treasures, and rarely has direct conflicts with Marine, so Marine feels that their pirate group is simply playing a small game and does not pose any threat, so far, he has only been the captain. The Buggy was only put on a bounty, and the bounty was still so low. Ian didn't know this, so he excitedly grabbed Kabeji and came forward, but ended up making an oolong. But after he came out, the more Ian thought about it, the more annoyed he became. He punched and kicked Kabeji, who was tied by a rope, but Kabeji could only be like a little sheep, enduring Ian's anger in tears, and was beaten all over his head. Bag. If it weren't for the Marine base, where the Marines gave him medicine and bandages, Kabeji even suspected that he would be beaten to death by Ian. After Ian vented for a while, a strong bowel rumbling came from his stomach. It was only at this time that Ian remembered that he had not eaten for a long time, and smelled the food coming from somewhere on the street. Scent, Ian felt that his eyes were turning green. Kobe also heard this bowel sound. When he saw Ian was angry, he didn't dare to talk to Ian at all, but now he quickly changed the subject and said, "Brother Ian, are you hungry? Why don't I invite you? Let's eat." "No." Ian gave Kabeji a malicious look and said, "You don't need to treat yourself, let this guy pay." I have no money." Kabeji said weakly. "I care about you so much." Ian said with a smile, "Don't you know how to ride a unicycle? When the time comes, you will perform juggling on the street and give me the food money. If you don't earn enough, then cut the meat and sell it." At this time, Ian was completely blackened, and Kabeji shivered with fright after listening to it. What kind of person does he need to be able to say such terrible words with a smile on his face? However, what made Kabeji feel even more terrifying happened. Under the guidance of Kobe, after entering a restaurant in the town that looked quite distinctive, Ian ordered dishes as soon as he came up, choosing whatever dishes were expensive. Kabeji was about to faint when the table was finally full of dishes. "How long does it take to perform this dish to earn enough money for the meal?" Even Kobe was stunned. He was holding a drink by himself, watching Ian buried in the case and chewing like a starving ghost, as if he had a grudge against the dishes on the table, so he couldn't help but look at the victim with sympathetic eyes. Kabeji glanced at the rope tied to the side. The meaning of that look is obvious: you are miserable now. Ian couldn't control that much, he was desperately eating, and whenever he tasted something delicious, he would shout to the restaurant owner, "This is good, 10 more." Kabeji was devastated, "Can you eat that much?" As a result, Ian glared at him and said, "I can't take it away if I can't finish it. You should think about how to make money first. If you can't get the bounty, you are responsible for earning the bounty for me." Kabeji cried, really cried this time, raised his head and shouted from the bottom of his heart, "The great Captain Buggy! Where are you? Come and save me." Maybe it was Kabeji's cry that came true. Just when Ian was desperately eating hase in the restaurant, on a coast off Shell's town, a pirate with a long-nosed elephant as the bow of the boat was seen. "The ship is moored here. This ship is naturally the backup of the Buggy Pirates, and the coast here is full of cliffs, so there is no need to worry about being discovered by someone passing by." A small boat quickly rowed to the side of the backup, and a few nimble pirates climbed onto the boat along the boat ladder. After seeing Buggy sitting on the deck, the pirates were out of breath. He shouted angrily, "Captain Buggy, I've got it." Buggy straightened up and asked, "How's it going?" "That kid really took Chief of Staff Kabeji to the Marine 153 branch base." The pirates said, "We didn't dare to get close to Marine base, but we asked people in the town and they all said they had seen that kid. So we guessed. Captain Kabeji has entered the base and will be locked up for sure." "Very good." Buggy burst out laughing, "Let's go, little ones. Attack Shell's town, get Kabeji out, and catch that nasty boy." "Whoa!" All the members of the Buggy pirates on the ship collectively shouted, and then aggressively controlled the ship and sailed towards Shell's town. Buggy, in command of the rest, moved all the cannons to the side of the ship, and at the same time moved out a basket of cannonballs with the Buggy Pirates logo painted on the surface. This is the special Buggy shell. After all, Kabeji is a senior coder in his pirate group. Although Buggy has always been very low-key, for Kabeji and to seek revenge against Ian, Buggy can only make a high profile once. After all, Buggy is a character who returned from the Great Root. He usually doesn't mess with Marine, but he doesn't want to mess with it, not that he can't mess with it. Rabbits can jump over walls in a hurry, not to mention Buggy. Moji hesitated and asked Buggy, "Captain Buggy, that's Marine's branch base. Is it all right for us to do this? What are you worried about?" Buggy glared at him, "It's just a branch, and it's not a direct branch of the headquarters. How can there be powerful people in charge? The highest rank of the 153 branch is Colonel, and it's just an old guy waiting to retire." Buggy is really not worried. Marine's real elite strength is concentrated on the Great Root, where Marine is the direct branch of the headquarters. Such direct branch will have a G symbol in front of the number, such as G2 branch. The G5 branch is like this, and the Marine here in East Blue can't be compared with the direct branch. Even if it is the same colonel rank, the strength is very different. Maybe it was a colonel directly under the branch. Buggy had to think carefully about how he wanted to attack Shell's town, but Buggy didn't pay attention to the retired colonel of the 153 branch. Moji nodded and was a little relieved, but still reminded, "By the way, Captain Buggy, I heard that there is a Marine soldier named Monka in Shell's town, who just killed the Black Cat pirates and killed Captain Kuro some time ago. It was also caught, but this person needs to pay attention." "Really?" Buggy was stunned for a moment, then touched his chin and sneered, "Okay, let me deal with this person when the time comes. You just rush into the base to rescue Kabeji." Off the cliff and headed towards the pier of Shell's town, and it didn't take long to appear on the coast. In the 153 Marine branch base, the Marine soldiers who were in charge of watching at the top of the tower found Buggy's pirate ship at the first time. The pirate flag hanging on it was very conspicuous, so the alarm was issued immediately. Woo, woo. The siren of the pirate attack sounded in the entire Shell's town. The people in the town were stunned for a moment, but then they realized what was going on, so they rushed out of the various shops in a panic and dragged their families with them. He ran towards the Marine base. The soldiers in Marine base also ran out with weapons at this time. They organized manpower and put those townspeople who were seeking asylum in Marine base to avoid them, and reported to their superiors that the Buggy pirates had attacked. Matter. Colonel Rhodes of the 153 branch is an old Marine. He has been here in East Blue for 20 or 30 years. This military rank is almost boiled out. On the peaceful East Blue, pirates attacked Marine. This is the first time he has encountered such a thing as a resident, so even he is a little overwhelmed for a while. Fortunately, Menka, a newly promoted ensign, although arrogant, still has a bit of courage. While reporting to Colonel Rhodes immediately, he also took the initiative to lead people to stop the pirates. And Colonel Rhodes agreed immediately without thinking about it. To be honest, When he first caught Captain Kuro, Monka himself didn't know how he did it, but he was promoted because of this. This promotion completely inspired his ambition. After taking the position of Colonel Rhodes, I thought about how I could replace him and become the leader of the 153 branch after Colonel Rhodes retired. And the attack of the buggy pirates this time is the best opportunity. As long as he can lead Marine to kill these pirates, his achievements cannot be denied. When the time comes, he should be able to become a colonel. So, Monka confidently rushed to the dock with the Marine soldiers. At this time, Ian, who was still eating in the restaurant, was stunned. After eating for a while, he looked up and found that there was no one in the restaurant. Not just the diners, but the restaurateurs are gone. What about people? Where have people gone? Ian was so hungry that he didn't even hear the alarm when he was eating. At this time, Kobe ran in from the outside and panicked. "No, it's not good, Ian. B.A. The buggy pirates are calling." Ian heard this. He immediately looked at Kabeji next to him with a smile on his face. As soon as Kabeji saw Ian like this, he immediately felt that the whole person was not well, and sure enough, the next second Ian shaved his teeth with a toothpick and said, "A good news and a bad news, which one do you want to hear first?" What do you mean?" Kabeji asked timidly. "The good news is that you don't seem to have to make money by acting. And the bad news, is that you might be going to jail, and possibly with your captain." Chapter 33 Monka with his face in the grass. Just as Ian and Kabeji were talking, the battle between the buggy pirates and Marine on the sea began. Marine's side was the first to start. Because the cannons in the base were placed at high places, the attack range could reach the offshore position. The cannonballs rumbled. The high water column rises on the sea. However, it is not easy for the cannon to hit the moving ships on the sea. The buggy pirate's ship, so far, has not been hit by the cannonball, and is heading towards the pier at a very fast speed. Monka Ensign, who had already brought Marine soldiers to set up a position at the pier at this time, used sandbags to build bunkers, each with muskets, and stared nervously at the ship of the buggy pirates. Once the ship docked, when the pirates got off the boat, they would fire without hesitation. However, what Marine didn't expect was that the buggy pirates' ship started fighting back just as they approached the dock. A special buggy shell was stuffed into the cannon, and the pirates aimed the muzzle at the bunkers of the Marines on the shore, and then ignited the leads behind the cannon. Boom! With a loud noise, the special buggy shells flew out. One side was moving at sea, while the other side was stationary on the shore, so that after the special buggy shell was fired, it directly hit the Marine's cover. Huge destructive power appeared. The Marine bunker was hit by the shell, and a gap was directly blasted. The Marine soldiers hiding behind were blasted into the sky in an instant, and some of the miserable ones were even blown to flesh at that time. It flew horizontally, and after hitting the Marine bunker, the special buggy shell continued to fly towards the rear without reducing its speed, hitting the houses of residents in the town, which directly caused a row of houses to collapse. This is a special buggy shell, which is not only powerful, but also has a strong penetrating ability. When Buggy saw the scene on the boat, he burst into laughter. He was very satisfied with his special buggy shell, and the pirates on the boat were the same, and cheered. But this was a tragedy for the Marines on the shore, especially Monka. When he saw the bunker being blown away, his eyes almost popped out. Marine suffered heavy casualties, which reminded him involuntarily of the scene when he captured Captain Kuro, the scene of the Marine soldiers all dying. "Get down! Get down!" Monka hurriedly shouted to the remaining soldiers. The pirates of the buggy pirates fired 2 special buggy cannonballs towards the shore, but these 2 times they hit the wrong way. 2 rows of houses collapsed in a straight line. Monka naturally saw the situation behind him. The attack of the buggy pirates caused huge damage to the town, but he had no choice but to count on the turret on the top of the base tower to be able to hit a single hit. The ship of the buggy pirates. Maybe it was Monka's prayer that worked. A cannonball shot from the turret finally hit Buggy's ship and exploded on the deck. The pirates in that position were immediately blasted to the sky, and the deck was naturally blown up. A big hole was also blown out. Buggy was very distressed about his boat, so he jumped his feet and shouted, "Rush to the shore! Rush to the shore for me!" At this time, the EPUB had already touched the pier, so a group of pirates, holding various weapons, jumped from the side of the ship to the shore, shouting and rushing to the remaining bunker of marine. "Shoot! Shoot fast!" Monka commanded the marine soldiers. The marine soldiers gathered up their courage, straightened up and shot the pirates behind the cover. The crackling sound suddenly rang out, and the pirates rushed to the front. Many of them were hit by guns and their bodies came out. The blood flower fell down. The real battle between Marine and the pirates is so cruel. Both Marine and the pirates suffered heavy casualties. However, the pirates on Buggy's side were recruited at will, and there is no need to feel bad if they died. On the other hand, the Marine side is different. Every Marine soldier has been trained for a long time. Once he dies, it means that Marine's investment in the soldier has gone to waste. Relying on the numerical advantage, the pirates just shot at the muskets of Marine soldiers and rushed to the bunker, so they entered the hand-to-hand battle next, and the scene became more and more tragic. Pirates are constantly being cut down, and similarly, Marine soldiers are constantly being cut down by sneak attacks. The turret on the top of the Marine base tower did not dare to open fire at this time, for fear that the shells fell in the crowd and accidentally injured their teammates. At such a moment, it was the best time for Monka to play. The iron axe in his right arm swung and chopped down every pirate that approached him. It didn't take long for more than a dozen pirates to fall beside him. This guy is actually quite brave, and his presence naturally boosted the morale of Marine soldiers, but unfortunately, he was also targeted by Buggy's side. Monka had just cut down a pirate that rushed in front of him, and suddenly felt that the light above his head dimmed. He turned his head and found a huge lion pounced on him. Appeared was Moji, the vice captain of the Buggy pirates, and his lion Richie. Don't look at Ian, the lion Richie was an idiot, but in fact, when fighting seriously, Richie was still very fierce. It slammed down and directly overwhelmed Monka. Although the surface of the axe resisted Richie's bloody mouth, his strength was not as strong as Richie's, and he couldn't turn over for a while. "You're that axe, Monka, Marine ensign." Moji sat on Richie with a disdainful smile and said, "I heard that you caught Kuro, the captain of the Black Cat Pirates? Who are you?" Monka yelled. "I'm the vice captain of the Buggy Pirates, the animal trainer Moji." Moji said, "I even reminded Captain Buggy to pay attention to you before. But now I realize that you're not very good. Damn. Don't underestimate me." Monka roared, and suddenly kicked Richie's lower body. When Richie was in pain, the veins on Monka's arm were exposed. Pulling Richie aside, he took the opportunity to get up. However, when he just got up, a stinging pain suddenly came from the back of his shoulder, and he turned his head with a scream, only to find that it was a hand floating strangely in the air, the hand still holding with a dagger. Blood was dripping from it. What is this?" Monka was stunned. "I saw that wrist suddenly flew towards the back, and all of a sudden it stuck back to a person, and this person was Buggy." The iconic big red nose made Monka instantly recognize who Buggy was, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Buggy? You turned out to be a devil fruit person?" As Marine, Monka has naturally heard rumors of devil fruit, but since Marine has never fought against the Buggy pirates before, Marine at East Blue doesn't know that Buggy is actually a devil fruit person. "Haha, that's right. I'm Buggy." Buggy was wearing his cape, his captain's hat on his head, and the crossbones pattern on his forehead made his smile look fierce. He asked Monka, "I ask you, where is that kid with the bear-eared hat now? And Kabeji, my chief of staff, did you keep him at Marine Base?" Monka knew that he was in trouble. The fighting power of the buggy pirates was not like a funny circus. The pirate hunter boy who brought Kabeji to Marine Base before was not a rookie either. They caught their chief of staff. How could this kind of strength be a rookie? Hearing the screams of the Marine soldiers in his ears, Monka knew that Marine was defeated. Not only were there many enemies, but there was also a devil fruit ability. Marine could not win. So, Monka made a decision. He suddenly turned around and fled towards the Marine base behind. Buggy didn't expect Monka to run away without saying a word, and couldn't help but froze for a moment. After this stun, Monka had run far away, so Buggy jumped in anger and shouted, "Chase! Catch me, don't let it go. Let him use Kabeji as a hostage." Buggy was wrong. He thought that Monka fled back to the base to threaten them with Kabeji as a hostage. This is of course the idea of the pirates. Monka fled back to the base. In fact, the real purpose is to ask for help. It is impossible to resist the buggy pirates with the strength of the 153rd branch alone. He needs to ask the nearby 16th branch for help, or to be on the safe side, go directly to the Marine in Logetown for help. As for when the reinforcements will arrive, this is not something that Monka can control. He can only do his best to obey the destiny. From this point of view, Monka has not been dazzled by his desire for power, and he is still a qualified Marine soldier. The minions of the buggy pirates quickly took care of the remaining Marine soldiers, and then led by Buggy and Moji, all the way to the Marine base to kill. At the same time, Ian was crawling up from a mess of rubble. It was really unfortunate. When a special buggy shell hit the house in the town, it happened to pass through the restaurant where Ian was eating. Although it didn't hit Ian, the walls were pierced on both sides. The big hole made the house collapse directly. If Ian didn't see the opportunity quickly, he grabbed Kobe and hid under the dining table, and he would have been seriously injured, right? When he got up, Ian was still a little unclear about the situation, but when he saw that Kabeji wanted to take the opportunity to slip away, Ian didn't even think about it. He rushed over and used the Sword Saint longsword in his hand. "Slap him to the ground." Grabbing his scarf and twisting him up, Ian said angrily, "Damn it! How dare you run? You run away, who will I go to for my lost wages?" Chapter 34 Sell to Pirates First. Seeing Ian tying up Kabeji again, holding the rope like a dog and preparing to set off, Kobe's legs were shaking, and he asked, Brother Ian, are you really going to Marine Base? Buggy pirates, the regiment has already attacked there, aren't you throwing yourself into the net? Or we should hide?" Ian shook his head and said, "I still have to go, don't forget, the residents of the town have already hid in the Marine base. If Marine really can't resist, those residents will suffer." Kobe looked at Ian blankly. He didn't expect Ian to still think about those innocent people. It's true that Ian is sometimes very black, but he is not the kind of bottomless. The buggy pirates chased here, naturally because Ian caught Kabeji, and the residents of the town were obviously caught. Ian was implicated, so Ian felt that he had to solve this trouble. I'll go with you." Kobe didn't know what to think, but suddenly summoned up his courage and shouted, My home is in this town, and I want to defend my town together." Ian glanced at him, didn't speak, just lowered the brim of his hat and said, "Then you have to follow closely. Along the way, you can see the bodies of Marine and the pirates. Although some were only seriously injured, without exception, they were motionless and looked very tragic. Among the people who fell to the ground, it seemed that there were more Marines, and Ian knew immediately that Marine had failed. So subconsciously, both of them speeded up their pace, only to suffer Kabeji behind, almost being dragged on the ground by Ian. The pirates of the buggy pirates have already attacked the main entrance of the base at this time, and the remaining marine soldiers are now using the bunkers in the base as a line of defense to continue to block the pirates. Monka Ensign rushed into the base and reported the matter to Colonel Rhodes. When Colonel Rhodes heard the news of the defeat, he immediately twitched and fainted. How could this old colonel stand up to this kind of stimulation? Monka didn't care about Colonel Rhodes in a hurry, picked up the phone bug on his desk, dialed the number of the Marine 16 branch, and began to ask for help. However, the response of the 16th branch was bad, and the colonel of their branch is said to have gone to the sea restaurant Barity on vacation. Monka was so angry that he almost smashed the phone bug and had no choice but to ask Logetown for help. When he heard the news of the buggy pirates attacking Shell's town, Logetown took it seriously and immediately stated that they would send reinforcements, and it was Garp Vice Admiral. This surprise made Monka almost jump with excitement. He had long heard that the hero of Marine's headquarters, Mr. Vice Admiral Garp, would come to East Blue from time to time over the years, but he never thought that Garp Vice Admiral is currently in Logetown. Here we go, with Garp Vice Admiral here, the buggy pirates are dead. However, after the excitement, Monka suddenly realized that it was not good. Logetown was too far away from here. When Garp Vice Admiral arrived, he didn't know when it would happen. The crisis in the 153 branch had not been resolved yet, and he had to find a way to persevere. Just go down. Putting down the phone bug, Monka called the middle-aged bearded Marine and asked him to lead the residents of the town to evacuate further back, while he himself went downstairs, intending to continue to lead the remaining Marines against the buggy pirates. However, after coming downstairs, Monka realized that the situation was terrible. The pirates of the buggy pirates have already attacked the base, and the bunker line of defense has not been able to stop the pirates for too long. With Buggy, a devil fruit capable, the Marines hiding behind the bunker were attacked by Buggy and split. The hands that went out were holding the knife, and it was almost a tie. In the end, there were only a dozen or so Marine soldiers left in the base. They hid behind their desks and shot at the pirates. Bullets flew around the room, and many stacked documents were smashed into shreds of paper and flying all over the sky. The pirates of the buggy pirates laughed wildly, while the Marine soldiers kept being shot and fell to the ground amid this wild laughter. Seeing the appearance of Monka, the remaining Marine soldiers were immediately encouraged, but they persisted for a while, but unfortunately, they did not avoid the fate of being shot down in the end. There was only Monka left. The pirates stopped shooting. Buggy appeared in front of him across the crowd, smiled and said, "Okay, Monka Ensign, now only you are left. Tell me, Kabeji is locked by you where? Say it, and I'll spare your life." Shook his head and said, "That Kabeji wasn't locked here, he was taken away by that pirate hunter." "Nonsense." Buggy jumped, "My people clearly found out that the kid brought Kabeji to the base. How could you not lock him up?" "What I said is true." Monka said as he approached Buggy cautiously. "Kabeji was not offered a bounty, so the pirate hunter took him away when he saw that he couldn't get the money." Buggy was stunned for a moment, as if it were true, Kabeji was not offered a reward. "So, where did that kid go?" Buggy had to ask through gritted teeth. "Go to hell and ask." Monka finally got close enough, and suddenly raised the axe in his hand, and the axe slashed towards Buggy. Result, Buggy seemed to be stupid, watching Monka's axe slashing, without dodging at all. Brush. Monka's sharp axe directly split Buggy in half. After he succeeded, Monka burst into laughter. "Ha ha, kill you." In the whole scene, there was only Monka's voice, but the other pirates looked at him with strange eyes. Laughing and laughing, even Menka felt something was wrong. It was obvious that Buggy had been killed. Why didn't these pirates under his command seem panicked at all? At this moment, two blades suddenly penetrated from Monka's arms from left to right. Monka screamed in pain, and immediately fell to the ground. Buggy's body that was split in two halves, reassembled, stood up, looked down at Monka and said, "Sorry, I disappointed you, I am immortal." The pirates in the back finally laughed out loud at this time. They have seen this scene many times, but each time it is still very fun. At this time, Menka finally realized what the power of Buggy's devil fruit was. When he was stabbed by Buggy at the dock before, he thought that Buggy could just disengage his wrist and fly out, but he didn't expect it at all. Buggy was cut in half and couldn't die. His arms were drooping weakly, and he looked up at Buggy with an expression of disbelief on his face. "Since you don't know either, then die." Buggy grinned, raising the knife in his hand. At this moment, Monka was suddenly frightened. The scene in which the entire marine was killed in the battle against the Black Cat pirates reappeared in his mind. If there was no experience of catching Captain Kuro that time, Monka might have been all a bloody marine. He probably thought he was dead when he faced Buggy, but since he was promoted to ensign, Monka suddenly realized that he didn't want to die, and that useless old guy from Colonel Rhodes watched. "I am about to retire, and I am also expected to be promoted to colonel, how can I die at this time?" So he suddenly shouted, "You can't kill me. I'm Officer Marine. If you dare to kill me, it's a felony. Even if the world ends, Garp Vice Admiral will arrest you." The amount of information in these words is so great that when Buggy heard the word Garp Vice Admiral, he almost spat out, and said in horror, "Garp? Where is he?" The voice fell. Buggy realized that something was wrong. When he was talking just now, how could there be two voices? And it says the same thing. Buggy was horrified. He jumped a step away subconsciously, looked at Ian who appeared behind him at some point, and said in horror, You, how come you are here?" Even the pirates behind him sprayed out from the sky. To be honest, Ian was quite surprised. As soon as he entered the base, he heard the news that Garp was coming from Menka, so he was surprised to say the same thing as Buggy just now. That's relieved, because it doesn't seem strange that Garp is in East Blue. Don't forget, his two grandsons Luffy and Ace are in East Blue, and he guesses that he will visit from time to time. Hearing Buggy's words, Ian seemed to have just seen him, raised his hand and said hello, "Yo, Buggy. Long time no see. Long time no see you." Buggy spit and roared, standing silently behind others, "Do you want to scare people to death?" But after he came back to his senses, Buggy laughed unexpectedly and said, "Okay, I was just about to find you. I didn't expect you to come by yourself, so it's just right, let's kill you here, even if Garp is coming, and it will take a while. After killing you, I will run away immediately and see how he chases me." However, before Buggy could make a move, Ian suddenly pulled the rope in his hand and pulled out a person from the crowd. It was Kabeji, who was tied up in an S-shaped way with all kinds of twists and turns. "Kabeji?" Buggy exclaimed in surprise. "I'm sorry, Captain Buggy, I've embarrassed you." Kabeji was sluggish and looked up at Buggy weakly. But Ian took off the Sword Saint's long sword behind him, put it directly on Kabeji's neck, and said to Buggy, "Do you want your chief of staff?" Buggy, sweating profusely, gritted his teeth and said, "Hurry up and let him go, or I will definitely kill you. Don't worry." Ian waved his hand and said, "I brought him here because I intend to give him to you." "Oh?" Buggy was overjoyed. It seems that you finally figured it out. You don't plan to go against the great Captain Buggy, right? Don't get me wrong." Ian shook his head, "I didn't mean that. It's not for nothing to give him to you. This guy has no bounty, so you can only come out." "What do you mean?" Buggy asked stupidly, not understanding. "It means that you pay, and I'll give him to you." Ian explained, "You should have a lot of money, right? This guy is worth 5 million Baileys, as long as you take it out, I'll let him go immediately." You, boy. Are you kidding me? Buggy's teeth creaked. Is it too much? Ian asked inexplicably, and then took the initiative to lower the price. If you can't get 5 million, what about 4 million? 3 million? What, 3 million won't work. The 2 million. Holy crap. The lowest price of 1 million, the clearance sale, and I will tear up the ticket. During this process, Buggy shook his head and kept trying to find a chance to speak. His original intention was not to accept threats, but he never thought that Ian had misunderstood what he meant, thinking that he thought the price was too high. When Buggy heard Ian's last sentence, I almost jumped. Are you going to talk to people? Just when Buggy was about to say no, Moji suddenly gave him a hand and said in a low voice, Captain Buggy, Kabeji is in his hands, we must be a little bit more cautious, we might as well promise him temporarily and wait for Kabeji to be released. If you kill this kid again, you will not only get your revenge, you will even get the money back together. Buggy rubbed his chin and thought about it, as if the idea was really good, so he opened his mouth and said, okay, 1 million is 1 million. After he finished speaking, he turned his head to a pirate minion and said, go to the ship and get money. Chapter 35 Brexit. Buggy, who regards money as his life, he would agree to give money so readily. Ian naturally knew why, but Ian didn't mind at all. He felt that his first bounty hunter experience was really amazing. The first bounty was not obtained from Marine, but from pirates. In other words, can you consider doing something like kidnapping in the future? Ian rubbed his chin and thought about it. Thinking that he will get a lot of money, Ian can't help but feel good. 1 million Bailey, it's really right to choose to go out to sea. If he lives in the small village of Shimatsuki, he may never see him to so much money. With this money, I can finally do my first 10 draws. The empty card slot is simply unbearable for obsessive-compulsive disorder. Ian has long wanted to fill it up. Soon, the pirate who was ordered to go out to get money on the boat came back out of breath with a money bag in his hand. Buggy opened the purse uneasy and counted it. After confirming that it was 1 million Bailey, he handed it to Ian and said, here, can you let me go now? Aha! Thank you, Boss Buggy. Excited, Ian even called out the name of the boss. After taking the purse, Ian took out stacks of green bills from the purse, spat on his fingers, and began to tap the bills. This action is a special nouveau riche, a special landlord and old wealth, so that everyone in the Buggy Pirates, together with Menka behind, all silently watched Ian count the money, not knowing how to complain. Buggy has already counted it, so why do you want to come again? Ian doesn't care so much, he has to count things like banknotes before he can rest assured. He feels that if Nami is here, he will definitely have a common language with himself. After the confirmation was completed, Ian pushed Kabeji towards Buggy and said, thank you Boss Buggy, thank you for your patronage. Buggy threw Kabeji back, a group of pirates untied him, and Buggy smiled at Ian, don't thank me, you will hate me later. Yes. Boys, kill him for me. As expected, Buggy backtracked and an order was issued, causing the pirates under him to immediately shout excitedly, and aggressively wanted to pounce on Ian. These idiots just healed their scars and forgot the pain. They completely forgot the scene in which Ian slashed 8 or 9 of them on the boat. However, Ian raised his palm and said, wait a minute. The sudden sound made Buggy and the others stunned for a while, not knowing what the hell Ian was going to do. Then, they saw Ian solemnly stuffing the purse into his pocket. Wait for me to put the money away first. Buggy and the others were speechless for a while. But how do they know that Ian is actually covering up his recharge process by releasing money? He can't let such a bag of money disappear in front of so many people, right? System, I want to recharge. Ian communicated with the system in his mind. Okay, is the 1 million Bailey fully recharged? I don't know why, Ian could feel that the system's voice seemed to be a little higher. "Leave 20,000 Baileys," Ian said. When he rushed for the first time, he charged 20,000 Baileys. Now he keeps 20,000 Baileys to prevent the need to spend. The recharge has been completed. You have got 4,900 diamonds, an extra 10% will be given, and you will get a total of 5,390 masonry. With the sound of the system, Ian realized that his purse was empty in an instant. Ian found that because there is an extra 10% of the recharge, it seems that the more you recharge at one time, the more cost-effective it is. You can get 500 more diamonds if you recharge 1 million, then you can save 10 more times if you recharge 10 million. Draw the required diamonds. But, after all, it is Nima's means to stimulate consumption. Shaking his head secretly, Ian turned to the card extraction interface and started his first 10 consecutive draws. The time to verify the bloodline has come. Although the first 10 draws will definitely get a 4-star orange card, the specific card that can be obtained depends on Ian's luck. If I remember correctly, the cards drawn are based on the basic skills possessed by the host, but there is a small chance that other types of cards will be drawn. If such cards are drawn, Ian has no corresponding foundation. If you use skills, you're done. After choosing a 10 draw, swiping, Ian saw 10 cards listed in the interface, a total of 2 rows, 5 cards in each row, with the same pattern on the back, and then, these cards are turned over one by one. You got blue equipment, Knight's Blade Shard times 5. You got the Breakthrough Stone times 50. You have obtained an exclusive treasure, Zanpakuto Hiron Wand Shards times 3. You got a 2-star card shard, Shelley times 5. You got a 3-star card shard, Robert Garcia times 3. Congratulations! You got a 4-star orange card, Flying Shadow. You got the Advanced Stone times 20. You got a 2-star card shard, Shelley times 5. You got a 4-star card fragment, Misaka Mikato times 1. You got a 2-star card shard, Shelley times 5. The speed of the 10 consecutive draws is quite fast, except for a flash when the complete card is drawn on the 6th time, the rest are all listed. Ian was very excited, because he found that the 10 drawing was really different from the single draw with free saving time. In the single drawing with free saving time, only 1-star and 2-star card fragments would appear, but the 10 drawing not only included 3-star cards. Card fragments can be drawn, and even 4 stars can be drawn. Although the number is very small, there are only 3 shards for the 3-star, and 1 shard for the 4-star, but this is always a way to obtain high-level rare cards. Flying Shadow, Flying Shadow. Your first orange 4-star card, quickly see what it looks like. Ian switched to the card backpack interface, and immediately saw a card marked with 4 stars. The border of this card was orange, and the character on it was a man with his back turned to his direction, with his head standing upside down. He had black hair like that, wearing a sleeveless black shirt, and one hand was covered with bandages. When Vivi turned around, he could see the white turban on his forehead. Flying Shadow. Card star, 4 stars. Title, Forbidden Sun, Spirit World Rogue. Level, Level 1. Strength, 40. Speed, 160. Life, 80. Read, 120. Skill, Evil Eye Master, pseudo. When passively effective, it can sense the strength of the enemy. When it is active, the energy value increases by 100%, and the health value is lost at a rate of 10% per second. Rogue of Polar Shadow, passive effect, increase sword speed by 50%, increase movement speed by 50%, advanced swordsmanship skills can be activated. Evil King Flame Killing Fist, add flame to the fist. When attacking the enemy, the damage of the flame is different according to the consumption of the energy value. Primary mind training skills can be activated. Evil King Flame Killing Sword, a flame is attached to the sword. When attacking the enemy, the damage of the flame is different according to the consumed energy value. Intermediate mind training skills can be activated. Profound truth, killing the black dragon wave with flame activated when the red card is activated. Bond, gain Shelly, life plus 42%. Obtained Yuzukuraba, strength plus 38%. Get Tibetan horse, speed plus 25%. Acquired body, chanting plus 36%, 5-star red card bond, locked. After reading Fading's card in one breath, Ian couldn't help but want to roar with excitement. He finally saw how strong the 4-star orange card was. Not only are there more basic attributes than 3-star cards, but also more skills than 3-star cards, and there are also profound skills. Although there are many requirements for this profound skill, Ian believes that it can be achieved one day, and all it takes is a lot of money to cultivate it. This Fading card is not only based on Ian's current swordsmanship, but also based on his mindfulness practice skills, so it's not surprising to be able to draw this card. Ian has the final say. This card is currently in addition to him. He can use all the other skills, except for the Profound Truth skill, Flame-Killing Black Dragon Wave, which can be said to be the perfect fit for him. It's not easy. Ian was moved to death. It's good to have money. In the past, when the free single draw was full of junk, even Ian himself doubted his life and wondered if he had African descent. Well now, a rare card that suits him finally appeared. Ian instantly felt that he had broken away from the ranks of African chiefs and successfully climbed the wall to become a European. Chapter 36 Crush Buggy. Of course, Ian also knows that in this stupid system, as long as you have money, you are all Europeans. If you recharge 1 billion Baileys, you can instantly become a European emperor. No nonsense, quickly equip High-Eyes card, and then use the remaining experience book to raise Ho's card level to the same level as Zomeji's card. In fact, the leveling experience in the early stage of the card is not much. One experience book can be upgraded to 3.5 levels. In this way, 2 experience books can be upgraded to level 5. In the process of leveling up, Ian also discovered the original 4. The growth aptitude of the Star Orange card is indeed higher than that of the 3-star card. The Wise Zomeji card is a balanced type, and it takes 15 points of strength and speed to increase 1 level, which is a total of 30 points, but the card of Fading increases by 1 level, but you can get 10 points of strength and 30 points of speed, for a total of 40 points. If it is calculated like this, then the 5-star original red card obtained after upgrading should be a total of 50 attributes. According to the bonus percentages provided by different card star levels, the attributes of High-Eye this card to Ian increase to 4 points of strength and 12 points of speed. By the way, in the 10 drawing just now, it seems that I got 15 Shelley's card fragments. If I remember correctly, the 2-star card seems to be composed of 20 fragments. Ian quickly checked it. After a while, I found that Shelley's card fragment was indeed one of High-Eye's bond attributes. If I could get 5 more Shelley shards. Ian thought about it, and turned to the Soul Shop interface. In this shop, all kinds of card shards are sold, and I don't know if there will be Shelley's fragments for sale. There are only 6 kinds of shards for sale in the store at a time. Ian took a look and saw no Shelley shards. When he was a little disappointed, the system suddenly reminded him, the host can use diamonds to refresh the soul store. Each time consumes 20 diamonds. Ian really wanted to start scolding, everything is a diamond, don't you die if you don't want money. But fortunately, he also knows what the system is like, and knows that no matter how much he complains, it can't be changed, and he also happens to have some diamonds left, which is not enough for 10 consecutive draws, so it can be used to refresh the soul store. So Ian began to choose to refresh the soul store. The first refresh, no. The second refresh, still nothing. The third time and the fourth time, Still nothing. Ian suddenly understood, the current soul store doesn't know the reason. All kinds of 1-star and 2-star card fragments are refreshed, but there are too many such cards. A card fragment is really difficult to brush. Again. Ian thought, 5 times is just 100 diamonds, no more is worthwhile. And when Ian confirmed, the sale list in the soul store changed again. Maybe it was Ian's luck. This time, he really brushed out Shelley's fragments, and it happened to be 5. Buying these 5 Shelley fragments requires 200 souls. Ian immediately sold the cards that had been accumulated before, such as Rantung and Shimura Shinpeiku, which were not used for fetters, and exchanged them for 400 souls and bought Shelley fragments. Down. When Ian chose to combine, a flash of light flashed, and a 2-star card with a blue border appeared. On the card was a very gentle and lovely-looking white-haired girl. She was sitting in front of the window in a kimono. The bird was jumping and playing in front of her. As a bond card, there are actually no special requirements. You only need to keep this card in the card backpack, and the corresponding card bond can be activated. Ian originally just wanted to strengthen the card of High-Eye, so I just put together this Shelley card. After all, from the perspective of High-Eye's attributes, this card is a typical speed type card, and its life value is too low. However, when Ian inadvertently looked at Shelley's card attributes, he was a little surprised. Shelley. Card star, 2 stars. Title, Snow Maiden. Level, Level 1. Strength, 10. Speed, 12. Life, 25. Read, 75. Skill, Healing, consume mind energy to heal wounds for a single target, and the healing value is mind energy value times 10. Iced Tear Stone, consume all the current psychic energy to condense a Iced Tear Stone, crush the Iced Tear Stone, you can get 20% of the psychic energy recovery. Bond, get Flying Shadow, life plus 21%. Get Kawahara, chanting plus 18%. This card can be said to be the first healing card that Ian has obtained. The 2-star level card has relatively low basic attributes and growth aptitude, and there is not much training value, but when Ian saw the snow, it was only after the Leica card that he found out that the 2-star card was not so unbearable. He couldn't guarantee that he would never be injured in the battle with the enemy in the future, and what was even more rare was that the Shelley card could actually use the Iced Tear Stone to store the energy. Value, this is a very useful skill. Although the conversion efficiency is only 20%, but I can completely consume the energy value in my spare time and save some Iced Tears, so that when encountering a relatively strong opponent, it is equivalent to using the blue bottle to restore. The effect can be said to be huge. System, can the equipped cards be removed? Ian asked. Yes. The system gave him a very positive answer, but once it is removed, the skill effect bonus of the original card will disappear. Ian understands a little bit. The meaning of the system is obvious. For example, he is equipped with a Smart Zo-Meiji card and learned a flash skill, but when this card is removed, even if he faces the opponent, he can also use the same skill. Move, but this move can no longer be called a flash. The special damage effect of the skills attached to the original card has disappeared, and if he hits the opponent, it is only an ordinary attack. The same is true for fading cards. Where did the flames of the Evil King Yan Killing Fist and the Evil King Yan Killing Sword come from? Isn't it about the special effects of the skills attached to the card? After he removed the Flying Shadow card, where did he get the flame to bless his fist and sword? Unless he can find a burning fruit or something to eat it and become a devil fruit person. But Ian didn't worry too much. As the level increased, the card slot would be unlocked. Shelley's card could be used interchangeably. It's very fast to communicate with the system in the mind, so in Buggy's view, Ian just put the purse into his coat pocket and looked up. I don't know if it was an illusion. When Ian raised his head, Buggy seemed to feel that Ian was different. As for the difference, he couldn't tell. Ian took the sword saint's long sword in his hand and shook it gently twice. He found that the sword had become lighter, so he took a stance and waved to Buggy and the others, "Come on. The minions of the Buggy pirates are quite good." After hearing this, they crossed the table and rushed towards Ian. They had all kinds of weapons in their hands and couldn't wait to greet Ian. However, at this moment, Ian's body suddenly blurred. That picture, as if there was interference in the video communication, was a bit obvious. This made Buggy look at it not far away, and couldn't help but froze for a moment, but before he could understand what was going on, he suddenly heard a few screams from the pirates, and after a closer look, he realized that he rushed in the first few minions. The weapons in their hands had already fallen to the ground, and they were bleeding profusely while clutching their wrists. What happened? Buggy opened her mouth wide, with a stunned expression on her face. The rest of the pirates were also frightened. What happened just now was a little weird. They knew that Ian might have done it, but they didn't see how he did it. The posture is still the same as before, as if it hadn't moved. Menka rubbed his eyes vigorously, unable to understand why the pirate hunter boy didn't move, but the pirates had their wrists slashed, thinking that they were hallucinating. Ian was the only one who felt cool in his heart. He just tried to imitate Hi-Eye's quick knife. With the passive skill bonus of Rogue of Polar Shadow, Ian found that his speed has been greatly improved. His advanced swordsmanship skills originally had a 30% sword speed bonus, and now it has increased by 50%, that is 80%, which is equivalent to nearly double his normal shot speed. After continuing to strengthen himself, Ian's speed has now reached the limit of the naked eye, able to produce the general effect of IAI. That's what it feels like to be superhuman. Ian looked at his Deo strength value and sighed inwardly. A 5-level 4-star orange flying shadow card actually directly increased his Deo strength by more than 200 points. Now Ian's Deo strength has exceeded 500 points, so there is such a sigh. It's just a pity that he can't reach the point where Hai Ying can slash 16 times in an instant. The real Hai, even if he has already slashed, the other party can't feel it, and he will think that he hasn't moved at all. And Ian's movements, if you pay attention and look carefully, you can still find that he is moving, that is, the blurred figure before, and he can only slash at most 7 knives at this moment, no more. Not anymore. What surprised Ian most was that after equipping Fei Ying's card, he could vaguely see a faint light on everyone present. This is estimated to be the skill effect of Evil Eye Master, Pseudo. When the passive takes effect, it can roughly see the strength of the enemy. The lowest is naturally the minions of the Buggy Pirates. They have a white light around their bodies and seem to be defined as non-threatening opponents. On Kabeji and Moji, it is Vivi-S green, which is probably better than the white light. Some of them belong to the less threatening kind. Menka also belongs to this type. Only Buggy is a little different. The light on his body is dark green. Ian judged it by comparing his own strength. It is estimated that it should be the more threatening opponent. After thinking about it, Ian thinks that this may be related to Buggy's devil fruit. Buggy is a devil fruit person, and he is estimated to be classified as a Superman. Although Deo's strength is not necessarily as high as he is today, but compared to ordinary people, he is indeed a more powerful Superman. Whether it is light green or dark green, if you judge by color, all the people present are those Ian can easily beat now. Ian reckons that if it is someone stronger than himself, it may appear yellow or red. The warning color is correct. This Evil Eye Master skill is simply a radar detector in disguise. Although because it belongs to the pseudo ability, it is impossible to see the precise Deo force value, but this is also very useful. Seeing the level of threat Buggy posed to him, Ian also thought, not to waste time with them, left those pirates and rushed directly towards Buggy. This time, he wasn't too fast to see, and Buggy even reacted, raising his weapon to parry. However, his reaction was in vain. In the eyes of others, Ian just slashed at Buggy, but Buggy's body was chopped into a dozen pieces in the next second. Slashing vertically and horizontally, Ian slashed 6 or 7 knives in an instant, wishing to chop Buggy into pieces of meat. This way of slashing people feels much more awesome. Chapter 37 Sold to Marine. What did you do just now? Thanks to the torn fruit, Buggy naturally didn't die, and the various parts of his body that were chopped into pieces floated in the air, looking at Ian with a little panic. Cut you. Ian turned around and said with a smile. Buggy still has confidence in his own fruit ability. His broken fruit doesn't have much attack ability, but for defensive attacks, the effect is first class, and Ian is a swordsman. Buggy thinks that he has nothing to do with himself. So he said sternly, "Didn't I say, I am immortal, you can't kill me?" As if to prove what he said, Buggy used a large collection of pieces to reunite the parts that were chopped up by Ian, and changed back to the original appearance. Really? Ian Viviisho suddenly put the long sword of the swordsman behind his back and put it behind his back, his feet slammed towards him, punched like the wind, and suddenly punched Buggy's stomach. Although Ian doesn't know how to fight, he can still punch people with ordinary punches. This punch combines his own strength and rapid speed, so it is very powerful. Buggy was punched in the stomach and eyes. The kids are all out. With a bang, Buggy was knocked out, knocking over many tables along the way. Captain Buggy. The pirates rushed over to check Buggy's situation. Of course, they also took the opportunity to stay away from Ian. However, before they could run past, Buggy suddenly jumped up. "Ah! It's hot, it's hot, it's hot." Buggy's whole body is on fire. He was blazing with orange flames all over his body, and while desperately running around in circles, he beat the flames on his body with both hands, but no matter what he did, the flames could not be extinguished. Everyone was stunned. They didn't know why Buggy suddenly burst into flames after being punched. They didn't understand what was going on until they saw Ian. At this moment, a raging flame is burning on his 2 fists. Standing there, like a god descending to the earth, it looks extremely mighty. Evil King Flame Killing Fist. Ian just tried the skill on Buggy just now, and he was naturally satisfied with the effect. He raised his right hand and looked at the flame above. Ian just felt that this feeling was really wonderful, and the flame was clearly attached to his own. There was no burning sensation in his hands. He could feel that the flames were consuming his mind continuously, and the same was true for those flames that remained on Buggy's body. His mind could be connected to it, as long as he didn't erase it. Get rid of these thoughts, and the flame will not go out. And Ian can also feel that as long as he increases the output of his thoughts, the temperature of the flame will increase. After Ian eliminated his thoughts, the flames on Buggy's body disappeared at once, and Buggy's whole body was burned black. He opened his mouth and exhaled a burst of smoke, and fell to the ground. The entire Buggy pirates were terrified by Buggy's tragic situation. Of course, what scared them even more was Ian's pair of flaming hands. Didn't he mean he wasn't a devil fruit person? Moji was stunned for a while, and his poor IQ was once again on the verge of a warning line. After Kabeji was released, he originally wanted to see Buggy avenge him, but in the blink of an eye, the great Captain Buggy in his mind was beaten to death and burned black all over, so Kabeji rolled his eyes, wondering if it's time for you to find a chance to get away. Only the lion Richie was the calmest. It opened its mouth wide and yawned, then sniffed and smelled the smell of barbecue in the air. It felt that it was almost time to start dinner again. As for Menka, he was trembling from behind. Based on Marine's self-esteem, he had always looked down on Ian, a pirate hunter boy who had just debuted. Even if Ian caught Kabeji, he thought it was Ian. I don't know how to get it. Now I see Ian slashing Buggy into 1.5 with one knife, and he also uses a flaming fist to beat Buggy miserably with one punch. I finally know that this kid with a bear-eared hat on his head is so terrifying. Stepping forward, Ian stepped on Buggy and pulled out the Sword Saint's long sword behind him. As soon as the evil King Yan's killing sword was opened, the whole long sword immediately burst into a raging flame, and the flame was still condensed at the tip of the blade. The flame tip that was as sharp as a blade came out, and Ian pointed at Buggy and asked, "Don't play dead, the temperature of the flame I used is not high, I know you're fine." Buggy looked at him feebly and said, Are you, a monster?" Ian didn't refute either, and asked him with a smile, "Do you still want to continue fighting? Don't blame me for not reminding you, if you continue fighting, I won't be polite anymore. I will use this flaming long knife to slash you with one knife. Dozens of pieces, then I'll see if you can regroup." "No, don't." Buggy shuddered when she heard it, and was burned into dozens of pieces. How could it be assembled? So he hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Stop fighting. I surrender." Although Buggy can be split into many pieces, the pain is still there. Not only is he afraid of blunt blows, but he is also afraid of such burning damage. He knows now that he has no chance of winning in front of Ian. The flames can restrain him to the death. It's just, why didn't he use this trick when he was on the bike before? Buggy felt a little weird. The flames on Ian's fists, and the flames on the knife made him mistakenly think of Ian as a Logia devil fruit person, but then he remembered Ian climbing into the boat after swimming from the sea, and he felt the whole my mind is all confused, isn't the devil fruit capable of land ducks? Could it be that this kid named Ian is an exception? Buggy felt completely confused. "Since I don't fight anymore, I'll tie you up, you shouldn't mind, right?" Ian looked at the Buggy boss with a smile. "No, don't mind," Buggy said sullenly. Ian nodded with satisfaction, then turned to look at the other members of the Buggy pirates, the long knife in his hand swiped, and pointed at them with flames. "And you?" "Ah. Yes. Yes." The members of the Buggy pirates raised their hands in a gesture of surrender, waiting for Ian to cry without tears. Even the lion Richie, it's really hard for him, as a lion, he can do such a humane thing action too. "Find the rope yourself and tie yourself up," Ian ordered. There are too many people in the Buggy pirates, and Ian can't do it alone, so he can only do it like this, but unfortunately, under the threat of his flaming blade, no one dared to say a word, all obediently do as you please. One person kidnapped a pirate group, and this scene made Monka's jaw drop. Busy for a while, all the people who rushed into the base of the Buggy pirates were all tied up. These idiot pirates are rarely smart. There are some problems with Ian's orders. They even tied each other up, which made Ian look at it with admiration, thinking that they weren't that stupid. Buggy's treatment was good. Ian found a rope to tie him personally. Ian asked Monka and found that there were no sea stone handcuffs in their base, so Ian had no choice but to use ordinary rope to tie it. Just because he was worried about Buggy's torn apart fruit and feared that he would escape after splitting, Ian had to tie Buggy like a mummy in the end, wrapping ropes all over his body, making it difficult for Buggy to even move. After doing this, Ian twisted Buggy and threw him on the ground in front of Monka, saying, "Ha, I'm here to collect the bounty. I can't make a mistake this time, right?" Monka looked at Ian stupidly, only to feel that he couldn't see through the boy in front of him at all. He had just used Kabeji to exchange 1,000,000 from Buggy before, but when he turned his head, he caught Buggy again and threw it in front of him in exchange for a bounty. How can this have such a bad feeling of eating the plaintiff and eating the defendant? This kid is too rich, isn't he? Chapter 38 Monka's Proposal. "What are you doing? Hurry up and give the money," Ian urged. "Oh." Monka came back to his senses and was in a hurry to go through the formalities for Ian. However, at this moment, Monka suddenly thought of something. stopped moving, and whispered beside Ian, "By the way, this little brother, do you know the process of receiving the bounty?" "I don't know." Ian shook his head and said, "But isn't it all done with marine?" "That's what you said, but you may not understand that ordinary branches can't give bounties. Our base funds are limited." Monka explained in a low voice, "Usually, pirate hunters catch after handing over the bounty criminals to the nearby marine base, they will only get a certificate of arrest, which will indicate who the bounty criminal has been caught, how much the reward is, and the receipt certificate of the local marine base. These things are ready. After that, you only need to take these certificates and go to the larger marine base to get the bounty." Meaning, the money for the bounty is still paid by marine base, just to find a larger marine base with sufficient funds? Ian asked. "That's what it means." Monka nodded and said, "Our largest base in East Blue, the closest is the marine base in Logue Town, and the marine base in Mirabor Island, but it's farther away. If you want a bounty, Logue Town is best." Tisk. Ian couldn't help smacking his lips. This situation was beyond his expectations. He thought he could claim the bounty at any marine base. He knew about Logue Town, but where was this Mirabel Island? To be honest, after a baptism of a storm, Ian discovered that sailing is really a matter of being fully prepared before going to sea. There are too many situations at sea. One of the reasons is the weather, and there are other reasons. Food supply, will you get sick, etc., and even sea monsters. Don't forget, there are such things as sea kings in this world, although most sea kings are only near the windless belt near the Great Root. Activities, but no one can say whether there will be a certain sea king who will swim to the blue ocean to do some activities. What if they encounter them? He now understands why there are many isolated islands in this world, because it is too difficult to sail in this world. Now I heard that I have to go to Logue Town to get the bounty, which means that Ian will continue to go to sea, and he can't help frowning. Menka saw the embarrassment on his face and lowered his voice again. "I have a proposal here, do you want to hear it?" "Oh, let's hear it." Ian looked at him in surprise. Ian can't say that he has a good opinion of this Monka, but he also has no bad feelings. At least in his opinion, this guy can lead the soldiers to resist the buggy pirates, so he is still a qualified marine. Qualified people, Ian generally does not make any likes and dislikes. As long as he doesn't violate his own interests. You give me the people from the buggy pirates, and I give you the bounty directly, so I won't give you any proof of custody. Do you think that's okay? Monka asked in a low voice. Ian instantly understood what he meant. This guy wanted to take the credit for catching buggy for himself. If the proof is not issued, it means that he, the pirate hunter, was not the cause of the arrest of the buggy pirates. It is impossible for Ian to stay in the marine base all the time. He always has to leave, and now the marine soldiers in the base are injured. The death of the wounded and the dead, and did not see the scene, Menka, he can completely say that this buggy pirate group was defeated and caught by him. And if Ian agrees to the deal, Monka can use all the remaining funds in the base to pay Ian as a bounty. As for someone who notices that the funds are missing in the future, Menka can completely push it on the head of the buggy pirates, saying that some pirates took the money out of chaos, and even directly reported the money to the superiors, for the base at that time. Operation, the superiors will reapprove the funds to them. This guy has a good idea. Is he going to do whatever he can to get a promotion? Ian can think that if he didn't show incredible ability when he was catching buggy and scared him, this guy Menka might even be greedy for his own credit, and he wouldn't even give him the money. Thinking of this, Ian couldn't help but narrow his eyes, lowered his head and pretended to think, so as not to let Menka discover the killing intent in his eyes. He hated this kind of person because he felt like he was being used. But then I thought about it, what did I catch buggy for? Isn't it just for the money? Although the first 10 consecutive draws have been completed, what is the purpose of Ian going to sea? He wanted to find a way to heal Kuina, and at the same time he wanted to find a devil fruit for Kuina to make up for the loss of her strength over the years in a coma. How to get devil fruits? In addition to getting it by luck on the Great Root, then you can only buy it, a devil fruit with no known effect. The price on the black market is 100 million Bailey, and that is still red-haired Shanks. The price of the Roger ship at that time, that is, the price of almost 20 years ago, is probably more than this amount now. So Ian needs a lot of money, which is why he made up his mind to be a pirate hunter when he went out to sea. Compared with robbing pirates everywhere, Ian still thinks that pirate hunters are more reliable. Of course, there is another way, that is the world government. It seems that there are more and more pirates with devil fruit abilities, so now even the world government and Marine are consciously controlling and collecting devil fruits. Yes, as long as Ian can join Marine and make great contributions, maybe he can ask for a devil fruit as a reward? There are many ways, but it has to be done step by step. Thinking of this, Ian made a decision, raised a finger and said to Monka, 10 million. Buggy's bounty is 7 million Bailey, you add 3 million to make up 10 million for me, then let's just make a deal, you get a name and I will benefit. If it is less than this amount, let's not talk about it. In fact, Ian wanted to bid 15 million. This price was the original buggy bounty in his impression, but he estimated that the 153 branch of Menka might not have so much money, so he called it 10 million. If Monka can get it, then everyone will be happy. Not only does he have 3 million more, but he doesn't have to make an extra trip to Logtown. However, Menka was in a dilemma. The reason why he thought of reaching a private deal with Ian just now was because he remembered that there was just 7 million left in the base's funds, which was the cost of maintaining the base's operation for the second half of the year. Originally, he had already endured the apprehension in his heart and wanted to take the risk and make a deal with Ian, but he never thought that Ian would add 3 million as soon as he opened his mouth. Now he really has no choice. I can't get it out? Monka said frustratedly. Then there's no way. You still have to prove it to me. Ian said regretfully, reputation or something doesn't matter to him, but if he can only get the same price, then Ian must only choose to connect taking the reputation together. The credit for catching the buggy pirates can make his reputation as a pirate hunter rise faster, and at that time, he can also threaten some unpopular little pirates. There are still benefits. As for selling Menka's face or something, Ian never thought about it. A small Marine ensign in the East Blue branch, even if he has ambitions to take the position, but what about Ian? After getting the certificate, Ian checked that the amount above was correct, flicked the paper, waved his hand to Monka and said, "Okay, these guys are handed over to you, I'm leaving." After Ian finished speaking, he turned around and left the base. Monka looked at his back, his eyes were full of shadows. The failure of this transaction made Monka more and more aware of the importance of power. If he was in power at the base, why bother discuss with Ian so sneakily? Just say it directly, don't say 10 million, as long as it doesn't exceed the 1-year funding standard of the 153 base, he can spend more money. Kobe, who was hiding before, and waved to him. Kobe looked excited at this time. Although he didn't follow Ian in because he was afraid, he was lying at the window and watched Ian's awe-inspiring scene, so as soon as he saw Ian, he immediately became excited. He rushed in front of Ian, clenched his fists with shining eyes and said, "Brother Ian, you are too powerful." He gestured incoherently, "Just now you pointed with that burning big knife, and those ferocious pirates obediently tied themselves up. God, I can be like you anytime, I can just move my mouth. Just deter those pirates." Kobe's eyes are full of admiration for Ian. He has completely substituted himself into the role of Ian. He imagined that he could do this once, which would be too majestic. Ian Viviisho, touching the little man's pink hair, said, "It's nothing, Don't you want to be Marine in the future? As long as you can become Marine Admiral, you can do it too. Really? I can be a Marine Admiral too? Kobe asked in disbelief. There will be a day, as long as you don't give up yourself. Ian said with a smile. However, if one day you really become a Marine, then remember, to be an upright Marine, don't be like the guy in there is. Who the guy in there was referring to, Kobe didn't know. He couldn't hear the conversation between Ian and Monka, so he could only nod his head half understood. Reason why Ian said this to Kobe is because after a conversation with Monka, he felt that it would be easier to gain respect from others if he was an upright person. There are good people in pirates. Similarly, there are also good people in Marine. There will be scum. Menka is not upright, so Ian doesn't respect him at all. Even if he is Marine Ensign, if he is not respected, others will not help him easily. Knowing that Menka wants this credit to be promoted, Ian still doesn't want to help. This is the so-called gain more help and lose less help. Other hand, Kobe, although this child is timid and cowardly, has a good heart. Ian doesn't want to see him lose this nature in the future, so he gave him a piece of advice, hoping that he can become a respected person in the future. Chapter 39. The title is released. Next, Ian plans to leave the Shells town and go to Logue town to collect his bounty. When he heard that Ian was leaving, Kobe was a little reluctant and said to Ian, "Can't you stay for a few more days?" After seeing Ian shaking his head, Kobe gritted his teeth and said suddenly, "Brother Ian, why don't you take me away? I'll be a pirate hunter with you." "No." Ian laughed and said, "You are too young, I don't want to take you as a burden. Besides, don't you want to be Marine? What's the matter with me?" In the end, Ian did not agree to let him follow him. Although Kobe is indeed a good partner if he goes to sea, this kid has already mastered a lot of sailing knowledge in order to be a Marine in the future. He is considered a qualified sailor. With him, Ian sailing can be considered a bit guaranteed, but as Ian said, Kobe is too young and has no self-defense skills, and it is a problem to carry him. In the end, Kobe could only give up and help Ian prepare some things for sailing in the town. It seems that Monka has announced the news that the buggy pirates have been captured, and the residents of Shells town are gradually starting to come back, but most of the houses in the town were destroyed by the special buggy shells, so many people are busy starting rebuild home. People in this world seem to have become accustomed to being attacked by pirates. The advent of the era of great voyages sounds very emotional, but in fact, the victims are the civilians at the bottom. Among the endless pirates, maybe it is true many of them are pursuing the yearning for freedom, but more are just for looting. From this point of view, Marine's existence is meaningful. With the guidance of Kobe, Ian found a restaurant with a good house. With the remaining 20,000 Baileys, he went to the owner to buy some food, rum, and beer, and then bought a small amount of medicine. Almost spent 20,000 Baileys. Listening to Kobe, drinking water is generally not stored for a long time on a ship, maybe a few days, but wine is different and can be stored for a long time. For people who are used to drinking liquor, these rums and beers taste pretty bad, but they are cheap and large. 3,000 Baileys can buy a big barrel. Brother Ian, this is my favorite fishing rod, and I'm giving it to you now. Finally, Kobe held a fishing rod and handed it to Ian and said, "When at sea, a fishing rod can play a role. Is huge." Ian didn't refuse. He took the fishing rod and put it away, and then suddenly he was stunned for a moment, slapped his head suddenly and said, "By the way, where's the buggy pirate's boat?" He had completely forgotten that when the buggy guy took the money to redeem Kabeji, he asked his men to get it on the ship. That is to say, Buggy's money may have been put on his ship, and now the buggy pirates have come ashore. All the members of the gang were caught, and the ship didn't know whether to get any news. If it was still there, then Buggy's money could become his own. So Ian hurried towards the pier, and Kobe didn't know what to do, so he followed him. Got to the shore, I found that the bike-up of the buggy pirates had disappeared. It is estimated that the remaining pirates on the ship drove away when they got the news and fled, which made Ian regretted and stomped, "Damn it. My money. It's gone? He has completely taken the treasure on Buggy's ship as his own. Forget it. I'll go and see if I can catch up with that boat." Ian could only comfort himself like this, jumped on his own boat, threw the things he bought into the boat, and waved to Kobe. "Goodbye." After finishing speaking, he paddled out of Shell's town. This style of walking away was so unrestrained and unrestrained. Before Kobe came back to his senses, he had already rowed all the way out. Ian left, and what he didn't know was that the impact he made in Shell's town hadn't gone away. The incident of the buggy pirates' attack on the 153rd branch was reported by Monka and Colonel Rhodes. While waiting for Garp Vice Admiral to hand over, the Marines could only keep the buggy pirates in the base prison. However, what people did not expect was that 2 days later, the members of the buggy pirates escaped from prison. Without the sea stone handcuffs, ordinary ropes could not trap Buggy, a devil fruit-capable person, and his torn fruit was used for escape from prison. He is a good hand, and he just splits his hands and goes out, not only untangles his own rope, but also steals the key quietly, plus the pirates on the bike-up who slipped away in advance, Buggy did not. How hard to escape. When Ian handed Buggy to Monka, he guessed that Buggy might escape from prison, but he didn't expect Buggy to move so fast. In fact, Buggy is just worried that after Garp arrives, they will not be able to run. This time without Ian's help, no one in the entire base 153 could stop Buggy and the others. Colonel Rhodes fainted again. The old man had high blood pressure and couldn't stand the continuous stimulation. There were enough people to block it, so afterward, the Marine superiors learned what happened, and they didn't blame them. Instead, they promoted Menka, who had merit, to become a major. Menka was a blessing in disguise, and it was a pleasant surprise. At present, in the 153 base, except for Colonel Rhodes, he has the highest rank, but he still has some regrets. The buggy pirates were caught by a pirate hunter. He just assisted. Monka dare not lie about this. And reported it truthfully. If he had reached a deal with Ian at that time and took the credit for capturing the buggy pirates alone, perhaps he would have been directly promoted to colonel this time. And now, he still needs a few years of qualifications before he can take over the position of Colonel Rhodes. In view of the attack on Shell's town and the escape incident, the Marine headquarters raised the threat evaluation of the buggy pirates, and re-established the buggy's bounty amount, which rose to 1,500 Bailey, becoming one of the few East Blue bounty tens of millions one of the great pirates. However, due to the unfavorable support of the 16th branch, the colonel of their branch who went to the sea restaurant for vacation was demoted and transferred, and the original Lieutenant Colonel Mouse took over and became the head of the 16th branch. At the same time, Marine headquarters also realized that it would be impossible for ordinary Marines in East Blue to not have a master. Although Garp is now in East Blue, he is the Vice Admiral of the headquarters after all, and it is impossible to stay in a small place like East Blue all the time, so the Marine headquarters has made a decision to dispatch Colonel Smoker, the White Hunter of the branch directly under the headquarters, to stay at the Logtown Marine base to deter the pirates of East Blue. In this incident, Ian, the pirate hunter, also entered Marine's sight. Since Menka failed to attach a photo of Ian when reporting, the Marine headquarters did not know what the pirate hunter looked like. I just heard that his fists were burning with flames, and so was a long knife in his hand, so Ian, the pirate hunter, had an official title and code name in the Marine headquarters. Burning Blade Ian. For pirate hunters, Marine is supportive, believing that they are a supplement to Marine's righteous power, although in the eyes of Akainu who believe in absolute justice, pirate hunters and bounty hunters are the same, they're all hyenas chasing bounties, and they're very disdainful of that, but that doesn't detract from Marine's overall attitude. Of course, the current Ian can't get into the eyes of the Marine headquarters. They just made a record for Ian in the intelligence department, and then threw it aside. For the folks in Shell's town, only they hear a slightly different version. With the help of a pirate hunter named Ian the Burning Blade, Major Monka captures the vicious buggy pirate. Although the pirate group escaped from prison because of Marine's lack of manpower, this did not prevent the people in Shell's town from becoming more and more worshipped for Monka. Different from the report to the superior, when telling the residents of Shell's town, this guy Monka subtly swapped his and Ian's master-slave relationship. Only the child Kobe is the one who understands the truth and tries his best to argue for Ian, but he has always been cowardly and timid, and it is destined that not many people will really listen to what he says. Prestige has soared, and power in Marine base is growing. Buggy pirates, biked up, in the offshore area for a while, and had to regretfully confirm that the ship really escaped. Even passing by Buggy's treasure, Ian regretted scratching his hair. If he had thought of rushing past earlier, he might have succeeded. It's no use regretting it now. Ian floated on the sea, found the location of Logue Town, and let the sea wind blow the sails away, while he continued to practice swords on the boat. After the routine exercise was completed, Ian calmed down and began to think about his new exercise plan. Now that there is an extra flying shadow card, and after seeing the high-speed bonus, Ian has some new ideas. Is it possible to combine a flash with a high-speed knife to achieve the kind of attack that slashes 7 knives and a flash in an instant? Or, can he hit the evil king flame-killing sword in a flash? In that case, the destructive power will be much higher, right? Even as long as he dares to think about it, Ian feels that it is possible to combine the 3 and chop off the 7 swords of the evil king in a flash. If he can do this, Ian can truly become a swordsman who can be called a strong man. After all, the skills of the cards are given by the system, and what Ian wants now is to convert these skills into his own. He doesn't know if he can do it yet, but he has to try it, doesn't he? Chapter 40 Offshore King. For the next 2 days, Ian was on the boat, verifying his ideas. At the beginning, Ian found that it was no problem to use the evil King Yan killing sword to instantly slash 7 slashes, because how many cuts could be cut only depended on Ian's speed, but when Ian then wanted a flash when he used the evil King flame killing sword at the same time, he frequently encountered failures. He originally thought that these 2 skills could not be used in combination, but when he realized it carefully, he found out that it was because of the problem of using his mind. The flash of Shizuo Meiji's card is in the distribution of neon energy, mainly on the legs, arms, and the blade. It is to be able to swing the blade faster and more powerfully, and the blessing on the sword is to increase the destructive power. When using flash alone, Ian can normally achieve this distribution effect. However, when he wanted to use it in combination with the evil King Yan killing sword, it was different. The skill of evil King Yan's slaughtering sword is almost to bless all the thoughts on the blade. No, to be precise, it is on the circle around the blade. There is still a slight distance between the blade. The reason why this happens is because the evil King Yan killing sword uses thoughts to maintain the flame, forming a high-temperature flame blade around the blade. This high-temperature flame blade is sharper than the weapon itself. When cutting objects, it is completely melted and cut by high temperature. In other words, it is very similar to a flame-cutting machine. In this way, the 2 skills, evil King Yan's killing sword and flash, formed a conflict at the moment when Nian Nen was blessed on the sword. Ian wanted to try to remove the part of the mind that was blessed by the flash skill on the blade and maintain the flame edge alone on the periphery of the blade, but when he tried to do so, he found it quite difficult. It's not that it can't be done, but it's very difficult to do it. Originally, Ian can almost control the output of his thoughts freely, which can be used flexibly, but when he wants to make a little change to these 2 skills, but found that Nian was operating very obscurely at this moment. This attempt to change has brought about how many times the consumption of one's own psychic energy has been doubled. After just experimenting once, Ian felt that his thoughts were almost completely emptied, and the headache that had not appeared in a long time also appeared again. When he checked his own attributes in his mind, Ian found that he had only the last 2 points left in his mind. What the hell? It took more than 100 points of psychic energy at one time. Ian himself was taken aback. Although the proficiency of the intermediate mind energy cultivation skills has also increased, Ian still feels that the gains outweigh the losses. After sitting down and thinking about it carefully, he came to a conclusion: this kind of fusion changes skills, not impossible. But it is limited by his own basic skills. That's right, it is limited by his mind energy cultivation skills. Maybe when Nian Neng practice rises to an advanced level, this consumption will be reduced. At that time, it is estimated that it will be much less obscure to use, right? Thinking of this, Ian can only temporarily put aside the plan to create his own skills. He can't even try it now, so he can only wait for Nian to slowly recover. From the purchased food, Ian took out an apple and bit it in his mouth, lay on his back on the boat, and checked the system in his mind. This kind of skill that I try to create by myself probably has other limitations. If nothing else, Ian can think of one thing now, that is, when the Wise Zomeji card or the Flying Shadow card, these two cards can be arbitrarily after one card is removed, the self-created skills may have no effect. After all, Ian's so-called self-created skills are based on these two cards. Replacing the Flying Shadow card with Shelley's card, Ian used the last 2 points to try to imitate the evil King Yan's killing sword. Form a flame reaction. Is this the reason why there is no bonus effect after the so-called card is removed? Ian didn't find it strange, this was what he expected. Looking at Shelley's healing card, when Ian actually first drew it, he thought about whether he could use his healing card to heal Kuina, but then he remembered what Ivankov once said: ordinary the treatment is useless to Kuina, because there is no injury on her body now, her injury is completely in the field of consciousness. Even if the Shelley card can be used for healing, it won't touch the realm of consciousness, right? Should be given to Kuina to wake her up? Ian felt a little worried, and the more he thought about it, the more troubled he became, so he re-equipped Hai-Ai's card, exited the system interface, got up and found a book in the package, and then lay on his back in the cabin to look. This book was given to him by Kobo when he was about to leave. Because Kobo noticed Ian's lack of common sense of navigation, he specially gave him this book. The title of the book is very interesting, called 3000 Questions on the Great Voyage. Looking at the title of the book, Ian only felt that he was undermined. The moment he saw the title of the book, he had a kind of rush to see 3000 questions about the naughty blue cat. However, the content in the book is very good. It lists a lot of common sense issues that should be paid attention to when sailing, such as why it is necessary to clean the deck of the ship frequently, what are the signs of the coming storm at sea, etc. When Ian started, I still read it with relish, but after all, I haven't read this kind of textbook for so many years, and I gradually started to feel sleepy. Although the afternoon sun was hot, the sea breeze was blowing, and it was very comfortable. In this comfortable environment, Ian fell asleep quickly, the book was covered on his face, and he was snoring. Vivi shivered while blowing. If Kobo were here, I'm afraid he would die of admiration for Ian. How dare a man sail so carelessly that he sleeps without even lowering the anchor? Isn't he afraid of being lost again when the wind changes? Maybe Ian deserved to be unlucky. Not long after he fell asleep, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared under the sea. The size of the shadow is as big as a marine warship, which can be said to be dozens of times that of Ian's small boat. The shadow drags underwater, sometimes disappearing, and sometimes reappearing. Once seen, you will immediately understand that this is a sign that the ferocious carnivorous sea beasts in the sea are preparing to hunt. As for the target of hunting, it is naturally Ian's boat on the sea above. This kind of sea beast that has attacked human beings is quite clear, and that kind of small boat must usually have people on it, and it is a good food. And Ian, who was still sleeping soundly at this time, had no idea what was going on under the sea. When the sea beast below began to dash towards Ian's boat, the rapid swimming caused a wave on the sea surface, and Ian woke up from this shock. But before he could understand what happened, he found that the sea suddenly bulged, and then a huge mouthful of sharp teeth broke out from the sea and bit into Ian's bow. With a click, the originally sturdy boat suddenly turned into swirling sawdust under this bite. When Ian woke up and saw this scene, he couldn't help being stunned. He was stunned and couldn't figure out what was going on. It wasn't until the sea beast that attacked Ian's ship jumped out of the water that Ian saw its true face. However, its head looks like a crocodile, with a big mouth full of sharp teeth, a long fin on its entire back, and a body thicker than Ian's boat. This turned out to be a sea beast known as the King of the Offshore Sea. Yes, it is the same species as the King of the Sea who bit Shank's arm at the beginning. This kind of giant sea beast with a head like a crocodile and a body like a sea snake is famous for its ferociousness in East Blue. Within the range, attack fishermen and lonely traveler ships. Once ordinary people encounter them, there is no other way but to die. In the book Kobo gave to Ian, there is an introduction to the King of the Sea. It is worth noting that such a big and fierce King of the Sea is only classified as a sea beast, not a sea king. Even the sea kings are divided into ordinary, large, and giant. Ian has been in this world for so long, and this is the first time he has seen such a large sea beast. I don't know how big the real sea kings will be. Degree. One bite smashed the bow of the boat, but did not bite the imagined food. The body of the King of the Sea, with a huge splash in the air, crossed an arc and fell into the sea again. It was wrong in its judgment, thinking that it was a fishing boat. Generally, when fishermen fish, they cast their nets on the bow or stern of the boat. It has attacked fishing boats many times, so this time I followed past experience. Did not directly attack the hull, but thought to himself that Ian, who was sitting on the fishing boat this time, was sleeping in the middle of the hull, so that he was not bitten by it for the first time. Row is so, Ian is also afraid after a while. Then came the rage as he saw his cabin start to flood. The King of the Offshore shattered the bow of his ship, which meant that the boat had been scrapped. On the vast sea, the scrapped ship meant that Ian knew no matter how stupid he was. After frantically twisting up the package containing the food, and rescuing a barrel of rum and carrying it on his shoulders, Ian's boat was almost sinking. At the same time, the King of the Near Sea also emerged from the water again, the sea snake-like body twisted into a few circles, and a pair of carnivorous creatures' ferocious vertical pupils stared coldly at Ian on the boat, and the next second had opened his mouth wide, biting towards Ian again. Ian gritted his teeth and stepped on the boat, and jumped into the air with his strength, dodging the attack of the King of the Near Sea, and its big mouth directly bit Ian's boat into a pile of pieces. Beast! Do you really think I'm your lunch? Ian felt that his lungs were bursting with anger. At the same time as he fell, he flipped his wrist and pulled out the sword Saint's long sword behind him. With a flash of cold light, he slashed towards the neck of the King of the Sea. Ow! A tragic roar came from the mouth of the King of the Near Sea, resounding through the nearby waters, and he never thought that this predation would encounter hard stubble. A thin knife mark appeared on its neck, running through its entire neck. With its roar, the knife mark slammed into the surroundings and shot blood, and flew out all the way, until the body of the King of the Sea. When it was smashed into the sea, its head and body were completely separated. Even if he didn't want to use the skill, Ian still killed it with one strike. Turning a somersault from mid-air and falling, Ian stood on the body of the King of the Near Sea. The boat had sunk, and this was the only place he could stay. The King of the Sea who was killed did not sink for some reason. It is estimated that Ian killed it so fast that there was still air in its alveoli or swim bladder. The body of nearly 100 meters became a temporary floating island, just floating on the water. Ian felt worried to death. What should I do now? Pirate Supercard System, Chapter 41-60. Chapter 41 Rescued. Ian once suspected that he was so black-faced. Was it because he didn't worship God when he went to sea? As soon as I set out to sea, I encountered a storm, and then I went fishing and encountered pirates who had stolen things. Now I sleep on the boat, and when I get up, the boat is gone. Is there anyone in this world who is more tragic than myself? He sighed and looked at the corpse of the king of the sea who died under his feet. The blood flowing from the corpse had already dyed a large area of the nearby sea red. The strong smell of blood had already attracted many sharks swimming around. The power brought by the huge size of the king of the offshore sea, these sharks are not afraid to approach. But this is only a temporary thing. When they find that the king of the sea is dead, the sharks who are no longer afraid will swarm and bite the flesh and blood of the king of the sea. Looking at the swarms of sharks not far away, Ian knew that time was running out. If the king of the near sea was eaten up by the sharks and only the skeleton was left, he would also lose his place at that time. Falling into the sea, let's not say anything else, you will definitely have to fight these sharks. But then again, is the king of the sea so big? Nearly 100 meters is just an estimate, it may not be that long, but looking at it like this, there are definitely dozens of meters. This guy won't be a variant, right? Shaking his head, Ian didn't think about it anymore, stood up and looked at the sea in all directions, hoping to meet a ship or something to save him. Don't say, this lookout really made Ian discover it. He saw a mast appear on the sea level far ahead. Since the planet is round, generally when you see an approaching ship on the sea, you see the mast first, and then the hull. At the same time, if you see this scene, it means that the other party is still far away, the distance between them has shown a curve. But seeing the boat is a good thing. Ian hurriedly rummaged through his package. He remembered that when Kobo was shopping for him, he seemed to have bought a few signal flares for help. In this world, the occurrence of shipwrecks is almost commonplace, so people who go out to sea will usually prepare a few signal flares for help, so that when danger occurs, they can mark their location and let people come to rescue themselves. Things like signal flares is simply a daily necessities. Of course, this flare is actually a type of fireworks, and it also uses gunpowder. Once it gets wet with water, it won't work. The victims can only ask for help in other ways, such as raising a bonfire to emit wolf smoke or something. Ian flipped through to find the flare, and found that it wasn't wet, so he couldn't help holding it and kissed him. He thought Kobo, the little brother, was really interesting, thanks to him thinking of preparing these things for himself. The flare does not require a special ignition tool, just remove the cover and the gunpowder inside will be ignited. There was a muffled bang, a force came, and the signal bounced into the sky, leaving a straight red smoke in the sky. Even if it was blown by the wind, it would not disperse for a long time. Thank goodness. Thank you for the existence of technology in this world. After the signal was sent, Ian could only hope that the ship could see his call for help, but when Ian looked around again, he realized that there was not just one ship in the distance, but a total of 3. The other 2 seemed to be lagging behind, so I didn't see it just now. Far away, Ian couldn't see what the 3 ships looked like, let alone the flags on the masts, so he didn't know what kind of ships these 3 ships were. If it was a merchant ship, when he sees a distress signal, he usually rescues him. He is a little worried about encountering a pirate ship. It's not that Ian is afraid of encountering pirates. In fact, if he encounters pirates, it would be great. He directly overturned them and grabbed the boat. That's bad. While looking out, Ian suddenly heard the sound of waves coming from the surrounding area. Looking down, he found that a group of sharks were already biting around the corpse of the king of the sea. In addition to sharks, there were other ferocious carnivores. Fish, these predators desperately scramble for the meat of the king of the near sea, churning the surface of the sea with the surf. If this continues, even if the body of the king of the sea is doubled in size, it will soon be eaten up, so Ian can only save himself. After biting, he slashed it with one knife and killed the shark. In just a few minutes, he had already killed several sharks. Although this amount is a drop in the bucket for the shark group, it can be considered to be able to delay the speed of the corpse of the king of the sea being eaten. Ian now only hopes that the three ships can see their distress signal as soon as possible. I don't know how long it took, and even Ian himself didn't know how many sharks he had killed. What he couldn't imagine was that the blood from the killed sharks made the blood smell more intense on the sea surface. There are also more and more carnivorous fish, and the body of the king of the sea will soon be eaten away. During this period, he was so busy that he didn't even have time to look up at the three ships, but Ian had nothing to do. He couldn't let these carnivorous fish eat all the time. Having lost a lot of flesh and blood, the king of the sea has sunk a bit. Ian can reach the water without lying on his stomach. Maybe in a few minutes, he will have to accept the fact that he fell into the sea. However, at this moment, Ian suddenly heard a few bangs. Ian was very familiar with the sound, and knew that it was the screeching sound of flying cannonballs piercing the air. However, there seems to be no sound of the cannon firing. As soon as he raised his head in doubt, a few shells fell on the sea near him and exploded. When the huge air wave hit, the swarm of sharks that were boiling under the sea was immediately frightened. Just dive in. The landing points of these shells were quite precise, and they were all places where the sharks were densest, so the effect was amazing, and the predators in the sea were soon reduced by more than half. Then, Ian saw clearly the three big ships that had arrived not far away. Really big ship, quite big. And not only the big ships, the blue and white paint, as well as the seagull patterns painted on the bulging sails, all indicate that these are three high-level ships from Marine. Ian was a little stunned. He thought that these three ships were merchant ships, cruise ships, and maybe pirate ships, but he just never thought that they were marine warships. Marine soldiers in white clothes and hats standing on the side of the ship were staring at him with their guns up. A marine wearing a marine windbreaker, a sword in hand and a hat, dressed like a spy appeared on the side of the ship, and asked Ian coldly, "Did you send a distress signal just now?" "Ah, yes." Ian responded. "You see who else is here besides me?" "Who are you?" "Pirates." The spy-like marine looked at Ian's attire scrutiny, and saw that he was holding a long knife in one hand, twisting the package in the other. Armpits, there is still a barrel of wine underneath, and no matter how you look at it, you don't want to be an ordinary traveler or fisherman, so the spy marine can't help but subconsciously clench the weapon in his hand, ready to draw a knife at any time. "No." Ian shook his head quickly, not to mention that he wasn't a pirate. Even if he was, he wouldn't be stupid enough to admit that he was a pirate in front of a marine. It was purely a brain kicked by a donkey. So he quickly revealed his identity and said, "I'm a pirate hunter." It can be seen that when the marine soldiers heard the words of pirate hunter, their vigilance relaxed a little, but the guns in their hands were still pointed at themselves, and it looked like a well-trained elite marine. Marine warships of this size they were riding. Ian immediately knew that the origin of this group of Marines was not simple. If there were such a group of soldiers in the 153 Marine branch of Shell's town, how could Buggy be able to reach the base? The agent Marine still had doubts about Ian's answer. He also knew that no one dared to admit that he was a pirate in front of Marine, but before he could say anything, a loud laughter was uploaded from a ship behind. "Come. Ah ha ha ha. Schroeder, don't be so nervous. Even if he is really a pirate, are you still afraid? Let him come on board." Marine Schroeder, dressed as a spy, didn't say anything. With a wave of his hand, a small boat was put down on the marine warship. Several marine soldiers rowed their oars with guns and moved towards Ian's position. When he came, Ian was relieved to see this, and when the boat was approaching, he stepped on the boat and jumped onto the boat. A few soldiers with guns stared at him closely, and the boat sailed toward the warship. After reaching the side of the boat, Ian climbed onto the boat along the rope ladder. To the group of coveted marines, as soon as Ian got on the deck, he couldn't help but sit on the deck. This kind of down-to-earth feeling is really good. When he was on the corpse of the king of the sea just now, the feeling of ups and downs made him almost dizzy. Ahahaha. What a big sea beast, boy. Did you kill this guy? The previous voice sounded again, and then a figure fell in front of Ian. Ian looked up, but the next second he almost bit his tongue, because the person who jumped over from the boat behind and landed in front of him was none other than Garp. Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral, Garp the Fist. So, Ian suddenly thought that at the time of base 153, Monka had said that Garp would come. At that time, Ian thought he was just trying to scare Buggy, but who would have thought it was true? Ian is heading towards Logetown going, but Garp is coming from Logetown. As long as they don't deviate from the route, the two will meet, which is not surprising. Chapter 42 Out of Line Old Man. Garp, who appeared in front of Ian, put his hands in his trouser pockets and wore a marine coat behind his back. It seemed that the officers of the marine headquarters all liked to wear coats as cloaks. When the sea breeze blew, the drooping corners and sleeves of fluttering with the wind, it is very exciting. Garp wears his trademark dog head hat, with a few messy strands of grey-white hair under the hat. He has a knife scar at the corner of his left eye, but he doesn't look vicious. He grins and has a neat mouth. His teeth were shining. Although he was standing in front of Ian, his eyes were looking at the king of the sea not far away, and he said, "This seems to be a sea beast that only exists in East Blue. I don't know how it tastes." Having said that, he suddenly slapped the palm of his left palm with his right fist and said to Ian, "How about we have a barbecue banquet?" Ian was still shocked by his appearance. When he suddenly heard such a sentence, he didn't know how to react. Colonel Schroeder next to him also looked helpless. "Lord Vice Admiral, please be decent." "Ahahaha, just kidding, just kidding." Garp touched his dog's head, Cap, and laughed, "And it looks like that guy has no meat to eat." "The joke is fake, the latter sentence is true, right?" Ian muttered to himself silently. It was only at this time that Garp asked Ian seriously, "Boy, who are you? What's your name?" "I'm Ian, a pirate hunter." Ian said, "Thank you for saving me." He now knows why he only heard the sound of cannonballs flying, but not the sound of cannons firing. It was definitely done by Garp, a monster old man. The method of throwing cannonballs with his hands is something no one can use except him. "You went out to sea alone?" Garp asked curiously. "How did you meet this guy?" This guy naturally refers to the king of the offshore sea. Ian felt helpless after hearing it, and he didn't want to, so he had to tell Garp what happened. As a result, after the old man Garp heard it, he burst into laughter and burst into tears. Colonel Schroeder covered his forehead and said, "Lord Vice Admiral, please be respectful." Garp had laughed enough. He patted Ian on the shoulder and said, "Boy, you underestimate the ocean. East Blue has already figured it out. If it is on the Great Route, there are worse things than this. The sea is very harsh to human beings. So," Garp said sternly to Ian, "let's be marine." Ian doesn't know how to complain. The sea is very strict with humans, which has something to do with being a marine. This way of pulling people in is too blunt. Colonel Schroeder continued to cover his face next to him. "Lord Vice Admiral, please be respectful." Fart. What does a man go to sea not be a marine? Garp glared at Schroeder. Yes. Schroeder reluctantly gave up arguing with him. Ian has seen Garp's character, and it is as offline as rumored, and it is difficult for normal people to keep up with his thinking. Shaking his head, Ian said, "I need money, so I can only be a pirate hunter for the time being." "Boy, what do you want money for?" Garp asked curiously. "Marine also has a salary. I want at least a few billion Baileys." "How many years can Marine earn this amount?" Ian asked rhetorically, spreading his hands. Garp's eyes almost popped out. "What do you want so much money for?" "Save people, buy devil fruits." Ian thought for a while and told half of the truth. In fact, he also knew that buying devil fruits in the black market was a little unreliable, but this excuse was a good one. After all, the system costs a lot of money and can be covered under this excuse. After listening to Garp, he asked Schroeder, "Do pirate hunters make a lot of money?" "If you have the strength, it is indeed." Schroeder nodded, "But the risk is also very high. If you are targeted by the big pirates, it is very dangerous." Garp thought about it for a long time, and suddenly thumped his palm and said, "Ah! Why don't we also become pirate hunters? I'm not afraid of being targeted by big pirates." This time it wasn't just Schroeder. The Marine soldiers who were listening to the entire ship all shouted at him in unison, "Lord Vice Admiral! Please don't make such a joke. It seems that Garp's offline character has already caused his soldiers to suffer greatly. If you don't do it, then why are you yelling at me?" Garp digs his ear with his pinky depressingly, turned to Ian and said, "From the moment you got on the boat just now, I thought your hat was very familiar. It's like I've seen it somewhere." He sat down on the deck, crossed his legs and pressed his chin. Where did you see it? Let me think about it." After he finished speaking, he ignored Ian, frowning and thinking there. The people in the boat were silent, waiting for him to recall. Ian turned to look around, not knowing how to describe this strange scene. After a while, Garp slapped his palm suddenly. Just when Ian and the Marine soldiers on the boat thought he had thought of it, they heard Garp say, "Ah! I really can't think of it." "Forget it, don't think about it, boy. What do you want? Do you want tea?" Ian fell headfirst on the deck. When he raised his head, he saw that Garp magically took out a tea set from nowhere, and had already started to make tea in a leisurely manner. He came for real. Turning his head, Ian looked at Colonel Schroeder with sympathy on his face. "With such a boss, you probably have a hard time, right?" Schroeder nodded helplessly. "Is there any need to say that?" While the two exchanged their eyes in an instant, Garp even took out a plate of pancakes and asked Ian, "By the way, do you eat pancakes?" "I like pancakes the most." Looking at Garp's expression of wanting someone to drink tea and eat pancakes with him, Ian really didn't know how to refuse, so he had to sit down and drink tea with Garp. Was at the Shimatsuki Village Ixen Dojo. Ian often drank tea with Master Kazuhiro. However, Master Kazuhiro is more traditional, and his tea ceremony sometimes has more rules. Unlike Garp, just take a teacup and brew it and it's done, but I don't know why, but Ian felt more comfortable drinking Garp's tea instead. This is not because Garp's tea is good. Even though his personality is offline, Ian still thinks this old man is very kind. Although he is the Vice Admiral of Marine's headquarters, in front of him, he has never thought about maintaining a relationship. Marine Vice Admiral's Majesty, but like an old man next door, did not make Ian feel restrained. In other words, it is close to the people. Yes, this may be Garp's unique style. Drinking tea, Ian saw that Garp actually folded his arms again and started to meditate. He didn't know what he thought, and he couldn't ask, so he could only continue drinking silently. Anyway, after staying at sea for a long time, he was also thirsty. Then after a while, Garp spoke. He touched his chin and asked Ian, "Boy, did you just say you were a pirate hunter?" Ian nodded and said, "Yes, didn't you just say it? If you can kill such a big sea beast, you must be very strong, right? Garp said so, suddenly pointed at Ian, turned to Schroeder beside him, and said, beat him. Pfft. Ian just took a sip of tea, and when he heard this, he sprayed Garp's face directly, and said in surprise, what did you say? However, before Ian could recover from his surprise, Schroeder on the side had already rushed over. He kicked sideways and kicked Ian's face with his swift foot strength. Boom! Ian was directly kicked out by this kick and hit the bulkhead of the warship, causing cracks to appear in the bulkhead of the ship. It can be seen how powerful this kick is. Getting up, Ian only felt that the left side of his face was numb, and there was a bloody smell in his mouth. Maybe he was bleeding. He looked at Schroeder with a gloomy look on his face, completely unaware that Schroeder would start when he said he would do it. Don't look at Garp's soldiers who often complain about Garp's offline character, but in fact they respect Garp Vice Admiral very much. As soon as Garp's order is heard, Ian is still drinking tea with Garp as a guest a second ago. Schroeder moved his hand without hesitation at all. After seeing Ian get up, Schroeder continued to rush towards Ian. Ian took out the long knife behind him and went up to meet Schroeder. Although he didn't know why Garp ordered people to beat him, it was not Ian's style to be beaten without fighting back. In the passive exploration of the Evil Eye Master's skills, the aura on the old man Garp exudes a rich crimson. At first glance, he can't win it. Although Schroeder is also red, the color of the aura is different. It was a lot lighter, and Ian also wanted to test the level of this kind of enemy that threatened him, so as soon as he came up, he burst out with his maximum speed. In just a moment, the two of them rushed to the distance where they could make a shot. Ian slammed the blade and slashed 7 knives towards Schroeder in an instant. And Schroeder suddenly saw the power of Ian's move, his body suddenly stopped, his fists clenched, and he stood on the spot. Iron block. With Schroeder's roar, Ian's knife also slashed on Schroeder. After all, this is the marine ship. If Ian kills Schroeder, he will not be able to leave, so Ian uses the blade was cut, and he did not strike at Schroeder's vital point. However, after his knife slashed at Schroeder, there was a tinkling sound, accompanied by a shock of strength, and there was no feeling of hitting the human body at all. When I turned around, I found that Schroeder had nothing to do except his clothes were chopped up a bit. Ahahaha. Garp wiped off the tea sprayed on his face at this time, and couldn't help laughing again. Boy, don't underestimate Schroeder, he is my direct intelligence officer. Colonel from the headquarters of CP5, you better be careful when you fight him. Iron nuggets. Marine Rokushiki. Ian looked at Schroeder in surprise, the sound of metal colliding just now. Could the iron blocks in this Rokushiki really make the body look like steel? Chapter 43 Garp's Conditions. So-called Rokushiki is a general fighting technique spread in marine, which are iron block, kami, moon step, rankyaku/tempest kick, shigan, finger pistol, and 6 types of shaving. Beyond the limits of the human body, unbelievably powerful combat power is exerted. Be precise, the Rokushiki fighting technique should be regarded as a substitute, mainly for those school-level officers in marine who cannot awaken haki, or for intelligence personnel from CP0 to CP9, and marine officers above the general level almost always use haki. This Rokushiki fighting technique is not very useful for them. And what Colonel Schroeder just used is the iron block in Rokushiki. It is a powerful defensive fighting technique that can control the muscles of the whole body to make the body as hard as iron, and it is difficult for bullets or swords to break through this defensive effect. Although Ian's slash and 7 knives just now were blocked, he was not too surprised, because he didn't use any thought additions at all. Because of the fusion of experimental skills, Ian used up all his psychic energy, but he slept on the boat for more than an hour, and he recovered a little at this time. Although not much, he can still use Flash or Evil King Flame Killing Sword. Skill. The speed is good. Schroeder looked at his clothes that had been cut out, and praised, "The strength is enough, but it's a little bit worse to deal with me." Ian didn't speak, just faced him with a knife. He planned to wait for Schroeder to attack. Shave. The next second, Schroeder's figure disappeared in place. The principle of this move is to step on the ground more than 10 times at an extremely fast frequency, and exchange for an explosive speed with a powerful reaction force, making Schroeder seem to have disappeared. Ian Vivi was startled, but fortunately his reaction was fast enough. He immediately sensed Schroeder's moving direction, and the horizontal knife blocked to his side and rear. Schroeder appeared there and pointed a finger at Ian. "Shigan, finger pistol." This finger touched Ian's blade, and a powerful force erupted at his fingertips. Ian only felt a huge force coming from the blade, which made his hands numb. But Ian still clenched his teeth and lifted the blade up to release the force, and then took advantage of the momentary opportunity to successfully block to directly launch a flash at Schroeder. With a slash of the sword Saint's long sword in Ian's hand turned into a cold beam and slashed towards Schroeder's waist. The speed of the bullet was very fast, but Schroeder could still see clearly, and immediately wanted to use the iron block to defend, but at this moment, Garp next to him suddenly shouted, "Get out of the way." Schroeder was stunned for a moment, but because of the momentary stun, he couldn't allow him to react again. Looking at Ian's blade, he could only continue to resist with iron. There was a slight sound of brushing, and this time there was no metal collision. Ian's blade swiped across Schroeder's body, bringing out a wisp of blood. Schroeder stared blankly at the wound on his waist. Although the wound was not deep, the iron defense he was proud of was broken so easily. Garp on the side spoke aloud to teach Schroeder, "Idiot, can't you even see this kid's tricks? You should use Kami to avoid it at this time. Why use iron blocks?" Schroeder bowed to Garp with shame and said, "I'm sorry Garp Vice Admiral, I was careless just now. How many times have I said it, Rokushiki is not invincible." Garp said angrily, "Being too confident in your own moves will hurt you sooner or later." Schroeder said nothing and bowed his head to be taught. After scolding for a while, Garp turned his head to look at Ian, and said sternly, "Boy, you have a hand, that sword just used haki, do you really want to cut Schroeder?" Ian shook his head and said, "No, I know that Colonel Schroeder is not serious about me. Touching my cheek, it still hurts there," so Ian said depressedly, "except for kicking me in the face." Schroeder really didn't have a real relationship with Ian, because what Garp just said was beat him, rather than kill him. Naturally, Ian could hear the difference between the two. And people in this world seem to have formed a habit. Because of the power of haki, when they face the power that will cause the change of the aura, the first thing they think of is haki, and they will not guess anything else. Strength, although Ian's mind is different from haki's, but in the final analysis, it is derived from the fluctuation of the human body's own life force, so when Garp sensed Ian's mind energy attached to the knife, it was the same as Ivankov at the beginning. Mistaking this power for haki's fluctuations. Haki needs long-term training to form, and then it needs a certain talent and luck to be able to truly awaken. Some people are very easy to awaken, while others are very difficult to awaken. Schroeder is the latter. He has so far I haven't successfully awakened haki yet, so I have been practicing the Rokushiki fighting technique all the time. When Garp said that Ian had used haki in that sword just now, he suddenly looked at Ian in disbelief. He finally knew why Garp Vice Admiral told him to dodge just now, and he finally knew why his iron block fighting technique couldn't defend against Ian's blade. The reason was because this kid used haki just now. And Ian looks so young, it is unimaginable for Schroeder to be able to use haki proficiently at this age. However, at this moment, Garp laughed and said, "He kicked you, you slashed him, even if it was even. Boy, you will surprise me with haki, but look at you. It seems that the attack just now, haki's training is not enough, it can't be substantiated." Ian nodded. That's true, his current mindfulness practice skills are not high enough, but he can roughly guess the development direction of mindfulness. One of them is to materialize the mind. According to Ian's guess, when the mind is materialized and wrapped around the weapon or body, it should be able to achieve the same effect as armament haki, enhance the destructive power of the weapon and enhance its own defense ability, and another development direction of mindfulness is diffusion. Spread your own thoughts into the surrounding air to form a circular thought field. At that time, any object that can disturb and affect the thought field can be perceived by you, and it can reach the same level as observation haki. Can accurately foresee and avoid dangerous effects. These development directions are the reason why Shinen is similar to haki, and they can achieve the same purpose. As for the difference, it may be conqueror haki. Ian feels that his thoughts may not be able to stun or even feint the enemy. Conqueror haki prefers some kind of more powerful force field. However, he will not explain these differences to others, whether it is Ivankov or Garp, since they regard their thoughts as haki, then they are haki. Okay, the test has been tested. Ian put away the long knife, sat down on the deck again, and asked Garp, "Tell me, old man, what do I need to do?" He was actually quite angry with Garp at this time, although he also knew that Garp asked Schroeder to beat him probably just to test his own strength, but if he didn't say hello, he called someone to beat him. This kind of escaping way of thinking Ian really couldn't accept it. If his constitution was weaker, wouldn't the sudden kick just now knock him out? So depressed, Ian's name for an old man naturally blurted out. Haha, old man? This name is really nostalgic. Garp laughed, and after a while, he calmed down and asked Ian, "Okay, let's get down to business." The Monka ensign at base 153 reported that, the person who caught the buggy pirates was a pirate hunter with a long flame knife and a barriered hat, so it should be you, right? Yeah. Ian nodded, without denying it. It seems that Monka has reported the matter. Your knife isn't on fire? Garp asked curiously. You care so much. A lot of age, still asking questions like a 3-year-old child. Ian was really drunk, and said fiercely, "What's the matter, tell me quickly." Schroeder, who was bandaging the wound by the side, also helped. "Lord Vice Admiral, please be decent." Cough cough. Garp coughed twice and said to Ian, "Originally, we rushed over to the Shells Town Marine Base for help, but on the way, because Monka ensign reported that the buggy pirates were caught, then our purpose has also changed. We were planning to escort the buggy pirates, but just a few hours before we met you, the purpose of this trip changed again, because Monka ensign reported that the buggy pirates I escaped from the prison. Tisk, so troublesome. It's changed so many times, I don't even want to go." Schroeder said sternly, "We have to go, Garp Vice Admiral. We don't know the truth about the escape of the buggy pirates. We must go and check to see if the 153 base is lying about the military situation." And Ian was a little surprised. Buggy escaped? So fast? It's only been 2 days since he caught Buggy. Anyway, we need to go to Shells Town this time. Garp said. But since you came out of Shells Town, you probably don't want to go back, do you? Ian nodded. Of course, although he was rescued by Garp's Marine, if he followed their ship back to Shells Town, wouldn't his 2-day voyage be wasted? So, I can send you a boat and let you go. Garp raised a finger. But you have to do one thing for me. Oh? Can you send me a boat? Ian was a little surprised. Then what do you want me to do? Aren't you a pirate hunter? Garp laughed, showing his shining teeth, with a scheming expression on his face. Then help me catch someone, catch a pirate. Oh, that's no problem. Ian didn't think too much about it at this time, and nodded in response. Tell me, what's the name of that pirate? However, the next moment, I heard Garp say, that pirate, his name is Ace, he is my grandson. Chapter 44 Deal struck. Pirates needs to be removed. According to my editor in charge, the two-dimensional channel protested, so I can only change it, mainly because the subject matter is relatively vague. The book says it's okay to be a game otherworld, and it's okay to say it's a fanfic. Ian dug his ears hard, thinking that he had hallucinations, and asked again with uncertainty, what did you say just now? Garp raised the cup and took a sip of tea. You heard right, the pirate I want you to catch is my grandson, a kid named Ace. Ian looked left and right at the marine soldiers around. Is it really appropriate for you to say this in public, old man? Don't look at it. It's no big deal. Garp saw Ian's concern and laughed. They are my subordinates, what can they do if they know? This is indeed what Ian wants to do wrong. Garp's character is like this. He is not afraid to say about his grandson going to sea as a pirate. Even in front of Marine Marshal Sengoku, what he dares to say is only about Ace. Garp's true identity has been concealed. Seeing that Schroeder and the marine soldiers next to him were all accustomed to their expressions, Ian didn't care so much, and just asked curiously, "You are marine, why don't you go and catch him yourself? This outsider is coming to arrest?" As soon as he mentioned this, Garp suddenly became a little exasperated and shouted, "Do you think I don't want to take him back as marine? But that stinky boy is so determined. I heard that he just went out to sea some time ago, and he was established. What's the Spade Pirates? Tell me, what's the name?" Ian is speechless. What is the name that gets in your way? But listening to Garp's tone, Ace just went to sea some time ago, so Ian secretly started to calculate. Zoro is now 16 years old, this guy is 2 years older than Luffy, then Luffy is now 14 years old, Ace is 3 years older than Luffy, then this year happens to be 17 years old, and this time is indeed right. It's just that even Ian himself didn't expect that his time to go to sea was about the same as Ace. Ace, Luffy's brother, went to sea this year, and Ian, Zoro's senior brother, also went to sea this year. This year is really a good day. Shouldn't it be renamed the Year of Brothers Going to Sea? At this time, Garp looked at Ian and continued, "If I catch him back to be marine, he will definitely not be convinced, but you are different. You are about the same age as him, as long as you defeat him, arrest him, let him. He saw how difficult it is to be a pirate, and maybe he will change his mind at that time." Ian stared blankly at Garp with his mouth wide open, and said in his heart, "Okay, your old man's reason is really good and powerful, very unreliable, you know. Are you sure that if you let me catch him, he will change his mind?" Ian asked back, "If I catch him, I definitely can't hand it over to other Marines, but to you. When he sees you, I'm afraid you'll know right away that this is your idea. Isn't that a gangster?" Garp picked his nostrils nonchalantly. "If it's not enough to catch him once, then catch him dozens of times. If he catches too many times, he will always get tired of being a pirate." Ian snorted again and looked at Garp dumbfoundedly. "What did you say? Dozens of arrests? Together you intend him not to yield, so you're going to let him go?" Garp burst out laughing. "No way, who made me his grandfather? There's no way he's actually going to be thrown into jail, right?" Sure enough, although he said that he wanted to catch Ace, Garp also loved Ace, his grandson who was not related by blood, and tried his best to reverse Ace's fate, even at the cost of with the help of an outsider. Such feelings made Ian feel a little envious. But envy is envy, but this deal is impossible, so he shook his head and said, "Catch dozens of times? You are teasing me, old man. Not to mention hard work, there is no bounty, just a small boat, so low pay, I'm not worth it?" "Ah, when you say that, it seems like a small boat is indeed missing." Garp was stunned, rubbing his chin and thinking, "Then what do you want?" "Money," Ian said succinctly. But I don't have any money either. Garp spread his hands. Well, since you are a pirate hunter, how about I give you a pair of sea stone handcuffs? You can easily catch those with devil fruit abilities in the future. And don't be afraid to escape. Ian's eyes lit up. Hey. Sea stone handcuffs? This is good stuff. Sea stone is a very peculiar stone, or a mineral, which only exists in a certain sea area on the Great Route. Sea stone can be said to be the solid form of the sea, which can emit a kind of energy wave similar to the sea. As a result, the abilities of those with devil fruit abilities cannot be used. Due to the particularity of the sea stone, Marine strictly supervised this stone and used it to make prisons or handcuffs to deal with those pirates with devil fruit abilities. In fact, it can't be regarded as supervision, because sea stone is not a directly finished mineral. It exists in various volcanic rock formations on the seabed. The extraction method is only mastered by the Marine Science Department, so basically only Marine can use it. The refined sea stone is extremely hard and cannot be destroyed by ordinary means of attack, so under normal circumstances, it is handcuffed by sea stone and can only be opened by finding a way to get the key. Ian knew the existence of this kind of thing, so when he caught Buggy, he asked Monka if he had sea stone handcuffs, but the base 153 was too small, and it was in East Blue, a sea area where there were few devil fruit capable people, so the base is not equipped with sea stone handcuffs. Otherwise, how could the Buggy guy escape so easily? Before Ian could speak, Colonel Schroeder, who was next to him, spoke first, and said to Garp with some concern, "Lord Vice Admiral, how can sea stone handcuffs be given away? The supervision is so strict, how will you explain to the headquarters?" Garp glared at him and said, "What's the matter? Don't listen to their nonsense. Strict supervision? That guy Crocodile asked the government for it, and he didn't give him a lot in the end." Heard another familiar name, Crocodile. Shisabukai Sand Crocodile, right? The guy asked the world government for sea stone, and it is estimated that he wanted to build a sea stone prison. If I remember correctly, Shisabukai has a prison permission granted by the world government, which means that these big pirates can catch other pirates. Shut it up. It's almost like a private prison. Ian remained calm and showed no other expressions. He shook his head and said to Garp, "But it's not enough. How much is a boat and a pair of handcuffs worth?" "Boy, don't go too far." Garp was staring at Ian this time. It was originally. Ian curled his lips and said, "Your request is to capture Ace dozens of times. Let's not talk about his strength. I can't beat him. If he runs to the Great Route, then I have to follow along, and spend time and energy. Tell me yourself, is this reward enough?" Like Garp is awesome. Hearing what Ian said, he felt that it was indeed the case, so he said in a difficult way, "But I can't come up with anything else, right? How about I introduce you to someone?" "Huh?" Ian was stunned. "What are you talking about, old man?" "Beautiful beauty." Garp patted Ian on the shoulder and raised his eyebrows at him wretchedly, "And he's a colonel in our Marine headquarters." After Colonel Schroeder heard this, he suddenly felt bad for a while, and hurriedly asked, "Garp Vice Admiral, you are not talking about?" Garp looked up at him and said, "It's that little girl Hina." "What's wrong?" Colonel Schroeder and the other Marine soldiers all shouted in unison, and said fiercely to Garp, "Please don't make such a joke." All the Marines on the ship are indignant at this point. "Lord Garp Vice Admiral, you've gone too far with this joke. Even wanting to introduce the goddess in our minds to this kid as a target, you old man is confused." Ian also looked at Garp with a cold sweat. This old man's name sounds like a homonym of reliable. How can he speak and do things so unreliably? Ian naturally knows who Hina is. As soon as the name is mentioned, the image of a big sister with long pink hair, wearing sunglasses and a cigarette in her mouth immediately appears in his mind, but if I remember correctly, This temperament, the proud sister, you can be said to be the object of admiration and admiration for all men of the same age group in the Marine headquarters. In order for me to catch Ace, you even threw this Marine goddess out? Aren't you afraid that all the soldiers in Marine headquarters will rebel? Seeing Garp's dazed expression, Ian knew that the old man didn't even know what mistake he made. Seeing that Marine on the boat was very likely to look at him with anger, Ian quickly changed the subject and said, "Forget it. Forget it, let's talk about it later. I have a proposal, how about you see it?" "Okay, you say it." Garp crossed his arms and said, "Anyway, as long as you don't need money, you can talk about anything." Cough cough. Ian was choked by the sentence, and then he said after a while, "Catch Ace dozens of times, that is impossible, and I don't know where he is now, but I can promise you, as long as I meet him in the future, I will try to catch him as much as possible. This time the boat and sea stone handcuffs are the reward for the first entrustment. If I catch him again in the future and send it to you, let's move on to the question of compensation. What do you think? That is to say, you will get paid once for one catch, right?" Garp rubbed his chin and pondered. "It can be, but let's talk about it first. The reward can only be what I can get. Deal?" Ian gestured to Garp with a hand out. Garp also isho, stretched out his big hand and shook it with Ian. Chapter 45 Logetown. A small boat was put down from the warship and landed on the sea. Soon after, the small boat moved, running in the opposite direction of the warship and heading forward. Warship, Garp, wearing his dog hat, folded his arms and watched the boat go away. Colonel Schroeder was standing beside him, watching with him, and after a while he whispered to Garp, "Garp Vice Admiral, the hat on this kid's head." "I know." Garp exclaimed suddenly. "That hat is exactly the same as the bear's." "Then why did you say you couldn't remember?" Schroeder asked in confusion. "Is it necessary to say it?" Garp turned to him. "Vivisho, it's just the same hat. Can you prove what he has to do with the bear?" "I can't prove it." Schroeder shook his head. "I'm just worried. Don't have another Shichibukai level pirate in the future, it will be difficult to handle." "That's right, sometimes it's better to pretend to be confused." Garp grinned. "Don't worry, I don't know what he has to do with the bear, but I can see that this kid is not pirate. By the way, you played against him just now, what do you think of his strength?" "The foundation of swordsmanship is perfect, and it can be seen that it was taught by a famous teacher." Schroeder said, "The strength is good, but the speed is faster. Unfortunately, his type of swordsmanship is not suitable for using such a big knife." "How does his swordplay compare to yours?" Garp asked. "It's hard to say." Schroeder replied after thinking about it. When Garp heard this, he burst into laughter. He felt more and more that he was looking for Ian to catch Ace. It was a good move. Even Schroeder said that this kid's swordsmanship was good, so he and Ace should have nothing to do with him. Question right? And now, you just have to wait. Back on the deck, Garp waved his hand and said, "Go, target Shell's town." At this time, on the boat, Ian was rubbing his hands hard, and he regretted it. Regrets impulsive and Garp. Shake hands with Garp. Garp the fist. Just from the name, you can tell how strong the old man Garp is. Ian was excited before, and after reaching an agreement, he subconsciously shook hands with Garp. As a result, Garp's big pincer-like hand just squeezed lightly, causing Ian's entire hand to swell up. Even if I get the boat and go back on the road now, Ian's hands are still swollen. This makes Ian very doubtful, if Garp sees something, so give himself a little lesson. Yes, with Garp, Ian can be said to have no losses at all, and he made a lot of money. Before anything could be fulfilled, Ian first got a boat and a pair of sea stone handcuffs. As for catching Ace, Ian didn't care at all. It's not that Ian wants to go back on it, but that he doesn't know where Ace is at all. In such a big world, what are the chances of meeting Ace in the crowd? Needless to say, you can think of it, right? Ian never thought of trying his best to trace Ace's trail. Since he couldn't meet him, the agreement with Garp would not take effect for the time being. In other words, whether you want to catch it or not depends entirely on Ian's mood. Lying in the cabin, Ian didn't dare to read any more books this time. He was afraid that he would fall asleep while watching it, and it would be bad if he was attacked by sea beasts again. The first time he was lucky enough to meet Garp's Marine, he was rescued. If we do it again, it's really. So this time, although he was lying down, he was still paying attention to the sea around him. Go to Logetown downwind, it will take about 1 to 2 days. Ian takes this opportunity to plan his future exercise direction. Checking it in his mind, his current level has reached level 6.5. This experience was given when he defeated Buggy, but he did not gain any experience in the battle against Schroeder on Garp's ship just now. Colonel Schroeder didn't use all his strength when he was fighting against him, because what this man was really good at was swordsmanship. Ian still remembered that when he first got on the ship, the weapon he held in his hand was a sword, but when he was fighting, he didn't. Haven't used it at all. Although he didn't give any experience, Ian had some experience because he found that fighting technique was his current flaw. Although Ian's current speed and strength are not weak with the help of the bonus effect of cards, and Ian has also carried out training in strength and speed, but these trainings are not formalized and systematic, and they are not quite the same. The real fighting technique is like a bodybuilder. Although he looks muscular, he doesn't necessarily know martial arts, right? Learning the fighting technique are obvious, it can make Ian's ability to resist blows stronger, and the powerful fighting technique will also affect these abilities of swordsmanship, which will make Ian's sword strike faster and more swiftly. Thinking of this, Ian immediately understood that the reason why he couldn't advance to a higher level after his basic swordsmanship skills were full was probably because of the problem of fighting technique. Then the practice of fighting technique must be put on the exercise schedule. It's just that Ian doesn't have a good fighting technique right now. Marine Rokushiki is good, but someone has to teach it. Maybe catch Ace once and send it to old Garp so he can teach him. Ian pondered, if it was Garp, his fighting technique should be very powerful, right? In addition, there is also the card system. The next card slot is unlocked at level 10. Ian will be able to equip a new card at that time. If you can draw someone who is good at fighting technique characters, I wonder if I can start my basic fighting technique training after the equipment is installed. Don't forget, that's how the basic training skills came. Thinking of spending money to recharge and draw cards again, Ian felt that this pit was just one after another, and he didn't know what kind of cards he could draw after receiving the 7 million bounty for catching Buggy. If you don't draw a card with the fighting technique skill, doesn't it mean that you have to keep drawing? Ian suddenly thought of a sentence, don't use your time to challenge the pocket money of the rich second generation. But looking at it now, even if he is a rich second generation, he may not be able to fill the black hole of the system. Therefore, Ian feels that people still have to rely on themselves, and the fusion and self-created sword moves should be accelerated. So in the following time, every time Ian waited until Nian Neng recovered a little, he started to use the Evil King's Flame to kill the fist, and attacked with air on the boat to exercise his Nian cultivation skills. He wanted to practice Nian cultivation as soon as possible. The skill has broken through to the advanced level, and perhaps at that time, his own flame flashing tricks will be able to be used. Yes, Flash. This is the name that Ian called for his own sword. He used the Evil King Yan killing sword to strike a flash. Isn't that Yan Flash? As for the more powerful sword moves such as 1 sword and 7 flashes in the future, it will be called Yan Chi Flash, and 8 swords will be called Yan 8 Flash. As for the more powerful, after reaching the level of Feiying swords more than a dozen times at a time, It doesn't sound good to be called Jan's Dozen Flashes, so let's call it Jan Luen Flash. Silently gave 32 likes to his own naming level, and Ian was a little proud of himself. After 2 days of sailing, nothing went wrong at last. Except for the slightly stronger sea wind and waves, Ian arrived at the island where Logetown is located without incident. When he saw the land on the sea level from a distance, Ian already thought that Logetown should be very big, but when he actually landed, Ian realized that it was bigger than he thought. On the dock of Logetown, there are many ships, no less than 1,000 large and small. These docked ships include not only fishing boats, commercial ships, cruise ships, but also marine warships. If you are in a remote corner, you can even saw some big ships with black flags. Needless to say, those should be pirate ships. At first, Ian still felt a little strange. Is it really okay for these pirate ships to stop at the port so grandly? But after he got ashore, he realized that Logetown was even more prosperous than he imagined. Can't say town, in fact, Logetown is almost the size of a small city. The wide streets are full of shops and signboards. In the bustling crowd, you can see sexy beauties in fashionable dresses at any time. Twisting beautiful bags, lingering in every store that sells famous brands, and then picking out the goods and asking the handsome man beside them to give money. It feels like a modern metropolis. How could such a bustling city refuse pirates? You know, pirates are a good group of consumers. They also need supplies, they need to relax and have fun, and compared to ordinary people, pirates spend more money. This also led to Logetown not rejecting the entry of pirates. Anyway, this used to be the place where 1P/King of Pirates Gold Roger was executed. This town of beginning and end is also a great deterrent to pirates. Yes, at the same time Logetown also has the largest marine base in East Blue, so naturally they are not afraid of robbery by the pirates. Whoa! Ian entered Logetown, he couldn't help but feel a sense of intimacy. Compared with Shimatsuki village, he was more accustomed to this lively city life. Of course, if you want to live in such a place, you must first have money, and Ian has money, but it's only on paper, and it hasn't been fulfilled, so Ian stopped a passerby and asked him about it. The orientation of marine base, and then look at it all the way, heading towards the base. Chapter 46 Touchy and Nosy. Ah, that sister has such beautiful long legs. I guess it's very suitable for wearing net-like stockings. Wow! This sister is so hot, you can see half of her breasts from the side. Huh? There are a lot of people in this restaurant, and it looks delicious. Do you want to come and eat when you get the money? Oh, what kind of fish does the uncle who sells fish sell? It looks so strange. It's actually an elephant's trunk. Walking on the streets of Logetown, Ian looked around, but felt that he couldn't see enough. Here are two worlds that are completely opposite to the peaceful Shimatsuki village. It can be said that Ian has been in this world for so many years. Seeing so many people on a street, I unconsciously get excited. He not only looked at the beauties on the street, but also looked at all kinds of strange things. Anyway, Marine Base couldn't run away in the town, so he didn't rush over there, but just watched fresh and strange all the way. What he didn't know was that his performance looked like a douchebag who had never been to the city. When some fashionable men and women passed by him, they couldn't help but look at him and wait until they left. After opening it, he quietly covered his mouth and laughed. Ian naturally heard some, but he didn't bother to pay attention to it. These people who laughed at others were originally a group of superficial people, and Ian didn't have the time to get angry with these people. As he was walking, two people appeared in front of him, a fat man and a skinny man. The fat man was wearing a small leather jacket, and the whole upper body and belly were leaking out, but the skinny man was a mohawk. Hair and all kinds of shiny pendants all over the body, both of them are armed, each carrying a machete, and at a glance, they know that they are not good people. When they were approaching, the two of them walked crookedly, causing passers-by to quickly get out of the way when they saw them, for fear of getting into trouble. Of course, Ian also saw these two people, but he didn't care much. His going route was originally staggered from these two people. However, what I didn't expect was that when the fat man and the thin man were about to walk in front of Ian, the fat guy suddenly took a step in Ian's direction, and slammed Ian with his shoulder very bluntly. Ian felt that something was wrong when the fat man slammed into him, so he followed his shoulder and collided with the fat man. The fat man looked at the stocky and burly body, but he didn't know that he didn't bump into it. "Ah! How did you walk?" Without waiting for Ian to speak, the other thin man spoke first, and said to Ian with an excited expression, "Look at you, you have bruised my friend. No, you have to lose money." As he said, the thin man was strange, and he thought to himself how the fat guy acted so hard, and he felt like a real thing just now. How did he know that Fatty was really knocked over, not acting at all? Ian looked at these two guys speechlessly, thinking what was going on. Just came to Logtown and met someone who touched porcelain? He wanted to ignore the two and just left the matter, but he didn't expect that as soon as Ian raised his leg, the thin man suddenly grabbed Ian's shoulders and screamed, "Come here." Guy wants to run away when he hits someone. As he shouted, passers-by all around hurriedly ran away, revealing a large open space. The residents of Logtown had become accustomed to it and knew that this was a disturbance. In order not to be affected, it was best to avoid it. It is said that the shouting of the thin man should not be called, but the strange place is here. The passers-by gave way, but a large group of people ran out from the corners of the street, and everyone they all held weapons, and as soon as they came up, they stood with the fat man and the thin man, and surrounded Ian in the middle. "What's the matter?" Among the people who just ran out, a big man with a mustache pretended to say, "How can you escape if you hurt someone?" "That's right, it's up to you to make compensation." Others echoed. Seeing this group of people trying so hard to interpret the onlookers who are brave and righteous, but the acting skills are not in place, Ian finds it a bit funny. He finally knows that he has not only encountered a touch of porcelain, but also encountered a gang crime. In fact, when Ian first went ashore, he vaguely felt as if someone was following him. At that time, he thought that the person following him might be a sheriff in the town, and he didn't care. After all, he was carrying a weapon. Those sheriffs were afraid of the pirates who came ashore, so it was normal to monitor them, but when the group of people in front of them appeared, Ian realized that he wanted to go wrong. The people who followed were not the sheriffs in the town, but the gang porcelain guy. I don't know if these people are local gangsters in Logtown, or if they are pirates from a certain pirate group. Ian is just curious, why are these people not staring at them, but staring at themselves? No matter how you look at it, you don't look like a rich man, do you? Just when Ian was still puzzled, he heard the skinny man say, "If you want to leave if you hurt someone, how can it be so cheap? I think your knife is pretty good, so I'll keep it as my friend's medical bill." Ian felt so surprised. It turned out to be the long knife he was carrying on his back. "Are you saying that this knife is worth a lot of money?" What Ian doesn't know is that these guys who touch porcelain don't have much eyesight to see people, but their eyesight to see things is first class. The style of Ian's long knife is commonly used by people in this world. The weapons are completely different, have a strange aesthetic feeling, and just in terms of the texture of the blade, it is indeed a good knife. If you want to make a comparison, this long knife is at least a good and fast knife level, and the starting price is million Bailey to calculate. A boy who looks 17 or 18, but he is carrying a weapon worth millions of Baileys on his back, and he looks like he has never seen the world. He looks around on the street and is curious about everything. And is a ghost. Ian is not a fool. When he heard the other party's idea of hitting him with a weapon, he immediately understood, and he couldn't help sighing to himself. This is how a lively city is. Compared to the quiet life in Shimatsuki village, this kind of thing is really annoying. So, he lowered the brim of his hat, raised his head and looked at the group of people, his eyes hidden in the shadow of the hat, and said coldly, "Little bastard, get out and cool off." As soon as these words were said, the group of people surrounding Ian were stunned for a while. In their opinion, this unseen bastard in front of him should be panicked when he encounters such a thing, right? There are so many people on your side, who are a little more acquainted, why don't you obediently keep the weapon in order to escape? There's something wrong with this script. Why is this kid talking mad? At this time, the fat man who was knocked over by Ian's shoulder just now grinned and said, "Be careful, this kid is so strong. Hey, it hurts me so much." "Humph, what's up with the strength?" After the thin man reacted, he said disdainfully, "I don't believe he can beat 20 or 30 of us alone." The bearded man seemed to be impatient with acting, and said directly to Ian, "Boy, hand over your weapons and forget about it. Otherwise, we will beat you to death. If you can't touch porcelain, is it changed to Ming grab?" Ian couldn't help but feel pity for the IQ of this group of people. There are always people who think that the more people there are, the more powerful they must be. These guys are simply unpopular gangsters, and it is a waste of time to entangle with them, so I am too lazy to talk nonsense with them. Ian directly draws his knife and prepares to cut people. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind, saying, "So many people bully one person, we can't stand it anymore. Joseph, what do you think?" Then another voice answered, "Of course you can't turn a blind eye to this kind of evil. Do you think it's Johnny? Does anyone dare to mind their own business?" The group of people who touched the porcelain immediately turned their heads and looked over. The same is true for Ian. Although these little gangsters are not a problem for him, but in this case, passers-by are hiding far away, but some people dare to stand up, and they also heard two familiar names. Ian was a little concerned. Looking back, I saw two people standing behind, one on the left wearing cool black sunglasses, a tattoo of the word "C" on his cheek, holding his right hand horizontally, while his left hand clenched a fist and pestle on his chin. The one on the right is wearing a hood, a cigarette, and a large windbreaker, but his trousers are a pair of large shorts, revealing a pair of thighs full of leg hair. Both of them have long knives on their waists. Just one on the left and one on the right. Ian silently looked at the poses of the two people there, thinking that this is not Johnny and Joseph, the basic friends. These two people still look a little immature and young, but the strong pretense is already in place, so that the group of people who touched the porcelain were also frightened by them and looked at them vigilantly. Said, "Who are you? I advise you, it's best to leave it alone." "Who are we?" "Humph." Johnny pushed his sunglasses, pulled out the long knife around his waist, pointed at the group and said, "I'm Johnny." "I'm Joseph." Joseph also did the same thing with Johnny and signed himself up. Then the two said together, "We are pirate hunters." "Pirate hunter?" The group of people who touched the porcelain looked at each other, and then suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha, pirate hunter? We are not afraid of the pirate hunter," the bearded man said while laughing, "not to mention a guy like you who has never heard of it." "Hey!" Johnny was anxious and yelled at them, "Don't underestimate us, although we have just debuted, we are very powerful. Looks like it won't work without giving them a lesson." Joseph said to Johnny. "All right." Johnny nodded, "Just right, catch these people and make us both famous." After speaking, Johnny even told Ian, "Don't worry, we will help you solve it, but you'd better get out of the way and wait for blood to splash on you, in case you get scared. It's going to be bad." Ian was silent and made a way to come out, and then saw Johnny and Joseph rushing towards the opposite group with knives, and in the screams of passers-by, they were in a ball with each other. After a burst of crackling noises, Johnny and Joseph were soon taken over by the group on the opposite side. Chapter 47 The Man Who Caught the Krieg Pirates. Johnny and Joseph were lying on their backs, their faces were swollen like pigs' heads, and their hands and feet were twitching. The reason is that the two of them rushed up and called, and they were kicked over after a few slashes. It seemed that they felt that the opponent was too weak. With them, they stepped directly on their big feet. Looking at this scene, Ian felt terrible, so he couldn't help covering his face and didn't want to see it again. Originally thought that Johnny and Joseph dared to stand up and help meddle with their business, so they should have two brushes in their hands, so Ian just let a way out for them. If you knew that these two people were so weak, you should get out of the way, just fix it yourself. Ian's action of covering his face made Penkai's group misunderstood, thinking that he was too frightened to look at Johnny and Joseph's miserable state, so they laughed more and more arrogantly. At this moment, Johnny was still holding up half of his body tremblingly, and said to Ian, "But damn! I almost won. Take advantage of this time, go away." Ian froze for a moment. "What do you mean?" The two guys, Johnny and Joseph, didn't just come out just to pretend, but really came out to help themselves. Otherwise, how could he still remember to leave quickly at such a time? "Haha, want to go?" The bearded man burst into laughter, and a group of people surrounded Ian again. "Do you think you can go? Obediently hand over your weapons." Ian tilted his head to look at them and asked, "You said just now that the one you are most afraid of is pirate hunters? Are you not pirates?" "No, on the contrary, we are pirates," the thin man said proudly. "Oh, so it is." Ian understood a little, and suddenly said, "I thought it was just an ordinary gangster." "So, you should be part of a large pirate group, no wonder you don't thieves hunters in the eyes." "That's right. We are." The thin man wanted to continue talking, but unexpectedly Ian interrupted him by shaking his head. "Unfortunately, I don't have time to listen to your registration numbers." Ian pointed at them with the sword saint's long knife in hand, "because whether you were afraid of pirate hunters before, from today onwards, it is estimated that you will be afraid." What do you mean?" the thin man said blankly. "It's very simple, I'm also a pirate hunter." After Ian finished speaking, he started directly, and the back of the knife slashed directly on the thin man's shoulder, only to hear a terrible cracking sound, and the bones on the thin man's shoulder were immediately shattered by Ian, and the thin man screamed, immediately fell to his knees. Ian didn't bother to cut with the blade of these pirates who didn't enter the stream. It was a busy city, and it was bloody and unsightly, so he moved his hand directly with the back of the knife. "Go. Kill him." The thin man's tragic state, not only did not frighten these pirates, but stimulated their ferocity, and 20 or 30 pirates attacked Ian with weapons in unison. Ian raised the long knife to hold the axe cut by a pirate in front of him. He lifted his leg and kicked him on the chest with a huge force. The pirate was shot out like a cannonball, and it hit him with a bang. Into the next store. Too weak, these guys really have nothing to do except for a lot of people. If they are alone, I am afraid that even the minions of the buggy pirates can't compare. Even if they shot together, it has absolutely no effect on Ian's speed and reaction. With a wave of the long knife in his hand, an arc is drawn, and every pirate's wrist is a precise tap. They knocked down the weapons in their hands very casually, and then while they were stunned, the back of the knife in their hands hit their shoulders again. The sound of broken bones sounded continuously, and the people in the circle closest to Ian were all treated the same as the skinny ones, kneeling on the ground one by one, screaming loudly. It may be okay to scream alone, but 7 or 8 people scream together, which is a bit exaggerated. The remaining pirates were finally frightened and looked at Ian blankly with their weapons. "Gotta keep going." They were stunned, but Ian didn't. He wouldn't let any of these people go. He immediately rushed into the crowd and walked around. When he saw anyone, he slapped the back of the shoulder directly, breaking the shoulder and letting them kneeling on the ground and howling. In just over 10 seconds, the 20 or 30 members of this group of unknown pirates were all brought down. He doesn't even use his skills, it's not worth it to these guys at all. Although the passers-by were hiding far away just now, they were all watching secretly in this direction. When they saw that Ian had killed so many men with fierce faces in a short period of time, they couldn't help it. They were stunned. They thought that the boy with the hat was going to be unlucky. How could they know that suddenly the twists and turns were turned, and it was the boy who won? Dare to love this young man is the one who is hidden. Ian watched everyone lose their ability to resist, so he put the knife back on his back, walked up to Johnny and Joseph, lowered his head and asked them, "Are you all right?" "No, it's all right." Johnny and Joseph stared at Ian blankly for a while, then reacted and hurriedly got up from the ground. Looking at the pirates lying all over the floor screaming, Ian had a headache and didn't know what to do, so he thought about it and asked Johnny and Joseph, "Is there a rope?" "Ah. Yes." Johnny and Joseph were stunned for a moment, then quickly replied, "Yes, big brother." After seeing Ian's battle just now, these two guys finally understood that Ian didn't need them to come out and meddle in their business at all. They were many times stronger than them, so they opened their mouths at this time. They called the big brother directly to Ian. Ian also knows the virtues of these two people. As long as they are stronger than them, they can be called big brothers, so there is no accident. Let them tie the pirates with ropes. Johnny and Joseph immediately led the way, and it didn't take long for Ian's orders to be completed. Go to Marine Base." Ian greeted them both. Then, a magical scene appeared on Logtown Street. 20 or 30 pirates were tied with a rope around their waists, while Ian walked in front alone, holding the rope and dragging them. These pirates one by one, their right shoulders were all smashed to the bone, and when they walked, they wailed and slumped to the right. If someone who doesn't know it sees it, they think they have encountered human traffickers. The pirates here were making trouble just now. It is estimated that someone reported it to Marine. Just as Ian was dragging the pirates along, the Marine soldiers also came. They were shocked when they saw this scene, and they all raised their guns. Ian them. Johnny and Joseph raised their hands in fear, only Ian said calmly, "I'm a pirate hunter, I came to the base to collect the bounty, these people are pirates, so you better not point your guns at me." One Marine, Chief CAO, was the leader of the team. Hearing that, he looked at the group of people behind Ian who was being held by Ian. It really didn't look like a good person, so he waved his hand and made the Marine soldiers put down their guns. "Little brother, these pirates you caught seem to be third-rate pirates." Then Marine CAO said to Ian, "Although there are a lot of people, the bounty is not necessarily high, not even all of them." "Possible. It doesn't matter." Ian shook his head and said, "These guys just caught it, they just wanted to rob me, I didn't come to collect their bounty." "Oh?" Then Marine CAO was a little surprised and asked, "Whose bounty are you here to collect? Do you have any supporting documents?" "Of course." Ian took out the arrest certificate issued by Monka and handed it to him, "I caught the buggy pirates." When Marine CAO heard this, he was immediately surprised. He quickly took the document and looked at it. After a while, he raised his head and looked at Ian with an expression of disbelief. "The document is real. So, you are the pirate hunter Ian mentioned by the 153rd branch?" "Well, it's me." Ian nodded and asked, "I just came to Logtown to get the bounty." Johnny and Joseph stood behind Ian, their eyes lit up when they heard it. They both knew what kind of pirate group the buggy pirates were. It was the clown buggy with a reward of 7 million Baileys. They knew that Ian was strong after seeing the scene of Ian beating people just now, but they didn't expect Ian to be so strong that even the pirates of 7 million Bailey were caught. This time, Johnny and Joseph are more determined to call Ian their eldest brother. Hearing that Ian was coming to collect the bounty, Marine Chief CAO was a little embarrassed, and said, "Indeed, the million-level bounty is collected from Logue Town, but unfortunately, you may have to wait a long time." "Now? What do you mean?" Ian raised his eyebrows. "Don't get me wrong, it's not that the bounty won't be given to you." Marine Chief CAO waved his hands hurriedly, "because the person in charge of our base has been transferred. Speaking of which, it has something to do with the buggy pirates you caught, and they attacked boldly. Branch 153, so the headquarters felt that it was necessary to send a strong person to East Blue to sit in town. The order has been issued. Colonel Smoker from the headquarters is already on the way." "Now? Colonel Smoker?" Ian was stunned for a moment. No way, Smoker was transferred to Logue Town to be the person in charge, and it had something to do with catching Buggy himself? He understood what Chief CAO meant. The large expenditure of the base needed the signature of the new person in charge before it could be approved. Fortunately, it only took 2 days, so it was no problem to wait. But Ian doesn't have much money now, so he twisted the rope in his hand and asked the Marine Chang CAO, "Then can these pirates exchange some money first? If the amount is small, you don't need to sign for approval, right?" "I don't know, you and I will go to the base to check," said Marine CAO. So, Ian led a bunch of pirates and followed this Chief CAO to the base. "It's amazing, Big Brother Ian." Johnny approached excitedly and said, "I didn't expect you to catch Buggy with a bounty of 7 million. It would be great if we could catch pirates with such a high bounty in the future." Joseph also looked forward to the side, "This way we don't have to fish to survive." Although Ian acquiesced to their following because of their loyal behavior despite their own safety just now, but, crap, how miserable are you guys? What is fishing for subsistence? Aren't you from pirate hunters? Without waiting for Ian to complain, I heard the bearded man pulled by Ian weakly and authentically, "What's so great about catching 7 million pirates? You'd better let us go. We are the Krieg pirates. Man, if you dare to arrest us, Captain Krieg will never let you go." Chapter 48 Boat Problem. "Huh? Who are you talking about?" The bearded man estimated that his words were a little leaky because of the severe shoulder pain, and Ian couldn't hear it clearly for a while. But Johnny and Joseph could hear clearly, and suddenly exclaimed, What did you say?" "K. Krieg pirates?" "That's right." Mustache and a few other pirates laughed horribly. "We have already said that, although we are pirates, we are not afraid of any pirate hunters at all. We are the biggest overlord of East Blue, Krieg Sea Pirates. In East Blue, no pirate hunter dares to beat us." Before he finished speaking, a foot suddenly stretched out from the side and kicked him directly in the face. Puff! Mustache's face crooked, and a tooth spurted out with blood mixed in. This kick was naturally kicked by Ian. In the stunned eyes of everyone, he calmly retracted his foot and said, "Long-winded. Didn't you say it? Just get out of here and cool off." Are you crazy?" Another pirate screamed, "It's said that we are members of the Krieg pirates, how dare you do it?" Ian was so angry that he walked over and poked the pirate in the forehead and said, "What about the Krieg pirates? I've told you all, I'm a pirate hunter. How dare you say anything in front of me? How dare people slap your ideas? Damn it! Are you hitting me in the face?" After finishing speaking, Ian kicked a bunch of pirates directly, and he was most troubled by things like moving backers. Marine soldiers in front turned their heads and looked stupidly at Ian hitting and kicking a group of pirates. Seeing this scene, they finally believed that it was a boy who looked only 17 or 18 years old who caught this big gang of pirates. Marine soldiers shrank their necks in fear for Ian's violent temper. In the end, it was Johnny and Joseph who held Ian. Johnny took out a stack of bounties, turned it over to Ian, and said, "Brother Ian, listen to me first, The Krieg pirates are not the buggy sea. The pirate group is comparable. Their leader Pirate Admiral Krieg is a genuine 10 million level pirate, and he is indeed famous for his viciousness on East Blue's side. It's really troublesome to mess with them. Ian took the bounty and looked at it, and found that Krieg's bounty turned out to be the same as his impression, 17 million Baileys. You know, Ian is now 3 years earlier than Luffy, and even Buggy's bounty is only 7 million. I didn't expect this guy Krieg to already have so much bounty. What Ian didn't know was that, in fact, the bounty thing mainly depends on the government's attitude towards pirates. Krieg was originally a marine soldier, but later defected to become a pirate, but often disguised his pirate group as marine or merchant ships, taking the opportunity to let people relax their vigilance to attack villages and ships. For the government, this guy is not only a disgrace to marine, but also keeps smearing marine. He belongs to the kind of pirate with a huge threat. This can explain why Krieg's bounty will reach tens of millions of levels first than Buggy. Buggy is keen to loot treasure and doesn't provoke marine easily, so he seems low-key, but Krieg is notorious, and the two are notorious. The above are not the same. Notoriety also has the benefits of notoriety. The Krieg pirates are currently recognized as the overlord of East Blue. Many pirates have chosen to rely on him. With the explanations of Johnny and Joseph, Ian finally figured out why they are so jealous of Krieg. Because it is said that the current Krieg pirates are developing very well, there are more than 30 large ships and 2,000 or 3,000 subordinates. Such a force, I am afraid that even some small marine branches can't compare. Ian turned his head and asked the Marine Chief CAO, "You Marine just sit back and watch the Krieg pirates expand?" Then Marine CAO Chang spread his hands and said helplessly, "What can we do? Marine's elites are concentrated in each branch directly under the Great Root, not to mention East Blue, even South Blue, North Blue, West Blue, the marine power of the 4 major oceans. They are all weak, and we are also powerless. Just see if Colonel Smoker from the headquarters will be better this time." Ian couldn't help shaking his head after hearing this. Even Marine was afraid of Krieg, but Ian knew very well that Krieg was a tragedy. In terms of strength, he couldn't catch up with Buggy. Ordinary people are nothing more than a little more powerful, and even less in terms of tactics. They are not as good as the Captain Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates, who pretends to attack ships or something. It can only be said that this guy is cunning, not a conspiracy. His so-called strength is nothing more than an illusion accumulated by the number of people. Perhaps it is because of his inner weakness. This guy always likes to arm himself with some external force equipment. So 2 years later, when Krieg wanted to challenge the Great Root, he tragically met Mihawk, the Hawkeye, and was defeated by the entire fleet alone. After only 7 days on the Great Root, he returned miserably. This so-called Krieg pirate group. He can roughly feel his own strength and knows that he is much stronger than Zoro when he went to sea. Dare to come to trouble yourself, then kill him. As for his so-called thousands of subordinates, looking at the pirates in front of him, you can understand what they are, and they can use the means of blocking the road, touching porcelain, and grabbing things. Can this also be called a pirate? So, Ian didn't take the threat of these pirates to heart at all, and he dragged and kicked these guys all the way to Marine Base. Then Marine CAO took people and questioned the names of these pirates one by one in order to check if they were wanted. As a result, Ian almost couldn't help but want to kick people again. He had a hunch before that these guys were simply sloppy pirates. The results of the cross-examination also confirmed this. There are almost no people in this group wanted by Marine, that is to say, not even a bounty. Except for the big man with the mustache. This guy used to be a pirate, but when he robbed, he accidentally beat someone seriously, so he ran to the sea and joined Krieg's pirate group. He was the only one with a bounty. But it's not Marine's wanted reward, but the reward from the victim's family, and it's only a mere 50,000 Bailey. If it weren't for the mustache's bounty, Ian couldn't help but want to beat these pirates one by one. Buggy's 7 million bounty will not be cashed until Smoker arrives in 2 days, so the mustache's 50,000 bounty is the only money Ian has earned so far. Fortunately, Marine is also very happy and pays the money directly to Ian. With these 50,000 UN, I should be fine in Logtown these 2 days, which made Ian feel better, so he said to Johnny and Joseph, "Come on, I'll invite you to dinner." Great. Johnny and Joseph immediately raised their hands and cheered. Don't look at how weak the two are, but they are still very loyal, and Ian found that even if these two guys just debuted, they are like local snakes. They know a lot of things very well, and Ian also wants to eat by eating opportunity to ask them something. I took the two to the lively restaurant they saw on the street. Before they could order food, they saw Johnny and Joseph clapping the table and shouting, "Beer. 3 glasses of beer first." It seems that people who go out to sea are basically good drinkers. Ian didn't mind either. After the beer was served, he bumped the glass with Johnny Joseph and said, "It's done." After drinking a large glass of beer, Ian asked the two of them while the waiter was refilling the glass, "Do you know there is a shipyard that sells large ships in Logtown?" "What, brother Ian, do you want to buy a boat?" Johnny asked curiously. "Well, to be precise, I want a medium-sized ship, and I plan to go to the Great Route," Ian said. On his way to Logtown, he had already thought about it. I am afraid that he really has to go to the Great Route. There are very few devil fruits in East Blue. Even a buggy is actually a devil fruit obtained from the Great Route. So to find the devil fruit, you must go to the Great Route. Kuina has been lying in bed for so many years, and she must be very unwilling even if she wakes up. As her brother, she will either not help or help to the end. He thinks that it is best to get Kuina the strongest Logia fruit. Although the devil fruit's ability is related to the user's training, Logia's fruit is still recognized as stronger. As long as you don't encounter the restrained devil fruit ability, Logia is usually unsolved, unless you encounter a strong person who can use hacking. The properties of the Logia fruit doom it to a higher starting point than Paramecia and Zoan. To find the devil fruit, you must go to the Great Route, but to go to the Great Route, Ian's boat is useless, so Ian feels that he needs to change to a bigger boat. However, a ship that is too large cannot be operated by one person, so Ian thought about it carefully, and a medium-sized ship is the most suitable. Johnny took a sip of beer, wiped the corners of his mouth, and said, "With all due respect, big brother Ian, even if you get the 7 million bounty, it's still very difficult to buy a boat." "No way?" Ian asked. "How expensive can a medium ship be?" "It's not about the price." Joseph shook his head and said, "It's about making a reservation. Ready-made boats can't be bought at the shipyard at all, so they can only be booked. It will take years to get it. Can you wait, big brother Ian?" "So long?" Ian said in surprise. "Of course, it's not that easy to make a boat." Johnny said, "The wood needs to be dried, then painted, and then dried again. There are a lot of processes before and after. If you want me to say, you can use instead of buying a new boat, you might as well ask if anyone in Logtown sells an old boat. It's not only cheap, but you can get it right away." Chapter 49 Overlord Meal. While the three were talking, the restaurant owner also brought the staple food. The reason why this restaurant is so popular is because of its operation method, which is very similar to the food stalls in Ian's impression. All the food is famous for its large quantity. This time the staple food is no exception. It is a large piece with bones. I don't know what kind of animal this meat is. It has a nice pink color. It is mixed with various spices. It feels fragrant when it comes up. There is not only grilled meat on the plate, but also a portion of rice. The rice seems to be poured with the gravy of the grilled meat, and it is wrapped by a green leaf, which makes people very appetizing at first sight. After Ian saw the vegetable leaves, he remembered that his phone bug hadn't been fed much in the past 2 days, so he quickly took off his hat. Inside the hat, the little guy called the phone bug was hanging upside down on the top of the hat. It was stuck on its body, but the big eyes on its head were shrunk inside the shell. I moved it twice and found it. The stick is quite firm, no wonder Ian often fights with people during this time, and there is no problem with this little guy. So Ian had to tap its shell lightly. After hearing the sound, its big eyes popped out of the shell and looked at Ian with a look of joy. Damn, all the animals in this world give people a feeling of being refined, so spiritual. Phone bugs are actually very lazy. Not only do they seldom move, but they also seldom have the idea of foraging for food, so they like being raised by humans, so that they can have a stable source of food, and their food intake will also be reduced. It's not big, sometimes it doesn't matter if you eat a meal for several days and stop feeding. It's just a pity that this phone bug is a kind of creature after all, not an industrialized product. There are not too many in number, and it is impossible to popularize one hand like a mobile phone. Otherwise, Ian will bring this phone bug, and he can talk to him at any time. Shimatsuki Village Master Cow's Hero and Zoro have a phone call or something. Of course, just because you can't make a phone call doesn't mean you can't get in touch. Ian can still write letters. The cruise ship moored at the port of Logetown does just that. Letters and documents can be sent through the cruise ship. Pulled off the vegetable leaves from the plate and put them in the hat to feed the phone bugs. Ian also started to eat his own food. After so many days on the ship, he ate cold food, and now he can finally eat a hot meal. Now, Ian just felt it was delicious as never before. Johnny and Joseph were also digging into their teeth at this time. All three were able to eat, and one portion of food was not enough, so they continued to shout. After a short while, a pile of plates was already piled up in front of the three of them. When he was finally full, he raised his head and saw the pile of plates. Ian was taken aback. Why did he eat so much? He only has more than 50,000 Baileys in his pocket now. Don't have enough money for meals at that time, it will be miserable. The dignified pirate hunter has to wash the dishes in the restaurant to pay off the debt, which is too embarrassing. Are you pigs? He couldn't help but slap Johnny and Joseph on the head hard. These two guys, whose stomachs were almost full, were still eating. That posture, as if to eat all the meals of a lifetime. Brother Ian, didn't you say you were treating yourself to a guest? Johnny covered his head, chewing in his mouth, and hesitantly said, you won't regret it, right? Shit. Ian lowered his voice and said, I only have 50,000 Baileys here. What if I eat too much and don't have enough money? Then run. Joseph whispered, it's not the first time we've eaten bawang meal anyway. Ian found that what he said made sense, but he didn't know how to answer for a while. At this moment, the three suddenly heard a loud noise from behind. This food stall-like restaurant was originally quite lively, and it had been very noisy before, so Ian and the others didn't pay much attention to it at first, but what they didn't expect was that the noise was much louder than usual, so the three of them endured it. Unable to turn around and look over. That was what happened at the dining table on the other side. A group of people gathered around there. It looked like they were all diners in the restaurant. There were no less than 20 people in the restaurant. They formed a semicircle and were really arguing about something inside. What's the matter? Why did that person suddenly stop moving? Yeah, I was eating well just now. Isn't he dead? His face is buried in the food, and he still doesn't move. Look, he still has food in his hands, which means he died suddenly while eating. Hey. Boss, it's not because of your things that you have food poisoning, right? A group of diners guessed the reason, and then gradually pointed the finger at the restaurant owner. How could the restaurant owner dare to take the blame? So he hurriedly waved his hand and said, impossible, there are so many people, Why don't others have any problems? Hearing the comments of these diners, Johnny said, "Brother Ian, it seems that someone died suddenly." Joseph folded his arms and swore, "I think it may be a heart attack patient who had a sudden attack while eating." Johnny was unhappy and said, "You haven't seen that person, how can you be so sure?" The two were arguing while talking, but they didn't notice the expression on Ian's face at this time. How should I put it? The expression on Ian's face is very strange, there are doubts, and there are disbeliefs, in short, the expression is very strange. This scene feels so familiar. So Ian got up in a hurry, walked towards the dining table surrounded by the diners, squeezed the crowd and walked inside to take a look, only to see a person sitting on the chair of the dining table with his back to him, with both hands still holding the knife. Fork and pestle were held high on the table, and the knife and fork were still poking food, but the whole head was hanging down, and the face was sticking to the plate. This is a suspected victim, wearing a pair of black shorts with iron chains on both sides of the shorts, but wearing no clothes on the upper body, wearing an orange cowboy hat on his head, with a string of tattoos with 4 letters S written, but a cross on the letter S. As soon as I saw this tattoo, Ian immediately understood that it was really him. I heard the diners talking just now that when someone stopped moving after eating, Ian felt a bad feeling. After seeing who it was, Ian suddenly felt, a kind of thought the urge to curse. In his impression, the person who can dress like this, except for this guy Ace, is not the second person to think. And the reason why I want to scold is because Ian promised Garp to help him catch his grandson Ace, but Ian never thought that he would meet Ace so soon. As I said before, what are the chances of meeting a specific person in such a vast sea of people? Now Ian's experience can tell you, very, very big. So big that he doesn't even know how to complain. Lord Garp Vice Admiral, can you really know what to expect? As soon as the front foot was entrusted with the task, the back foot met Ace himself. You are determined that I will meet him, right? Made Ian speechless in particular was that he had just whispered to Johnny Joseph about the topic of Overlord's meal, and when he turned around, he met Ace, a big coffee eater. Damn, this world is really amazing, mortals can't understand it at all. Just when Ian was messed up in a gust of wind, Ace, who was buried in the dinner plate, suddenly raised his head suddenly. This made the surrounding diners who thought they were dead drop their jaws in shock. Not knowing how much commotion he had caused just now, Ace let out a puff, took a long breath, and while he started chewing the food in his mouth again, he said with lingering fears, "It's dangerous. I accidentally fell asleep. I'm almost choked to death." As soon as these words came out, the surrounding diners and the owner of the restaurant, a group of people suddenly banged and fell into a ball. It turned out to be asleep. Although Logtown often comes to some strange people, it is the first time that everyone has seen such strange people. After chewing a few mouthfuls and eating the food on the plate, Ace overlapped the plate on the already high stack of dinner plates. These were all he ate. One person's appetite was almost catching up with Ian. The 3 of them ate. "Ah, I'm full, I'm full." Ace patted his belly and turned around, revealing his freckled face, and he could see the 2 sad and smiling circular badges on his cowboy hat. The long hat tie hangs down to the chest, and a skull hangs from it. Seeing a large group of people surrounding him, Ace felt a little strange and asked, "What happened?" The crowd couldn't hold back any longer, and said fiercely to him together, "What do you think? Everyone was worried about you just now, but now you are like a normal person, asking what happened." Ace didn't mind, or he couldn't understand why these people were killing him. He just stood up, put on his shoulder bag, bent down and bowed to the restaurant owner, and said politely, "The food is delicious, thanks for the hospitality." The restaurant owner was stunned by Ace's sudden politeness, and subconsciously responded, "Wherever you are, as long as you are satisfied with the customer. So, goodbye." Ace bowed again. "Okay, walk slowly, Welcome next time. The restaurant owner replied subconsciously. After Ace left, the restaurant owner always felt as if he had forgotten something, and finally the restaurant waiter reminded carefully, "Boss, that person hasn't paid yet." The restaurant owner finally came back to his senses and rushed out to the door of the store, only to find that Ace had already run away, so the owner immediately shouted, "Catch that free food guy." When Ace walked out, Ian also came back to his senses, remembering Garp's explanation of his mission. He couldn't care anymore. He turned around and picked up his hat and slapped it on his head, and followed him out of the store. Johnny and Joseph looked at each other and ran away immediately. So in the end, Ian heard the roar of the restaurant owner at the door of the store turning into, "Catch those free food guys." Chapter 50. Can we still be happy to be friends? Johnny caught up from behind and exclaimed excitedly, "Brother Ian, you are so smart. You even took the opportunity to run away while someone was eating free food. In this way, even if we were caught by the sheriff, then the guy is leading the charge too." Joseph also echoed on the other side, "Yes, yes. When the time comes, let the leader lose money." Ian was very angry when he heard that, and waved his hand to the two of them, "Shut up. I'm not just for free food, okay?" Looking at the way that Ace ran away as soon as he left the store, you don't have to think about it. This guy is a repeat offender. If Ian slowly gave the meal money and then chased out, then he would not know that Ace had run away. Where did it go? After finally seeing Ace here, how could Ian let him run away so easily? In fact, Ian didn't need to be so concerned. Although Garp gave Ian a commission in exchange for boats and handcuffs, he did not send anyone to supervise him. It stands to reason that even if Ian sees Ace, he can be completely "I didn't see it," and even if I really meet Garp and ask about it again, I'll just say that I haven't encountered it before. But things didn't work out like that. In the few days after leaving Garp's ship, Ian suddenly remembered a question. Since this old man Garp is Marine Vice Admiral, he should have more power, right? Moreover, he is also a good friend with Marine Marshal Sengoku, and he must be able to talk to the world government. So, can you ask him for help and let him introduce Vegapunk for him? It's not just to meet this mysterious scientist, but Ian thinks, will this technological genius who surpassed human beings for 500 years have a way to help him wake up Kuina? Vegapunk can even transform the human body. Will it also understand a little knowledge of the soul? If Ian doesn't know these people and things, it's fine, but he is a transmigrator, and he must try to do everything he can when he knows some famous people in this world. This fantasy world does have a soul, and the most obvious example is Brook's yellow spring fruit. If Vegapunk is really that talented, then there is no way he doesn't know about the soul. With this kind of thinking, Ian felt that the line between himself and Garp could not be broken. But Ian is not someone from Garp. At best, he just knows him. The only thing Ian can rely on for Garp to help him now is to catch Ace. This is why he is eager to chase him out. He has already thought about it clearly. Before Garp leaves East Blue, no matter what, he will catch Ace once. Send Ace to him. But Nima, Ace runs so fast. Ian has been chasing after him, looking at his bare back. At this time, Ace has not joined the Whitebeard Pirates, so naturally there is no Whitebeard Pirates logo tattoo on his back. After all, Ian is 3 years early. Going out to sea, some things have not happened yet. I don't know why Ace appeared in this Log Town. Ian thought he was going to the Great Route, so he stopped at Log Town, but this made Ian feel a little puzzled that the time was too coincidental. It happened to be when his grandfather Garp left for Shell's Town. Ace appeared. "Stop!" Ian yelled at Ace, "Stop!" However, I don't know if Ace regarded the three of them as the restaurant owner's pursuit. Not only did he not stop obediently, but he stepped up and ran faster. Johnny and Joseph, although they ran with Ian, were out of breath. At this time, Seeing Ian calling out the free-spirited guy in front, they asked, Big brother Ian. You are you going to catch that guy? Yeah. Ian didn't have time to pay attention to these two jokes, and responded casually. Then Johnny and Joseph stopped talking and ran even harder. Ace. Stop for me. Ian continued to shout again. This time, he placed the blessing on his lap, speeding up again, and finally got a little closer to Ace. But the strange thing is that Ian found that Ace's speed was comparable to his own after blessing, and now he is only barely equal to his speed. When Ace turned around and saw Ian approaching, he was startled and said, "Don't chase, even if you catch me, I won't give you any money. It's not about the Overlord's meal." Ian said while chasing, "I have something to tell you." "What's the hurry? You want to chase me for 2 blocks? Ace said in disbelief, "And I don't know you at all." That's right, in such a short period of time, Ian has chased Ace for 2 streets. It can be seen how fast the speed is. Countless pedestrians along the way are dumbfounded watching the two of them rush past like a gust of wind. I don't know what happened. Matter. But unfortunately, whether it is Ian or Ace, both of them are monsters. Needless to say, Ian, Ace's physical fitness trained by fighting beasts in the mountains and forests is not lost to Ian at all. Running so far at such a fast speed, no one was even breathing. Knowing that chasing like this is not a solution, Ian rolled his eyes and thought of a solution. "Stop Ace, do you want to know about Sabo?" Ian shouted. With a creak, Ace suddenly stopped in front of him, and Ian was caught off guard, and immediately collided with him, and the two turned into a rolling gourd. Ian fell dizzy, but before he could regain his senses, he found that Ace grabbed his collar. "What did you just say?" Ace asked Ian anxiously. "How do you know about Sabo? Isn't he dead? Let go first." Ian slapped his hand away angrily. "I'm sorry, I'm impulsive, I apologize to you." Ace said anxiously, "Tell me now." Ian picked up his hat and looked at the phone bug inside. After finding that the little guy was fine, he put the hat on his head and said to Ace, "Who told you that Sabo is dead?" "Just now, I wanted to stop Ace in a hurry, but if I moved out of Garp's name, it might not work. Ace would probably run faster when I heard Garp's name, so Ian had to move out of Sabo's name. He knew Ace would definitely stop. He didn't mind letting Ace know about this. In fact, from the time he saved Kuina, Ian knew that because of his intervention, some changes in the history of this world had inevitably occurred. In that case, let him. Ace knew that Sabo wasn't dead, and it wasn't a big deal. As for whether Ace would go looking for Sabo after knowing the news about Sabo, that is out of his control. In the original history, Ace never saw Sabo again until he died. Maybe his appearance can make up for this regret for him. Isn't he dead? Good, really good. After listening to Ian's words, Ace instantly burst into tears, repeating this sentence over and over in his mouth. If Luffy knew, he would definitely be very happy. Ian didn't speak, just looked at Ace quietly. He understood the relationship between Ace and his 3 brothers, and he could naturally understand Ace's feelings at this time. After crying for a while, Ace suddenly remembered something, grabbed the corner of Ian's clothes and wiped it on his face. Tears and snot left directly on Ian's clothes. Before Ian lost his temper, Ace suddenly sat cross-legged on the ground, bowed his head deeply to Ian, and said, "Thank you. This is the best news I have heard since I went to sea, but please tell me, if Sabo isn't dead, where is he now? To be honest, I don't even know where he is now." Ian shook his head and said, "That was many years ago, when I was only a 10-year-old child who saved Sabo's ship. Stopped in our village, that's why I learned about this. If I remember correctly, the people who saved him should be the Revolutionary Army." "Really? It turned out to be the Revolutionary Army?" Ace smiled and said, "So, in addition to saving Luffy's benefactor in the future, I have one more person to thank." Ian heard something wrong with this, and quickly reminded, "Hey, the Revolutionary Army is an organization, not a person. Don't make a mistake." "Really? No wonder I said this person's name is so strange." Ace was stunned. "Where can I find the Revolutionary Army? How do I know?" Ian glared at him angrily, suddenly thought of a bad idea, and asked him in a low voice, "I said, you are not thinking of joining the Revolutionary Army, are you?" "No. I still want to be a pirate," Ace said with a smile. Ian immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Don't make Ace not a pirate because of his appearance. Instead, it would be bad to go to the Revolutionary Army. The old man from Garp will probably kill him by then. Make Ace and Luffy Marines. The two just sat on the street chatting, causing all the passers-by to look at them with weird eyes. At this moment, Ace suddenly thought of something, tilted his head and looked at Ian with a question mark on his face. "It's strange, no matter how I recall, I don't even remember that I saw you. What's your name? Why do you know me?" With Sabo? This question, Ian must be difficult to explain. It is impossible to say that he is a transmigrator, so know you. So he had to say vaguely, "Don't worry about it so much, just treat it as fate. We are about the same age, you can just call me Ian." So profound. Ace burst out laughing. "Since you don't want to say it, then I won't ask." Ace was only funny occasionally, but it didn't mean he was stupid. Although he wondered why Ian, a stranger, knew about him, he not only called out his name, but also knew about the existence of Sabo, but he could see that Ian hadn't deceived him, and that was enough. He stretched out his hand to Ian and said, "Hello Ian, from today onwards, we are friends. Thank you for the good news you brought me. Don't thank me first." Ian also stretched out his hand to hold him together, but said, "Just don't scold me later." "Why?" Ace asked in confusion. "Because of this." As Ian said, he took out the sea stone handcuffs from behind his waist with his left hand, and with a click, handcuffed Ace and the wrist he was holding. The style of the painting changed a bit quickly, and Ace looked stunned. What do you mean?" "It's very simple, because someone entrusted me to arrest you." Ian shrugged. "It's that old man from your grandfather Garp." "Huh?" Ace's surprised cry resounded throughout Logtown. Chapter 51 Execution Table. Are you Marine? One of my grandpa's staff?" Ace looked at Ian in astonishment. He never thought that names that were familiar to him would pop up one after another in Ian's mouth. No, don't get me wrong. I'm not Marine, I'm a pirate hunter." Ian succeeded in cuffing Ace's hand, so he was very proud and explained, "It's not your grandfather's soldier either, I just received an entrustment from your grandfather." "He asked you to arrest me?" Ace tilted his head and asked curiously, "What are you arresting me for?" "What else?" Ian shrugged. "Let you be Marine. So you have to meet him with me." "No. I don't want to be Marine." Ace immediately struggled. "I'm not going to see the old man either, he will definitely beat me up." Ian quickly tightened the other end of the handcuffs, for fear that Ace would break free, but he found that Ace's strength was beyond his imagination, so he couldn't help asking in surprise, "How can you still have strength? You isn't it a devil fruit power user?" Ace was stunned. "Devil fruit? The one you said Luffy ate?" "I'm not." "Gee. Misstep." Ian couldn't help a pain in his teeth. He thought that Ace had eaten the burning fruit, so he used sea stone handcuffs to handcuff him. Who knows that this guy is not a devil fruit person now? Well, that seems to be the case. Ace hasn't entered the Great Root yet. Devil fruits appear on the Great Root. Is it normal that Ace is not a devil fruit person now? Then the sea stone handcuffs were of little use to him, just a pair of relatively stronger handcuffs. "Hey, let me go," Ace shouted to Ian, "or I'll beat you up." "Can't let it go." Ian shook his head, and at the same time began to increase his strength, and the two began to compete for strength with the sea stone handcuffs. However, at this moment, Ian suddenly heard a shout from behind. "Brother Ian! This is Johnny and Joseph catching up." Just now, in order to chase Ace, Ian accelerated under his feet. Johnny and Joseph were left behind, and Ian almost forgot them. The two of them caught up in front of Ian and Ace panting, You run really fast." After finishing speaking, Johnny and Joseph discovered the dispute between Ian and Ace, and then saw the handcuffs on Ace's hand, and immediately understood what was going on, so before Ian could speak, Johnny and Joseph immediately entered the pretense mode. Standing back to back, Johnny put his fist on his chin. "Hey, Joseph, the target of Big Brother Ian seems to be unwilling to be captured." Joseph folded his arms and drank a cigarette. "Johnny, depending on the situation, we can't help but take action." After speaking, the two rushed towards Ace one by one, trying to hug him and push him to the ground. But they forgot that Ace was only handcuffed with his right hand, but his left hand and feet were able to move, and Ace didn't know them either. As soon as he saw the two of them rushing over, he immediately fought back. Lifting his leg, Ace kicked Johnny in the face, then turned around and slapped Joseph's nose with his left fist, and then the two fell down immediately. Originally, Ace was still taking it seriously as if he was facing an enemy, but when he saw that his opponent was defeated so easily, Ace was stunned for a moment. After Johnny and Joseph fell to the ground, they didn't forget to leave a word in their mouths: "I almost won." With beads of sweat on Ace's head, he looked at Ian and asked, "Are they fools?" Ian covered his face and said, "Don't ask me, I don't know them." Taking advantage of the negligence in speaking, Ace suddenly exerted force on his hand, pulled the other end of the handcuffs out of Ian's hand, and then ran away. "Don't run." Ian reacted immediately and immediately started chasing. "Idiots don't run." Ace didn't look back, and swayed his arms desperately and flew forward. The two chased and fled, and quickly left the place, leaving only Johnny and Joseph lying on the ground. Johnny had a big shoe print on his face, and Joseph had half his face swollen. After getting up from the ground, Johnny also said with emotion, as expected of a person who wants Brother Ian to do it himself, "It is really amazing." "Yeah, it's a shame we almost won," Joseph echoed. While sighing, Johnny and Joseph suddenly found someone behind them, and when they looked back, they found that a large group of people had surrounded them at some point. "You should worry about yourselves first." An odd man with a round iron shield hanging on his chest and behind looked at them with a smirk. Ian chased Ace all the way down, and soon ran to the center of Logetown. This is a very wide square. There are quite a lot of people, and most of them are tourists. You can see many people with cameras in their hands. Ian didn't pay attention at first. When Ace suddenly stopped in front of him, only then did he realize that in the middle of the square, there was a tall platform made of wood. Ian immediately understood where this was. This is the most famous place in Logetown, the execution platform. 19 years ago, One Piece/King of Pirates Gold Roger, it was on this high platform that he was sentenced to death, and it was on this high platform that he shouted the words that made people all over the world. "Want my treasure? I can give you all of it if you want, go find it. I put everything there." Although he grew up in a small remote village like Shimatsuki Village, Ian has also heard a lot of stories about Roger. The old people in the village tell the most about the legend of One Piece/King of Pirates, so when Ian went and he saw this execution platform, he suddenly felt a little dazed in his mind. Ace also stopped far in front of the execution platform. He raised his head and looked up at the top of the execution platform, silently saying nothing. Seeing this scene, Ian couldn't help sighing. He finally knew why Ace came to Logetown, and he chose to come during the time when Garp was not there, not because Logetown was very close to the entrance of the Great Airway, but because Ace wanted to come and see where his titular real father Roger was executed. He can understand Ace's mood at the moment, because he hates Roger. One Piece/King of Pirates Roger did not fulfill any father's responsibilities, not only did not bring any glory to Ace, but brought Marine's endless pursuit. Killing. In order to avoid Marine's investigation, Ace's mother just gave birth to him after 20 months of pregnancy, and then died of exhaustion. He had no father and mother since he was a child, and he also carried the sinful bloodline of Rocheron Piece/King of Pirates. What Ace heard from people was all hatred and disgust for One Piece/King of Pirates, which made Ace want to die for a time. That's it. If it weren't for the presence of Luffy and Garp and the care they gave to his family, Ace would have ended his life long ago. For Roger, Ace is resentful. He never wants to admit that he is Roger's son, but even so, he still wants to see the place where the man died. This is a very complex psychology, and it is estimated that even many psychologists may not be able to describe it. In fact, Ace is really a poor person. Walking up from the back, Ian came to Ace, patted his shoulder and said, "Want to go up and have a look? I'll accompany you." Ian was also a little hot at this time, and he was very impulsive. He could no longer think about what kind of commotion would be caused when he boarded the execution stand with Ace. He just thought that maybe AI should really be let go. Go up and take a look. However, what he didn't expect was that Ace was calmer than he thought at this time, pulled down his hat brim a little, covered his eyes. Ace said, "No need, just take a look here." It's strange that Ace didn't ask why Ian knew his mood. Perhaps after hearing familiar names from Ian one after another, Ace had subconsciously thought that Ian had learned something about himself from Garp, and felt that Ian had learned something about himself from Garp, and has a deep relationship with herself. Sure enough, Ian shrugged and said in the next second, "Whatever you want, but if it's Luffy, it will definitely go up." Ian originally said was that Luffy was on the execution stand 3 years later. Hearing it in Ace's ears, it became confirmation of his guess, so he also laughed and said, "Yeah, if it is I'd definitely do this if my stupid brother." Chapter 52 Wongbakwan is the real fight. It seems that the mention of Luffy's one-celled idiot made Ace feel better. He turned his head to look at the bustling tourists around him, watching these people gather in twos and threes, taking pictures of himself with the execution platform as the background, so he said sarcastically, "Look, if One Piece/King of Pirates knew if the place where he was executed will become an attraction after so many years, and then be used by some small businessmen to make money, I wonder what he will think. Maybe, he will charge protection fees for these small businessmen." Ian shrugged and replied, causing Ace to burst into laughter. Ian himself felt that his answer was very cold and humorous, so he couldn't help laughing along. In the eyes of tourists looking at fools, Ian and Ace were so unscrupulously laughing under the execution platform. After a while, Ian finally stopped laughing, coughed, and said, "Okay, I watched it, laughed and laughed, now you have no regrets, right? Then you have to do the right thing to do. Go to meet Garp with me obediently." "No." Ace shook his head resolutely and said, "I swore that I must live free and have no regrets in my life. I want to be a pirate, not a marine, so I can't go with you." See stone handcuffs hanging on his right hand, but opened his posture to face Ian. It was obvious that if he wanted to take me away, he would knock me down. Ian couldn't help shaking his head. It seemed that Sabo's experience had a deep impact on Ace. Even now that Sabo was not dead, he couldn't change his mind. Although he hated his father, he did not hesitate to walk up to him. "The same way as my father. Looks like it's still going to be a real fight." Ian pulled out the long knife behind him. Ace has Ace's insistence. Similarly, Ian also has Ian's insistence. Since there is a conflict between the two insistences, only the weaker will compromise with the stronger. The atmosphere between the two gradually became dignified, and many tourists in the square also began to notice the two of them fighting with each other. Seeing Ian holding a weapon with sharp eyes, some timid women even let out sharp expressions. Cry. They knew that this was probably the start of another private fight between the two pirates. Sure enough, the next second, Ian and Ace suddenly moved, and a huge explosive force erupted from their feet at the same time, and they rushed towards each other. Ian slashed diagonally and slashed towards Ace. At this moment, he didn't care whether he would hurt Ace or not. He directly used the blade to slash. Although Ace didn't have any weapons, Ian took advantage of the Evil Eye Master's passive effect. You can see that Ace's aura exudes a faint yellow light, which means that in terms of Deo strength, Ace at this time is on a par with him. Facing such an opponent, if you think about throwing water and attacking with the back of your knife, it would be disrespecting your opponent and disrespecting yourself. Seeing Ian's knife coming, Ace didn't flinch, but suddenly his left arm punched, hitting Ian's broad blade fiercely from the side. A burst of great force came, and the knife Ian slashed involuntarily changed its trajectory and passed by Ace. Taking this opportunity, Ace's right fist also slammed into Ian's face. Come. When the blade was deflected by Ace's punch, Ian knew that Ace's fist was more powerful than he thought, so in the face of Ace's right punch, Ian didn't dare to let him hit him, so at the moment when he was about to hit, he launched a flash. The footsteps moved to Ace's right side instantly, and Ian waved his knife up, but a strange thing happened. Even though his flash speed was quite fast, Ace seemed to have foreseen it in advance, and suddenly rolled over at the same time. A kick from the heel hit Ian's wrist. Ian felt that there seemed to be a wave of energy in Ace similar to neon, so he suddenly understood that this was Haki's fluctuation. This guy, Ace, has now mastered a little how to use haki. And it's observation haki. After being kicked in the wrist by him, Ian's flash naturally couldn't go on, and the faint soreness on his wrist reminded Ian that Ace's fighting technique is quite powerful. In fact, as long as you think about it a little, you can understand that Garp is good at fighting technique. As the grandfather of Ace and Luffy, when he is training them, he must also be training the fighting technique. The first defeat in the fight aroused Ian's competitive spirit, increased his speed to the extreme, and disappeared in place in an instant. Even if Ace's observation haki could sense his attack, at this speed, Ian would and wanted to see if he could still react. Not good. Eston was shocked when he found that Ian had disappeared in place. Although he could sense the direction of Ian's movement, he found that Ian had slashed 7 slashes at him in an instant. The speed is faster than the speed under your feet. Ace knew that he was afraid that he would not be able to escape, so he tightened his muscles and took Ian's 7 cuts. Chi. Ian's knife hit Ace's body, but found that the knife encountered strong resistance when he cut it down. Although Ace's body instantly burst into 6 blood flowers, the wound was not deep. Ian just finished it. After the slash, Ace ignored his injury, seized the opportunity to hug Ian, and when he knocked Ian to the ground, he hit Ian with his elbow in the face. This time Ian's nose was also bleeding from him. He struggled to get up, but was pressed down by Ace and punched down again. Ian is also on fire now. He found that this guy Ace used a method like a brawler, but it was very effective for him. If he was pressed in this way, his swordsmanship could not be used at all. So Ian simply threw the long knife in his hand, and also punched Ace in the face, and this time, Ian used the evil King Yan killing fist, with a raging flame in his hand. Ace was startled by Ian's punch, and hurriedly raised his head to dodge, letting Ian's fist graze under his chin, almost burning his. And taking this opportunity, Ian suddenly exerted a force on his waist, and in turn overturned Ace to the ground and pressed him. "You're shameful!" Ace shouted when he was being pinned down, trying to stretch his legs against Ian's back with his knees. "I don't need to hit you like a flame." Ian punched Ace in the face, which was considered to be avenging his previous revenge. This time, he didn't use the evil king flame to kill the fist. After taking a bite, Ace also counterattacked, punching Ian in the waist, and while Ian was in pain, he overturned Ian again. "In this way, the two of you lift me once, and I lift you once, and wrestle on the ground." The surrounding tourists watched the scene from a distance, from the beginning panic, but now they want to laugh. What was originally a serious duel turned into a fight between kings and 8 fists in the end. I don't know how many laps they rolled. Both of them had bruised noses and swollen faces, and the fight was dripping with blood, but neither of them gave in. Although the way of fighting has changed, in the eyes of the two, they can also distinguish themselves. It's not that you really want to kill the other party, so this way of fighting is also acceptable. However, at this moment, the two people who were tumbling suddenly heard a light click. The two were stunned for a moment and looked down, only to find that the light sound just now was from the sea stone handcuffs on Ace's hands, but they were not unlocked, but buckled. Ian's left hand was buckled. It is estimated that the fight just now was too intense. I don't know how to get the sea stone handcuffs. How did this happen? The two of them stared dumbfoundedly at the two arms that were handcuffed together, unable to turn for a while. This time the two hands are tied together. How can this fight? Why don't you stop for a while and wait until I untie the handcuffs before continuing? Ian asked Ace. Ace nodded, "Okay, just do it." So the two got up, endured the pain all over their bodies, picked up the hats that fell from the tumbling, and put them on each. "Your hat is so stupid." Ace still complained at this time. Ian rolled his eyes at him and said, "Yours isn't much better." Then he started rummaging in his trouser pocket for the key. When Garp gave him the handcuffs, he even gave him the key. Ian had always kept it in his trouser pocket, but when he groped, he found that the key was missing. Oops. Oops. Ian was anxious, and hurriedly touched it again, only to find that it really wasn't. No way. Ace was also anxious. He didn't want to be tied to Ian all the time, and quickly asked, "The key is missing? Did it fall out during the fight just now?" "Maybe." Ian patted his forehead and said, "Let's look for it quickly." So in a hurry, the two wanted to split up to search, but they forgot that their hands were still handcuffed together, and when they separated, they were pulled back. "Look here first," Ian said. "No, look for this side first." Ace disagreed. "I rolled over from this side when I rolled just now." After arguing for a bit, the two decided to look in the same direction together. Because of the fight between the two, there was no one around and they all avoided it, so there is no need to hurry. If it falls out, it should be very easy on the open space. Easy to find. But what they didn't know was that when the two of them scuffled just now, the tumbling distance was actually a bit far. The place at the beginning was occupied by some tourists at this time, and they were all here to watch the fun. In the crowd, a thin man with the appearance of a pirate was quietly stepping on a key on the ground with his foot, pretending to be nonchalant and bending over to pick it up, and after seeing that he didn't notice his movements, I squeezed out the crowd and left the scene in a hurry. Chapter 53 Forgot something. Look, can't find it? What should I do now? More than half an hour later, Ian and Ace had almost searched the square, but they could not find the key. You look in your pocket again? Ace suggested. Ian said angrily, I don't know how many times I've turned it over, if it doesn't, it doesn't. He feels regretful now. Since he went to sea, he first met Buggy, then Johnny and Joseph, and finally Ace. They all said that if they were with Dufa for a long time, they would be infected, but it happened, these three people's funny attributes are quite high, so that they were infected unknowingly, and they would fight like a child on the ground with this guy Ace, and now they don't even have the keys. Holy crap, these jokes are scary. Now that he found that the handcuffs could not be opened, this guy Ace even laughed and said, "That's right, or you and I go to sea and become a pirate. The Spade Pirates I set up is now alone, I'm here to be your co-captain." "Fuck off." Ian roared after hearing this. "Then why don't you tell me, you can just follow me to sea, Garp?" After speaking, Ian was stunned for a moment. Yes, the key was lost, then go to Garp to find a way, he doesn't have a spare key or something. As a result, after Ian excitedly told Ace about this, Ace directly punched Ian in the face. Ian was caught off guard and almost got hit, turned his head to dodge and said angrily, "What are you doing? Don't want to open the handcuffs?" "I said, I won't go to see the old man." Ace clenched his fists and said sternly, "Although I know he wants me to be Marine for my own good, but that's not my original intention. If the handcuffs really can't be opened, then just cut off my wrist." Feeling the determination in Ace's words, Ian couldn't help but have a headache. Garp really gave him a good task. How could he have thought that Ace was so stubborn? Forget it," Ian said deflatedly, seeing Garp. "Let's talk about it separately. Find a way to open the handcuffs first. It's inconvenient for me, and it's also inconvenient for you." Asked Ace to sit cross-legged on the ground together, and after the two put their handcuffed hands together, Ian picked up his sword, Saint's long sword, aimed at the middle of the handcuffs, and wanted to chop it off. Wait. Ace suddenly called out, "Are you okay? Your hands won't shake, right? What if you cut me?" Ian almost fell to the ground, roaring, "Didn't you just say that if you can't open it, you will cut off your wrist? Why are you scared now?" Ace scratched his head and said, "But that's a last resort. Since you won't take me to see the old man for the time being, why should I chop off my own wrist?" Ian didn't know what to say. He found that talking to Ace was really tiring sometimes, so he had to change the subject and said, "Don't worry, I won't be able to cut you off." After speaking, Ian tried his best to cut down the knife in his hand. Clang! There was a metallic sound, the blade slashed on the handcuffs, and a spark flew out. Ian has practiced swords for so many years, and when the blade touched the surface of the handcuffs, he felt something was wrong. This sea stone was even harder than he thought. It can be said that it has exceeded the hardness of ordinary steel. Sure enough, although there were sparks, there was no trace left on the surface of the handcuffs. Huh? I still don't believe it. Ian frowned and raised the long knife in his hand again. This time, he wrapped some psychic energy around the blade. It was cut down again, and this time it seemed to be a little useful. There was a small dent on the connecting chain of the handcuffs. But very diving. No way. Ian cried out in surprise, "Not even that? Could it be that if you want to destroy the sea stone handcuffs, you have to materialize your thoughts before you can do it? Ha ha ha, it's hard to do now." Ace also laughed. Ian turned his head to look around, and found that there were still many tourists staring at them. When the two fought before, maybe it was because there were only two people fighting, so no one has reported it to the town. The sheriff or marine? Well, it may have been reported, but they were too lazy to care. Until now, no one has interfered with them, it's just for fun. But Ian knew that the next moment might really attract attention. "Listen to Ace," Ian said sternly to Ace, "I'll try again later, whether it works or not, we have to leave here first." "Oh. Good." Ace nodded in understanding. Ian held the sword Saint's long sword in his hand and took a long sigh. Evil King Yan kills the sword. Then, a blazing flame burst out from the blade. Oh. When Ace saw this scene, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "So you are the same as Luffy." And those tourists who were still watching the excitement screamed in shock, "Strange, monster." For navigators, they can understand devil fruit and what is going on, but for ordinary residents, this kind of thing is too far away from them. Here is East Blue again, not devil fruit on the Great Route. There are so many capable people as dogs, so as soon as these tourists see incredible phenomena happening, they immediately treat Ian as a monster. The same goes for Smoker, who will be here in the future. After they reacted, they immediately screamed and fled, believing that Marine from Logtown would arrive soon. Ian is not afraid, but Ace is a pirate. If Marine knew his identity, he would definitely catch him. This is why Ian told Ace that he would leave after one try. He couldn't let other Marines catch Ace. The only one who could catch Ace was Ian himself. It's not enough. Feeling the psychic power attached to the flame, Ian gritted his teeth and continued to increase the output of psychic power. The flame on the blade, with the output of Ian's mind energy, gradually became solid from the beginning, and then the orange flame gradually turned light blue, which was caused by the increase of mind energy. The color change caused by the increase in temperature. In such a short period of time, Ian has used almost 100 energy points, which he has just recovered from in the past 2 days. After feeling that it was almost over, Ian raised the blade and inserted it into the chain of the handcuffs. I thought that sea stone could be melted with the help of high temperature, but what I didn't expect was that there were bursts of energy fluctuations from the sea stone handcuffs, which were offsetting the flames on Ian's knife little by little. This kind of weird offset went very fast. After Ian only cut the chain in half, it couldn't go on anymore, and the flame on the knife went out. Efficient. But not enough. Seeing that the sea stone chain was cut with a dent, but it was still slightly connected, Ian and Ace both pulled hard to one side, but couldn't break it. No, it looks like I have to come again. Ian was out of breath at this time. He had used up so much psychic energy in such a short period of time, and the feeling of exhaustion reappeared on him, so he had to Ace, "We can only wait for tomorrow." "Okay." Ace had no objection, nodded and said, "Then let's get out of here first." Then the two rushed into the crowd and left the execution platform square before Marine arrived. When he returned to the central street, the sky was slowly darkening, and Ace made a rumbling sound in his stomach, obviously hungry. "Let's go eat." Ace looked around for restaurants on the street. Ian asked speechlessly, "Eating? Are you rich?" "No." Ace laughed. "So, you're going to continue eating the bawang meal, right?" Ian knew this expression for a long time, and said with a headache, "Don't go to the restaurant, just find a hotel to stay, and if you want something to eat, let the hotel prepare it. I still have some money here, it should be enough to pay, right?" At the end of the day, Ian suddenly lost his confidence, because he remembered Ace's amazing appetite. So the two found a clean hotel in the town. It was a double room. There were 2 beds in one room. In order to prevent others from seeing the handcuffs, Ian took off his clothes and covered the handcuffs. The food he ordered was also for the owner of the hotel. It was brought to the room, but the 2 big men were together wherever they went, which inevitably attracted the strange eyes of the hotel owner. Damn it, kill people. The hotel owner didn't know what unhealthy things were in his mind. In this headache, Ian ate dinner with Ace, and then lay down on the bed with their heads raised. He is very lucky now that Ace's right hand and his left handcuff are cuffed together, not 2 handcuffed together, otherwise, it will be troublesome to even sleep. He didn't want to share a bed with Ace. "I've been drifting at sea for a few days. Ian hasn't touched a soft bed for a long time." After lying down for a while, he entered a state of stupor. At this time, he felt as if he had forgotten something. What about Johnny and Joseph? Why haven't you seen them since? Forget it, those 2 guys should take care of themselves. Thinking of this, Ian fell asleep amid Ace's snoring. However, what he didn't know was that at this time in the sea outside Logtown, dozens of large ships were anchoring and mooring here. This is a huge fleet, each of which is a large sea ship, and the ships are of different types. At first glance, you may think that this is a caravan. However, the black pirate flag hanging on the top of each ship's mast indicates the identity of the fleet, which is a pirate group. A huge pirate group. On the black pirate flag, a skull is depicted, and on both sides of the skull, there is an hourglass pattern. A navigator with a little knowledge will probably exclaim immediately when he sees this pirate flag. This is the flag of the largest pirate group in East Blue, the Krieg Pirates. At this time, the night was dark, and lights were lit on every pirate ship, but on the largest ship at the forefront of the fleet, there were bursts of screams from the cabin. This ship is the flagship of the Krieg Pirates, known as Krieg, the overlord of East Blue. At this time, he is sitting in the cabin, sitting boldly and grandiosely on a chair, smoking a cigar leisurely, and watching coldly at the same time. Two people being beaten by a group of pirates. After the pirates had fought enough and dispersed, Krieg said with a gloomy expression, "Are you willing to say it now?" The two people who were beaten were already weakly lying on the ground and could not get up. Their bodies were swollen, and even their mouths were full of blood. Their appearance was so miserable that it was almost impossible for people to recognize their original appearance. See, on one of his cheeks could still be seen vaguely. If Ian was here, he would probably recognize it, because the two people who were beaten were Johnny and Joseph. Chapter 54 Multi-Party Convergence. The reason why Ian didn't think about where Johnny and Joseph were going was because he thought that when he was chasing Ace, Johnny and Joseph were lost. After all, there were so many people in the square at that time that Johnny and Joseph could not find themselves. Very normal. And there is one more point: Johnny and Joseph followed him at the time, and these two guys posted it upside down. Ian just felt that these two guys had a sense of justice and could come forward, so I invited them to eat a meal. It is a thank you, and I don't have a deep friendship with them. So after Johnny and Joseph were gone, Ian didn't think too much. But he forgot that Johnny and Joseph were there when he captured the Krieg Pirates. The presence of Krieg Pirates on Logetown is not an accidental phenomenon. With the current scale of the Krieg Pirates, attacking ordinary small villages cannot meet their needs, so they still need to buy supplies in big cities, but Garp still, when they were in Logetown, the Krieg Pirates did not dare to land in Logetown, but during this time Garp left, and the Krieg Pirates who got the news rushed to supply supplies in the town. The group of pirates that Ian caught was actually one of the members of the Krieg Pirates who were sent to purchase supplies, but what they didn't expect was that this group of people was caught because they wanted to rob Ian on a temporary basis. There are 20 or 30 people, so there must be more people. After this group was captured by Ian and sent to Marine Base, other members of the Krieg Pirates scattered in the town naturally got the news, so they called the Cotter Iron. Led by Baibara, the Krieg Pirates immediately wanted to find Ian and the others for revenge. But at that time, Ian happened to chase Ace to the execution platform square, so that Taibibera only caught Johnny and Joseph, the two slow runners. That's why Johnny and Joseph are on the Krieg ship. They were brought here. Hearing Krieg's question, Johnny and Joseph raised their heads with difficulty and said, Didn't we say that, the arrests, just the two of us, no one else?" As a result, the iron wall bara next to him smashed his hand into Johnny's face with the round iron shield in his hand. Johnny pouted, and a mouthful of blood was knocked out, splashing on the wall beside him, dyed a bright red color. "Do you think I'm an idiot?" Krieg said with a gloomy face. "My people told me that there were 3 pirate hunters in total, but you told me there was no one else?" "Indeed, not really." Johnny couldn't speak, so Joseph said, "It was both of us who did it." Krieg snorted and stood up, worthy of being the overlord pirate group of East Blue at present. Krieg is unusually tall and majestic. He is wearing a majestic going armor. He is indeed very hacky. Humanity, the people who moved my Krieg pirates thought it would be okay to lie and take the responsibility. Since you are unwilling to reveal who the third pirate hunter is, then fight until you say it. Following Krieg's order, the surrounding pirates swarmed up again, beating Johnny and Joseph. After Johnny and Joseph had a large pool of blood under them, the pirates stopped again. How about it, don't you want to say it now? Krieg looked at the two of them playfully. However, Johnny and Joseph, who had been beaten and screamed, still gritted their teeth and refused to speak. Even Joseph stretched out his hand tremblingly and took out a wrinkled stick from his pocket. The cigarette he held in his mouth, said, although, we were weak, but, don't underestimate our loyalty. You. The blue veins on Krieg's forehead jumped, and Joseph's words undoubtedly stimulated him. Feeling that his majesty was being challenged, Krieg roared, beat. Hit me to death. Next, Johnny and Joseph were brutally beaten again, and they finally couldn't bear it and fainted. But from the beginning to the end, they never asked for mercy, let alone confessed Ian's name. Krieg leader, they fainted. What to do? Tibabara asked aside. Krieg thought for a while, then sneered, come on a few people and throw them to Logtown overnight. If they don't say anything, then let the third pirate hunter come to the door by himself. Soon, a few pirates came up, lifted up the muddy Johnny and Joseph, sent them to a small boat, and then rowed the boat to Logtown. Get everyone ready. As soon as the remaining pirate hunter shows up tomorrow, catch him to meet me. Krieg told his subordinates again. Then, Chief, those brothers who are imprisoned in Marine Base, do we want to save them? A pirate asked cautiously. What do you do to save them? Krieg sneered, if I lose the reputation of my Krieg pirates, let them stay in prison for the rest of their lives. Hearing Krieg's words, the pirates around couldn't help but fight a cold war, but they didn't dare to say anything at all. Are actually two ports in Logtown. The one on the east is the largest port. The direction where the Krieg pirates are moored is here, and at the same time, at the port on the west side, a pirate is also moored. Ferry. It's Buggy's Biketerp. At this moment, Buggy was in the cabin of the Biketerp, holding a key in his hand and laughing loudly. Ha 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 ha. Isn't this the key to Seastone's handcuffs? Buggy laughed so hard that her waist couldn't stand up. After a while, she wiped the tears from her laughter and asked a thin pirate in front of him, did you see clearly? That kid named Ian was really handcuffed? Absolutely not wrong. The skinny pirate was a member of the Buggy Pirates, and he swore to himself, I was in the square at the time, and the pirate hunter named Ian was fighting with people. As for who to fight with? I don't know, maybe it's the pirate he's trying to catch. I saw the key that fell from him, and I quietly stepped on it and picked it up. Ha ha, well done. Buggy patted the skinny pirate happily and said, this time you have made a great contribution, so let's make you a sailor. The skinny pirate was overjoyed and thanked again and again. But Buggy didn't have time to pay any attention to his thanks. She touched her chin and looked at the key in her hand, and began to think. The keys of the Seastone handcuffs are specially made, and they have the ingredients of Seastone in them. Buggy is a devil fruit power user, so when he got the key, he noticed it, although he was very surprised that Ian had the Seastone handcuffs on his body. Surprised, but when he heard the report of the skinny pirate, Buggy realized that his opportunity had come. From the Marine Base prison in Shellstown, Buggy contacted the gang of men who escaped by boat. In a pirate group, the captain is the authority. Generally speaking, without the captain's permission, the members of the pirate group could not leave the pirate group without authorization. At that time, the pirates who escaped on the Biketerp also knew that their captain might escape, so they did not dare to attack the idea of Buggy treasures and ships, but they were loyal back to the team. Although he escaped successfully, Buggy still gritted his teeth with hatred. The experience of being caught this time was a shame and humiliation for him. If he was caught by Marine, he could still figure it out, but the one who caught himself turned out to be a little-known pirate hunter kid. Thinking that his buggy was a pirate returning from the Great Route, how could he swallow his breath? Down. So after escaping, the first thing that Buggy thought of was to seek revenge for Ian. His Audiobook was a big ship. He left Shellstown 2 days late, and he made a special detour to avoid Garp's warship, but he finally caught up when Ian reached Logetown. However, he was somewhat apprehensive about Ian's bizarre abilities, so although he had been chasing Ian's trail, he never dared to show up to face Ian. He has been thinking about what kind of fruit person Ian is. This is the case when facing devil fruit power users. If you don't know what fruit the opponent is eating, then you can only rely on you to judge and guess during the battle. This is easy to lose. He carefully asked his subordinates and confirmed that when Ian first boarded the Audiobook, he did swim up from the sea, but when Ian grabbed him, the flames on his fist and the knife were also really. This is where Buggy's brains are the most. A devil fruit person, but can swim? Not too possible. Buggy is willing to believe that when Ian swam from the sea to his boat, he used some special means. It is impossible to eliminate the disadvantages of devil fruit ability users. So, when the skinny pirate in charge of stalking brought back the Seastone handcuff key to Buggy and told Ian that he was handcuffed, Buggy laughed so loudly. Even if there are special means to get wet in the sea, it is absolutely impossible to be handcuffed by Seastone, right? Little ones. Buggy stood up suddenly and shouted, "Get ready, come to Logetown tomorrow, the chance for revenge has come." Woo! The members of the Buggy Pirates also shouted loudly. The two groups of pirates both stared at Ian at the same time and wanted to take revenge on him. However, is this the end? Do not. It's not over yet. At this time, on the windless belt of the Great Route, a marine warship was driving. Although it was night, the watchman on the observation deck saw the outline of an island through the faint starlight. "Colonel Smoker. I can already see the island where Logetown is located." The lookout shouted from above, "If everything goes well, it is expected to arrive at Logetown early tomorrow morning." "Got it?" On the deck, a man covered in smoke with 2 cigars in his mouth at the same time responded, and then continued to smoke, the fireworks flickering in the dark night. "Krieg Pirates, Buggy Pirates, Marine Colonel Smoker, plus Ian and Ace, Logetown is destined to usher in a huge event after dawn." Chapter 55 Commotion. The next morning, Ian woke up early in the morning, a good habit he had developed while in Shimatsuki village. However, when I woke up, Ian found that Ace on the other bed had already fallen asleep at this time. This guy slept well, and because of the handcuffs, Ian was almost pulled down. Shaking his head speechlessly, Ian woke Ace. The two left the room together, washed their faces with some water, and went to the hotel to prepare breakfast. The breakfast provided in the hotel is not delicious, but the two of them don't care that much, as long as they can fill their stomachs. While eating, Ian checked his mind energy value. Ian is now level 6. The increase in his own attributes and the bonus of 2 cards make him now have a total of 112 points of psychic energy. When he cut Seastone's handcuffs with the Evil King flame-killing sword yesterday, he almost lost his psychic energy. It was exhausted, but due to his intermediate mindfulness practice skills, he could recover 5 mindfulness points per hour, so after a night's rest, he now recovered more than 40 mindfulness points. According to Ian's estimation, this thought energy should be enough to cut off the chain. Mindfulness has always been a big problem restricting Ian. Although the intermediate mindfulness training skill can provide an additional mindfulness percentage, but because the skill is too troublesome to exercise, it must consume a little mindfulness to gain a little proficiency. Degree, that is to say, even if Ian keeps practicing his reading skills day and night, he can only increase his proficiency by 100 or so in more than 20 hours. he is still a long way from the advanced meditation practice skills. And Ian also discovered one thing, that is, he can't generate thoughts by himself. This can be seen from the basic attributes. When it was still level 1, the strength value, speed value, and life value were all a little basic value, but it happened that the energy value was completely zero. All of his current energy values are obtained after upgrading and card bonuses. So Ian has always wondered, what is the essence of mind energy? Is it just to allow himself to use the skills of cards? These more esoteric questions, Ian still does not know. Returning to his senses, Ian looked at Ace, whose mouth was full of food and his cheeks were bulging, and said to him, "After I cut the chain, you'd better go meet Garp with me. After all, the chain disconnected, but the handcuffs are still on the wrist, and I have to find a way to open it." In the end, Ace shook his head and said, "If you don't go, you won't go if you say you won't go." "Why?" Ian said with a headache. "What's the problem with seeing your grandfather? Even if you don't want to be Marine, you can just tell him in person if you don't want to. You've been hiding like this, don't you think you'll never see him? You don't understand." Ace said, "The old man is actually a stubborn old man. He communicates with us with fists. I told him how many times since I was a child that I am not a Marine, but he just doesn't listen. Beat me every time. It really doesn't make sense to him." Ian didn't know how to answer, so he finally had to grit his teeth and say, "Are you really going to force me to arrest you?" Ace turned his head to look at Ian a little strangely, and asked him, "Why do you have to arrest me? Is it because the old man is Marine Vice Admiral, so you want to flatter him? You want to be Marine?" Ian hesitated for a moment, then told Ace the truth, and said, "I need to use your grandfather's power to help me save someone." "Save who?" Ace asked curiously. "My junior sister." Ian said, "Although I have no blood relationship with her, I have always regarded her as my own sister. She has been in a coma now. I want to try if I can find Marine through your grandfather. Famous doctor. Haha. That's how it is." Ace laughed, straightening the hat on his head, and said, "This is easy. I wrote a letter to the old man saying that I have been caught by you, so the task of explaining to you is considered completed. Can you not put conditions on him when the time comes?" "Is this possible?" Ian said uncertainly. "He told me that he would arrest you dozens of times until you give up being a pirate." This time, even Ace was speechless. The old man was as strict as ever, and he had to be arrested dozens of times. Afterwards, Ace asked the hotel owner for a paper and a pen, and just lay down on the dining table to write a letter. No matter if it works or not, he has to try it, and he went to sea alone, and he also wanted to say something to Garp, just in time. Take this opportunity to complete it together. When Ace was writing the letter, it was naturally impossible for Ian to come over and look at it, so he watched the hotel boredly while eating. At this moment, an original resident of the hotel ran in from the outside and said with a panicked expression, "No, there is something wrong in the town." One sentence immediately caught the attention of many passengers who were eating breakfast, and they quickly asked the man, "What's the matter? Did a pirate appear?" The traveler who reported the letter nodded and said, "It's from the Krieg pirates." As soon as they heard the name, people in the hotel suddenly screamed. Some timid travelers even stood up in a hurry and wanted to run outside. For a time, there was a lot of chicken flying in the hotel. Seeing this scene, the passenger who reported the letter hurriedly said, "Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. The Krieg pirates didn't call. They just appeared in the central street square. They don't seem to be here to rob." The passengers breathed a sigh of relief. Ian looked at the scene in the hotel with some surprise. "I didn't expect the reputation of the Krieg pirates to be so great. It was just a piece of news that scared the people in the hotel like this?" Under the people's questioning, The traveler who reported the letter gave a detailed account of what he saw and said, "I got up early this morning, so I went out for a walk, only to find that the marine from the town was suddenly dispatched to the square. Going in the direction, as soon as I was curious, I wanted to follow the past, but when I got there, I found that more than 500 pirates from the Creek Pirates were standing in the square." 5. More than 500 people? The passengers were startled again when they heard this number. "Yeah, what a big battle." The traveler also said with lingering fears, almost all the Marines in the town were dispatched, and they were confronting the pirates at the time, but the strange thing is that the Creek Pirates did not start with Marine. When the fight started, they put down 2 people covered in blood on the square, then they held their hands and stood aside, and there was nothing else to do. Didn't fight? The passengers were surprised and asked, "Then Marine didn't catch them either?" "Don't be ridiculous. Marine's number is not as many as them." The traveler who reported the letter retorted, "Don't you know the size of the Creek Pirates? 500 people showed up, wouldn't there be more people lurking around? In town?" "That's right." The passengers said in fear, "Marine on Log Town, I'm afraid there are only 500 people. When you start, you don't know which side will win. There's something big going on in town. Let's get out of here," someone suggested. This statement aroused the approval of many people, so they hurriedly returned to the room to pack their luggage, but there were also some daring people who were still asking the passenger who reported the letter, "You said that the Creek Pirates put down 2 blood-covered people. People? What's going on?" "I don't know either." The traveler shrugged and said, "But looking at their appearance, it seems that they are showing the 2 people on the square. It seems, to seek revenge." "Seeking revenge? It's indeed possible." Everyone said in a loud voice, "Who are those 2 unlucky bastards who dared to provoke the Creek Pirates?" "I don't know, but I seem to have heard that the 2 people covered in blood are pirate hunters." The traveler who reported the letter said. Hearing this, Ian suddenly squeaked inwardly. I don't know why, when I heard the words pirate hunter, Ian suddenly thought of Johnny and Joseph who disappeared yesterday. He couldn't help thinking that way, after all, he just caught the Creek Pirates yesterday. Thinking of this, Ian immediately understood what was going on. Huodis stood up, and when the handcuffs were involved, Ace, who was writing the letter, shook his hand, and suddenly left a large trace on the paper, and he lifted it in surprise. He looked up at Ian and said, "What's the matter with you?" Ian didn't speak. He pulled out the long knife behind his back, a raging flame burst out, and cut off the chain of handcuffs between the 2. More than 40 points of psychic energy, and it was still at the position where I cut it yesterday. I immediately fused the chain in half. After all, the chain is buckled up by 1 link. After half of the fuse is broken, the rest is very hard, and the pulling force is also reduced by half. Ian struggled hard and finally broke the chain. Neon energy was completely empty, and Ian only felt exhausted for a while, and said to Ace, "After you write the letter, put it with the hotel owner. I will pick it up when the time comes. If you want to leave later, you can do it yourself. Let's go, this time I'll let you go." "What are you going to do?" Ace asked curiously. "Go kill." Ian lowered the brim of his hat, put the long knife on his back, turned and walked out of the hotel. The guests in the hotel also noticed the flames on Ian's knife just now, so they watched Ian go out in a stunned manner. The murderous words left by Ian before he left made all the passengers realize that something was really going to happen. Not only pirates but also monsters came to this town. Only Ace scratched his head and thought for a while, then turned around and sealed his letter, then handed it to the innkeeper hiding behind the cabinet and asked him to keep it for him, and then bowed politely to the innkeeper. "Thanks for the hospitality," and then walked towards the door. Innkeeper hurriedly called out, "Hey, boy, where are you going?" "I'm going to help kill." Ace turned around and smiled. The hotel owner stared blankly at Ace, not knowing how to answer, until after Ace was far away, he suddenly shouted loudly. "Hey! You haven't paid for your accommodation yet." Chapter 56 No Bounty. Walking on the street, Ian didn't know that he and Ace inadvertently completed another trip to the Overlord's dinner. He just noticed the huge commotion in the town, the children playing outside, and the adults at home. Forcibly pulled back home, every store closed the door, and also used the door bolt to resist. It is not said that there is no one on the street, but all they see are people who are trying to escape with their suitcases twisted. Their expressions are all panicked. It is often seen that someone accidentally falls and ends up being arrested. Several people trampled, and the whole of Logtown is now a mess. It was not until this time that Ian truly realized the harm that pirates do to the world. The notoriety of the Krieg pirates, just hearing about it can cause people to panic. What a tragic scene. There is a difference between pirates and pirates. From this point of view, Ian feels that Luffy and their Straw Hat Pirates are not really pirates. To give them a precise definition, they should be wanted by the world government. It's just an adventure group with a bounty. Yes, adventure group. Luffy and the others are just a group of adventurers, not real pirates. The real pirates are the Krieg pirates, who act recklessly, burn, kill, loot, and commit evil. Ian never expected that the people of the Krieg pirates would capture Johnny and Joseph. Judging from the story of the messenger, Johnny and Joseph may have suffered a lot. As for the Krieg pirates appearing in the square in such a high-profile manner, and also throwing Johnny and Joseph covered in blood on the ground for display, Ian thought for a moment and understood what was going on. Krieg see the band of thieves is trying to lure themselves out. However, what makes Ian look strange is why they don't look for themselves directly, but use this method instead. Is it just to demonstrate to other pirate hunters to kill chickens and monkeys? Or is it that Johnny and Joseph didn't say their names and locations at all, so the Krieg pirates can only use this method to fish to get themselves hooked? Ian couldn't figure out the connection, but no matter what, Ian decided to be the last time. Not just to save Johnny and Joseph, but because everyone came to the door, shouldn't they fight back fiercely? Moreover, Krieg's head is worth a lot of money. For Ian, who has now been forced into a financial fanatic by the system, that guy is a walking humanoid Bailey symbol. On the way to the square, I suddenly heard Ace's shout from behind, "Ian! Wait for me!" Looking back, I saw Ace running from behind with his shoulder bag on his back. "Why are you here?" Ian asked in surprise. "This is my business, why are you here?" "Haha, don't be brave." Ace held onto his hat and grinned at Ian. "If I guessed correctly, the flame from the sword consumes a lot of your stamina, right? You tried it once yesterday. Well, you used it again today to open the handcuffs. The tired look on your face can't deceive anyone. Do you still have the strength to fight now?" Fatigue is for sure, but this kind of exhaustion is mental exhaustion, but not physically exhausted. The sequelae persists after the energy is exhausted. Although it is much better than the first strong headache, but it can never be eliminated. Ian was going to explain it to Ace, but it's okay to think about it. If he thinks so, he thinks it. He wants to help out of good intentions, and it's not easy to refuse. And Ian also felt that there were too many people in the Krieg pirates. Although most of them were small gangsters, it was easy to solve them, but it would be very troublesome if there were too many. It is always good to have someone to help. "Okay, let's go." Ian didn't say thank you, but took it straight. So the two ran towards the square, and it didn't take long before they returned to the execution platform square yesterday. The reason why the people of the Krieg pirates appeared here is probably because of the meaning of the execution platform. They presumably wanted to kill the guy who provoked the majesty of their pirates under this execution platform to deter other pirates. Thief Hunter. When Ian and the others arrived, they only saw a large number of Marines surrounded by the Krieg pirates in the center with the muskets in their hands. There can be no ordinary people on the square now. No matter how daring people are, they can only hide from a distance and peek. Stir it in, it is simply courting death. The Marines raised their guns and aimed at the pirates, and the pirates also took out their weapons and stood by, but no one dared to fight. On the Marine side, it is because the intention of the Krieg pirates has not been figured out yet, and the other side does not seem to be here to rob. Even if Marine has the obligation to catch the pirates, it depends on the situation. If not on the pirate side, how could Marine dare to do it first? The same is true for the Krieg pirates. They were told by Krieg before they came that they had better not start a war if they could not start a war with Marine, because once the Marine soldiers suffered heavy casualties, the Marine Vice Admiral Garp in East Blue would be still at that time. I'm afraid that chasing the ends of the earth will kill the Krieg pirates. Although Krieg is arrogant, he is still jealous of Garp, the legendary sea soldier. Unable to move, Marine could only choose to shout first. A Marine with the rank of captain, holding a loudspeaker, shouted to the pirates, "You are surrounded, immediately put down your weapons and capture them." When Ian arrived, he just heard the shouting, and suddenly felt a strange feeling. In the movie, the police seem to act like this when they shout to the criminals, but I have never seen any criminals obedient after shouting. "Surrendered." Krieg pirate group suddenly cheered as soon as these words were shouted. "Go away. We're not here to trouble you. Yes. If you want your own life, get out of here." What about Marine? We Krieg pirates have never been afraid. The pirates didn't buy it, so Captain Marine was also very embarrassed. The person in charge of the Logtown base had just been transferred, but Colonel Smoker, who took over, had not arrived yet. As a result, such a big thing has suddenly happened. The highest rank in the base is he was gone, but he had no countermeasures for this. He wanted to grit his teeth and order an attack, but he was worried that he would not be able to bear the consequences, so he hesitated for a while. In this strange atmosphere, Ian and Ace pushed aside the Marine soldiers and walked towards the encirclement. A Marine soldier found him and quickly grabbed him and said, "What are you doing? Get out of here quickly, this is not something that ordinary people can participate in. Are you all dying to watch the fun? Don't worry." Ian patted him on the shoulder and said, "What these pirates are looking for is me, and we are not ordinary people." Under the blank eyes of the Marine soldiers, Ian and Ace squeezed out of the crowd and stood in the field. All of a sudden, everyone's eyes were focused on the two of them. "Who are you?" a pirate asked stupidly. Ian grabbed the hat and pressed it down, making it tighter, then smiled and said, "Aren't you looking for me? That's why I'm here." "Looking for you? You?" The pirate who spoke was still a little unresponsive, but for some reason, after seeing the smile on Ian's face, he suddenly froze, and he couldn't say anything more. Ian ignored the stunned pirates, walked to Johnny and Joseph lying on the ground, and squatted down to see their situation. Johnny and Joseph were beaten so badly that if it wasn't for their weak breathing, Ian would have thought they were dead. When Ian patted Johnny lightly, he heard Johnny murmur, I can say, don't say." He was completely in a coma, but he still said such words unconsciously, which made Ian's eyes even more gloomy. Seeing Ian's actions, the pirates finally understood that this boy with a bare-eared hat who just appeared was the third pirate hunter that the Krieg leader asked them to find. "Go. Kill him." The pirates burst out all of a sudden, clamoring and rushing towards Ian immediately. However, when the nearest pirates just rushed in front of Ian, they suddenly saw several flashes of sword light, and the next second, the fastest pirates suddenly disintegrated. Among them, some were divided into two halves from the top of their heads, and some were separated from the upper body and the lower body. No matter what the situation was, they all had one thing in common. They were all cut into two pieces by Ian. The blood of Bangfei was sprayed out instantly after the disintegration of these pirates. The scene was like a rain of blood, and the dripping blood was stained on Ian. He was in the blood rain, holding a long knife and raising his head. Looked at the pirates and showed a smile. "I'm in a bad mood today, so your bounty." "I don't want it." Chapter 57 Mora. Not to mention the pirates, even the marine soldiers in the back were frightened by the bloody scene that suddenly appeared. Marine soldiers with poor psychological quality had already bent down and vomited. Even Ace was a little uncomfortable. He frowned and looked at Ian, only to think that Ian at this time was terrible, and it was exactly the same as when he was fighting with himself. Krieg pirates the next moment. Even if he is mentally exhausted and can't use his mind, Ian is still a swordsman who has practiced for so many years. Every time he uses his sword, he has been practiced thousands of times and refined to the extreme, and he still has cards brought to him. The strength and speed bonus, at this time, he is like a bloodthirsty beast, setting off a bloody storm among the pirates. Every movement, every flash of the knife, will bring a pirate screaming, "Let the blood of Bangfei spill out." Before Ai Sija followed suit, Ian had already cut down dozens of pirates in an instant, and they were all killed with one strike. At this time, the Sword Saint's long sword finally exerted its due power. The rough and savage slashing style was vividly displayed by Ian at this moment, and every enemy who dared to stand in front of him had already turned into two halves and fell down. Blood is the prelude to the killing, and the scream is the note of fear. At this time, Ian is the Shura walking in blood plasma. He has no mercy at all. He just slaughtered every pirate that appeared in his field of vision. Whoever, just cut it down with a knife. In fact, Ian didn't want to kill. After all, he was a person who had crossed over from a peaceful society. In addition, he had been staying in a quiet little village like Shimatsuki village, so Ian had always had his own moral bottom line. The pirates he caught are usually wounded at most. Even the original Kabeji, Ian was actually merciful. Otherwise, he would not be able to cut Kabeji in half directly. However, just because you don't want to kill doesn't mean you won't kill. After seeing the tragic situation of Johnny and Joseph, Ian finally couldn't help but go wild. That's right, Johnny and Joseph are just small people. Maybe in the eyes of many people, they are just dispensable characters. If they hadn't been posted upside down, they wouldn't even have intersected with Ian. However, these two little people were reluctant to tell Ian's information because of their loyalty, which led to the tragic revenge of the Krieg pirates. Isn't it just right for pirate hunters to catch pirates? They just stick to their beliefs. What is wrong with them to be treated like this by you? Is it just because they are weak and you are strong, that you can abuse others so much? Since this is the case, then I am stronger than you, and I do not need mercy for you. In this pirate world, everyone has their own goals. Zoro and Koana live for their dreams, Buggy lives for his treasure, Ace lives for his freedom, and Ian? When he came to this world, he was once confused and couldn't find his goal. However, just today, at this time, Ian finally realized that he must live for his own strength. When Ian, who was immersed in the killing and thinking, came back to his senses, the square was already full of corpses. The more than 500 pirates who originally gathered here in the Krieg Pirates, actually in such a short period of time, more than 140 were hacked to death by Ian. The bright red blood is like a small stream, enough to flow in the square, but at this moment, the sun has risen, and the rising temperature makes the blood on the square more and more intense. The few pirates who fell in front of Ian were so frightened that their legs went weak and they fell down. They thought they were going to die, but who knew that Ian stopped suddenly. Once the spirit was relaxed, the urge to urinate could no longer be tolerated. Several pirates even wet their crotch. The violent action caused Ian's physical strength to be rapidly consumed. He panted, twisted the long knife that was still dripping blood, and looked around all the pirates. Every pirate he watched shivered in unison. They had already been stunned by Ian's killing, and at this time they finally came back to their senses. Evil. Demon. The remaining pirates let out a scream and immediately swarmed away. When they escaped, tears and snot flowed down. Although they were also pirates who licked blood, but had they ever seen such a tragic killing? No one can stop the demon in the field, and everyone who dared to block them turned into pieces and died, so the remaining pirates had only one thought, that is to escape. Run as far away from this demon as possible. However, at this moment, a loud roar stopped them from escaping. Where do you want to go? Krieg pirates are naturally familiar with the voice of their leader. The majesty that Krieg has formed for a long time makes the pirates stop their urge to escape and look in the direction of the voice in unison. In the other direction of the square, the overlord pirate of East Blue, Krieg appeared. He was wearing golden armor, followed by a few pirate cotters, and finally with hundreds of men. He appeared in all the pirates. In people's sight. He made his way through the marine's encirclement, but none of the marines dared to do anything to him, instead taking a few steps back, allowing Krieg to pass easily. Chief Krieg, you are finally here. The pirates who wanted to escape just now wept bitterly, only to feel that their leader appeared too timely, and their thoughts of escaping suddenly softened a lot, and they all shouted at the same time, "Leader, you want to avenge us? That kid is too awesome. Shut up." Krieg roared again, making the pirates dare not make a sound. When he came to Ian, Krieg naturally saw the corpse in that place, and said to Ian with a gloomy expression, "Is this what you did?" Originally, he was worried about his subordinates, worried that they would conflict with Marine, so he planned to come to sea and fight, but he didn't know that as soon as he arrived here, he saw that his subordinates wanted to escape. The fear of running away naturally comes from this kid wearing a barriered hat. Ian didn't answer him, tilted his head and looked at the glowing armor on him, then looked at the diamond glove on his hand, and suddenly smiled, "Your head, I want it." After speaking, Ian slashed directly at Krieg. However, at this time, an iron shield suddenly stretched out from the side, blocking Ian's slash. Ian looked over and saw a ridiculously dressed guy walking out from Krieg's side. This man has two iron shields attached to his stomach and back. He also holds an identical shield in his left and right hands. He wears a round hat on his head. A sissy feeling of mead. Needless to say, this person is naturally the cotter of the Krieg pirates, Iron Wall Bara. "How dare you do something to the leader?" Tybee Bala said with a crooked smile, "Let me, Bala, deal with you." And the minions of the Krieg pirates also cheered him up at the right time, shouting Tybee Bala's name. Bala slammed the two shields in his hand, making a metal clanging sound, and said, "My defense is invincible. So far, I have never been injured in battle." However, before Ian could speak, a foot suddenly flew over and kicked Bara directly in the face, immediately kicking him out. Ian turned his head to look, but found that it was Ace who shot. He rubbed his nose and said to Ian, "I thought you had finished cutting it alone, but I didn't expect that there would still be a fight." Bara got up from the ground, felt a pain in his cheek, and spat out a bloody tooth, and then he was stunned. Blood. Blood. Bara's whole body trembled. The most unseen thing he could see was his own bleeding. Bara is in danger, in danger. He shouted to himself, then suddenly burst into flames and yelled at Ace, "I'm going to kill you." Ian didn't bother to look at this idiot, and said to Ace, "He gave it to you." "No problem," Ace said, holding his hat on his hips. However, it turns out to be fire again. Am I just related to fire? When Ace and Bara had already been hit, Ian didn't expect that a man came up behind Krieg. This man had short hair, a turban hat on his head, and two hammerheads in his hands. The cross crutches, looking at Ian, showed a bloodthirsty excited smile on his face. "Wow! It's Man Demon Jin. Jin is about to shoot. The Krieg pirates cheered. Ian naturally knew who Jin was. He looked up at the tall Krieg and jokingly said, "Are you going to let your subordinates come out one by one to help you fight?" Krieg twitched the corners of his mouth and laughed. "Many is power, isn't it?" Two were talking. Man Demon Jin also shot, and the heavy hammer head of the crucifix slammed into Ian's chest at once, even with a whistling sound. Obviously the power attached to it is not weak. Jin seems to be very confident about his attack, but what he didn't expect was that Ian didn't dodge at all, and he also slashed at the stick he hit. Faster than him, stronger than him, after cutting off Jin's weapon with one knife, Ian immediately slid and came behind Jin, the long knife in his hand slashed, and then passed from Jin's waist and abdomen. Crossed. Jin looked in disbelief at the huge wound that had been cut open in his abdomen. Ian's movements were so fast just now that he couldn't even react, so he was hit. Spike. And when Jin fell clutching his stomach, Ace and Bara also won the match. Bara was beaten by Ace until his nose was bruised, and he passed out. Ace was fighting with fists and feet after all, but he didn't kill him. This time, it was Krieg who was stunned. He never thought that his two most capable cotters couldn't even support them for a while. Whether it's Ace or Ian, both of them are stronger than Luffy and Zoro, who only went to sea 3 years later. The so-called cotters of the Krieg pirates are actually not much stronger than ordinary minions in front of them. You have to let them fight for half a day before deciding the winner. That's impossible. There's only one left now. Are you here or me? I didn't play hard just now. Ace walked up to Ian and asked. Ian thought for a while and said, "How about we guess the box?" "Great idea." Ace praised with a thumbs up. Big guess in front of countless pirates and marines, and they didn't take Krieg, the East Blue Overlord, in their eyes at all. Chapter 58 Wonderful Misunderstanding. Krieg was so irritated by the actions of Ian and Ace. How could he just watch them guess the winner? As soon as he raised the cloak behind him, a lot of muskets suddenly appeared on his shoulders, waist, and hands, and they were fired directly at Ian. Boom blah blah. The bullets hit the two of them, but Ian and Ace seemed to be playing, but in fact they kept paying attention to Krieg. When they saw him shooting, they immediately dodged. When Ian was dodging, he blocked the bullet with a long knife, so he was completely fine, but Ace was slightly injured. When he rolled, a bullet flew past his face, a blood stain was left on it. "Oh, it's so dangerous." Ace wiped the blood on his face and said to Ian, "Forget it, this guy is handed over to you." After speaking, he left Ian and Krieg, turned and ran back, picking up Johnny and Joseph who were still lying on the ground. Ace also recognized the two of them. He knew that it was the two guys who attacked him but were knocked down yesterday. Although he didn't understand their relationship with Ian, he saw that the two were seriously injured. People were taken away from the scene. At this time, Ian and Krieg got started. He made a straight stab and stabbed towards Krieg tentatively, but Krieg didn't dodge and let Ian's long knife stab at his waist. With a ding sound, when the tip of the knife touched Krieg's armor, it couldn't pierce any longer. "Don't waste your energy." Krieg sneered, "My armor is not ordinary steel, but a special alloy. Swords are hard to hurt." Hearing this, Ian was immediately disappointed, and looked at Krieg with contempt. "Fuck. Looking at the golden light, I thought your armor was really made by going. I didn't expect it to be alloy. It made me happy for nothing." I said, You have no money to pretend to be a local tyrant. You can't paint this gold with paint, right? Krieg wanted to pretend to be pushy, but was slapped in the face by Ian, and the veins popped out on his forehead for a while. Taking advantage of his height, he punched Ian's head from above. Ian turned to the side of the blade and tried to block, but was punched by Krieg on the blade, which almost made the blade in his hand fly away. "Go out." Krieg's fist is studded with hard diamonds. In addition, he has a strange power. If such a fist hits a person's head, I am afraid it will directly shatter the skull, right? Ian received Krieg's attack. He immediately realized that he underestimated this guy. With this strength alone, Krieg was no better than himself, and he didn't want to use skills now, just relying on the swordsman's long sword. I'm afraid hard to break his armor. So Ian shifted his attack position and suddenly accelerated and slashed towards Krieg's leg. There was an imperceptible smirk on Krieg's face, and he raised his leg and kicked Ian. Ian's knife slashed on the calf kicked by Krieg, but the familiar metal sound resounded again. Krieg was hiding under the trouser legs. It turned out to be the same armor. Ian didn't expect this at all. The blade failed to cut in, but was kicked in the face by Krieg, rolled and flew out. Ha ha ha. Krieg succeeded and laughed wildly. Do you think I would show such obvious flaws? The pirates who were watching immediately cheered loudly. As expected, it was the leader. The pirate hunter who killed so many of them had no way of taking the leader. Ian got up from the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt numb in his cheeks. He looked at the calf where Krieg was cut. Although the trouser legs were damaged, they showed the same golden reflection. Krieg, this guy, actually wrapped his whole body tightly with armor. How insecure you are. Ian raised his head to look at Krieg's head, which now seemed to be the only place he was unprotected. However, before Ian could do it again, he suddenly felt a sense of danger, and suddenly jumped off the spot subconsciously. The moment he just jumped away, there was a huge explosion in the position where he just stayed. Boom! The air wave of the explosion hit, and Ian, who was in mid-air, was directly blown out. The power wrapped in the air wave made him feel like he was being squeezed, and it was extremely uncomfortable. He understood that the explosion just now was definitely a cannonball. Someone shot himself with a cannonball. But it definitely couldn't be that guy Krieg. I was staring at him just now, and I didn't see any movement from him. Just when Ian got up in dismay, a familiar laugh sounded. Ha 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 ha. The boy with the barriered hat. Does the cannonball taste good? Turning his head, Ian found that there was a group of people at another intersection behind him, and the man in the lead was wearing a captain's hat and a grey-white skull pattern crossed on his forehead, below the pattern. But it is a round big red nose. Buggy? Ian was surprised. Although he had heard about Buggy's escape from prison when he met Garp, he never expected that he would appear here. There was a cannon next to Buggy. It seemed that the cannonball was fired from the cannon. Moji and Kabeji were also behind him, and the lion was naturally there. Krieg was also a little surprised by the explosion just now, and when he heard Ian screaming, he also turned to look at Buggy. Although he has never dealt with Buggy, he also knows the name of the Buggy pirate group. As the more famous pirate groups in East Blue, their leaders are all on the bounty list. It's just that he didn't know what the Buggy pirates wanted to do when they appeared, so he stayed silent for a while and watched the development of the situation. The marine soldiers on the outside were in a cold sweat at this time. This is bad. It's okay to have a Krieg pirate. Now even the Buggy pirates have appeared. 2 days ago, because of the Buggy pirates regarding the jailbreak, Buggy's bounty amount has also been updated. It is also a pirate with the tens of millions. Now 2 pirates with a bounty of tens of millions have appeared in Logtown at the same time. How will it end? Captain, what should we do? A Marine Cao Chang quietly asked the captain. The captain didn't know what to do either. With the marine power in Logtown, it was very difficult to deal with a Krieg pirate group. Now with the Buggy pirates, Marine didn't seem to be able to win. Go on, don't shoot. The captain was full of sweat on his forehead and whispered, it seems that the 2 pirate groups are looking for the pirate hunter to seek revenge, and now I just hope that they can avenge their revenge. Take the initiative to retreat. Then Marine Cao Chang widened his eyes and said, is this is this suitable? That man is a pirate hunter, so why don't we help him? The captain grabbed Cao Chang's collar and gritted his teeth. Help? You tell me how to help? Do you want all the soldiers to go up together? Have you ever thought about the consequences? If we fail, the entire log town will be destroyed by these two men. The guys are looting. That Cao Chang suddenly came to his senses, and he was also dripping with cold sweat. Captain let go of him and said dejectedly, now we can only pray for the pirate hunter, I hope he doesn't die here. It's a surprise. Boy. Buggy crossed his hips and laughed for a while, then suddenly flashed a dark key from his hand and said, what do you think this is? Sea stone key he lost, and said in surprise, that's my key, why is it with you? You really want it, don't you? Buggy said proudly, but I just don't give it, Could finish speaking, Buggy suddenly saw clearly that Ian was just standing there alone. Immediately, his eyes bulged out, and while screaming, he pulled past the skinny pirate yesterday with a big red nose. He pressed his head firmly against the pirate's face, gritted his teeth and said, didn't you say that he and another person were handcuffed together? The skinny pirate who had just been promoted to the captaincy was so frightened that he almost wet his pants, and stammered, Bah! Captain Buggy. I didn't. I read it right. You read that right? Buggy roared, spitting, what about that other person? How did he know that until this morning, Ian was indeed still handcuffed to Ace, but because Ian cut off the chain with the evil King Flame-killing sword, it was untied. Just now, he bombarded it with a cannon from a distance. When Ian was there, he didn't pay attention to whether Ian was alone, but now that he saw it clearly, his first reaction was that he was deceived by his subordinates. But fortunately, Moji came out to save the siege. He said to Buggy, Captain, look at that kid's wrist, it seems that the handcuffs are still there. Buggy covered his eyes with his hands and took a closer look, as if it were true. Without the key, although the chain can be cut off, the wrist cuffs can't be broken. The sea stone there is thicker. Buggy finally felt relieved when he saw this. He crossed his hips again and laughed and said, Boy, I knowing that you are wearing sea stone handcuffs, what can you do when you are handcuffed? The minions of the Buggy pirates also laughed and said, that's right, where's your flame? Krieg was stunned when he heard it, and looked at Ian in surprise. If Buggy didn't say it, he didn't even know that Ian was a devil fruit person. Thinking of this, Krieg's mouth smirked again. Ian scratched his head, how did this happen? He obviously has no mind, so why does this guy Buggy think that he is shackled by sea stone, so he can't use flames? He didn't even know how to answer it. If I told him that it was a wonderful misunderstanding, would Buggy lose confidence in his IQ ever again? Chapter 59 When Pirates Look Forward to Death. Buggy didn't know that Ian was complaining in his heart at this time. Seeing that he didn't speak, he thought he had hit his pain point, which made Buggy smile even more happily. Boy! Buggy said with a gloomy smile, you know what? I was locked in Marine Base for the past 2 days. I was thinking of revenge on you all the time. Now my chance has finally come. Look at the man in Seastone's handcuffs. What can you do with me? After he finished speaking, he took out a cannonball, stuffed it from the muzzle, pointed to where Ian was, and shouted, shoot. A member of the Buggy pirates held up a torch and lit the lead of the cannon tail. With a bang, the cannonball flew out. When Ian saw the fire, he had already left the place, but the cannonball still landed exactly where he was just now, which is why Buggy moved the cannon to the land. No more the swaying caused by the waves of the sea. The cannonballs fired by the Buggy pirates are very accurate. Go on. Launch. Buggy didn't stop, and ordered his subordinates to continue to attack Ian. Suddenly, there was a fierce explosion in the square of the execution platform. The sound spread far and wide, and people in the entire log town could hear it, causing people to panic more and more. Those who could escape were trying to find a way to run to the pier, while those who couldn't escape were hiding at home, trembling with their relatives. The two ports in the east and west of Logetown are full of people who want to escape at this time. They are huddled together in a panic. Every boat is crowded with passengers. Even so, there are still people waving Bailey banknotes in their hands, begging for a place. These residents and passengers were all focused on escaping, but did not notice that a huge warship appeared on the sea at this time. This is a standard 3-mast sailing ship of the Marine headquarters. The ship is painted with blue and white camouflage stripes, and the huge sails are painted with Marine's flag pattern. A man with tousled hair was standing at the bow of the boat, watching the riots in Logetown Harbor with his binoculars. Did I read it wrong? This is Logetown where I'm going to take office? The people fleeing, and the explosions in town, what's up? No one could answer him, but at this moment, a female Marine soldier with short black hair rushed out of the cabin. She was wearing a black tight jacket, with a sword on her waist, and a pair of glasses on her face. Pushing it on the forehead, if Ian and Zorro are here, I am afraid that when I see this female swordsman, I will definitely be surprised why she looks so similar to Kuina. As soon as she came out, she immediately saluted to someone and reported, "Colonel Smoker, I have already contacted Marine in Logetown by phone." He could finish speaking, he heard Smoker say, "Sergeant Tashigi, put on your glasses and talk." Tashigi hurriedly put on her glasses, and immediately realized that the person she had reported was wrong, and the one standing in front of him was a speechless Marine soldier. "No. I'm sorry." Tashigi stood in front of Smoker again and said, "Colonel Smoker, there are 2 pirates in Logetown, one is East Blue's largest pirate fleet, the Krieg pirate group, and the other, it's the Buggy pirates who escaped from prison just 2 days ago. These 2 pirates are making trouble in Logetown. They caused the riot in the town. What about the Marines in Logetown? Why not arrest them?" Smoker asked. Tashigi hesitated and replied, "This. Marines in the town reported that they were underpowered." "Huh, lack of military strength?" Smoker snorted coldly, "They are not afraid of pirates, right? Such a Marine can also be called a Marine?" Sure, Smoker had no good impression of the Marines in Logetown, but he also knew that he couldn't reprimand anyone here, so he ordered, "Speed up. Go to Logetown immediately." "Yes." The Marine soldiers standing on the deck immediately responded in unison. Although there is only one ship, Smoker has brought dozens of his original subordinates and escorted Marine soldiers. There are now more than 200 people on this warship, all of whom are the elite soldiers of the Marine headquarters. This time, Logetown is probably going to be more lively. Ian was running constantly, dodging the cannonballs fired by Buggy. Although the cannon shot was accurate, he was able to move after all. Hit him. Buggy is not using the kind of special Buggy shells, but Ian is also a little surprised by the power of this shell, which looks like a solid shell with low technology content. Ian once mistakenly thought it was a kind of stuff used by pirates in the Middle Ages, but after I got in touch with it, Ian realized that, despite the inconspicuousness of these round cannonballs, in fact, except for the less shrapnel, the power of the explosion was quite violent. It's not a way to hide like this, Ian thought for a while, and after dodging a cannonball, he suddenly moved his footsteps and ran in front of this guy Krieg. Krieg has been watching the fun just now. Now that Buggy has started, he is not in a hurry to trouble Ian, but he never thought that Ian would suddenly run in front of him, which made Krieg stunned for a while. No, not good. Krieg suddenly recalled and turned his head to look. Sure enough, that Buggy guy is firing cannonballs in this direction. Krieg wearing a suit of armor, although the protection is sufficient, the drawbacks brought by the heavy armor are also obvious. His speed is not fast enough. When the cannonball hit, Ian dodged first, but Krieg couldn't run away. The cannonball landed at his feet and exploded. Fortunately, when Krieg exploded, he clasped his arms to protect himself, so although he was blown away, he was fine. He stood up and yelled at Buggy with a sullen face, "What do you want?" Buggy sneered and said, "I'm bombarding that kid with a cannon." "It's you, what are you doing standing there? Don't you know how to dodge yourself?" As soon as these words came out, the people of the Buggy Pirates also laughed. The pirates and the pirates were not convinced by each other. I didn't admit it, now their captain Buggy is also a pirate of tens of millions, which is not much different from Krieg's bounty, so the Buggy Pirates naturally won't take the Krieg Pirates seriously. "Bastard! Clown-like guy!" Krieg said through gritted teeth, waved his hand, and shouted to his subordinates, "Teach them a lesson." Krieg Pirates, who were originally watching the fun, immediately screamed after receiving the order of their leader, and rushed towards the Buggy Pirates. They were just watching the battle between Krieg and Ian, but now finally found something to do. "Teach me a lesson?" Buggy sneered, "Little ones. Let them see how powerful the Buggy Pirates are." As a result, the two pirates immediately started fighting. Ian, and the surrounding Marines, were a little dumbfounded at this time. How did this happen? Why did the two pirate groups fight because of a disagreement? How about revenge together? They were surprised, but Krieg and Buggy didn't feel anything. Pirates are like this, and they also look forward to walking together. Sometimes in order to snatch each other's treasures, let alone fights, it is possible to kill you or die. Krieg and Buggy looked at each other from a distance, but as leaders, they knew what to do, and they all looked at Ian. Buggy said, "Kill this kid first, then let's decide the outcome." Krieg nodded, agreed. As for the surrounding Marines, the two of them selectively forgot all about them. Seeing the appearance of these Marine soldiers timid and afraid to shoot, they both knew that they had been deterred. Krieg took out a large circular shield and held it in his hand. On the shield with the Krieg Pirates logo painted on it, a gap suddenly appeared. In the next second, countless thick sharp javelins were fired from the gap. Went straight to Ian. Ian's eyes narrowed, he swung his sword to block, and knocked down the javelins one by one, but unexpectedly Krieg was really sinister. When he fired the javelin, a small cannonball was mixed in, and Ian accidentally cut the cannonball. Was instantly blown away. On the other side, Buggy also used the cannon to aim at Ian, who fell to the ground. All his men went to fight with the Krieg Pirates. Buggy could only operate the cannon himself, but before he could ignite, suddenly there was a fist, punched hard from the side on Buggy's red nose. It was Ace who shot, and he said unhappily, "I said, have you forgotten me? Who are you?" Ace raised his thumb and pointed to Ian's position behind him, then gestured to Buggy for the handcuffs on his wrist, saying, "He and I are friends, we are together. The key to Seastone's handcuffs is on you." "Well, sorry, I have to get it back." "Want to get the key?" "That depends on your ability." Buggy roared. The wrist was detached, and the fist holding the flying knife immediately flew towards Ace. The battle has begun on both sides, and a 2-on-2 situation has been formed. Chapter 60 Catch Them All. Originally, in the original history, Ace met Buggy after joining the Whitebeard Pirates. That was a few years later, but now because of Ian's intervention, Ace fought Buggy ahead of schedule. We had a face-to-face, and as soon as we met, we got started. Unlike Ian, Ace fought completely with fists and feet. Buggy was unlucky to meet him. Although his split fruit can split his body into many pieces, no matter how he splits, these body parts are always solid. The typical characteristics of paramecia fruit, he cannot be afraid when facing Ian / but when he encounters Ace's fist, he can beat him no matter what. And most importantly, Ace has now mastered a little bit of how to use observation hacking. Even if Buggy's split arm wants to sneak up on him, he can't do it, and Ace can always dodge it easily. Therefore, the battle between Ace and Buggy can basically be said to be without suspense. As for the length of the battle, it depends on how resistant Buggy is. Compared to this side, the battle between Ian and Krieg on the other end was a little troublesome. When Ian met Garp, he had a hand with Colonel Schroeder, the intelligence officer beside him. At that time, he had wrapped his mind around a knife to hurt Schroeder, who was in the defensive state of Iron Nugget, but Iron Nugget. The defense technique of block does not really turn the human body into steel, and the current Krieg is wearing an alloy armor that is harder than steel. The two are not the same concept. Stone's handcuffs must be opened, otherwise, whether it is Ian or Ace, it will be inconvenient to fight, but Ian has exhausted his psychic energy and can only fight Krieg with his own swordsmanship. No way to cut Krieg's armor, which makes Ian a lot more restrictive when he does it. At this time, Ian was transformed from a swordsman into an assassin. He rushed forward. When he came to Krieg, he jumped on the spot and jumped over Krieg's head. At the same time, the long knife in his hand slashed towards Krieg's neck. Try to attack Krieg's vital parts, use his speed advantage to kill him as soon as possible. However, Krieg couldn't keep up with him in speed, but the defensive area of his head was relatively small. He wrapped his arms around his head and protected it. Ian's knife could only be dragged on the wrist armor of his arm. Make a spark. The blow didn't work, and when Ian was in the air, he twisted his body and stabbed the back of Krieg's neck with his arm with the blade. Result, Krieg suddenly took a step forward, pulling the distance away, and Ian's knife couldn't reach him. It's useless. After Ian landed, Krieg turned around and smiled at him. I know you can only attack my head, so as long as I take precautions, you can't hurt me. Ian clicked his tongue. He felt that Krieg was like a big tortoise now. As long as he shrank his head, there was no good way to take him. Mortar. Krieg raised his shield and aimed at Ian. Ian thought he was about to fire a cannonball again, so he hurriedly jumped off the spot. As a result, a large number of iron javelins were fired from Krieg's shield. These javelins included Ian's evasion range. He shouted one name, but used another. Krieg used this insidious trick to successfully overcast Ian. Although Ian reacted and tried his best to block, he was brushed by a lot of javelins. The body left a lot of blood on the shoulders and legs. See? Krieg sneered. I have an invincible defense and countless weapons. I am the strongest. You can never beat me. Ian shook his head and said, I'm too lazy to tell you. Nima, I have a card system, and I dare not say that I am strong. You, a guy who is not a devil fruit person, dare to call yourself the strongest with only a little weapon and equipment? You will be yelling at East Blue at most. If you dare to say such a thing on the Great Route, you will be beaten to death in minutes. You. Krieg couldn't take it anymore after being despised by Ian over and over again. He suddenly took off his two shoulder pads, slammed them together, and got out his strongest weapon, the battle gun. Roared, I'll kill you now, and I want everyone to see what happens to Krieg for disobeying me. Ian Vivi was out of breath and didn't answer him, just thinking, do you really want to use that trick? Forget it, they've already been called monsters anyway, so if it's a little weirder, it doesn't seem to be anything. Just when Ian and Krieg were about to launch the final blow, a sudden change occurred in the field, and a large amount of white smoke suddenly filled the square. As if conscious, these white smoke crossed the defense line of the Marine soldiers on the periphery and went straight to the members of the Krieg pirates and Buggy pirates who were fighting. The pirates who were touched by the white smoke seemed to be tied by ropes the same, suddenly can't move. What is this? Ah, help! I'm out of breath. The pirates screamed. As soon as these thick white smoke appeared, they couldn't fight anymore. After seeing the miserable situation of others, they quickly tried to avoid the smoke. However, it was still useless. More and more pirates were surrounded by these white smoke, and then they were tightly tied together. What's going on? Krieg also noticed the vision. Ian knew what was going on, but he was also a little surprised. White Hunter Smoker? Didn't he arrive tomorrow? Why did he suddenly appear here? Marine soldiers on the periphery suddenly branched out, where a man with a cigar could be seen. His arms had turned into billowing smoke spreading out. Behind him, a large number of Marine soldiers were rushing in. These were the elite soldiers from the headquarters brought by Smoker. As soon as they entered the square, they immediately grabbed the pirates trapped by Smoker and tied them together with ropes. The Marines at the Logtown base also recognized Smoker and saluted him immediately, but Smoker said angrily, "Look at your appearance. How can you look like a Marine? You actually watched the pirates make trouble. Are all the guns decorations?" No one dared to answer, and many people bowed their heads in shame, but for some reason, all the Marine soldiers in Logtown, including the former Marine captain, were secretly relieved. A new boss has arrived, and he has brought support, so Logtown should be fine now. After scolding, Smoker also shut up. He also saw the situation in the field. The number of pirates is indeed far more than Marine. Naturally, he also understood the difficulties of Logtown Marine, so he did not embarrass them anymore, saying, "Also don't help arrest people." Ah. Yes. The Marine soldiers of Logtown quickly stood at attention, and then followed behind the Marine soldiers of the headquarters to help. The sound of gunshots began to sound, and the Marines finally fired, killing any pirates who dared to resist. Smoker also noticed the dazzling blood in the middle of the square at this time, and even he couldn't bear to look directly, so he turned his head and asked, "What happened to those people?" The former Captain Marine replied, "Colonel Smoker, the young man with the long knife, is a pirate hunter. The Krieg pirates and the Buggy pirates came to seek revenge from him, and the pile of corpses on the ground, it's all made by this pirate hunter." Smoker's eyes widened. "You mean, he hacked so many pirates all by himself?" "Yes." The captain nodded. Smoker didn't speak, staring closely at Ian in the field. When he saw his hat, his heart suddenly thumped. What does this guy have to do with that tyrant bear? Smoker thought for the first time, being so rude to a pirate is exactly the same as a bear. As a colonel of the headquarters, Smoker naturally knows about Bartholomew Bear, so he has naturally heard about the tyrant, one of Shishibukai. Although he is a pirate, Bartholomew Bear is a nightmare for many pirates. He seems to hate pirates more. Almost all the pirates he encountered were shipwrecked and killed. The big bear is a meatball fruit capable, and can continuously compress the atmosphere, and then burst out in an instant. This name is called for the terrible trick of bear shock. The destructive power is first class. The scene where the big bear fought is usually like being ravaged by a hurricane. Not to mention ships, even huge rocks will be destroyed. Pirates are even more appalling. It is because of this that the big bear won the title of tyrant. Smoker knew about Big Bear's deeds, but what he didn't expect was that he suddenly saw a young pirate hunter wearing the same hat as Big Bear, and the way he treated pirates was just as rude and cruel. Smoker didn't see what happened, so he didn't know Ian's anger at the time. Maybe the hat was nothing, but even the behavior was a bit similar. It's not a coincidence, so it was only the first time I saw Ian when he was in peace. He was equated with the tyrant bear. Turning his head, Smoker also saw Ace and Buggy, so he asked about Ace's identity, but about Ace, Logtown's Marine didn't know much about Ace. He is the only one in the pirate group, and he has no reputation at all, so Marine from Logtown can only treat him as a friend of Ian, thinking that Ace is also a pirate hunter. Get them all. Smoker judged after listening. The Marine soldiers were stunned and asked cautiously, "Are those two pirate hunters to be caught too?" "Catch?" Smoker nodded affirmatively and said, even if they are pirate hunters, they caused this riot after all, so they must give Logtown an explanation.